Douluo's battle song, Chu Zhange accidentally arrives at Douluo Continent and gradually grows from an ordinary youth to the highest existence in the Douluo divine realm. At the age of 6, he awakens the king's weapon martial soul, the breaking array Overlord Halberd, which evolves into the heavenly dragon city-breaking halberd, possessing the strongest destructive power. He awakens the Sun bloodline and the Yanhuang bloodline, combining two super divine bloodlines into one, with talent that shocks both ancient and modern, achieving the fastest soul power cultivation speed in the history of Douluo Continent. He collects faith, breaks through level 100, and achieves divinity, roaming the Douluo divine realm under the name of the war god, battling across the cosmic starry sky. As Douluo Continent settles and the divine realm rises, he dons the super divine armor of the war god and wields the super divine heavenly dragon city-breaking halberd, shaking the universe with his power. With the courage of an overlord, no one can stand in his way. His life is one of battle, where the power of faith reigns supreme, and he masters the laws of power. The main focus is on the plot after achieving level 100 and becoming a god. Chapter 1. Not far from Holy Soul Village, there was a hill of moderate size. A tall and handsome young man gazed at the blue sky, his expression warm yet elegant, an indescribable feeling lingering around him, with a faint sadness. I've been here for 18 years, and I wonder how Blue Star's doing now. And I hope she's doing well. I shouldn't think about this anymore. Since I'm in Holy Soul Village, how can I not meet Tang Hao? I just wonder what expression Tang Hao, known as the youngest titled Douluo in a century on Douluo Continent, will have when he sees me. Tang Hao, Bibi Dong, Qian Daolu, Tang Chun, Poseidon. As he thought about this, a faint smile appeared on the young man's face. The young man's name was Chu Zhange, due to an 180,000-year-old flood dragon soul beast. He had arrived in the world of Douluo Continent. Douluo Continent was a unique and fantastical world, distinctively featuring martial souls. At just 18 years old, he had already reached level 95, a true title Douluo powerhouse, possessing both the Sun bloodline and the Yanhuang bloodline, two super divine bloodlines. Not only that, but Chu Zhange had also inherited the courage of the Overlord, allowing him to frequently achieve extraordinary results in battle. Chu Zhange's ability to reach title Douluo level at 18 was inseparable from his strong battle awareness and the courage of the Overlord. "Zhange, what are you doing here?" A youthful voice called out from nearby, and Chu Zhange turned to see the source of the voice, Tang San, the future sea god and Shura god of Douluo Continent. They were at the border between the Tianduo Empire and the Xingluo Empire in the southern part of Nodin City in the Fastno province, at the back mountain of Holy Soul Village, a small yet charming place. In the original work, Holy Soul Village was renamed Divine Soul Village after Tang San became a deity, famously known as a must-visit place for millions of crossover travelers from Blue Star. With the ever-changing protagonists and the unchanging Holy Soul Village, this is an eternal truth. Chu Zhange looked at Tang San, revealing a gentle smile as he said, "It's you. I'm just here enjoying the scenery." "Tang San, how come you're training so fast today?" Tang San had just come down from the mountain peak and encountered Chu Zhange halfway down. He quickly walked over, wondering what Chu Zhange was up to. Tang San examined Chu Zhange closely and asked with some confusion, "Zhange, I just finished my training and was about to head down. I didn't expect to run into you here. Aren't you going to exercise today?" Chu Zhange and Tang San stood side by side. At this moment, the 195-meter-tall Chu Zhange and the 6-year-old Tang San, who was just over a meter tall, created a delightful height difference. However, Chu Zhange knew that Tang San would grow to 198 meters in the future. Chu Zhange carefully observed Tang San. Although he was only 5 or 6 years old, his eyes sparkled with wisdom. This seemingly ordinary 6-year-old child harbored the soul of an adult from a world similar to ancient China. Tang San looked up at his tall and handsome older brother and, with a childish voice, replied, "My training is over. Zhange, I have to go back and make breakfast for my dad. Do you want to come to my house? I can make you some breakfast." By this time, the sun had slowly risen, and the purple aura that filled the sky had dissipated, making it meaningless to stay there any longer. Chu Zhange nodded and smiled. "Sure, Tang San. I've never been to your house. It's a good opportunity to take a look. I just wonder if your family will welcome me." Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately expressed his desire to take Chu Zhange to see his home. Watching the somewhat excited Tang San, Chu Zhange thought for a moment and asked, Tang San, what kind of person do you think your dad is, or what is his personality like? As they walked down the mountain towards Holy Soul Village, which was not far away, about half an hour's walk, Tang San was momentarily taken aback by Chu Zhange's question, as he hadn't expected him to ask that. Tang San hesitated. Ah, my dad. He treats me quite well, but he can be a bit fierce when he drinks. When Chu Zhange asked, thoughts of Tang Hao quickly surfaced in Tang San's mind. In truth, over the years, Tang Hao had not been particularly good to him, even very bad at times. At home, Tang San often went hungry, and it was normal for him to be starving all day. However, in Tang San's eyes, no matter how difficult Tang Hao's circumstances were, he was still his father, the man who raised him. In his previous life, he was an orphan, so after being reborn, Tang San longed for familial affection, and he held deep respect for Tang Hao, even if he was his father. Hearing Tang San's response, Chu Zhange realized he was lying, as Tang Hao was not treating him well now. Although Tang Hao's current behavior was indeed not commendable, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it wasn't his family matter, and he didn't need to worry too much about it. Anyway, he didn't have to fret about the relationship between Tang Hao and Tang San. So Chu Zhange quickly changed the subject, looking at the clouds in the sky, and casually asked, by the way, Tang San, you're about to awaken your martial soul, right? It should be in the next few days. Tang San sighed with relief when he heard that Chu Zhange had stopped asking about his father. He replied, yes, Zhange, I'm going to awaken my martial soul tomorrow. By the way, Zhange, what do you think my martial soul will be? Tang San pondered carefully for a moment before answering, I hope I can awaken a powerful martial soul. This world is so wonderful I want to go out and see it. Chu Zhange could tell that Tang San wanted to awaken a very strong martial soul, which was similar to his own desire when he first arrived. The mainstream in Douluo Continent is to become a powerful soul master, and Tang San was no exception. Becoming a powerful soul master was one of his dreams upon arriving in this world. Looking at Tang San's curious eyes, Chu Zhange was momentarily unsure how to respond, fearing that what he said might upset Tang San. After all, after years of guidance, Tang San knew that Blue Silvergrass was not a powerful martial soul. He was no longer the same Tang San from the original story. He was an enhanced version now. It wouldn't be appropriate to say Blue Silvergrass was inadequate, nor would it be fitting to mention the Clear Sky Hammer. So Chu Zhange was at a loss for words. He could only respond vaguely. I can't say. The inheritance of martial souls mainly depends on your parents. Usually, martial souls are inherited from either the father or the mother. Then Chu Zhange added, if your father or mother has particularly strong martial souls, yours will definitely be strong too. And you'll find out tomorrow, right? Tang San possessed both the Blue Silvergrass and the Clear Sky Hammer as martial souls. Although the early stage Blue Silvergrass had its own remarkable traits, it could hardly be considered strong, even somewhat weak. There was a significant gap between the Blue Silvergrass martial soul and top-tier martial souls like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon or the Clear Sky Hammer. Under the same soul ring conditions, the Clear Sky Hammer outperformed the Blue Silvergrass. Only when the Blue Silvergrass evolved into the Blue Silver Emperor in its later stages could it be considered a top-tier martial soul. Since the Clear Sky Hammer could not easily manifest, the Blue Silvergrass was Tang San's main martial soul. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression suddenly turned a bit dejected. When he looked at Chu Zhange, he seemed somewhat downcast as he said, is that so? He thought Chu Zhange would know what his martial soul was, so he felt a bit disappointed after receiving his answer. In his view, Chu Zhange was not only knowledgeable about soul masters, but also incredibly powerful. He had personally witnessed Chu Zhange send a giant bear flying with a single punch and crush a small hill with a single kick, truly a god among men. If even Chu Zhange didn't know, then he could only wait until tomorrow. He was also very curious about what martial soul he would awaken. However, according to Chu Zhange's words, his martial soul should not be particularly strong, because his father is not a powerful soul master, just an ordinary blacksmith. He thought of his mother, but he had no memories of her, so she probably wasn't a powerful soul master either. If his mother were a powerful soul master, would they still need to forge? Half an hour later, the two returned to Shanghun Village. It must be said that Shanghun Village is indeed unique. The architectural style here is not very different from that of Blue Star and looks quite poor. Chu Zhange followed behind Tang San, observing the village while sensing if there were any other powerful auras. If there were, it must be Tang Hao. The two turned several corners and arrived at a somewhat dilapidated house. When Tang San looked at Chu Zhange, he felt a bit embarrassed. He was worried that Chu Zhange would dislike his house and said with a bit of hesitation, "This is my home, but it's a bit shabby. I hope you won't mind." For some reason, Tang San suddenly regretted inviting Chu Zhange to his home, as it was indeed quite run down. Then Tang San led Chu Zhange into a rather old house. After opening the door, Chu Zhange followed Tang San inside. Although Tang Hao's aura was quite restrained, Chu Zhange still sensed an extremely powerful aura in the house, although it felt somewhat unstable. And this powerful aura could only belong to Tang Hao. It couldn't be Old Jack. Although Old Jack had a significant role, his strength was not that strong. After leading Chu Zhange into his room, Tang San walked alone to the door of their bedroom. He called out, "Dad, I'm back. I'm going to make you breakfast now. Just wait a moment. It will be ready soon." At that moment, Tang Hao was sleeping inside. Hearing Tang San's call, he woke up from his dreams and opened his eyes. Upon hearing Tang San's words, he simply replied, "Neither too light nor too heavy." After this voice came from the bedroom, it fell silent again. The tone was somewhat weary, hoarse, and impatient, as if Tang San's return had disturbed his sleep. Looking at the scene before him, Chu Zhange couldn't say much because all three of them, Chu Zhange, Tang San, and Tang Hao, are not ordinary people. They were all protagonists. Although Chu Zhange knew that Tang San had voluntarily taken on these chores and that Tang Hao hadn't asked him to do them, it was still somewhat inappropriate for Tang Hao to be indifferent. Tang San walked up to Chu Zhange, looking at his guest, and softly said, "Zhange, please wait for me here. I'll make you a serving too. You haven't had breakfast, right?" Without waiting for Chu Zhange's response, Tang San went to cook porridge, leaving Chu Zhange alone in the room. Chu Zhange observed Tang San's busy figure and quickly glanced around the room's decorations. Indeed, as Tang San said, his home was somewhat shabby. A strong smell of alcohol wafted from the bedroom, and then a tall, rough figure appeared in Chu Zhange's line of sight, looking to be around 50 years old. The tall, rough man came out of the bedroom and saw Chu Zhange, his expression showing some impatience, his brows furrowing. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" This tall, rough man was the Haotian Tang Hao. Upon seeing Chu Zhange's visit, Tang Hao's tone immediately changed, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Chu Zhange. As a 95th-level assault system title DAW, he could naturally sense the immense soul power contained within Chu Zhange. Moreover, the fluctuation of this soul power was strong enough that even compared to him, it was not lacking, which startled him. When did such a character appear on the continent? A vast pressure quickly rose from Tang Hao and surged towards Chu Zhange, instantly enveloping him, trying to suppress him completely. For Tang Hao, Tang San was his current reverse scale. He would eliminate any factors that were detrimental to Tang San, especially if the other party was a member of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao now suspected that Chu Zhange was sent by the Spirit Hall to target them. Tang Hao did not know Chu Zhange's purpose for being so close to Tang San, but he felt it necessary to give Chu Zhange a warning. Although it appeared that Tang Hao was indifferent to Tang San, he would never stand by when Tang San was threatened, even going so far as to crush anyone who posed a threat to him. After all, Tang San was his last memory of his wife, and he would not allow anyone to offend him, not even a little. The incident with Chu Zhange was a reminder of that. The pressure that Tang Hao exerted on Chu Zhange grew stronger, but Chu Zhange's expression did not change at all. Tang Hao's gaze became heavier, and sweat began to drip down. At this moment, Tang San also sensed that the atmosphere between Chu Zhange and his father was off. He hurriedly put down the rice and ran to stand between the two. Tang Hao's pressure immediately dissipated, and his expression was very serious. If this top-tier powerhouse, Chu Zhange, had ill intentions, did he have enough strength to protect Tang San? Hearing this, Tang San turned his gaze to his father, Tang Hao, and said, "Dad, Zhange is a good person. I brought him back on my own accord, so please don't blame him." His father's expression clearly showed his dissatisfaction with him, bringing someone back without permission. He felt helpless about his father's attitude, and Chu Zhange did not seem like a bad person. Tang San did not know what his current background was. To him, his family was just an ordinary blacksmith family in Shenghan village, so why would Chu Zhange need to harm him? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao let out a scoff. "Good person?" The overwhelming aura shook the room, almost knocking Tang San over. After experiencing various joys and sorrows, Tang Hao's heart was very sensitive. He would not easily trust anyone. Seeing this situation, Chu Zhange naturally understood what it meant. It seemed that this renowned Douluo harbored hostility towards him, and Chu Zhange knew what he had to do. Chu Zhange walked to Tang San's side and gently said, "Tang San, it seems that my visit is ill-timed. I'll take my leave now. Well, I'll come back another time." He smiled faintly, ruffled Tang San's smooth hair, glanced at the serious-faced Tang Hao, and walked out the door. Chu Zhange did not care whether Tang Hao's actions were right or wrong. He knew that Tang Hao's wariness towards him was quite serious now, or rather, he treated any strong person this way. In fact, it was understandable if he weren't so cautious. They would not have survived to this day and would have been killed by Qian Daolu long ago. Tang Hao did not stop Chu Zhange from leaving as long as Chu Zhange could leave. That was good. In Shenghan village, he only wanted to cultivate Tang San well. He did not want to fight Chu Zhange here because Chu Zhange was not weak, and a battle with him would draw unnecessary attention. At the same time, he was also thinking about whether he should find another place to live. This place was no longer safe. Could Chu Zhange be a member of the Spear Hall? Chapter 2. Haotian Hammer versus Battle Halberd. Seeing Chu Zhange leave, Tang San hurriedly chased after him and came to his side. Casting his gaze towards Chu Zhange, Tang San looked at this older brother he had invited to his home, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Zhange, I'm really sorry. If you come again next time, I promise I will treat you well." Although Chu Zhange was invited by him, his father was not welcoming and even had thoughts of driving Chu Zhange away, which made him feel guilty. Looking at Tang San's expression, Chu Zhange's face showed no change, as if he had experienced many such situations. "Tang San, you should go back first. I will come to see you next time, and tomorrow you will awaken your martial soul. Good luck. I'm waiting for the day you become strong." Ruffling Tang San's hair again, Chu Zhange squinted his eyes slightly. He had to admit, Tang San's hair felt very nice to ruffle. Then he used his soul power to disappear from Tang San's sight in an instant. Zhange, sighing at the disappearing figure of Chu Zhange, Tang San couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He felt that he had let Chu Zhange down. Looking back at his father, Tang San felt quite helpless. At the back mountain of Holy Spirit Village, two tall and robust figures stood in a dense forest. One of them appeared young, while the other looked elderly, both exuding a tense atmosphere. Chu Zhange focused on the current Douluo, Tang Hao, who was opposite him, and was not at all concerned. "I never expected that the dignified Douluo would hide in Holy Spirit Village. So, do you want to fight?" Opposite him stood Tang Hao, the most legendary figure of Douluo Continent, the contemporary Douluo and Tang San's father, a ruthless person who had once severely injured the current pope of the Spirit Hall. After Chu Zhange left Tang San's home, Tang Hao had followed closely behind him, not leaving his side, as Chu Zhange had deliberately led him here. Currently, Tang San was unaware that his father, who drank daily, was the famous Douluo. Even if he knew, he would probably not believe it. Tang Hao, shedding his previous dejection, looked at Chu Zhange with bright eyes, filled with fighting spirit. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, red rose and settled at his feet. A powerful aura erupted from Tang Hao's body, causing the nearby trees to almost shatter, showcasing Tang Hao's incredible strength. Undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. With a pair of black eyes fixed on Chu Zhange, he said, "Stop with the nonsense, kid. Let me see what skills you have. To reach this level at such a young age, I must say you're quite impressive. Show me your worth." The young man before him was definitely not over 20. Yet his soul power level was evidently on par with his own, which shocked him. Therefore, in Tang Hao's view, Chu Zhange's close relationship with Tang San was definitely suspect. He felt it necessary to give Chu Zhange a warning. Tang Hao was quite confident in his own strength. Chu Zhange's gaze was sharp as he looked at Tang Hao, this legendary figure. He knew that Tang Hao not only possessed a 100,000-year soul ring, but also had 6 10,000-year soul bones, each at least of the level of 70,000 years. However, Chu Zhange felt no fear at all, ever since he awakened the breaking array Overlord Halberd martial soul. The word fear had not appeared in his dictionary. Seeing Tang Hao suddenly erupt, he naturally did not intend to submit easily. And he also wanted to see just how strong the Douluo Tang Hao really was. In that case, I can only experience the strength of the Haotian Douluo. Although Tang Hao was strong, Chu Zhange was not afraid at all. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 red rose, and settled at his feet, emanating the aura of a powerhouse. An extremely powerful oppressive force erupted from Chu Zhange, countering the aura emitted by Tang Hao, with 1 golden and 1 red light flickering in the forest. Both Chu Zhange and Tang Hao stood on 9 soul rings beneath their feet, both with the same configuration of yellow, purple, black, 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 red, a soul ring configuration that surpassed many titled Douluos. However, the 9th soul ring beneath Chu Zhange was darker than Tang Hao's, with a more intense red glow, indicating that Chu Zhange's 9th soul ring was of a higher age. Seeing that the soul ring configuration beneath Chu Zhange's feet was the same as his own, Tang Hao became serious. He shouted, "Good kid, you actually possess a 100,000-year soul ring. I must admit, I underestimated you, but wanting to defeat me is absolutely impossible." 7th soul skill, weapon soul, true body. Haotian hammer's chaotic cloak hammer technique. A mysterious giant hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hand, which then transformed into a size of 100 meters. This was the true form of the Haotian hammer. Combined with the chaotic cloak hammer technique, it was a divine skill. A massive shadow of Tang Hao, wielding the giant Haotian hammer, appeared before Chu Zhange, and a powerful aura surged toward him as if one hammer could crush Chu Zhange to death. Naturally, Tang Hao did not fear Chu Zhange. As the contemporary Haotian Douluo, he had never feared anyone on the Douluo Continent, not even the angel Douluo Qiandaolu. 7th soul skill, weapon soul, true body. Behind Chu Zhange, a massive shadow of himself also appeared, wielding a giant battle halberd, exuding an imposing presence. Like an unstoppable, peerless general, the giant battle halberd was his martial soul, the breaking array Overlord Halberd, a powerful weapon martial soul that had never appeared on the Douluo Continent before. The massive shadow of Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer toward Chu Zhange, and as the Haotian hammer was swung, it formed a powerful airflow, subtly trending towards a super tornado. 1st soul skill, Overlord Divine Power. Chu Zhange's aura intensified again, and the aura of being unrivaled surged from him, extremely domineering. His martial soul, the breaking array Overlord Halberd, was a weapon of kings and naturally extraordinary. Though not a divine-level martial soul, it was strong enough. 5th soul skill, the pinnacle of gold. In the state of the weapon's soul, true body, the breaking array Overlord Halberd reached a length of 150 meters, held by the shadow behind Chu Zhange. The pinnacle of gold could greatly enhance the damage of the breaking array Overlord Halberd. The breaking array Overlord Halberd collided violently with the Haotian hammer, and the collision of the 2 powerful martial souls created a storm that instantly shattered the surrounding trees, sweeping across the battlefield. Such a strong kid. Take another hit from my great Summer hammer. As the Haotian hammer collided with the breaking array Overlord Halberd, Tang Hao felt the power from Chu Zhange, and his face instantly turned red. It was clear that Chu Zhange's strength was making him quite uncomfortable. The Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand grew larger again, and the giant Haotian hammer was quickly swung by the shadow of Tang Hao before being rapidly smashed down, accompanied by a whirlwind. An even more powerful force struck the breaking array Overlord Halberd, causing a series of sounds to emanate from it. This time, Tang Hao's attack was extremely violent. The golden light on the breaking array Overlord Halberd was dazzling. This was the effect of the pinnacle of gold, which enveloped the breaking array Overlord Halberd in golden light, making it even sharper. The giant breaking array Overlord Halberd and the giant Haotian hammer collided fiercely, and the hurricane created by their clash destroyed trees within 100 meters around them. In close combat, Chu Zhange was not afraid of Tang Hao. At this moment, both were holding their respective weapon soul, true bodies, standing in the void where the land could not affect them. They had reached the pinnacle of the continent. Chu Zhange charged towards Tang Hao with the breaking array Overlord Halberd, the fierce wind blowing his long black hair wildly. Tang Hao also wielded the Haotian hammer, striking towards Chu Zhange. From a distance of 100 meters, they collided instantly, with Chu Zhange tightly gripping the 150-meter-long breaking array Overlord Halberd. The blade aimed at the 100-meter-long Haotian hammer. Tang Hao's Haotian hammer is known for its strong attack power and high burst strength. But Chu Zhange's breaking formation Overlord Halberd has attack power that is no less than that of the Haotian hammer, and it possesses sharpness that the Haotian hammer lacks. Overall, both have their own strengths. Both are among the top weapon spirits of today, and it's hard to determine who is stronger or weaker. It mainly depends on the person using the weapon spirit. Chu Zhange has the advantage of youth and is unharmed, while Tang Hao is aged and severely injured. Therefore, after the two clashed with their respective weapon spirits for 10 rounds, Tang Hao began to struggle to withstand the intensity of the battle. Holding the breaking formation Overlord Halberd, Chu Zhange was surrounded by 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red, making him appear majestic like a god in the world. With a swing of the breaking formation Overlord Halberd, he instantly closed the distance to Tang Hao, as if traversing through time and space. The 150-meter-long halberd whistled through the air. Haotian's secret technique, Haotian body protection. Although Tang Hao is a 95th level assault system titled Douluo, he is not lacking in defensive skills. In addition to his soul skills, he has many secret techniques, which are the foundation of the Haotian sect. A golden shield enveloped Tang Hao's body, radiating golden light. In the 150-meter-long breaking formation Overlord Halberd struck the shield. The extreme amplification of gold significantly increased the damage of the halberd, but when it struck the shield, it was firmly blocked, demonstrating the strength of this defensive soul skill. 9th soul skill, Solar God Body. Chu Zhange's 9th soul skill comes from an 180,000-year-old soul beast, the Jiao Dragon. The attributes of the Jiao Dragon, combined with Chu Zhange's Solar God bloodline, form the 9th soul skill, Solar God Body. Holding the breaking formation Overlord Halberd, Chu Zhange stood in midair, and the sun in the sky was drawn down by him, bestowing the power of the sun upon him, bathing him in the scorching sun. A giant red sun appeared behind Chu Zhange, making him seem like the solar god incarnate, consuming 30 of his soul power to increase all his attributes by 200 for half an hour. At this moment, both had ignited their true fire. One of them had to fall for the battle to stop. For this, Tang Hao had completely disregarded his injuries. Great Sumeru Hammer. Explosion Ring Mystery. Tang Hao actively dissipated the shield, and the 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, red, and black exploded, transforming into overwhelming energy that merged into the 100-meter-long Haotian hammer, striking towards Chu Zhange. Chu Zhange's strength was extremely formidable. Without using the great Sumeru hammer, he would definitely not be able to defeat the young man before him. Tang Hao no longer hesitated. To protect Tang San, he had to win, and he needed to use his strength to intimidate this unknown powerful opponent. With a roar, "Kid, let me show you my true strength drink." The explosion ring mystery of the great Sumeru hammer can only be perfectly utilized by those who have reached the 100-level divine realm. If one has not reached this level, each use will cause irreparable harm to oneself. The 9 soul rings beneath Chu Zhange's feet were extremely dazzling, while the 9 soul rings beneath Tang Hao had already disappeared. Chu Zhange knew that Tang Hao had used the explosion ring. He wanted to see if the legendary explosion ring mystery was truly that powerful. Gripping the 150-meter-long breaking formation Overlord Halberd tightly, filled with fierce battle intent, he charged towards Tang Hao. The red sun behind Chu Zhange radiated intense light, and the breaking formation Overlord Halberd, infused with the power of the sun, rushed towards Tang Hao, while Tang Hao wielded the invincible Haotian hammer, striking towards Chu Zhange. At this moment, both had exhausted their strongest means. Victory and defeat would be determined in this battle, and both were extremely reckless, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Chapter 3. Seeking the 100,000-year Soul Bone Boom. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The breaking formation Overlord Halberd, shining with golden light in Chu Zhange's hand, clashed directly with the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's grasp, causing a mushroom cloud to suddenly appear on the back mountain of the Holy Soul Village. The area within 1,000 meters instantly turned into a scene of devastation. Chu Zhange was forced to exit his martial soul true body state. Gripping the breaking formation Overlord Halberd tightly in his right hand, half kneeling to support his body, barely maintaining his balance. In this battle, Chu Zhange had won. In the deep pit several dozen meters away, Tang Hao's severely damaged body lay within. His hands, which held the Haotian hammer, had been blown away in the recent explosion, leaving him in a tragic state. It was hard to imagine that the person lying in the deep pit at this moment was the renowned Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. His aura was very weak, and if he wasn't treated soon, he would definitely die. 8th soul skill, Divine Light Shower. Raising his right hand and pointing towards the sun in the sky, the power of the sun was drawn down by Chu Zhange, descending upon Tang Hao in the giant pit, instantly enveloping him in brilliant sunlight. Chu Zhange's 8th soul skill, Divine Light Shower, could heal all injuries, including past wounds. But it had significant limitations. It could only be used once a month. Each use of this skill would cause Chu Zhange's current soul power to drop by 30%. Under the sun's radiance, Tang Hao's arms slowly grew back, and this scene looked very magical. At the same time, the sunlight was also slowly repairing Tang Hao's internal old injuries. The sun is the origin of all things. Nothing can escape the sun. It possesses unparalleled power and also has the great force of reviving all things, making it extremely powerful. When Chu Zhange's soul power level reached 90, he successfully absorbed the 18,000-year soul ring and the 18,000-year body bone of the flood dragon, elevating his level to 94, becoming a title de law. Furthermore, he awakened the bloodline of the sun god. In his previous life, he was a descendant of the flame Emperor Shinnong. After coming to the Douluo Continent, his bloodline underwent a mutation, successfully awakening the bloodline of the sun god. After awakening the sun god bloodline, his physique evolved. As his soul power level increased, he would gradually gain the power of the sun. Of course, this was a very long process. In Chu Zhange's view, being able to initially grasp the power of the sun at level 99 would already be quite good. After all, the sun is the supreme existence, no matter where it is. After successfully awakening the sun god bloodline, his soul skills also underwent changes, since the birth of soul skills is the result of the dual effects of soul beasts and soul masters' physiques. Therefore, all of this was quite normal, and Chu Zhange accepted it without hesitation. Moreover, the mutated soul skills became even more powerful. Time passed second by second, and Tang Hao was still being repaired by the sunlight at a very fast speed, to the point that even the gods would be amazed. Soon, Tang Hao's arms were fully restored, and all of his old injuries were healed by Chu Zhange. Tang Hao, who was in the giant pit, was slowly waking up. His originally tightly closed eyes gradually opened, slowly but powerfully, just like Tang Hao's life. Drowsily, he murmured, "What happened to me?" The partially awakened Tang Hao could not fully control his body yet, and there would be an adaptation period of about 10 days. At this moment, he felt pain all over, but also a sense of relief. Then he suddenly looked up in astonishment at the top of the giant pit and saw Chu Zhange, who was unharmed. Looking at his own extremely tragic appearance, he could not help but shout, "Kid, is that you?" In his battle with Tang Hao, although he was also injured, he was not in a state where he couldn't stand. Tang Hao's explosive ring was powerful, but he himself was not weak, especially since Tang Hao was severely injured. Chu Zhange also turned his gaze towards Tang Hao, stood up with the breaking formation Overlord Halberd in hand, and walked towards Tang Hao's position. At this moment, it wasn't a fight, but rather a meeting with his Haotian Douluo. Squinting slightly, he said lightly to Tang Hao, "That's right, Haotian Douluo. In the battle just now, you were affected by the explosion, and your hand were broken in the fight. It was I who saved you. Haotian Douluo, we meet again by fate." After saying this, Chu Zhange unfolded a pair of golden wings behind him, shining with the light of the sun, and flew into the sky, disappearing from Tang Hao's view. Seeing Chu Zhange's series of strange actions, Tang Hao was puzzled about what exactly this young man had come here for. What was so special about the Holy Soul Village that made a master like Chu Zhange come here? He wondered, what a strange young man. In the Star Doe Forest, Chu Zhange quickly moved his position, appearing like a fleeting shadow. While moving rapidly, he also recalled the super strong beings in this world. He thought to himself, Qian Daolu, Tang Chun, and Poseidon, the 3 unparalleled Douluos, all have super soul ring configurations, 8 black and 1 red, 9 soul rings. Moreover, all three of them possess complete soul bones. Their strength is definitely much greater than mine, not to mention that they can also use divine powers, a point I cannot compete with. If I want to establish myself in the Douluo Continent, I must improve my soul ring configuration. And I also need to gather all 6 soul bones. After leaving the back mountain of the Holy Soul Village, Chu Zhange arrived at the Starry Forest, the place with the most soul beasts in the Douluo Continent. The Starry Forest is located directly south of the Tiando Empire, spanning both the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, situated at the junction of the two great empires. The Starry Forest is home to a large number of soul beasts, ranging from 10 years to 100 years and up to 100,000 years. As long as one is strong enough, they can roam freely in the Starry Forest. The reason Chu Zhange came to the Starry Forest is simple. He wants to gather all 6 soul bones, which is one of his plans to become stronger. The Starry Forest is too familiar to him. During the more than 10 years since he arrived on the Douluo Continent, he has almost spent all his time near the Starry Forest. With his current strength, if he were to gather all 600,000-year soul bones, his combat power would undergo a qualitative change. If possible, Chu Zhange also wanted to obtain the soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. A million-year soul bone would definitely be stronger than the 600,000-year soul bones combined. Chu Zhange's figure swiftly swept through the Starry Forest, disturbing many hundred-year and thousand-year soul beasts, but he did not stop at all, heading toward the core area of the Starry Forest. The Starry Forest is filled with all kinds of poisonous insects and ferocious beasts, including thousand-year-old human-faced demon spiders, thousand-year-old titan giant apes, and he even saw a nearly 10,000-year-old dark gold fearsome bear. At this moment, Chu Zhange felt a bit puzzled, constantly doubting himself. Am I guessing wrong? Are there really only the sky, blue bull python, and titan giant ape as the only 100,000-year soul beasts in the Starry Forest? Why have I searched for so long without finding a single 100,000-year soul beast? I have seen 8 and 9,000-year soul beasts, but there are no 100,000-year ones. There should be other 100,000-year soul beasts lurking nearby. I just haven't found them yet. I should search more carefully. Chu Zhange quickly left the core area of the Starry Forest. Meanwhile, in this vast lake of life, a giant soul beast with the head of a cow and the body of a snake surfaced. This soul beast's cow head had a diameter of at least 4 meters, with large eyes shining like 2 lanterns. Its entire body was covered in black and blue scales, with a snake body several times thicker than a water vat. The sky blue bull python sensed the aura emitted by Chu Zhange and felt somewhat puzzled. This human titled Douluo has such strong power. What is he doing here? Well, as long as it doesn't affect me, it's fine. In the eyes of the sky blue bull python, the strength of this human titled Douluo was comparable to that of the titan giant ape, able to roam freely in the Starry Forest without any problem. The strength of the titan giant ape corresponds to that of a human soul master at the level of 96 to 97. In close combat, it is even stronger than an ordinary titled Douluo of that level. It has been a long time since it has seen a human titled Douluo come to the Starry Forest. The giant head of the azure bull python slowly sank into the lake of life. It was indifferent to the arrival of Chu Zhange. As long as he did not disturb it, it would treat it as if nothing had happened. Indeed, my guess was correct. There were still other 10,000-year soul beasts living in the Starry Forest. In front of Chu Zhange stood a 10,000-year level soul beast, the Great Strength Diamond Bear. The Great Strength Diamond Bear resembled the Titan Great Ape, but there were some differences in appearance. This Great Strength Diamond Bear was a towering 50 meters tall, and its massive body exuded a powerful aura. Generally, titled Douluos would not be able to defeat it among the bear clan. The Great Strength Diamond Bear was considered a top-tier existence. Although it was not as strong as the Titan Great Ape, it was definitely not weak. In Chu Zhange's view, this 10,000-year level Great Strength Diamond Bear strength should correspond to a human titled Douluo at level 94, making it a melee-type soul beast. Looking at the gigantic Great Strength Diamond Bear before him, Chu Zhange's eyes sparkled. I wonder what would happen if Poison Douluo encountered this Great Strength Diamond Bear. Would he be knocked out by a punch or two? At this moment, Chu Zhange was filled with fighting spirit. Ever since he had been promoted to titled Douluo, he had not experienced many battles, so he was very much looking forward to the upcoming fight. He then shouted at the 10,000-year soul beast. The great strength diamond bear, come on, let me see how strong you really are. If you are not strong enough, you can only become my soul bone. Seventh soul skill, true body of the weapon spirit. A massive phantom appeared behind him, identical to Chu Zhange, wielding a giant battle spear. Roar! Seeing this, the great strength diamond bear unleashed its soul skill, Earth Roar, pounding the ground with its massive paws, causing gigantic stone pillars to rise from the earth. Sixth soul skill, Sun God Wings. Chu Zhange, holding the breaking formation Overlord Spear, had a pair of golden wings shimmering with sunlight behind him. He soared into the air, dodging the stone pillars from the great strength diamond bear. Fifth soul skill, Ultimate Gold. A golden light instantly enveloped the breaking formation Overlord Spear, especially making the blade appear even sharper. Wielding the Sun God Wings, Chu Zhange quickly flew in front of the great strength diamond bear, raising the breaking formation Overlord Spear high and striking down with force. The sharp spear cut a gash into the great strength diamond bear's body, blood flowing freely. Roar! The great strength diamond bear, hit by the breaking formation Overlord Spear, suffered a massive wound that was hard to bear, causing it to roar in pain. As a 10,000-year level soul beast, its intelligence was not low. Despite the pain, it quickly devised a countermeasure against Chu Zhange. The great strength diamond bear could tell that Chu Zhange's strength was extraordinary, with powerful attacks that possessed great penetration, making it difficult for its ordinary flesh to withstand his strikes. The great strength diamond bear's massive paws slammed violently on the ground as it charged towards Chu Zhange. Since Chu Zhange chose to fight in close combat, it would engage him in a melee. Chu Zhange couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the great strength diamond bear's ferocity, thinking to himself, no wonder it is a 10,000-year level great strength diamond bear. Its vitality is incredibly resilient. Even after sustaining such serious injuries, it can still exude such momentum. As the great strength diamond bear surged towards him, the massive phantom behind Chu Zhange swung the breaking formation Overlord Spear faster, with more fierce attacks. Compared to the Haotian hammer, the breaking formation Overlord Spear might be slightly inferior in pure explosive power and attack strength. However, in terms of penetration, the breaking formation Overlord Spear was far superior, even by several streets. With the same attack power, the breaking formation Overlord Spear could cause greater damage, which was its formidable strength. Roar! 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 The great strength diamond bear's body endured even more powerful attacks, as chunks of flesh were sliced off by the breaking formation Overlord Spear, falling through the air and looking terrifying. Chapter 4. Battle with the strengthened diamond bear. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the strengthened diamond bear had arrived in front of Chu Zhange, swinging its palms and activating its soul skill, Titan Sky Punch. The powerful soul energy condensed in its palms, and the previously weakened strengthened diamond bear instantly became formidable. Its enormous bear eyes stared fiercely at Chu Zhange, angrily stating, "Human, you have come here today only to seek your own demise." Keat. Just moments ago, Chu Zhange had dared to inflict such pain upon it. So this punch was meant to avenge that humiliation, aiming to incapacitate Chu Zhange at the very least. With the incredible boost from its fury, this punch was unprecedentedly powerful, even compressing the surrounding space. The Titan Sky Punch of the strengthened diamond bear charged up quickly, almost in just 1 or 2 seconds, before it unleashed a shadow. The gigantic bear paw blotted out the sun, making Chu Zhange feel a slight difficulty in breathing, which demonstrated the tremendous strength of this punch. Second soul skill, Flickering Light. A yellow soul ring rapidly rose from beneath Chu Zhange's feet, enlarging and then shrinking as a torrent of soul power surged forth. Although Chu Zhange's second soul skill, Flickering Light, was only a century-old skill, it could increase his speed by 200%. With the enhancement of the second soul skill, combined with the sixth soul skill, Sun God Wings, Chu Zhange's speed soared to its limit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The strengthened diamond bear's massive fists came crashing down, creating a giant pit several dozen meters wide. Standing in the pit, the bear realized that it could not compete with Chu Zhange's evasion. If it were to resist, it would also suffer significant damage. Chu Zhange's momentum remained incredibly strong, but his soul power had already been significantly depleted, nearing half. And maintaining the soul skills required a substantial amount of soul power. Roar! Roar! The strengthened diamond bear, furious that Chu Zhange had dodged its attack, could hardly believe it. How could he evade its strike? Wasn't he supposed to be hit obediently? After dodging the strengthened diamond bear's attack, Chu Zhange relied on the immense soul power within him and flashed in front of the bear. He relentlessly swung the breaking formation Overlord Halberd towards the strengthened diamond bear in the pit, resembling a war god. The 150-meter-long, gleaming halberd instantly pierced through the bear's chest, and torrents of blood gushed forth, soaking the ground. Massive trees were destroyed by the turmoil of the battle between Chu Zhange and the strengthened diamond bear, and the earth was left with several giant pits. The tremendous commotion caused countless 10,000-year-old beasts to flee in panic. They would not be able to withstand such a powerful battle. The clash between Chu Zhange and the strengthened diamond bear was truly shocking, with its ripples even affecting the Lake of Life hundreds of kilometers away. In the Lake of Life, the sky blue bull python emerged with its massive bull head, astonished at the level of battle occurring ahead. How could such a battle erupt? Even a 90,000-year-old beast fight shouldn't be able to unleash such momentum. Could it be the human from just now? Have the humans outside become this powerful? The enormous serpent body of the sky blue bull python coiled at the bottom of the Lake of Life, and its colossal bull head let out a thunderous voice. Soul beasts that reach the 10,000-year level can speak, but the strengthened diamond bear was too enraged to think about conversing with Chu Zhange. Its only focus was to kill him. However, Chu Zhange was simply too valiant. He continuously swung the giant breaking formation Overlord Halberd, creating powerful gusts that repeatedly tore through the front and back of the strengthened diamond bear. Though the strengthened diamond bear's speed was not slow, being a 10,000-year-old beast, to Chu Zhange, it felt like moving in slow motion. Perhaps in terms of pure strength, Chu Zhange could not match the bear, but the sharpness of the breaking formation Overlord Halberd was undeniable. Holding the halberd, Chu Zhange looked intently at the strengthened diamond bear and thought, "It seems I can soon kill this 10,000-year strengthened diamond bear, but it's a pity about the 10,000-year soul ring." Before he had even killed the strengthened diamond bear, Chu Zhange was already planning how to allocate its soul bone and soul ring. The flesh of the strengthened diamond bear would be left for other 1,000-year and 10,000-year-old beasts as a reward for watching the battle. The storm of battle between Chu Zhange and the strengthened diamond bear had already killed many 100-year and 1,000-year-old beasts. It was unavoidable. Roar! Roar! The massive wounds on the strengthened diamond bear constantly oozed blood, and its aura quickly weakened under the onslaught of the breaking formation Overlord Halberd. Such severe injuries would be hard to bear even for a creature with its vitality. Soon, it contemplated fleeing, heading toward the Lake of Life. Only the strongest of the Stardow Forest, the sky blue bull python, could save it. The strengthened diamond bear pounded its chest with its enormous fists, letting out pained roars, its gaze resolute as it unleashed another Titan Sky punch towards Chu Zhange. It shouted angrily, "Damn human, even if I cannot defeat you, I do not believe you can withstand this punch." Chu Zhange once again dodged the bear's attack, moving behind it, ready to kill it. The strengthened diamond bear could not be allowed to live any longer. With his right hand tightly gripping the giant breaking formation Overlord Halberd, Chu Zhange slashed towards the already battered back of the strengthened diamond bear, leaving behind gruesome, bloody wounds. Roar! 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 The successive attacks caused the strengthened diamond bear great pain. However, these explosive injuries only strengthened its resolve to escape. The 10,000-year-old beast, the strengthened diamond bear, gritted its teeth against the pain and sprinted towards the Lake of Life, truly desperate this time, burning through the last drop of its life essence. Chu Zhange Sautet, strengthened diamond bear die. He swung the breaking formation Overlord Halberd towards the bear's head. The sharp blade instantly cleaved through its skull, splitting its body in half. The bear did not even have time to let out a final roar before being slain by Chu Zhange beneath the halberd. A crimson soul ring emerged. hovering above the bisected body of the strengthened diamond bear, glowing with a rich red light. Chu Zhange retracted his weapon's spirit form, his phantom disappearing, as maintaining that state consumed a great deal of soul power. Approaching the body of the strengthened diamond bear, which was over several dozen meters tall, it lay before him like a small mountain. However, Chu Zhange's physique was also remarkably robust, even comparable to Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo, though his skin was whiter and his features more handsome. He muttered softly, "It's truly a pity for this 10,000-year strengthened diamond bear's soul ring. If there were a titled Douluo here who had just broken through level 90 and needed to absorb a soul ring, I wouldn't mind giving him an opportunity." After carefully searching the corpse of the strengthened diamond bear, Chu Zhange soon found the soul bone it left behind after its death, a 10,000-year soul bone. It was the left arm bone of the strengthened diamond bear, one of the 6 soul bones of its body, and in terms of importance, it was greater than that of a leg bone of the same level. According to the rules, killing a 10,000-year soul beast would always drop a soul bone, and it would definitely drop a soul bone that the soul master did not possess, as the strengthened diamond bear was a 10,000-year soul beast of the power type. It mostly dropped arm soul bones, and this time it had dropped the left arm bone of the 10,000-year level, after killing the Titan Great Bear. Looking at the corpse of the Titan Great Bear in front of him, Chu Zhange felt a bit emotional. It's a pity that this 10,000-year level Titan Great Bear didn't drop an external soul bone. However, I should be content. After absorbing this 10,000-year level left arm bone of the Titan Great Bear, my strength will definitely increase significantly. Chu Zhange squatted down to recover the consumed soul power. During the battle with the Titan Great Bear, he hadn't been injured, but his soul power had been excessively depleted. Although he currently had only half of his soul power left, he wasn't afraid of any powerful 10,000-year soul beasts coming to trouble him. Even if a 10,000-year soul beast like the Titan giant ape came looking for him, he wouldn't be afraid at all. 10,000-year soul beasts were nothing to him. Half an hour later, Chu Zhange had mostly recovered. The massive corpse of the Titan Great Bear still lay nearby, but was already cold, and the crimson 10,000-year soul ring had vanished. Chu Zhange stood up and leaped away from the spot. He planned to find a secluded place to absorb this 10,000-year soul bone, because the process of absorbing a soul bone couldn't be interrupted. In front of a large cave, Chu Zhange thought, "This place is quite good. There aren't any powerful soul beasts inside, making it suitable for me to absorb this 10,000-year left arm bone of the Titan Great Bear." He was still in the core area of the Starry Forest, about several hundred kilometers away from the most central Lake of Life. This was a huge cave facing toward the Lake of Life, and it was very refreshing and quiet inside. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, the 10,000-year level left arm bone of the Titan Great Bear floated in front of Chu Zhange's chest and instantly merged into his left arm. A feeling of expansion washed over him. A yellowish light shone, enveloping Chu Zhange's left arm, and he could feel that this left arm bone was merging with his arm. In Chu Zhange's spiritual sea, a Titan Great Bear over 10 meters tall roared in unwillingness, unable to endure being humiliated and killed by Chu Zhange. This human in front of him wanted to absorb its left arm bone, and it must pass this test. It was determined to make Chu Zhange feel disgusted. Chu Zhange was not surprised by this situation. Many soul masters experience this test when absorbing soul rings or soul bones. Then, a massive phantom of Chu Zhange appeared in the spiritual sea, wielding the breaking array Overlord Halberd and slashing wildly a few times, immediately sending the Titan Great Bear to reincarnation. Soon, Chu Zhange felt a powerful and supreme energy sweeping through his entire body. Not only his left arm, but his whole body was being transformed by this energy. His left arm instantly expanded, but quickly returned to its normal size. Mysterious runes inscribed on Chu Zhange's left arm. At this moment, the 10,000-year level left arm bone of the Titan Great Bear had completely merged with Chu Zhange's left arm, indistinguishable from one another, feeling an increasingly powerful strength. Chu Zhange was very pleased. This 10,000-year level left arm bone was indeed powerful, making my physical strength reach SS level, which is great. Moreover, my soul power level has increased to level 96, reaching the level of Sword Douluo Qinshin and Thunder Douluo Yu Engine. My current soul power level has surpassed Tang Hao. With a grip of his left hand, The air in his palm was instantly crushed by Chu Zhange, and a loud explosion sounded, showcasing the strength of Chu Zhange. This 10,000-year left arm bone not only enhanced his arm, but also provided a certain boost to his entire body. Although the boost wasn't as significant as that of the left arm, the enhancement of soul bones to physical quality far exceeds that to one's own soul power. So there is a significant difference in physical quality between soul masters with and without soul bones. The stronger the physical quality, the faster the speed when unleashing soul skills, essentially gaining the upper hand. Therefore, every soul bone is a highly precious existence. Chapter 5. Straying into a strange world in the cave, Chu Zhange remained seated. After some careful contemplation, he thought to himself, the reason why soul bones are more precious than soul rings is that they greatly enhance a soul master's physique. Moreover, 100,000-year soul bone grants 2 skills to the soul master, the same number of skills as a 100,000-year soul ring, significantly boosting the soul master's power. Chu Zhange closed his eyes, feeling the soul bone skill granted by the left arm bone of the 100,000-year great strength King Kong bear. A slight smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating that these 2 soul bone skills were quite impressive. After absorbing this soul bone, Chu Zhange mused, it is evident that the Starry Forest not only harbors the 100,000-year soul beasts, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, but also other 100,000-year soul beasts. However, soul beasts of the 100,000-year level are extremely rare in the Starry Forest. I have searched for so long and only found one. Perhaps this is why there are so many titled Douluos among humans. But very few titled Douluos possess a 100,000-year soul ring. Chu Zhange silently pondered, noting that the only titled Douluo known to possess a 100,000-year soul ring is Tang Hao. Many people are unaware that Bibi Dong also has a 100,000-year soul ring. But it must be said that Tang Hao is indeed extraordinarily powerful, barring any accidents. He is very likely to reach the level of his grandfather, the unparalleled Duo Tangshan, who is at level 99. Generally, a 100,000-year soul beast corresponds to the level of human soul masters, ranging from level 91 to level 95. A more powerful 100,000-year soul beast, such as the Titan giant ape, is equivalent to the strength of a level 96 title Douluo, while the sky blue bull python corresponds to the strength of a level 97 title Douluo, since defeating the 100,000-year great strength King Kong bear. Chu Zhange had been lingering in the core area of the Starry Forest, hoping to find another 100,000-year soul beast, but unfortunately, 100,000-year soul beasts are exceedingly rare. After several months of searching, Chu Zhange had not found a single one. At this moment, he was very puzzled and somewhat helpless. Do I have to go and kill the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python? Chu Zhange had some personal reservations about the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. He did not want to kill these 200,000-year soul beasts to obtain their soul bones. One reason is that he had a good relationship with Tang San, and whether the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape could become gods is closely related to Tang San. He did not want to change the situation. He wanted to keep the development of the plot in his hands because he currently did not possess the absolute power to ignore everything. Another reason, due to his past life, is that he had a favorable impression of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, if it were not absolutely necessary. He really did not want to take action. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he thought, I have almost explored the core area of the Starry Forest. Why have I not discovered any other 100,000-year soul beasts? Chu Zhange's muscular figure flashed continuously in the core area of the Starry Forest. During this time, he had encountered the Titan giant ape, but there was no battle. The Titan giant ape could sense the immense power that Chu Zhange possessed, and it did not dare to act recklessly. Although it was hot-tempered, that did not mean it was foolish. On Tang San's side, ever since Chu Zhange left his home, he successfully awakened his martial soul with the Haotian hammer and blue silvergrass. He received his father Tang Hao's permission to join the Nodding City Soul Master Junior Academy and began his journey as a soul master. He met Master Chu Zhange and became his disciple. Under Chu Zhange's guidance, Tang San gradually grew stronger and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. After receiving the healing from Chu Zhange's 8th soul skill, Divine Light Bath, Tang Hao completely recovered and secretly protected Tang San's safety. At this moment, while Chu Zhange was still searching for a 100,000-year-old beast in the Starry Forest, he suddenly entered a strange world, a world he was unfamiliar with. Looking around at the distinctly different surroundings, Chu Zhange was astonished. Where is this? Why does it look so different from the Starry Forest? Am I no longer in the Starry Forest? Damn, could it be that I have entered the place where Di Tian and the others are sleeping? I remember I was wandering in the core area of the Starry Forest, then entered a cave, passed through a membrane, and arrived here. In his past life, Chu Zhange had read many fantasy novels and was not unfamiliar with small worlds. The locations of the 8 ancient clans in Battle Through the Heavens are all small worlds. He then exclaimed in shock. This small world seems to have many powerful soul beasts, from thousands of years to 10,000 years, and damn, there are even 100,000-year ones. A powerful mental force swept across, quickly perceiving this small world. He discovered that this world contained many soul beasts, but none that were beyond imagination. Chu Zhange looked around. Countless soul beasts appearing in his sight. This small world had dense forests, boundless grasslands, and rushing rivers. Roar! Roar! As countless thousand-year soul beasts noticed Chu Zhange's sudden appearance, they immediately launched an attack towards him. Chu Zhange gripped the breaking array Overlord Halberd, his body standing in the void. His clothes were blown by the fierce wind, and his piercing eyes overlooked everything, resembling a war god on earth. Ninth soul skill. Sunlight shine. With a roar, Chu Zhange summoned the breaking array Overlord Halberd, holding the pole with his right hand, the tip pointing towards the sky. As a red soul ring rose from beneath his feet, the sunlight converged entirely into breaking array Overlord Halberd, its tip emitting endless brilliant light, illuminating the hundreds and thousands of soul beasts attacking him. Under the radiance of this light, the soul beasts were blasted apart, leaving only colorful soul rings behind, some yellow, some purple, and even black. Chu Zhange showed no mercy. These attacking soul beasts were deserving of death. He set his sights on a giant lion of 100,000-year caliber in the distance. Even from several kilometers away, he could sense the threat posed by this 100,000-year lion. This was a soul beast whose strength surpassed that of the 100,000-year great strength King Kong bear. After killing these 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts, Chu Zhange's muscular figure flashed by, instantly arriving before the 100,000-year giant lion. Raising the breaking array Overlord Halberd high, his powerful soul skill activated in an instant. First soul skill, Overlord Divine Power. Seventh soul skill, Weapon Soul True Body. 1 yellow and 1 black soul ring rose, indicating that Chu Zhange had activated 2 soul skills. And a massive phantom appeared behind him, holding the enormous breaking array Overlord Halberd. The familiar operation was still in play. But what was different was that the phantom behind Chu Zhange had become more substantial, indicating that his soul power had reached the level of 96. This 100,000-year giant lion had been lazily sleeping prior to Chu Zhange's arrival and had not noticed him. Although it had awakened when Chu Zhange attacked the group of soul beasts, it never expected that Chu Zhange would dare to attack it. It should be known that it was the ruler of this world, and the other 200,000-year soul beasts revered it, not daring to offend it in the slightest. Chu Zhange's speed reached its peak. Holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, he swiftly passed behind the giant lion, leaving a bloody wound on its back, causing the giant lion to let out a roar. It had not been careful and was unexpectedly ambushed by a human. This was intolerable. Its massive body rose, roaring angrily at the phantom of Chu Zhange in the void, unleashing waves of sound energy. The sound wave attack targeted intangible matter, and the powerful energy covered the entire area. Even someone as strong as Chu Zhange was caught off guard in an instant, and at this moment, his mental sea was in chaos. After successfully landing a hit, Chu Zhange quickly left the side of the giant lion. However, he did not expect that this 10,000-year level giant lion would possess a soul skill that utilized sound wave attacks. He only felt a stick stirring in his mind, causing him excruciating pain, and the massive phantom behind him was swaying unsteadily. But Chu Zhange persevered through it with his strong willpower. 6th soul skill, Solar God Wings. 9th soul skill, Solar God Body. Underneath Chu Zhange's feet were 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul rings. Holding the breaking array tyrant halberd, a golden light enveloped Chu Zhange. Under the radiance of the sun, his physical attributes were directly increased by 200%, and a pair of golden wings appeared on his back. At this moment, Chu Zhange radiated the brilliance of the blazing sun. The giant lion was still roaring and launching soundwave attacks. It could sense that Chu Zhange was on the verge of collapse under its assault. If he persisted any longer, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Reality often contradicts speculation, and at this moment, Chu Zhange's physique had significantly enhanced, reaching the SSS level under the boost of the solar god body, greatly increasing his resistance to mental attacks. Though the sound wave attacks remained powerful, they had reached a level that Chu Zhange could endure. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his mental sea, he launched another attack. With the dual enhancement of the solar god body and solar god wings, Chu Zhange's speed had reached its peak. Wielding the breaking array tyrant halberd with both hands, he charged at the giant lion and instantly closed the distance, slashing toward its head. Due to the halberd's extremely strong penetrating power and attack strength, the giant lion's head was instantly severed, and a torrent of blood gushed out, splattering the vast land. The headless giant lion fell to the ground, still unaware of how it had met its demise. Chapter 6. The giant lion's soul bone in battle. One must not be the slightest bit careless. He was able to kill the 100,000-year soul beast, the giant lion, primarily due to the 200% enhancement of the sun god body, the speed of the sun god wings, and the sharpness of the breaking array Overlord Halberd. All three were indispensable. Without any one of them, Chu Zhange could not instantly eliminate the giant lion, as 100,000-year soul beasts are not mere cabbages on the street. Their strength could make 99% of soul masters tremble in fear. Each 100,000-year soul beast is equivalent to a title Douluo above level 90. And the giant lion even reached level 96, but unfortunately, it was taken down by Chu Zhange in a single explosive attack. Looking at the corpse of the giant lion, he couldn't help but sigh. The strength of this giant lion was probably even stronger than that of the Titan giant ape. Not far away, a headless massive lion lay on the ground, blood splattered everywhere, and a scarlet soul ring floated above its corpse, making Chu Zhange feel regretful. He thought, if only I had dual martial souls, I might be able to gather 900,000-year soul rings, which would definitely provide a qualitative improvement for me. With the powerful soul power of 900,000-year soul rings, I could elevate my soul power level to the pinnacle level of 99. Alas, what a pity. The breaking array Overlord Halberd is strong, but can only absorb 9 soul rings, and 200,000-year soul rings have been wasted like this. Chu Zhange rummaged through the corpse of the giant lion and found a right arm bone of the 100,000-year giant lion. Last time, it was the left arm bone of the powerful diamond bear. After killing the giant lion, the other 1,000-year, 100-year, and even 10,000-year soul beasts had already scattered in chaos, fleeing in all directions, fearing that Chu Zhange would slaughter them as well. Thus, at this moment, besides this massive giant lion, there were no other soul beasts nearby, which was good, saving him the trouble of finding a place to absorb soul bones. Chu Zhange sat cross-legged on the ground, taking half an hour to recover his consumed energy and adjusting his body and spirit to their optimal state. He was a bit curious. After absorbing this 100,000-year giant lion's right arm bone, to what level would my physical quality reach? Could my soul power level rise to 97? It should have a significant improvement, right? The 100,000-year giant lion's right arm bone slowly rose, floating in front of Chu Zhange's chest, and then merged into his right arm. A familiar feeling of expansion surged once again. It was similar to the scene when he absorbed the 100,000-year powerful diamond bear's left arm bone. Chu Zhange once again faced the mental attack of the giant lion in his spiritual sea, but being prepared, he easily took down the giant lion. Soul beasts do not possess particularly strong power after death. As long as the Soul Master's spirit is strong enough and their will is firm, then all of this is not a problem. It took Chu Zhange an hour to absorb the giant lion's right arm bone, and his physical quality was significantly enhanced again. Although still at the SS level, he was no longer far from the SSS level. Now, both his left and right arms had reached a new height. With the enhancement of the 100,000-year soul bone, his arm strength was incredibly powerful, making it even easier for him to wield the breaking array Overlord Halberd. His soul power level finally reached 97. Although it is generally believed that once a soul power level exceeds 95, pure soul power accumulation cannot increase the level. The enormous soul power contained in the 100,000-year soul bone broke through this limitation. It must be said that this method was extremely crude, but Chu Zhange liked it. The soul power contained in the 100,000-year giant lion's soul bone, combined with the residual soul power from absorbing the 100,000-year powerful diamond bear's soul bone earlier, allowed Chu Zhange's level to successfully break through to the realm of 97. The threshold from level 96 to 97 is akin to a door. Having a key can open the door and walk into the room, but directly kicking the door down also allows entry. This is the difference between two methods. It's like money isn't everything, but when money reaches a certain level, it can solve 99% of problems. If understanding is likened to a key, then the enormous soul power contained in these 200,000-year soul bones is equivalent to a big foot that kicks the door down. However, Chu Zhange also did not know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, because the soul power cultivated slowly is certainly better than the power gained in this manner. Improving levels through gradual cultivation would result in even stronger combat power. But Chu Zhange had no choice. How could he refuse the soul power he obtained for free? Now, Chu Zhange's strength had doubled compared to when he fought Tang Hao. With his current power, it was hard to say if anyone in Douluo Continent could defeat him head-on. Except for the three unparalleled titled Douluos, Qian Daolu, Tang Shun, and Poseidon, who did not belong to the normal titled Douluo category. Looking at this strange world, Chu Zhange couldn't help but speculate. Perhaps this small world is rarely visited by others, which is why various powerful soul beasts thrive here. The Starry Forest has people entering every day to hunt soul beasts, which is why 100,000-year soul beasts are so scarce there and difficult to give birth to new ones. Perhaps I can complete the configuration of 6 soul bones in this small world. After absorbing the 100,000-year giant lion's right arm bone, Chu Zhange set out again, continuously exploring this small world in search of powerful 100,000-year soul beasts. Soon, a year passed, and Chu Zhange was already 19 years old. During this year, he had stayed here. Unfortunately, Chu Zhange did not find any 100,000-year soul beasts this year. It was as if he had wasted a year of time. But his soul power cultivation had made some progress. The distance from 97 to 98 was a hurdle, akin to the gap between silver and gold. After some thought, Chu Zhange suddenly made a decision. Forget it, I should go back. I wasted a year for nothing, and I am now 19. Soon, I will turn 20. During this time, my soul power has risen from level 95 to 97, which is hard to imagine. In the original work, there shouldn't be a title Douluo at level 97 at 19 years old. Can I rely on my own strength to achieve godhood? In a strange world, Chu Zhange sat by a river, lying on the grass, with a blade of grass in his mouth, feeling very comfortable, enjoying the pleasant climate. Chu Zhange squinted his eyes. There is actually sunlight here. What kind of place is this? Never mind. Anyway, I have already found the exit. This place has no meaning for me anymore. There are plenty of 10,000-year soul beasts in the Starry Forest. He curled his lips and continued to relax by the river. Sometimes basking in the sun is truly a very enjoyable thing. The sun bathing his body made him very excited. Perhaps it was because he awakened the bloodline of the sun god, which gave him a natural affinity for it. And Chu Zhange felt that his physical quality actually improved while sunbathing. Although the extent was not great, over time, it would definitely be quite considerable. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Chu Zhange's lips. A month later, Chu Zhange left this world and continued on his path of becoming stronger. For Chu Zhange, reaching level 97 was not his endpoint, but a new starting point. There are still many ways in this world for Chu Zhange to grow stronger. His only goal is to achieve godhood. He wants to see the Douluo divine realm, a world that all strong individuals yearn for, to see the third-level gods, second-level gods, first-level gods, and the strongest god king. What kind of demeanor do they have in the divine realm? After coming out, looking at the surrounding environment, Chu Zhange was a bit surprised. I'm still in the core area of the Starry Forest, but where has the passage gone? Does that mean I can no longer enter that strange little world? Passing through a thin membrane, Chu Zhange emerged from a peculiar small world. This membrane was like a spatial film, an intangible substance, yet possessed the ability to transport people. Even though Chu Zhange was well-informed, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. However, he wasn't one to overthink, since he couldn't figure it out. He decided not to think about it at all and just go with the flow. 6 soul skill sun god wings. As he flew into the sky, a pair of golden wings appeared behind Chu Zhange, radiating dazzling sunlight, allowing him to quickly fly away from the Starry forest. At this point, there were no spirit beasts over 100,000 years old left in the Starry forest. Chu Zhange made another decision in his heart. I have searched the Starry forest thoroughly. 100,000-year spirit beasts are rare, and it is very difficult to gather a complete set of 100,000-year spirit bones. I can first go to Sea God Island and participate in the Sea God assessment. The Sea God assessment can significantly improve my soul ring level, and perhaps I have the chance to inherit the Sea God position. The Sea God, a level 1 god, is renowned in the Douluo god realm and possesses the super artifact, the Sea God's Trident. I will first go to the Tiando Imperial Palace to obtain the Hanhai Chinquan cover from Emperor Shuye, and then head to Sea God Island. The Hanhai Chinquan cover is part of the Sea God's heart and the Sea God's Trident. It is absolutely powerful, even if I can't obtain the Sea God inheritance. Using the Hanhai Chinquan cover as a weapon would be great. With the enhancement of the Sun God wings, Chu Zhange's speed was incredibly fast. Once he reached level 97, he dared to fly within the Starry forest without any worries. At the same time, he pondered how to obtain future spirit bones, feeling that it was unsafe not to gather 6 pieces of 100,000-year spirit bones. Chapter 7. The Imperial Palace of the Heaven Do Empire in the Sky. The Sun God wings behind Chu Zhange danced wildly, carrying him across mountains and rivers, soaring freely. Looking at the beautiful scenery below, Chu Zhange thought about his plans. Soul beasts of 100,000 years are too rare. To find one, he must go to Sea God Island, as there cannot be only 300,000-year soul beasts in the ocean. He also intends to participate in the Sea God assessment. Regardless of whether he can inherit the divine position in the end, his strength will definitely improve significantly. If he participates in the Sea God Island assessment, he wonders what level he can reach. Can he achieve the Sea God 9th test? On the way to the Heaven Do Empire's Imperial Palace, Chu Zhange studied a lot and found several methods to enhance his strength. The first method is to continue hunting 100,000-year soul beasts to obtain their soul bones. But this method has its flaws. The reason is that 100,000-year soul beasts are too rare, making it difficult for him to effectively increase his power. If it weren't for Chu Zhange accidentally entering a peculiar small world, he might not have been able to gather 300,000-year soul bones by now. 100,000-year soul beasts are extremely rare in this era. Therefore, this method not only takes time, but may also not succeed, if it ends up being in vain. Chu Zhange would indeed have no tears left to cry. The second method is to consume the celestial herbs found in the Ice and Fire 2 Ice. Powerful celestial herbs can significantly enhance a soul master's potential, increase their soul power level, and even allow their martial soul to evolve, which is quite miraculous. Therefore, Chu Zhange is determined to go to the Ice and Fire 2 Eyes, but not right now. The timing is quite awkward. Firstly, he does not recognize what those celestial herbs look like, and consuming them blindly might lead to trouble, as there are countless poisonous substances among celestial herbs. However, this issue is not without solutions. Based on what Chu Zhange has learned, there are several methods to help him resolve his current awkward situation. Secondly, these methods all require a certain amount of time and energy, so this matter can be postponed for later. One of these methods is to seek help from Zhu Thuo at the Spirit Hall, as his martial soul is the celestial chrysanthemum, a type of celestial herb. Moreover, Zhu Douluo is very familiar with various celestial herbs, as he specializes in various flowers and plants, being the #1 flower enthusiast in Douluo Continent. According to the original work, he has a certain understanding of various celestial herbs, but unfortunately, he never possessed a single celestial herb throughout his life. The Spirit Hall, as the largest force in the Soul Master world of Douluo Continent, encompasses everything with a wide and complete collection and naturally has many records about celestial herbs. However, they have not discovered the ice and fire two eyes, which can be considered a great pity. The second method is to find Yang Wudi, the leader of the family, one of the 4 single attribute families, who is a powerful soul Douluo. Although Yang Wudi is only an 80-something level soul Douluo, his attack power exceeds that of some ordinary titled Douluo level experts. In addition, Yang Wudi is proficient in various pharmacology and is a master in alchemy, also knowledgeable about various celestial herbs. The third method is to find Tang San, as the Shantian treasure record contains the names and effects of most celestial herbs. All 3 of these methods require Chu Zhange to spend a certain amount of time, as he must first locate them and then negotiate or take action. Chu Zhange does not take into account the poisoned Douluo at all. With his current strength, he is already qualified to disregard Douluo. Except for the 3 unparalleled Douluo, Qian Daolu, Tang Chun, and Poseidon, Chu Zhange can walk through Douluo Continent with confidence. The last method to enhance his strength is to participate in the Sea God assessment. The Sea God assessment not only can increase his soul power level, but also enhance the years of his soul rings and grant him divine soul rings. Just look at how Tang San and the others went to Sea God Island and quickly rose from over 60s to over 80 levels in just a few years. It's important to note that leveling up becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. However, the rewards of divine soul rings have little effect on Chu Zhange, but the increase in soul power and enhancement of soul ring years are extremely beneficial to him. The higher the soul ring years, the more powerful the soul skills attached to the soul rings become. The strength of soul skills often determines a soul master's power, as battles between soul masters of the same level usually revolve around the strength of their soul skills. If Chu Zhange can successfully pass the Sea God assessment and have all 9 of his soul rings reach the level of Tang Chun and the others, 8 black and 1 red, it will be a qualitative improvement to his strength. Thus, among these 3 methods, Chu Zhange chose the third one, to go to Sea God Island to participate in the Sea God assessment, as it is currently the method he feels most confident about. With his peak soul Douluo strength at level 97, the initial stages of the Sea God assessment pose no difficulty for him. It is essentially free rewards. Back then, the Haoqian Douluo Tang Chen also reached the title Douluo level before participating in the Shura God assessment and quickly passed the initial stages. Therefore, Chu Zhange is confident that his assessment should be similar to Tang Chun's, rather than as difficult as Tang San's. Chu Zhange has thoughts about the Sea God position because the Sea God, possessing a super divine artifact, is among the strongest even among first-level gods. Why not seek the Shura God? Chu Zhange simply lacks confidence, plain and simple. The Sea God assessment is relatively easier. Just look at how the peerless Douluo Tang Chun at level 99 stumbled into Shura God assessment. Moreover, each individual's assessment is different, making the Sea God assessment a safer option. After several months of twists and turns, Chu Zhange arrived at the imperial city of the Heaven Do Empire. Compared to Nodding City, Heaven Do City is incredibly prosperous, with countless magnificent buildings. At this moment, Chu Zhange is sitting at a roadside stall, resting his face on his hands, with a pot of tea in front of him, his brows furrowed, as if pondering some national affairs. Although he has arrived at the imperial city of the Heaven Do Empire, he does not have a suitable reason to sneak into the imperial palace. Watching the comings and goings of people, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. What identity should he use to enter? Frowning, Chu Zhange couldn't think of a good solution, all due to his long-term stay in the Star Do Great Forest and seldom venturing out. Thus, even though he has reached level 97 as a title Douluo, he does not know many people. If he had come out to socialize earlier, perhaps the situation wouldn't be so miserable. At this moment, Chu Zhange feels as if he has gone from elementary school all the way to a doctorate, following a step-by-step learning path, from elementary school to middle school, from middle school to high school, from high school to university, then pursuing a master's degree through research, and finally obtaining a doctorate. Just having left the ivory tower, he still carries a strong student aura. Although Chu Zhange has killed many soul beasts, he has never killed a single person, even if they were bad people. Since Chu Zhange couldn't come up with any particularly good ideas, He boldly entered the palace that day and successfully met Emperor Xie. Without any fuss, he displayed his strength and exchanged 3 pieces of 5,000-year soul bones for the vast sea and sky cover. It would have been inappropriate to steal the vast sea and sky cover directly, as he still needs to navigate this area in the future. However, after this incident, Chu Zhange's name began spread throughout the Heaven Do Empire, giving rise to the legend of a timeless Douluo. The name Timeless Douluo was chosen because Chu Zhange felt it was a low-key title. In a certain magnificent palace within the Heaven Do Empire's imperial palace, an elderly man with snow-white hair was conversing with a suave middle-aged man. The old man with snow-white hair is the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor. Beside him is the middle-aged man, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, one of the 3 sects on the Douluo Continent. The Snow Knight Emperor looked at Ning Fengji and asked, "Fengji, who do you think this ancient Douluo really is? It's terrifying to have such strength at such a young age." When the Snow Knight Emperor mentioned this name while sitting on the throne, there was still a hint of fear in his voice. Logically speaking, as the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, he shouldn't be so afraid. However, the Snow Knight Emperor's strength was indeed pitifully weak. Facing Chu Zhange, a peak assault-type Douluo at level 97, he was truly insignificant. If he weren't sitting in this position, it would be hard for anyone to regard him highly. Regarding the Snow Knight Emperor's question, Ning Fengji also didn't know how to respond. I don't know which force this ancient Douluo comes from, but it's worth mentioning that his strength will definitely impact the current world situation. Ning Fengji frowned tightly. It seemed that Chu Zhange was only in his early 20s, yet his strength had reached such a level with 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. To have a 10,000-year soul ring, Chu Zhange's soul power level was certainly not just a little over 90. It could even have reached above 96. Chapter 8: The Name of the Eternal Douluo. In just a few days, the name of the Eternal Douluo spread across the entire Douluo Continent like a whirlwind. This name became well known among the major forces, and the entire Douluo Continent was stirred as a result. If no one had intentionally spread this news, the title of Eternal Douluo would certainly not have reached the continent so quickly. However, it didn't matter. From the moment Chu Zhange decided to report the title to Emperor Xue, he was already prepared for this. At this time, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, had returned to the sect from the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire. Emperor Xie's approach to Chu Zhange was to try to win him over if possible, and not to offend him if not. Therefore, any extra requests from Chu Zhange were met by Emperor Xue, who even wanted to confer a title upon him, but was refused by Chu Zhange. Ning Fengji turned his gaze towards the sword Douluo and spoke somewhat loudly. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, I met a titled Douluo who is only 20 years old at the Tiando Empire's palace." Ning Fengji sat on the main seat of the hall, his brows still furrowed. Next to him was an old man with snow-white hair, dressed in spotless white robes. Beside the white-haired old man was an old man in a black robe. The 2 elders guarded Ning Fengji's side, and the 3 of them were the strongest fighting force of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, even the powerful sword Douluo was somewhat surprised and asked, "Fengji, tell me more about this 20-year-old titled Douluo, the Eternal Douluo." This was somewhat contrary to reason. It was impossible for there to be such a young titled Douluo in the world. It should be known that Tang Hao, who was called the fastest to become a titled Douluo, was already over 40 when he achieved that title. Qingxin's level was 96, 1 level higher than Tang Hao. In Qingxin's view, there absolutely could not be a 20-year-old titled Douluo in the Douluo Continent. Gu Douluo looked at Chu Zhange and couldn't help but ask Ning Fengji, saying, "Yes, Fengji, could this titled Douluo be someone who looks young but is actually quite old?" Ning Fengji didn't think too much about his uncle's questions. After a brief consideration, he directly responded, "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, I shouldn't have misseen. The titled Douluo I encountered in the palace claimed to be the Eternal Douluo, and his martial soul ratio is 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, the same as that of the Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao. Moreover, his vitality is particularly vigorous, like a rising sun, filled with youthful energy, something an elderly titled Douluo could not possess. Seeing that both Sword Douluo and Gu Douluo were skeptical, Ning Fengji quickly explained. In his view, Chu Zhange was definitely in his early 20s, without a doubt. Hearing Ning Fengji say this, Sword Douluo mostly believed it to be true. So he hurriedly asked Ning Fengji, continue to tell me about the scene at that time. Perhaps I could judge some characteristics of that eternal Douluo, and maybe I could find out who he is. Sword Douluo Qingxin was very interested in this eternal Douluo. If he really was a 20-year-old titled Douluo, he certainly wanted to meet him. It would be even better if they could spar. Seeing that his uncle was also very interested in this eternal Douluo, Ning Fengji was happy to describe the scene to him. So he said, "All right, Uncle Jian. Since you want to know what happened at that time, I'm willing to share." Sword Douluo Qingxin is already 80 years old, and his experience far exceeds mine. Therefore, I hope that through my description, Sword Douluo can learn about the background of this eternal Douluo. In this era, a title Douluo is the top combat power. Their every move relates to the pattern of the Douluo Continent. It is no exaggeration to say that a title Douluo is enough to determine the rise and fall of a major power. After thinking for a moment, Ning Fengji spoke to Sword Douluo. At that time, I was discussing some matters with His Majesty in the palace when suddenly a figure appeared before us, very quickly, and we hardly had time to react. Then he released his spirit rings. The spirit ring ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. The aura he emitted was incredibly powerful, something I had never seen before, nearly tearing down the entire palace. The young man who called himself the Eternal Doll was about 1.90 meters tall, around 20 years old, handsome, and his martial soul was a battle spear, belonging to a top-tier weapon martial soul. Uncle Jian, the strength of the Eternal Douluo may even surpass yours slightly. Ning Fengji was not trying to inflate other spirits while deflating his own. It was simply that Chu Zhange's aura was imposing enough. He had seen Sword Douluo's aura, but compared to Chu Zhange, it was still somewhat lacking. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Gu Douluo was very shocked. Although he often teased his friend Sword Douluo, he indeed recognized Sword Douluo's strength. Therefore, Gu Douluo immediately asked Ning Fengji, "Fengji, did you missee? Is that eternal Douluo really that strong?" In the current world, there were probably very few people who could compare to his old comrade, Sword Douluo Qingxin. How he and Douluo Tang Hao counted as one, after all. Sword Douluo was defeated by Tang Hao at that time. But apart from that, who dared to say they could surpass Sword Douluo Qingxin? Even Thunder Douluo Yuanjin would not dare to say so. Back in the day, during the continent-wide sect ranking competition, Tang Hao took first place. Sword Douluo was defeated by Tang Hao and ranked second. Tang Xiao was defeated by Sword Douluo and ranked third. Yu Yuanjin ranked fourth. Gu Rong ranked fifth. And Tang Hao was the strongest. It could be said that the strongest among them were the Tang Hao and Tang Xiao brothers because they were decades younger than Sword Douluo and Yu Yuanjin. The first sect position of the Hao Ian sect was very difficult to shake. Tang Chun, Qian Daolu, and Poseidon were 3 unparalleled title Douluos who were already strong long ago. They existed in an era even earlier than Sword Douluo, so very few people knew of their existence. A new generation replaces the old. In fact, Gu Rong didn't know much either. He thought that among the title Douluos known so far, only Tang Hao could surpass Sword Douluo. Seeing his old friend Gu Douluo interrupting Ning Fengji's words, Sword Douluo spoke. "Old Gu, let Fengji finish speaking first. If what Fengji says is true, then I really want to meet this eternal Douluo." Sword Douluo Qingxin stopped Gu Douluo's questioning. He knew more than Gu Rong. For instance, he was aware of some powerful existences hidden on the continent, like Qian Daolu, and he knew that there were quite a few people who could defeat him. After thinking for a moment, Ning Fengji continued to speak to the two. That eternal Douluo quickly withdrew his spirit rings after releasing them, and then made a deal with His Majesty. The eternal Douluo planned to exchange 3 pieces of 50,000-year-old soul bone for the Tiando Empire's national treasure, the Hanhai Qian Kuinjia. At first, His Majesty hesitated, but in the end, he agreed to the deal. Perhaps His Majesty had his own plans. At this point, the matter was already concluded. After exchanging for the Hanhai Qian Kuinjia, Chu Zhange left the Tiando Empire's palace, and Ning Fengji didn't know where he went. Oh, the Hanhai Qian Kuinjia? What does he want that for? At this moment, in the hall, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Gu Douluo fell into silence, each speculating about who this eternal Douluo really was. In the Spirit Hall, in the Papal Hall, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, was sitting on the papal throne, contemplating the reports from her subordinates, lost in thought. The spacious hall was empty, creating a somewhat quiet atmosphere. But Bibi Dong enjoyed this kind of environment. Eternal Douluo, who exactly are you? At this time, Bibi Dong has just inherited the Pope's position for a few years, and her strength hasn't yet reached the late-stage level of 99. However, Bibi Dong is also a titled Douluo powerhouse, possessing the best soul ring configuration: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, with 9 soul rings. Her soul power level has reached 95, on par with Tang Hao and Chu Zhange, but few are aware of this. In a luxurious room of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, a robust old man gazes at the sky with narrowed eyes. At this moment, the sky is gloomy, as if a storm is approaching. He is the only titled Douluo of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Thunder Yu Engine, a peak attack type Douluo at level 96. Yu Engine and Sword Douluo Chanxian are from the same era, possessing the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, known as the strongest beast martial soul, with an incredibly powerful strength. He murmurs, "Ancient Douluo? Has a new title Douluo appeared?" This ancient Douluo, Chu Zhange, has spread throughout the entire Tiando Empire in just a few days, gaining great fame. At this moment, Chu Zhange has arrived in Hanhai City, the most remote city of the Tiando Empire, a necessary route to Sea God Island. On the way, Chu Zhange is curious about his trip to Sea God Island. I wonder what I will gain from this trip to Sea God Island. Tang San is only about 7 years old now, and many exciting plots have yet to unfold. I still have plenty of time to improve myself. Unfortunately, he hasn't fought against Sword Douluo Chanxian nor Thunder Yu Engine of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, who is a peak attack type Douluo at level 96. The leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, should also be at level 96 now, not yet reaching level 97. The 4 of them should be on the same level. But Tang Hao is relatively stronger, being the most powerful among the 4. Chu Zhange's heart does a rough tally, categorizing the strengths of some existing titled Douluos. But he does not include the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall. Although there are many titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall, Chu Zhange does not understand their strengths well and finds it difficult to compare. However, aside from Golden Crocodile Douluo and Qin Daolu, the strength of the other elders and offerings in the Spirit Hall is not as strong as that of Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, Chanxian, and Yu Engine. He takes a deep breath, exhaling the turbid air, and murmurs, "I hope that when I return next time, I can truly traverse the Douluo Continent. Only then will I have a sense of security." With a sigh, he suddenly remembers Tang San and the Shrek's 7 monsters, feeling a surge of heroic spirit in his heart. Chapter 9: Arrival at the City of the Vast Sea. A cool sea breeze swept in, lifting Chu Zhange's long hair. The azure sea sparkled with blue light, and the waves glistened under the sun, shining brilliantly, beautiful like a vivid painting, full of charm. Looking at the massive city before him, Chu Zhange was somewhat surprised. This was his first encounter with a large city in the Douluo Continent. Having spent a long time in the Stardo Forest, he felt a sense of strangeness upon seeing the city and thought to himself, "Is this really the city of the vast sea?" As expected of the largest port city in the Tiando Empire, it must be comparable to those giant coastal cities from my previous life. The city of the vast sea is the largest city in the western part of the Tiando Empire, and it is also the largest port city in the Tiando Empire. With various giant sailing ships coming and going, it took Chu Zhange more than 2 months to arrive here. One must say, the territory of the Tiando Empire is indeed vast. Upon entering the city gates of the city of the vast sea, a scent belonging to the sea rushed towards him. The spacious streets were crowded with people, including soul masters and commoners. Chu Zhange's tall and upright figure, along with the seemingly luxurious robe he wore, made it obvious to keen observers that he was either rich or noble. "Hey, brother, take a look at my soul guide devices. They're definitely worth more than their price. Don't miss out." At that moment, Chu Zhange suddenly heard a voice calling him from the side, and he stopped walking. Turning his head, he saw that it was a stall owner calling him. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with graying hair, a level 21 Great Soul Master. Though he didn't look very old, for some reason, his hair had completely turned white. Chu Zhange couldn't help but wonder if the pressures of life had overwhelmed him. When the middle-aged owner saw Chu Zhange stop, his face instantly filled with a smile, and he happily greeted, "Young master." All these soul guide devices were salvaged from the sea. They're extremely rare on the continent. You can take a look. They're definitely something the continent doesn't have. If you get one, it's a gain, young master, don't miss out. With the intention of just browsing, Chu Zhange directed his gaze towards the products the owner mentioned. Indeed, as he said, these soul guide devices were quite different from those on the market. "I'll just take a look." Chu Zhange nodded. "All right, young master, feel free to look," the owner replied happily. Chu Zhange then began to play with some of the soul guide devices at the stall. There were many strange soul guide devices at this stall, all small-sized. But Chu Zhange couldn't discern their specific uses. Soon he had examined over a dozen small soul guide devices. Now he held a handgun-shaped soul guide device in his hand, which looked very much like the handguns from his previous life. It should be able to shoot by adding soul power, right? Thinking this, Chu Zhange suddenly asked, "What is the origin of this soul guide device?" Upon hearing Chu Zhange's question, the stall owner immediately responded, in response to this young master. "This soul guide device was salvaged by me one day while at sea. I'm not sure about its specific origin, but this soul guide device is very practical. According to our tests, if used by a great soul master, it can unleash a power equivalent to a full force attack of a great soul master. Very powerful." Hearing this, Chu Zhange suddenly became a bit interested and asked, "Is that so? Then how much do you intend to sell this soul guide device for?" Upon hearing this, the stall owner immediately became excited, as it was clear from Chu Zhange's tone that he was interested in the soul guide device. He then said, "It's not expensive. This soul guide device is only 10,000 gold soul coins." Chu Zhange. Chu Zhange directly put down the soul guide device and left the stall. "Are you kidding me? You dare to sell this soul guide device for 10,000 gold soul coins? Do you think I'm some clueless fool?" He himself was a peak Douluo at level 97. This soul guide device was of no use to him. The reason he showed some interest was due to the unique design of the device. If the owner had offered a reasonable price, he might have considered buying it. But this owner clearly treated him as someone who knows nothing. Doesn't this owner realize he is dealing with a great expert? A peak Douluo at level 97. And you dare to swindle? Continuing to walk down the street, Chu Zhange shook his head and remarked, "That owner looked quite honest. But it turns out he is just another guy who wants to work without profit." For some reason, Chu Zhange suddenly thought of the headmaster of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flender. In the original work, this four-eyed cat eagle was also a merchant who liked to swindle people. By the seaside of the city of the vast sea, a tall figure sat on the beach, feeling the salty sea breeze. This figure was Chu Zhange, and at this moment, he was holding a triangular prism-shaped object that emitted a blue glow. This magical item was the national treasure of the Tiando Empire, the vast sea Qianquan shield, a powerful and very practical artifact. This artifact had 4 skills. One was the vast sea shield, a defensive skill that could form a blue protective shield, allowing the person inside to remain invisible. Moreover, the defense of the vast sea shield was very strong. Generally, a tidal Douluo could not break through its defense. The second skill was the Qianquan stabilizing shield. The third skill was the vast sea raging waves. And the fourth skill was the Qianquan breaking demon, all of which were very powerful skills. In Chu Zhange's view, the 4 skills of the vast sea Qianquan shield were comparable to those granted by 10,000-year soul rings, and even stronger. A cold sea breeze blew across Chu Zhange's body, and a hint of a bitter smile appeared on his face. When he released his spiritual power into the vast sea Qianquan shield, there was no reaction inside, indicating that his physique did not meet the selection criteria of the vast sea power. Not being chosen by the vast sea power already indicated that he was fated to be unrelated to the sea goddess position, but it still did not affect Chu Zhange's decision. Regardless, he would definitely participate in the sea goddess assessment, even if he could not inherit the sea goddess position. Passing the sea goddess assessment would significantly enhance his strength. Just like the other members of the Shrek's 7 monsters in the original work, although they did not qualify to inherit the sea goddess position, their improvement was still substantial. Standing up and brushing the sand off his pants, Chu Zhange left the beach. Although the scenery here was beautiful, it could not compare to the importance of increasing strength. Looking at the map in his hand and contemplating what to do next, Chu Zhange had a map obtained from the royal family, which Ning Fengji was not aware of. Only the Snow Knight Emperor and Chu Zhange knew about this. Chu Zhange believed that the Snow Knight Emperor would not disclose this to Ning Fengji. Holding the gold soul coins in his hand, he went to the port to rent a sailing ship, and then Chu Zhange set off for Sea God Island. It would take about 10 days to travel from the city of the vast sea to Sea God Island. Along the way, Chu Zhange was contemplating his martial soul. The breaking formation Overlord Halberd. His current soul power had already reached level 97. The reason for the slow upgrade was partly due to the enormous amount of soul power required, but more importantly, it required a deeper comprehension of his martial soul. On the boundless sea, a small sailing ship seemed to drift aimlessly, like a leaf in the ocean, always in danger of being swallowed by the sea. Chu Zhange sat on this ship, and to be honest, he was a bit afraid of falling into the sea. This had nothing to do with strength. Whether in his previous life or now, it was his first time at sea, and facing the vast, seemingly endless abyss-like ocean. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of panic. Even a powerful figure like the sea spirit Douluo has a significant gap when facing the might of nature. When the massive waves crash down, ordinary soul masters are directly wiped out. On the sailboat, Chu Zhange couldn't help but recall some past events, and his already bitter face became even more so. He wondered how old Master Lei Xiang was living now. Stepping out of the room and onto the deck of the sailboat, Chu Zhange gazed into the boundless ocean in the distance, the vast sea resembling a prehistoric giant beast, wanting to devour everything. With his hands behind his back, facing the unfathomable ocean, Chu Zhange realized that he felt no panic at all. He thought to himself, I knew it, I definitely don't have deep sea phobia. Chapter 10. Slaying the fierce bite crazy shark. What is this? Standing on the deck of the sailboat, Chu Zhange looked surprised at the distance, because right in front of them, there was a blood-red maw coming at them. Previously, Chu Zhange had no idea, and suddenly, this blood-red maw just emerged from the seabed. It was about 1,000 meters away from them. 1,000 meters may seem like a considerable distance on land, but in the ocean, it is almost within reach. Looking at this scene, Chu Zhange couldn't help but murmur. 100,000-year sea spirit beast? Once one reaches the level of a tidal Douluo, they can easily sense the strength level of spirit beasts. And the owner of this blood-red maw, not far away, is indeed a 100,000-year sea spirit beast. Chu Zhange knew very well that encountering a sea spirit beast of this level in the ocean, even a tidal Douluo would not fare well, but he wasn't too panicked. He was confident he could handle it. Roar! 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 This 100,000-year sea spirit beast kept rolling its body, its enormous size creating towering waves. Chu Zhange finally got a clear view of the appearance of this 100,000-year sea spirit beast. It was a 30-meter-long giant shark with dark skin, a massive dorsal fin radiating a strong, killing intent, rushing swiftly toward Chu Zhange and the others. Seeing the scene, Chu Zhange began to make some guesses. Is it the evil soul great white shark or the evil Orca King? According to his understanding of the original work, within the range of Sea God Island, there are 3 sea spirit beasts over 100,000 years old, but in the vast ocean, there surely are more than just 300,000-year spirit beasts. The 300,000-year spirit beasts are the 100,000-year evil soul great white shark king, the 100,000-year evil Orca King, and the most powerful 990,000-year sea spirit beast, the deep sea demon whale king. However, in such a vast ocean, could there really be only 3 sea spirit beasts above 100,000 years? It was obviously impossible. Perhaps there were many others not mentioned in the original work. What is this? A voice of fear rang out beside Chu Zhange. Turning his head, he saw the owner of the sailboat, the very one Chu Zhange had rent to go to Sea God Island. Dad, what is this? Oh my God, what a huge shark. Another voice of fear reached Chu Zhange's ears, but compared to the previous one, this voice sounded a bit childish. The 30-meter-long giant shark was incomparable to the little girl who was just over a meter tall. She felt as if a great mountain was about to crush her. Chu Xiong looked at his daughter and immediately shouted, "Xiao Nuo, what are you doing here? Hurry back. This is not a place for you." The owner of the sailboat was a man of about 50 years old named Chu Zhange, strong and burly like a bear. He was not an ordinary person. Having frequently ventured into the ocean, he possessed cultivation. At this moment, he was shouting at a 12-year-old girl, realizing that the shark in front of them was at least a 10,000-year sea spirit beast, while he was merely a soul king at level 50. A 10,000-year sea spirit beast corresponds to human soul masters of 6-ring soul emperors to 8-ring soul Douluos and fighting in the ocean. Sea spirit beasts could unleash even stronger power. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's eyes went blank, as if his breath had stopped. He turned to look at his daughter, then back at Chu Zhange, showing a hint of regret. The aura of this 100,000-year sea spirit beast was immensely powerful, and the middle-aged man had already given up hope for his survival. Trembling, he said to his daughter, Sun and Yanhuang, "It seems we won't be able to go back this time." The middle-aged man held his daughter tightly, his face heavy with despair. Encountering a sea spirit beast over 10,000 years old in the ocean left him with no thoughts of resistance. Sun and Yanhuang was also extremely frightened. She had never seen such a terrifying scene. Looking at her father, she trembled and asked, "Dad, are we really not going back?" Sun and Yanhuang was the name of the little girl, and at this moment, she clung tightly to her father, tears streaming down her face. The giant shark, 100 meters long, terrified her to no end, and that blood-red maw seemed to want to swallow everything. The middle-aged man knew that Chu Zhange was a land soul master, but how strong could someone so young possibly be? Moreover, for a land soul master to fight in the ocean was akin to seeking death. Therefore, he held no hope for Chu Zhange and felt deeply guilty instead. Before setting out to sea, he had vowed to ensure Chu Zhange's safety to Sea God Island. But unexpectedly, they had barely set sail for a few days when this happened. Truly, heaven was against him. He could only accept this reality. Unless he had the strength of a tidal Douluo, perhaps he could resist. This sea spirit beast was of 100,000-year level. Just as the middle-aged man and his daughter were tightly embracing each other, Chu Zhange suddenly exclaimed, and now they truly had no glimmer of hope for survival. In contrast to the fear of the father and daughter, Chu Zhange was completely unconcerned. So what if it was a 100,000-year sea spirit beast? He would kill it without hesitation. 6th spirit skill, Sun God Wings. 5th spirit skill, Ultimate of Gold. Boom. 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 Yellow, purple, black, 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 red. 9 spirit rings rose from beneath Chu Zhange's feet and finally settled under him, unleashing an extremely powerful aura. A pair of golden wings spread from Chu Zhange's back, radiating the light of the sun, incredibly dazzling. And the high temperature emitted from the wings directly evaporated the surface seawater. 7th spirit skill, True Body of the Spirit Weapon. Behind Chu Zhange, a massive phantom appeared, wielding a 150-meter-long breaking array Overlord Halberd, with golden light coating its surface, extremely sharp. The true body of the spirit weapon state significantly enhances all attributes, whether for beast martial soul or weapon martial soul masters. The 7th spirit skill is the true body of the martial soul, a very powerful soul skill. Chu Zhange said nothing, gripping the halberd tightly. He was going to rely on his powerful explosive force to directly deal with this 100,000-year sea spirit beast shark without delay. The middle-aged man and his daughter did not see Chu Zhange soaring into the sky. In their extreme panic, they could only slowly await the arrival of death. Looking at the 100,000-year sea spirit beast shark, Chu Zhange said lightly, "If you hadn't attacked us, it would have been fine, but since you want to attack us, then you must bear the corresponding price." No matter whether this shark was the evil soul great white shark or the evil orca king, he had no intention of letting it go. Chu Zhange did not recognize which 100,000-year sea spirit beast it was, but that did not stop him from striking hard. Chu Zhange flew into the sky, the massive sun god wings radiating endless brilliance, the power of the sun descending upon him, causing his aura to surge dramatically. The middle-aged man and the little girl, who had been holding each other tightly, now came to their senses, looking up at the impressive Chu Zhange in the sky. Their eyes widened in shock. The middle-aged man stared intently at Chu Zhange and his gigantic phantom towering dozens of meters high. Chu Zhange was now a level 97 title Daw, not the previous level 95 title Daw. His strength had dramatically increased, and with the sun god wings, he instantly reached the fierce, bite-crazy shark. The 150-meter long breaking array, Overlord Halberd's true body directly slashed through the back of the fierce, bite-crazy shark, leaving a massive wound. But Chu Zhange did not pause. He struck again. Roar! 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 The fierce bite-crazy shark, enduring Chu Zhange's powerful attack, writhed in agony, its massive body rolling on the ocean's surface, causing towering waves that capsized the sailboat. The middle-aged man and the little girl fell into the sea together, their fates unknown, as the blood gushing from the fierce, bite-crazy shark attracted countless sea spirit beasts. Now, having fallen into the sea, they had only one path: death. Damn it! Seeing this, Chu Zhange held the breaking formation Overlord Halberd and directly sliced through the head of the fierce, bite-mad shark, cutting all the way to its tail, splitting the 50-meter-long body in half. Ignoring the fate of the fierce, bite-mad shark, Chu Zhange flew to the spot where the sailboat had been overturned, plunging into the sea. Soon, he spotted a middle-aged man and a little girl. The two were struggling in the water, surrounded by hundreds or even thousands of sea soul beasts, including sharks and whales, most of which were at least 1,000 years old. Due to the blood gushing from the 100,000-year soul beast, the fierce bite-mad shark, a large number of sea soul beasts had gathered here, and they were about to attack the middle-aged man and his daughter. Get away from me! Chu Zhange! And the huge sound wave created a small wave in the sea. As soon as he entered the water, Chu Zhange felt an immense pressure pressing down on him. Fifth soul skill, golden extremity. Chu Zhange swung the breaking formation Overlord Halberd towards the middle-aged man and the little girl, the halberd in his hand glowing with golden light, increasing its lethality. On his path, 1,000-year soul beast, the demon's soul octopus, tried to block him, but was directly cut in half by Chu Zhange with the breaking formation Overlord Halberd. Many obstacles still lay ahead, all of which he resolved one by one. Save us! The middle-aged man tightly held his daughter. After they were thrown into the sea, he saw countless sea soul beasts rushing towards them. In his panic, he could only keep shouting for help. Soon, he spotted Chu Zhange's figure. In his eyes, Chu Zhange was their only hope. In an instant, Chu Zhange reached the side of the middle-aged man, holding both him and the unconscious little girl, breaking through the surface of the sea. Then, with the sun god wings, he flew directly into the sky. Chapter 11. The powerful Chu Zhange swish. Swish. A massive figure emerged from the sea, soaring hundreds of meters above the surface, carrying towering waves and several century-level sea soul beasts. Chu Zhange held a middle-aged man in his left arm and a fainted little girl in his right, his golden wings flapping, keeping the three of them steadily suspended in the air. The middle-aged man looked at his savior, Chu Zhange, his eyes filled with gratitude, his body trembling as if he had just experienced a great shock. He had always thought that Chu Zhange was at most a level 60 soul emperor, perhaps even weaker than himself, but now he truly understood Chu Zhange's strength. Trembling, he spoke. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." At this moment he was drenched, but he immediately expressed his gratitude to Chu Zhange. Without him, they would have perished in the sea. Seeing the enormous shark carcass ahead, the middle-aged man was even more speechless, stammering this. "This 10,000-year sea soul beast is dead?" The middle-aged man, held by Chu Zhange, saw in the distance the giant shark that had been split in half, the 10,000-year soul beast, the fierce bite-mad shark, which had attacked them earlier. When he looked back at Chu Zhange, admiration flickered in his eyes. Chu Zhange looked no older than 20, yet possessed the strength to kill a 10,000-year soul beast. Moreover, the soul beast Chu Zhange had slain was a sea soul beast, not a land soul beast, indicating that he was certainly not just an ordinary title Douluo. Only a title Douluo could contend with 10,000-year soul beasts, a theory that seemed like an unchanging truth for thousands of years. Ninth soul skill, sunlight flash. Chu Zhange ignored the middle-aged man, his left hand tightly gripping both of them, while his right hand raised the breaking array Overlord Halberd high. Below him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings appeared. The power of the sun converged at the tip of the breaking array Overlord Halberd, and an endless brilliance erupted instantly, the brutal sunlight covering the sea, killing those soul beasts. Below Chu Zhange, hundreds and thousands of sea soul beasts leaped, trying to tear him apart in midair, but they were instantly annihilated by his ninth soul skill, Sunlight Flash. A vast number of sea soul beasts perished in the ocean because they had provoked someone they should not have. Chu Zhange, a level 97 attack type, titled Douluo, the youngest titled Douluo in history. Chu Zhange, with the middle-aged man in his left arm and his daughter in his right, used the sun god wings to swiftly reach the already deceased 10,000-year-soul beast, the fierce bite mad shark. Only 10 minutes had passed since the shark was split in half, and the middle-aged man, holding his unconscious daughter, gazed at the scarlet 10,000-year soul ring. His large pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but swallow. This was a 10,000-year soul ring, an existence that many titled Douluos would covet, a true treasure. Unfortunately, this 10,000-year soul ring was useless to both Chu Zhange and the middle-aged man. Chu Zhange had only one martial soul and was already at full soul rings. The middle-aged man was a level 53 soul king and could not utilize a 10,000-year soul ring, even if it were given to him. He would most likely explode immediately without any other outcome. Chu Zhange found a 10,000-year level left leg bone on the carcass of the split fierce, bite mad shark. An item dropped from a 10,000-year soul beast that soul masters did not possess. This scene was naturally witnessed by the middle-aged man, and the radiance emitted by the 10,000-year soul bone could not be concealed by Chu Zhange, but he was not worried about the middle-aged man seeing it. The 10,000-year sea soul beast shark had already been slain, and the soul bone had been taken away. There was no point in them staying here. He then spoke to the middle-aged man. "Let's go." Looking at the broken ship ahead, Chu Zhange felt helpless and turned his gaze to the father and daughter, saying, "The ship is gone. We can only return to Hanhai City first and plan from there." Upon hearing Chu Zhange's words, the middle-aged man immediately agreed. This young man was a genuine titled Douluo, so he could only say, "All right, I will listen to you, benefactor." Although Chu Zhange looked young, he had saved both him and his daughter, making it quite fitting for the middle-aged man to address him as benefactor. Thus, they flew towards Hanhai City with the middle-aged man and his daughter, disappearing from this sea with the help of the sun god wings, leaving behind a multitude of sea soul beast corpses. It was their first day at sea, and they hadn't expected to encounter trouble right away. The ship was lost on the very first day. They still had 9 days to reach Sea God Island. With such a long distance, even if Chu Zhange's soul power were abundant, he could not directly cross the endless sea to reach Sea God Island. The middle-aged man looked at Chu Zhange and asked, "Benefactor, are you really a titled Douluo?" Although he had already confirmed that Chu Zhange was a titled Douluo-level powerhouse, he couldn't help but ask again, as Chu Zhange really looked very young. Chu Zhange glanced at the middle-aged man and did not hide the truth. After all, the middle-aged man had witnessed his battle, and he wouldn't believe it if he said he wasn't a titled Douluo. Hearing the middle-aged man's question, Chu Zhange replied without reservation, "You guessed correctly. You can call me the Ancient Douluo." Chu Zhange's title was ancient, and he didn't care much for the title itself. He was more concerned about his strength. Now, the middle-aged man could finally be 100% certain that Chu Zhange was a genuine titled Douluo powerhouse. He then apologetically said, "Your Excellency Ancient, I'm sorry. I didn't expect an accident on the first day." The middle-aged man's face was filled with disappointment. In his view, having Chu Zhange on his ship was a fortune he had accumulated over several lifetimes. Unexpectedly, on their first day at sea, they encountered the 10,000-year sea soul beast, the fierce bite mad shark. Fortunately, nothing happened to Chu Zhange. Otherwise, he would not be able to absolve himself of the blame. Seeing the middle-aged man's expression, Chu Zhange couldn't bear to blame him and said, "It's all right. This has nothing to do with you. But why would a 10,000-year sea soul beast appear here? This place shouldn't be in the deep sea. Normally, 10,000-year sea soul beasts wouldn't appear in such areas." Taking a deep breath and thinking for a moment, the middle-aged man replied, "Well, Your Excellency Ancient, I don't know the specifics either. I've been at sea for many years, and this is the first time I've encountered a 10,000-year sea soul beast. Perhaps something has gone wrong in the depths of the ocean. The sea has been a bit restless lately, maybe for this reason." Facing Chu Zhange, the middle-aged man felt a bit more reserved, no longer as relaxed as before. Although Chu Zhange appeared to be only 20 years old, he was indeed a genuine title de law. The middle-aged man didn't know the situation, and Chu Zhange could understand. He was just a soul king in his 50s with limited knowledge. Soon, Chu Zhange brought the middle-aged man back to Hanhai City, leaving him with a sum of gold soul coins as compensation for his damaged ship, as Chu Zhange would never leave others in debt. Chu Zhange's soul power had already been depleted by 70 to 80%. The remaining soul power was insufficient to sustain him in another intense battle. So he found a hotel to stay in. As for going to Sea God Island, it would have to wait until another day. While Chu Zhange was resting in the hotel, the name of the ancient Douluo quietly spread in Hanhai City. Chu Zhange sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes tightly closed. What he needed to do now was recover the soul power he had expended. The prolonged maintenance of his martial soul true form, combined with the soul power consumed during flight, had left him with very little soul power remaining. With his eyes tightly closed, Chu Zhange conjures the image of the breaking formation Overlord Halberd in his spiritual sea. A phantom of Chu Zhange stands within the spiritual sea. When a soul master's soul power reaches above level 95, the enhancement of soul power requires a deepening understanding of one's own martial soul. Only after reaching a certain level of insight can soul power be promoted. His martial soul is the breaking formation Overlord Halberd, which, as the name suggests, is an extremely powerful martial soul that can only deepen his understanding through continuous battles. Breaking formation implies being fearless in the midst of an army, charging forward without hesitation, and eliminating all enemies in the way, while Overlord means maintaining an undefeated confidence even when surrounded by the enemy. This is Chu Zhange's breaking formation Overlord Halberd. Chapter 12. Finally arriving at Sea God Island, as the sun slowly rose from the east, heralding the arrival of a new day. Chu Zhange awoke from his meditation and stretched lazily. At this moment, after a day of rest and recuperation, he had mostly recovered from the battle with the 100,000-year sea soul beast, the fierce biting shark, and had not sustained any injuries. Breathing in the fresh air, Chu Zhange felt relaxed and murmured to himself, "It's time to set off for Sea God Island. I hope today won't be like yesterday." Encountering a 100,000-year sea soul beast right at the beginning, Chu Zhange walked out of the hotel and went to the most prosperous trading place in Hanhai City to purchase a ship, named the Cloud-Piercing Boat. The Cloud-Piercing Boat could fly in the sky, traverse the sea surface, and speed through the depths of the sea. It could change size, making it a highly practical soul guide, costing Chu Zhange a massive amount of gold soul coins. Chu Zhange did not want to take a sailboat, as such a boat could hardly withstand strong winds and waves. Just a single wave could probably destroy it, as he had learned from previous experience. With the Cloud-Piercing Boat, Chu Zhange quickly approached the vicinity of Sea God Island. The Cloud-Piercing Boat was similar to an airplane from his previous life, powered by the soul power of a soul master, with a speed of at least 2 Mach. At this moment, Chu Zhange was enjoying the scenery outside the window. The ocean he had seen yesterday from the sailboat was indeed beautiful, but did not offer the feeling of overlooking everything from above. He played with a ring in his hand, a spatial soul guide with a storage space of 10 cubic meters, not inferior to Tang San's 24 bridges under the moonlight. Previously, Chu Zhange had attempted to contact the divine artifact, Hanhai Qianquan Shield, but it had no effect, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. "I actually haven't gained the recognition of the Hanhai Qianquan Shield, so the position of Sea God is likely out of reach for me, a first-level god, having lived in this world for so long." Chu Zhange had grown accustomed to being alone. He felt that having no one around was not a big deal. The 30-meter-long, cloud-piercing boat quickly passed through thick clouds, heading towards Sea God Island at a rapid pace. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Thanks to the powerful speed of the cloud-piercing boat, Chu Zhange had already arrived at Sea God Island in just 5 days. Looking at the blue sky, white clouds, waves, and cacti, Chu Zhange felt very comfortable and murmured, "That must be Sea God Island below." Comparing with the map, Chu Zhange could confirm that the massive island below was indeed the legendary Sea God Island, a holy place in the hearts of all sea soul masters. The island was dedicated to Poseidon, the sea god, who had lived 20,000 years ago and could be considered the strongest person in the history of Douluo Continent. He was the only one recorded in history to have become a god through his own strength. Poseidon's talent surpassed that of Tang Chun, Qian Daolu, and Poseidonia because he was not a third-level god or a second-level god, but a first-level supreme god. His martial soul, the sea god trident, had become a super artifact. 20,000 years ago, Poseidon was invincible across the entire Douluo Continent, achieving an unparalleled myth and ultimately attaining the position of a deity. As he pondered, Chu Zhange couldn't help but question himself. I wonder if I can achieve godhood on my own? Do I have the qualifications? Chu Zhange lacked any external aids. All he had was an extreme talent for soul power cultivation, a powerful physique, and a top-tier martial soul, the breaking array Overlord Trident. Unlike Tang San, who possessed various skills from his past life, such as Xiantian skill, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, and Xianyu Hand, he could only rely on his martial soul and innate talent. Swoosh! The cloud-piercing boat descended rapidly to the ground of Sea God Island, landing on a flat area. Chu Zhange slowly stepped out of the cloud-piercing boat and stood on this massive island. There were magical white shark groups guarding the vicinity of Sea God Island, but since Chu Zhange had flown there, he did not encounter them. At this moment, Chu Zhange had already stepped down from the cloud-piercing boat. The view of Sea God Island was filled with various trees, all strange and unfamiliar to him. Beneath his feet was a soft, sandy beach. As he stepped on the sand, he felt pleasantly surprised, thinking that it would be nice to sunbathe and enjoy the sea breeze here during his free time. Squinting his eyes and breathing in the fresh air of Sea God Island, Chu Zhange strolled deeper into the island, feeling very content. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from both sides of the road, wearing yellow and white robes, quickly blocking Chu Zhange's path. The middle-aged man leading them stood at the forefront and shouted at Chu Zhange, "Halt! Who are you? Sea God Island is a forbidden area, and you cannot trespass." They were the patrolling personnel responsible for protecting Sea God Island, tasked with preventing others from entering the island without permission. Chu Zhange did not stop his pace. A powerful aura erupted from him, with yellow, purple, black, and red colors spreading at his feet. This overwhelming momentum directly stunned the group of people, causing the leading middle-aged man to freeze in place, unable to utter a word. In his mind, he kept visualizing Chu Zhange's 9 soul rings. He had seen Tidal Douluo before, but the red 9th soul ring on Chu Zhange was enough to overwhelm him. Looking at the group, Chu Zhange said lightly, "I understand the rules." With that, his figure quickly left the range of the group. A young man in white looked at his leader and asked, "Boss, is this young man really a Tidal Douluo? Could we be mistaken?" Chu Zhange looked about the same age as him, definitely not much older. Yet he had already reached the level of Tidal Douluo, which was hard to imagine. Although he had witnessed Chu Zhange's soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red, he still couldn't believe it. Is there really such a big gap, even if he is a bit more handsome than me? The middle-aged man, observing the scene before him, could only respond blandly, "Let's go, forget about him." Since he claims to know the rules, he must have some understanding of Sea God Island. The middle-aged man did not directly answer the young man's question. With Chu Zhange revealing his soul rings, there could be no faking it. Although he lamented that Chu Zhange had achieved such a level at a young age, he still had to focus on doing his own job well. Seeing the morale of the team falter, the middle-aged man expressed his displeasure and shouted, "Let's go. Don't linger here. Protecting Sea God Island is our primary duty. Besides, can we really meddle in Tidal Douluo matters?" The middle-aged man led the remaining members to continue patrolling Sea God Island. But they rarely encountered anyone entering the island without permission. It was merely a necessary daily patrol. The notorious reputation of Sea God Island had spread throughout the ocean, and even the 2 great empires on Douluo Continent were aware of its various displays. Thus, ordinary people dared not enter the domain of Sea God Island. Those who trespassed into the waters of Sea God Island either drowned in storms or were killed by the magical white shark groups. Chu Zhange carefully recalled the content from the original work and murmured, "Poseidon, with a configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul rings, possessing 6 soul bones, the owner of the sea god martial soul, and having reached the level of 99 in soul power." Will I reach that level? As he ventured deeper into Sea God Island, Chu Zhange inevitably thought of the island's great worshipper, the unmatched titled law at level 99, Poseidon. He currently possessed 4 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones, the 18,000-year dragon body bone, the 100,000-year great strength king Kong bear's left arm bone, the 100,000-year giant lion's right arm bone, and the 100,000-year fierce biting shark's left leg bone. After absorbing the 100,000-year fierce biting shark's left leg bone, Chu Zhange remained at level 97, with his physical strength still at the SS level. It must be said that at this level, it was extremely difficult to improve. Poseidon's sea god martial soul is of divine level, while Chu Zhange's breaking array Overlord Halberd is a top-tier martial soul, comparable to the Haotian hammer, not considering personal strength as a 50-50 split. However, Chu Zhange has 4 soul bones that are stronger than Poseidon's 6 soul bones. All of Chu Zhange's soul bones are over 100,000 years old, which Poseidon definitely cannot reach. After all, Qianrenque's angel divine outfit consists of 6 soul bones, each with only 999 years, not reaching 100,000 years. Chapter 13, Encountering the Seahorse Douluo, looking at the beautiful scenery around him. Chu Zhange suddenly felt a surge of ambition. I believe that one day, I will reach the level of Poseidon, or even surpass him. Although for Chu Zhange, the Douluo Continent is just a world from a fantasy work, after living here for so long. He has also discovered that it is a place full of life and reality. Moreover, he can feel that he is no longer viewing this world from a god's perspective, but rather from the viewpoint of someone who has experienced it firsthand. Looking out over the Douluo Continent, when encountering injustice, Chu Zhange would do his best to help. After all, in this world, he was not afraid of being extorted. He would help an old lady cross the street without a moment's hesitation. As Chu Zhange continued to delve deeper into Sea God Island, he sensed a powerful aura. The aura of a tidal Douluo. His steps gradually slowed. Before Chu Zhange appeared a robust figure, a middle-aged man whose face was covered in scales, with ears unlike those of a normal person, resembling those of a seahorse. The seahorse Douluo approached Chu Zhange and asked, "May I ask what brings you to my Sea God Island?" Chu Zhange stopped and turned his gaze towards the guardian of Sea God Island, already having an idea in his mind that this man was likely one of the 7 sacred pillars. Thus, he spoke, "I come from a mainland to participate in the Sea God assessment." He could clearly see the strength of the seahorse Douluo, who was a level 91 title Douluo. In more than 10 years, when Tang San and the others come to participate in the Sea God assessment, the seahorse Douluo's strength should reach level 92. However, at this stage, it was evident that the seahorse Douluo had not yet reached level 92. With Chu Zhange's level 97 title Douluo strength, he could see through the seahorse Douluo's true capabilities at a glance. Upon hearing Chu Zhange mention participating in the Sea God assessment, the seahorse Douluo recognized that he was not an ordinary individual, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh? Since you have taken the initiative to participate in the Sea God assessment, you must know the rules, right?" The seahorse Douluo could sense that although Chu Zhange looked young, his strength was undoubtedly above his own, leaving him extremely shocked. Damn, this kid looks to be just over 20, yet he has already reached the level of title Douluo. How'd I live my life? When I was 20, I was still below level 40. It's infuriating to compare. Although he was shocked, his expression did not change at all. After thinking for a moment, Chu Zhange decided to play dumb. He genuinely didn't know the specific rules of Sea God Island and said, "I can't quite remember. I just heard some things from the elders at home." Seeing Chu Zhange answer this way, the seahorse Douluo did not think too much of it and said to Chu Zhange, "In that case, let me briefly explain." Once he knew that Chu Zhange was a title Douluo of the same level as himself, the seahorse Douluo's attitude improved significantly, indicating his recognition of Chu Zhange's strength. Without much thought, the seahorse Douluo spoke. As he was very familiar with the process, land soul masters wishing to participate in the Sea God assessment must pass the examination set by the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars to gain approval before they can take part in the Sea God assessment. "And I am the guardian of the seahorse sacred pillar, the seahorse Douluo." After glancing at Chu Zhange, the seahorse Douluo continued, "Once you receive the examination task, land soul masters must complete an examination task every year. Upon completion, you can stay on Sea God Island and become one of us. At this point, the seahorse Douluo stopped speaking. There were some confidential matters he could not disclose. However, as a title level powerhouse, it would not be difficult for Chu Zhange to stay on Sea God Island. Hearing the seahorse Douluo's response, Chu Zhange was not surprised. It was no different from what he had read in the original work, and he asked, "So, I need to gain the approval of the 7 guardians of the sacred pillars. Does that mean I need to gain your approval?" Some of the rules of Sea God Island were not very clear to Chu Zhange, as he had been in this world for quite a while, and some memories from his past life were starting to fade. The seahorse Douluo replied lightly, "Yes, you must gain my approval." As he said this, the seahorse Douluo unleashed a powerful fighting spirit. To be honest, he had not fought against a title level powerhouse for a long time. Therefore, this was a rare opportunity. As a sea soul master on Sea God Island, he could draw upon some of the power of Poseidon, making him stronger than land soul masters. Seeing the seahorse Douluo's fierce demeanor, ready for battle, Chu Zhange could only smile and remain silent, saying, "I wonder how you plan to assess me. I actually have plenty of time, so you can take your time to prepare." The seahorse Douluo felt a bit speechless at this, looking at Chu Zhange, unsure of what to say, and could only respond in silence, representing his current feelings. Why does it feel like Chu Zhange is the guardian here? And I'm a challenger? Isn't this reversed? After regaining his composure, the seahorse Douluo addressed Chu Zhange. "The assessment is very simple. You just need to fight me. If you win, you can naturally participate in the Sea God assessment. Of course, even if you lose, you can still participate in the Sea God assessment." He was well aware that Chu Zhange, having reached title Douluo level at such a young age, had limitless potential for future achievements. Thus, he looked at Chu Zhange with a hint of admiration. From an age perspective, he was Chu Zhange's elder, and regardless of success or failure, they had established a connection. Upon hearing the seahorse Douluo say this, Chu Zhange was somewhat surprised. Did he, a title Douluo powerhouse, really need to battle the seahorse Douluo? He immediately asked, "So, you mean I have to fight you?" Chu Zhange's expression showed some astonishment. It seemed the seahorse Douluo had not recognized his own power. He was a level 97 title Douluo, while the seahorse Douluo was merely level 91. "But are you sure you want to fight?" Then, Chu Zhange released his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. A total of 9 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, suddenly unleashing a powerful aura. This overwhelming aura forced the level 91 seahorse Douluo to step back several paces, leaving him extremely shocked. He involuntarily exclaimed, "This, a 100,000 year soul ring?" The striking crimson 100,000 year soul ring was incredibly eye-catching. The seahorse Douluo's pupils constricted, and he felt a wave of admiration. This young man actually possessed a 100,000 year soul ring. Then, he exclaimed in shock, "May I ask what your title is?" As a title Douluo level powerhouse, he had some understanding of all title Douluos in Douluo Continent. Although Sea God Island was isolated from the world, he was not completely oblivious to external matters. Hearing the seahorse Douluo's inquiry, Chu Zhange had no intention of hiding and directly replied, "You can call me the Eternal Douluo." Upon learning of Chu Zhange's title, the seahorse Douluo continued, "Your Excellency Eternal, although your strength is formidable, the battle must still take place. Being on Sea God Island, our power will be significantly enhanced. Regardless of the outcome, you can participate in the Sea God assessment. How about we fight?" At this moment, the seahorse Douluo had already started using honorifics, referring to him as Your Excellency, which is generally a term of respect from someone of lower strength toward a stronger individual. Although both the seahorse Douluo and Chu Zhange were titled Douluos, the seahorse Douluo now referred to Chu Zhange as Your Excellency Eternal. This indicated that he had acknowledged that his strength was inferior to that of Chu Zhange. Yes, even on Sea God Island with additional bonuses, he still did not have the confidence to defeat this eternal Douluo who possessed a 100,000 year soul ring. The seahorse Douluo was originally a refined person, but now he was eager to battle Chu Zhange. Since he couldn't avoid the battle, Chu Zhange could only follow the rules set by Halberd Douluo. He then asked Halberd Douluo, "All right, where are we going to fight?" It won't be here, will it? Looking around, he saw a patch of lush green trees with no open space, making it impossible to unleash his soul skills, which was quite restrictive. Upon hearing Chu Zhange's question, Halberd was momentarily speechless and could only quickly respond, "Of course it won't be here. Your Majesty the Eternal Crown, please follow me." Our Sea God Island naturally has places for battles. Sea God Island is vast and rich in resources, with various facilities complete. Although it may not compare to the two great empires on the mainland, it is still a powerful force with everything it should have. Soon, Halberd led Chu Zhange to a martial arts platform, which was about 500 meters wide, quite a large arena for a competition. The two stood on opposite sides of the platform, facing each other, and at that moment, the air was silent as a great battle was about to break out. 91st level assault type titled Douluo Martial Soul, Haima. 97th level assault type titled Douluo Martial Soul, Breaking Array, Overlord Halberd. The two announced their information to each other, which is a tradition in the Douluo Continent. Chu Zhange couldn't change this gentlemanly custom of the Douluo Continent. Halberd was speechless. "You, 97th level title Douluo, still want to fight me?" No wonder Chu Zhange asked him earlier if he was sure about fighting. After hearing Chu Zhange's level, Halberd couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected that your Majesty the Eternal Crown, at such a young age, has already reached the level of 97th title Douluo. Halberd willingly bowed down, but I cannot easily concede. I hope your Majesty the Eternal Douluo will grant me this." Chu Zhange's level was truly astonishing. At this moment, Halberd thought to himself that perhaps Chu Zhange looked young, but in reality, he was already over 100 years old. Wasn't their Sea God Island's grand offering just like that? Over 100 years old, yet looking like a 30-year-old young woman, with no signs of aging at all. Chapter 14. The Seahorse Douluo in battle. After thinking for a moment, the Seahorse Douluo still found it somewhat unbelievable. He could only comfort himself. Yes, this ancient lord should be about the same age as my esteemed offering, just looking younger, but actually quite old. The Seahorse Douluo continuously reassured his young heart, telling himself not to let his mentality explode, or he would feel like he had lived his entire life as a dog. What would you think if a 20-year-old rank 97 titled Douluo stood in front of you? Would you feel ashamed? In fact, the current Chu Zhange was not even 20 yet. He was just a little over 19, still months away from turning 20. However, in Chu Zhange's view, reaching rank 97 titled Douluo at 19 was unprecedented in the entire history of the Douluo Continent. Before becoming a titled Douluo, Chu Zhange's cultivation speed was indeed very fast. But after reaching the titled Douluo level, his cultivation speed began to slow down. Chu Zhange looked at the Seahorse Douluo and said, "I won't bully you. I can let you attack first." Seeing the Seahorse Douluo in such a miserable state, Chu Zhange didn't want to make things difficult for him. After all, there was still a significant gap between rank 91 and rank 97. Hearing Chu Zhange say this, the Seahorse Douluo breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Good. Thank you, ancient lord. Now watch my punch. Let's see how powerful it is." With a shout, a powerful aura erupted from the Seahorse Douluo's body. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and more, rose rapidly from beneath his feet. 9th soul skill, Fury of the Sea Punch. The Seahorse Douluo unleashed his tremendous soul power, and all the water around the arena converged to form a massive vortex, with the Seahorse Douluo at its center. The name Fury of the Sea Punch was imposing enough, and its power was enormous, but the activation time was too long. With a shout, a pair of iron fists struck out, and the vortex created by the giant waves enveloped his fists. At the moment the fists were unleashed, the massive vortex surged towards Chu Zhange at lightning speed. Facing such a powerful attack, Chu Zhange showed no signs of panic. To him, this was just a minor scene. As a rank 97 titled Douluo, Chu Zhange had the confidence to say such things, and he had the strength to back it up. A powerful aura erupted from Chu Zhange's body in an instant, and 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, rose quickly from beneath his feet. The Seahorse Douluo's Fury of the Sea Punch struck towards Chu Zhange with great power, but he easily dodged it, revealing the gap between them. 7th soul skill, True Spirit of the Martial Soul. The Seahorse Douluo caught in the vortex, roared loudly. Even if he couldn't defeat Chu Zhange, he wanted to show Chu Zhange his true strength as a seahorse Douluo. A circle of black soul rings rose from beneath his feet at the center of the vortex, and the seahorse Douluo's momentum grew even larger. Soon, the seahorse Douluo transformed into a giant seahorse, surrounded by a powerful blue soul power. The giant seahorse exuded a formidable presence, and the once cute seahorse now seemed incredibly powerful under the seahorse Douluo's roar. Behind the giant seahorse, massive waves rolled in like a flood, gathering all the water inside and outside the arena. Ninth soul skill, Fury of the Sea Punch. In the state of true spirit of the martial soul, casting the ninth soul skill again would greatly enhance its power, even doubling it. One of the main effects of the true spirit of the martial soul was to comprehensively enhance one's strength. With the boost of the true spirit of the martial soul, the seahorse Douluo felt his entire body ignite, and he was filled with the thrill of battle. It had been a long time since he fought like this. The far larger water vortex surged towards Chu Zhange once more, and this time the power of the swirling waves and the punching force was even greater. But Chu Zhange still ignored it and continued as he pleased. Sixth soul skill, Wings of the Sun God. Chu Zhange spread a pair of golden wings, radiating the light of the sun, as if the endless brilliance would dry up the sea, naturally countering the seahorse Douluo. Fifth soul skill, the Pinnacle of Gold. The breaking array Overlord Halberd in Chu Zhange's hand was enveloped in a layer of golden light. Under the amplification of this golden glow, the damage of the breaking array Overlord Halberd would be explosive. When the breaking array Overlord Halberd clashed with the fury of the sea punch, without even using the true spirit of the martial soul, Chu Zhange surprisingly could not finish off the seahorse Douluo in one hit. He only managed to push him back 10 meters. Puff! The seahorse Douluo coughed out a mouthful of blood. The combination of the true spirit of the martial soul and the ninth soul skill, Fury of the Sea Punch, was directly crushed by Chu Zhange. As expected of a rank 97 assault type titled Douluo. For assault type titled Douluos, their strength lay in their attacks, while for control type titled Douluos, their strength was in control. Although agility type titled Douluos also had strong attacks, they could not compare to assault-type Douluos. At this point, the momentum of the battle had spread throughout the entire city, and the massive sound could not be concealed by the seahorse Douluo. 6 figures rushed quickly towards this location, attracted by the tremendous sound of battle. Such momentum on Sea God Island was indeed rare. During the fight, Chu Zhange was at ease and looked at the seahorse Douluo, saying lightly, "There's a gap between us, but your current strength is also quite powerful. Among those of the same rank, you are the strongest I have seen." Hearing Chu Zhange's words, the seahorse Douluo fiercely unleashed the water vortex in his hands. He would not easily give up the fight, nor did he feel that Chu Zhange was being arrogant. As a rank 97 titled Douluo, the ancient Douluo naturally had the strength to speak like this, as the Douluo Continent had always respected the strong. Chu Zhange did not want to prolong the fight any longer. He shouted towards the seahorse Douluo, "It's time to end this." Seahorse Douluo, holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, which shone with golden light, he charged at the seahorse Douluo. As an assault type titled Douluo, he naturally intended to launch a strong attack. Avoiding was not an option. The two clashed instantly. Chu Zhange's soul power far surpassed that of the seahorse Douluo, but he did not exert much strength. Puff! The massive true spirit of the seahorse was sent flying by Chu Zhange's breaking array Overlord Halberd, causing the seahorse Douluo to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, and his true spirit state was on the verge of collapse. Endless seawater, lacking the seahorse Douluo's control, quickly poured down to the ground. Chu Zhange immediately used his soul power to condense an umbrella, shielding himself from the water. The seahorse Douluo, who had been sent flying, rolled on the ground twice before quickly standing up. The strike from Chu Zhange had directly shattered his confidence. In a somewhat weak voice, he said, "Thank you, ancient lord, for showing mercy." The seahorse Douluo stood up and cupped his hands in the direction of Chu Zhange. If Chu Zhange had truly wanted to kill him, he would have already been dead. Defeating the seahorse Douluo was expected, so Chu Zhange had no other thoughts and said, "There is no need for courtesy, seahorse Douluo. I wonder if this counts as passing the assessment? Withdrawing his aura, Chu Zhange smiled lightly at the seahorse Douluo. At rank 91, the seahorse Douluo could not possibly withstand his breaking array Overlord Halberd. Once a soul master reached rank 95 or above, the gap between each level was exceedingly vast, not to mention the seahorse Douluo was only rank 91. Still far from rank 95. Naturally, facing Chu Zhange's teasing tone, the seahorse Douluo could only smile wryly. What could he do? He felt powerless. At the same time, he thought that if Chu Zhange were indeed 20 years old, he would have a great chance of passing the sea god assessment. And once he passed, he would become the future sea god. The sea god, thinking of this, made the seahorse Douluo tremble involuntarily. When he looked at Chu Zhange, there was an added sense of respect. 2 minutes passed, and seahorse Douluo turned his gaze towards the young, titled Douluo, Chu Zhange, and said, "My injuries are almost healed. How about we go participate in the sea god assessment now?" The first stage of the sea god assessment is to test the assessment level, and each stage usually takes about a year to complete. So, even though he just fought not long ago, it doesn't really have any impact. After brushing off the dust from his clothes and tidying himself up, seahorse Douluo extended an invitation to Chu Zhange. If Chu Zhange could really pass the sea god assessment, then he would become the master of Sea God Island, which excited seahorse Douluo, who wished he could take Chu Zhange there immediately. Since the test could begin, Chu Zhange was naturally happy to comply, saying, "All right, then I'll trouble seahorse Douluo to lead the way. I must say, the scenery of your Sea God Island is really nice, and the air is very fresh." Chapter 15, just a top level 9 examination, looking at the beautiful scenery around him, and then at Chu Zhange, seahorse Douluo asked, "Your Excellency, the ancient crown, may I ask which force you belong to?" On the way to the seahorse sacred pillar, seahorse Douluo couldn't help but wonder, which force did this ancient Douluo come from? Achieving this level at such a young age. In today's continent, those who have reached level 97 or above include Poseidon, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo, and the former Haotian Douluo, Tang Chun. Apart from these 3 unparalleled Douluos, there is also a second priest of the Spirit Hall, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, who is a level 98 titled Douluo. As one of the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, seahorse Douluo had naturally heard Poseidon discuss the various titled Douluos on the continent. He was anxious to know who else besides these 4 had strength above level 97. This level of titled Douluo could not be an unknown person. After all, the Douluo Continent is this big, and every titled Douluo has a name. However, in today's world, he had not seen anyone whose martial spirit with a battle spear and had reached the level of a 97 titled Douluo. Therefore, he overturned all his guesses and was very curious about which force could cultivate a top powerhouse like Chu Zhange. Hearing seahorse Douluo's inquiry, Chu Zhange said lightly, "You don't need to inquire. I do not belong to any force. Right now, I'm just a solitary individual." Chu Zhange was not deceiving him. He indeed did not belong to any force. Apart from Lei Xiong, he had no ties on the Douluo Continent, and since Lei Xiong was secluded in the deep mountains, isolated from the world, he probably wouldn't cause any trouble. Not hearing what he wanted to know, seahorse Douluo had to give up and said, "Well, since that's the case, I can only wish Your Excellency, the ancient crown, a smooth assessment in advance. Please follow me. I will take you to the seahorse sacred pillar to undergo the sea god's assessment test. Only after passing this test can you proceed to the assessment of the sea god." The 2 walked quickly towards the seahorse sacred pillar, which was the guardian pillar of seahorse Douluo and the place for the preliminary test before the sea god's assessment. While the 2 were on their way, 6 figures appeared before them, led by the sea dragon Douluo, the guardian of the sea dragon sacred pillar, which is the foremost of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. Sea Dragon Douluo stepped forward and looked at Seahorse Douluo and Chu Zhange, asking Seahorse, "May I ask who this is?" They had just seen a large-scale battle erupt near Seahorse Douluo's residence, which scared them into thinking something significant had happened. So the 6 of them hurried over, but when they arrived nearby, they found that the battle had already stopped. They could sense the immense soul power emanating from this young man, at least at the level of a titled Douluo. Seahorse Douluo glanced at his old partner and then at Chu Zhange, saying, I brought this ancient crown to participate in the sea god's assessment test. The 6 old friends, including Sea Dragon Daw, were unsure of the situation but still mentioned that they were accompanying Chu Zhange for the sea god's assessment test. Apart from Seahorse Douluo, the other 6 were Sea Dragon Douluo, Sea Witch Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, Sea Illusion Douluo, Sea Star Douluo, and Sea Ghost Douluo. Among the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, Sea Dragon Douluo was the most powerful, with a soul power level of 95, possessing the best soul ring combination and the demon breaking domain. After some thought, Seahorse Douluo decided to let his old friends in on the news, saying, "I forgot to tell you, this ancient crown is a level 97 assault type title Douluo." What? At this moment, it was Sea Dragon Douluo and the others who were shocked. A level 97 title Douluo means that this ancient Douluo's strength is even above that of Sea Dragon Douluo. Instantly, their gazes towards Chu Zhange changed, carrying a hint of respect. Regardless of whether Chu Zhange was a land spirit master or a sea spirit master, he was still a level 97 title Douluo. For strong individuals, even if they are not fond of them, they must respect them and use honorifics. This has become a consensus in the Douluo Continent world, because being a title Douluo means they have already reached the top of the food chain. At this moment, Sea Dragon Douluo was somewhat surprised and looked at Seahorse Douluo, asking Seahorse, "How about we go with you to sea?" Just in time to see the strength of this ancient Douluo. Until they witnessed Chu Zhange's true strength, they would not address him as Your Excellency, the ancient crown. After all, they themselves were also titled Douluo powerhouses. The title Your Excellency is generally used by non-titled Douluo powerhouses to refer to titled Douluo powerhouses. But when your strength reaches a certain level, others can also address you as Your Excellency. Just like Zhu Huaguan and Ghost Douluo refer to Bibi Dong as Your Excellency the Pope, while Zhu Huaguan and Ghost Douluo are also level 95 titled Douluo powerhouses. Since Sea Dragon Douluo wanted to go see, Seahorse Douluo had no intention of stopping them, and immediately responded to Sea Dragon Douluo, "All right, then let us go together. Your Excellency, the ancient crown, we will reach in half an hour." Seahorse Douluo knew what his friends were thinking, but they were not breaking any rules by doing so. Soon, Chu Zhange and the others arrived at the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. The Seahorse Sacred Pillar was a huge pillar with a statue of a seahorse, similar to what was described in the original work. Staring at the massive Seahorse Sacred Pillar, Seahorse Douluo shouted, "Your Excellency, the ancient crown, let's begin now." With that, a blue energy appeared in Seahorse Douluo's hand, which activated the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, and soon, a powerful beam of light burst forth from the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. This beam of light enveloped Chu Zhange, who was next to the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. Standing within the light, Chu Zhange felt nothing unusual, but rather a warm sensation. He looked at the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, knowing that the level of the assessment would be displayed on the pillar, and at that moment, the gigantic Seahorse Sacred Pillar suddenly changed. It transformed from white to yellow, then from yellow to purple at an astonishingly fast speed, almost like a flash of lightning. This scene left everyone astonished. But before they could react, the Seahorse Sacred Pillar changed to black. The black color of the Sacred Pillar indicated that the assessment level of this ancient Douluo was on par with theirs, as all 7 of them were at the black level assessment. Among the 7, Sea Dragon Douluo had the highest assessment level, which was black level 6, the same as Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar in the original work. Soon, the black color on the Seahorse Sacred Pillar instantly transformed into red, with the red light climbing continuously from the lower end of the pillar. Red? It was actually a top-level assessment. Sea Dragon Douluo's pupils contracted sharply and then expanded back to normal. Indeed, a 20-something title Douluo could only be worthy of a top-level assessment. In their understanding, the red top-level assessment was the highest level in the Sea God assessment. As for the Golden Sea God assessment, they had never even seen it. Ignoring the shock of those present, Chu Zhange was now fixated on the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, watching as the red light rapidly climbed up, soon reaching the top. But at that moment, the red light, which had been climbing rapidly, seemed to get stuck in a quagmire. Although it was still struggling, it could not break through the last layer of limits. Finally, the red light stopped climbing, freezing in place, and then emitted 9 beams of light. These 9 red beams shot towards Chu Zhange's forehead, leaving a red mark on his brow. He knew that the test of the Sea God assessment had ended. He was not part of the Sea God assessment, but merely a top-level assessment. His rank is the same as Ning Rongrong in the original work, but he has 2 more assessments than Ning Rongrong. Letting out a long sigh, he realized that the position of Sea God has always been out of reach for him. With his current strength, if he could pass the Sea God level assessment and train for a few more years, he would definitely become a god. Red level 9 assessment. It actually is a red level 9 assessment. Unlike Chu Zhange, who sighed, Seahorse Douluo and the other 6 guardians of the sacred pillars were all in shock. What does a red level 9 assessment mean? It means that at this moment, Chu Zhange is the heir of their grand offering on Sea God Island, their future leader. The red level 9 assessment is also the highest level they recognize. His voice trembled slightly. Your Excellency, the Eternal Crown, it's actually a red level 9 assessment. Seahorse Douluo looked at Chu Zhange with excitement, knowing that among them, the highest was only Sky-Dragon Douluo, who was at black level 6 assessment. The higher the level, the more outstanding the talent. He was a bit confused, but why haven't I received the assessment information from you? Your Excellency, the Eternal Crown? Seahorse Douluo was very surprised because he knew the assessment information for anyone tested on the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, but this time, he couldn't see Chu Zhange's assessment information. Seahorse, step down. The assessment of the Eternal Douluo will be overseen by me. Just as Seahorse Douluo was inquiring about Chu Zhange, a graceful and very gentle voice came, stopping Seahorse Douluo. A beautiful and enchanting figure suddenly appeared beside everyone, and Chu Zhange also saw this figure. A red level 9 assessment. He could accept that, and moreover, the red level 9 assessment has 1 more than Poseidon's red level 8 assessment, which indicates that his talent is stronger than Poseidon's. Since the moment Chu Zhange was not recognized by the vast sea universe cover, he had already prepared for this. Poseidon looked at the scene before her and said to Chu Zhange indifferently, Eternal Douluo, come with me. I will oversee your assessment. Chu Zhange turned his gaze to the suddenly appearing figure, a woman. It must be said that this woman was very beautiful. However, Chu Zhange had no improper thoughts about her because he knew who this beautiful woman was, the grand offering of Sea God Island, Sea God Douluo Poseidon, a rank 99 unparalleled Douluo. She's also one of the few people in the world who could possibly defeat him. Although Poseidon was very beautiful, Chu Zhange had no thoughts of that kind and didn't dare to have any. Grand offering. You have arrived. Grand offering. Grand offering. At this moment, all 7 guardians of the sacred pillars, including Seahorse Douluo, bowed respectfully to Poseidon. On Sea God Island, Poseidon is the greatest authority. I have met Sea God Douluo. Chu Zhange nodded slightly to Poseidon to signal his acknowledgement. He did not show the same level of respect as the others because he was not a person from Sea God Island, and he was a rank 97 title Douluo. Although he could not compare to Poseidon, he was not someone to be easily bullied. Let us go. I will take you to participate in the assessment. Poseidon smiled at Chu Zhange, very curious about him. At just 19 years old, he had already reached rank 97, which shocked her a bit. All right, please lead the way. Sea God Douluo. Chapter 16, the top-level examination. Sending off the great offering. Sending off the great offering. Sending off the great offering. The 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island watched as Chu Zhange and Poseidon departed. They were very interested in Chu Zhange's assessment, but clearly, they can no longer see it. None of them dared to go against Poseidon's will or show him any disrespect. After all, Poseidon was the boss of Sea God Island, and they were just workers. Soon, Chu Zhange and Poseidon left the vicinity of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar and were on their way to the forbidden area of Sea God Island, engaging in continuous conversation. The first task in Chu Zhange's top-level examination was to cross the Sea God's Light and ascend 300 steps. In contrast, the original text of Tang San's Sea God examination involved crossing the Sea God's Light and ascending 333 steps. Compared to Tang San's assessment, Chu Zhange's was clearly a bit easier, but for him, the difficulty was essentially the same. At this point, Chu Zhange was already a level 97 title Douluo and possessed 4 pieces of 100,000-year-old soul bones, with a naturally strong physique that might be unparalleled in the world. It was uncertain whether crossing the sea god's light would still contribute to his strength, as its effect was to accelerate soul power cultivation. However, reaching level 97 required more than just cultivating soul power. Chu Zhange speculated that he was likely the only level 97 titled Douluo on the Douluo Continent at present. Looking at the spirited Chu Zhange beside him, Poseidon asked with some confusion, "Eternal Douluo, I wonder why you want to participate in the sea god examination? You have already reached level 97 titled Douluo, standing at the very top of Douluo Continent. So are you also here to pursue the path of becoming a god?" Although she did not know how Chu Zhange had cultivated to this level, she felt compelled to ask, as it related to Sea God Island. Chu Zhange's Sea God examination level was top level 9 tests, one more than hers back then. After her death, he would be the new great offering of Sea God Island. Upon hearing Poseidon's inquiry, Chu Zhange replied without hesitation, "Naturally, it's to become a god. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here considering how far away it is." Poseidon smiled lightly. "Eternal Douluo, you are indeed straightforward, but you should also know that becoming a god is not that simple. According to the rules, a red level examination cannot be a successor to the sea god." She wondered if the Eternal Douluo was aware of this. Soon, Chu Zhange and Poseidon arrived at the examination location, a tall small mountain, at least much higher than the small hill behind Holy Soul Village. This was Sea God Mountain, and at the summit stood a palace called Sea God Hall, where the level 1 god, the sea god, was enshrined. The sea god was an invincible powerhouse who roamed the seas of Douluo Continent for 1,000 years before becoming a god, having lived for over 1,000 years by that time. In comparison, whether it was the great offering of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu, or the great offering of Sea God Island, Poseidon, or the former Hao Yanhuang, Tangchun, they could only be considered children. Who would have thought that someone could live for over 1,000 years? In many people's eyes, even a level 99 peerless Douluo should not live that long. However, at this moment, Chu Zhange was far from Qian Daolu, Tang Hao, and Poseidon. They were not ordinary level 99 peerless Douluos. Poseidon looked at Chu Zhange and then asked, "We have arrived, Eternal Douluo. You should know your examination task, right?" She knew that this task was not a challenge for Chu Zhange, as the first few stages of the Sea God examination followed the same pattern. The moment Chu Zhange accepted the Sea God examination, the voice of the Sea God entered his ears, saying to Poseidon, "I know this great offering. I would like to ask you a question. After passing the examination, can I refuse to be the great offering of Sea God Island? I came to Sea God Island only to enhance my current strength, and I do not desire the position of the great offering. So, is it possible?" Chu Zhange's question was somewhat naive, as many knew that once one arrived at Sea God Island, leaving was not an option. Poseidon replied calmly, "Eternal Douluo, what do you think? Do you believe you can resist the will of the sea god?" Hearing Poseidon's response, Chu Zhange was a bit surprised. This was different from the original text. How could Tang San and the others leave it well? He immediately said, "But I have no intention of taking the position of the great offering of Sea God Island." Poseidon continued indifferently, "Eternal Douluo, you need not worry. The position of the great offering of Sea God Island will not restrict your personal freedom." After looking at Chu Zhange, she continued without much thought, "Moreover, when you pass the Sea God examination, you will only gain the qualification to inherit the position of the great offering of Sea God Island. As long as I am still alive, you will not inherit the position of the great offering, but during difficult times for Sea God Island, you will need to step in to help, as you're my successor. Generally, the success rate for red level examinations is 100. So Chu Zhange could now be considered the true successor to the great offering of Sea God Island. Since Poseidon had said so, Chu Zhange had no choice but to helplessly say, "All right, well, Sea God Douluo, can I proceed with the Sea God examination now?" Without Tang San's Sea God 9 tests, perhaps Poseidon would not have died so quickly, and he would not have to inherit the position of the great offering of Sea God Island. The future was undoubtedly an era of gods. Without his influence on the plot, Tang San, Bibi Dong, and Qian Renxue would absolutely become gods. There was no need to mention Qian Renxue. Everything had already been arranged by Qian Daolu, who could contend with the might of a level 99 peerless Douluo, Bibi Dong had also already obtained the examination of the Rakshasa god. Since the moment she devoured the angel Douluo Continent, her mindset had begun to twist. Tang Xin was still young, and there were many changing factors. Chu Zhange did not know if his appearance would trigger a butterfly effect. After all, the vast sea universe cover was now in his hands. Without the vast sea universe cover, could Tang Xin still become the sea god? The sea god only knew about Tang Xin when Tang Xin used his mental power to probe the vast sea universe cover. Without it, the sea god would naturally not know Tang Xin. Therefore, as a seer, he needed to utilize every means to enhance himself and prepare for the future divine battle. There were too many titled Douluos in the Spirit Hall. He currently had no plans regarding the Spirit Hall, as it was not something a level 97 titled Douluo could overturn. Poseidon said, "Eternal Douluo, please follow me. The stairs ahead are your examination location. Since you already know the content of the examination, I will take my leave for now. I look forward to your good news." The beautiful, dignified, and gracious Poseidon smiled slightly at Chu Zhange before instantly disappearing from the scene. Seeing that Poseidon had left, Chu Zhange couldn't help but murmur, "I wonder if I can pass the first test today to pass the examination of the sea god's light." Mainly enduring the pressure of the sea god's light while ascending 300 steps. The sea god's light would intensify the consumption of soul power, and when the soul power was exhausted, he could only rely on his physical body to continue climbing the steps. In the original text, when Tang Xin passed the sea god's light examination, he was a 7 rings battle soul saint, possessing a combination of yellow, purple, black, red, and red soul rings. He also had 4 soul bones, the 8 spider lances, the wisdom skull, the soft bone rabbit arm bone, and the blue silver leg bone. At that time, Tang Xin's physical quality was already stronger than many titled Douluos, and his soul ring combination was also excellent. Chu Zhange absorbed the bones of an 180,000-year-old flood dragon's torso, the left leg bone of a 100,000-year-old fierce bite shark, the left arm bone of a 100,000-year-old strong golden bear, and the right arm bone of a 100,000-year-old giant lion. His physical strength has already reached the SS level. At that time, Tang Xin's physical strength should only be at the SS level, equivalent to that of Tang Hao, who had absorbed 6 soul bones over 70,000 years. Among Tang Xin's soul bones, only 2 reached 100,000 years. One was the arm bone of a soft bone rabbit, and the other was the leg bone of a blue silvergrass. Moreover, these 2 100,000-year soul bones are considered relatively weak compared to Chu Zhange's 4 100,000-year soul bones. Having read the original work, he knew that the sea god was constantly watching those participating in the sea god assessment. No one's actions could escape the sea god's gaze. After Poseidon left, Chu Zhange came to the foot of the steps and looked up to see the astonishing 1001 steps, as well as the sea god statue at the end of the steps. The enormous statue of the sea god seemed like a deity, making one unable to help but worship, even though Chu Zhange was a high-level titled Douluo at level 97. There exists an enormous chasm between a level 1 god and a level 97 titled Douluo, and even without mentioning level 2 or level 3 gods. Chu Zhange is still far from level 99. On the steps, Chu Zhange murmured, "It feels okay. The pressure of the sea god's light isn't too strong. I just feel a bit uncomfortable." As Chu Zhange stepped onto the steps enveloped by the sea god's light, he instantly felt the energy of the sea god's light rushing toward him, a very peculiar sensation. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the second step of the 1001 steps. The pressure of the second step was slightly greater than the first. However, this level of sea god's light posed no impact on Chu Zhange. After a brief adaptation, he began to run up the steps. He quickly reached the 10th step, then the 20th, 30th, 40th, and all the way to the 50th step with ease. Facing the sea god's light, Chu Zhange felt no pressure at all, and his soul power remained abundant. While in the original work, Tang Xin and the others quickly consumed their soul power. Training soul power under pressure indeed accelerated the training speed, as Chu Zhange had trained this way in the past. But nowadays, these methods no longer worked for him. Chu Zhange's figure raced up the steps without any pause. He only wanted to quickly pass the assessment and obtain the rewards he deserved. The Sea God Light assessment was not difficult, and Chu Zhange was filled with confidence, saying, I should be able to pass the first Sea God test today. Since I haven't gained the Sea God's recognition, my reward shouldn't be the Sea God affinity. My reward should be similar to Ning Rongrong's. However, can my soul power level still be improved? Chu Zhange's soul power level had already reached 97. If he could enhance his soul power level through the rewards of the Sea God assessment, then his purpose for coming here would be fulfilled. Chapter 17. Passing the first exam, as Chu Zhange stepped onto the 100th step, the divine light of the Sea God surged towards him with immense power. The intensity of the Sea Goddess light at this moment was far beyond what he had experienced climbing from the first to the 100th step, carrying an overwhelming aura that was impossible to resist. Under this powerful divine light, Chu Zhange thought to himself, I can't use aggressive soul skills here. I can only rely on supportive or amplifying soul skills. In the previous 100 steps, Chu Zhange had relied solely on his physical strength to push through. His naturally strong physique combined with 4 10,000-year-old soul bones, making it effortless. But once he reached this 100th step, it felt like he had entered a new realm, with an endless pressure bearing down on him from all sides. The blue divine light of the Sea God poured down on Chu Zhange like an incredibly massive metal, mercilessly pressing down on him. The divine light, an energy of godly level, was beyond the imagination of a titled Douluo like Chu Zhange. Taking a deep breath, he whispered to himself, It seems I underestimated this first exam. It's not that simple, or perhaps none of these 9 assessments are easy. 7th Soul Skill, Weapon Spirit Avatar. While his soul power was still abundant, Chu Zhange decisively activated his 7th Soul Skill, Weapon Spirit Avatar. The difference between having a Weapon Spirit Avatar and not having one was like heaven and earth for a Soul Master. Those with a Weapon Spirit Avatar could easily dominate those without. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red rapidly rose from beneath Chu Zhange's feet, with the 7th Black Soul ring occupying the outermost position, suddenly expanding greatly. A massive phantom appeared behind him, wielding a gigantic black battle spear, the Breaking Array Overlord Spear. But the Weapon Spirit Avatar was not summoned for battle. As soon as the Weapon Spirit Avatar was called forth, the pressure from the Sea Goddess light beside Chu Zhange instantly diminished significantly, thanks to the amplification provided by the state of the Weapon Spirit Avatar. With a firm gaze, Chu Zhange felt a surge of confidence, thinking, I must climb up quickly, otherwise I won't be able to complete this assessment. The 300 steps are definitely more terrifying with each level. Although Chu Zhange was already a 97th level title Douluo, he still felt the difficulty against such overwhelming divine light. The steps he was on now were roughly equivalent to the requirements faced by Dai Mubai and the others in the original story. And ordinary soul masters didn't need to climb to this level for their assessments. For instance, the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, they underwent a black level assessment, where the highest level was the Sea Dragon Douluo, who faced a black level 6 exam. The steps he needed to climb were 108, and Chu Zhange had already approached this level, although their strengths were not comparable. That said, Chu Zhange was now also a 97th level high-ranking title Douluo, while the Sea Dragon Douluo of that year was far from being as powerful as Chu Zhange. Looking at the steps ahead, Chu Zhange remained spirited. Now, at the 131st step, he had yet to feel the previous insurmountable force. Soon, he had already climbed to the 132nd step, and in the state of the Weapon Spirit Avatar, he had a strong resistance to the Sea Goddess light. Whispering to himself, 153rd step, 155th step, 157th step, and up to now, all within the controllable range of my Weapon Spirit Avatar state. With soul power reaching 97 levels, Chu Zhange felt he could look down on many people. Even the Sea God assessment no longer seemed daunting to him. He did not believe he would fail here. Charge! The previously waning momentum of the Weapon Spirit Avatar erupted again, and the soaring aura parted the Sea Goddess light, causing Chu Zhange's speed to surge as he rushed past the 200th step. The unstoppable momentum was displayed in Chu Zhange, whose martial spirit was the Breaking Array Overlord Spear, the powerful weapon used by the legendary Xiangyu from his previous life. He couldn't guarantee he possessed the same heroic spirit as Xiangyu, but he believed he would not tarnish the reputation of the breaking array Overlord Spear. He had that confidence. The massive phantom behind Chu Zhange radiated boundless confidence as it wielded the breaking array Overlord Spear. With his soul power at 97 levels, his strong physique, and his unwavering belief in victory, Chu Zhange quickly ascended to higher steps. Looking ahead to the final steps, he felt a force supporting him, encouraging himself. The sea god statue is right in front of me, just one step away. As long as I pass this assessment, I can enhance my strength. Persevere. Enhancing strength was always Chu Zhange's greatest desire, and now he had reached the 290 steps, relying on his strength as a 97th level title Douluo. Combined with the state of the weapon spirit avatar, although he faced the terrifying pressure of the sea goddess light, he only felt a bit of difficulty in breathing. No signs of imminent physical damage, no feeling of soul bones about to break, and no inability to move his feet. None of these negative states appeared on him. 291st step, 292nd step, 293rd step, 294th step. What reward will I receive for passing the assessment? Can I raise my soul power by 1 level? I'm really looking forward to it. If my soul power increases by 1 level, I'll be a 98th level title Douluo. At this moment, Chu Zhange felt his head slightly swelling, but did not hinder his imagination. A 98th level title Douluo is only 1 step away from 99. So, although his head was a bit swollen, he was excited. The power of a sea god is referred to as a miracle. And what is raising 1 level of soul power compared to that, right? According to Chu Zhange, his understanding from the original story, aside from the 9 assessments of the sea god, other assessment rewards were all a level increase. Even for yellow level and purple level assessments, it was the same. The red level assessment reward was an additional increase in the years of all soul rings based on raising soul power by 1 level, which Chu Zhange also yearned for. At that moment, looking at the sea god statue ahead, Chu Zhange was so excited that it felt like seeing a peerless beauty. Although he wasn't particularly interested in beauties, he was happy. Observing his surroundings again, Chu Zhange felt increasingly elated, saying, 295th step, 296th step, just 4 more steps to go. But the pressure from the sea goddess light has increased significantly. However, can these last 4 steps truly challenge me? Charge! The massive phantom behind Chu Zhange radiated a blood-red light, clashing with the blue sea goddess light. Yet the blood-red glow showed no signs of yielding under the pressure of the divine light. The blood-red light from the massive phantom behind him was countering the blue sea goddess light, which was why Chu Zhange had been able to ascend the steps so easily before. At this moment, Chu Zhange truly felt the terror of the sea goddess light, thinking, the sea goddess light is not the true power of the sea god. At most, it is tainted with the mighty aura of the sea god. Yet now, under this blue sea goddess light, I feel an unparalleled oppressive force. So this is the difference between gods and mortals? The pressure that is casually emitted has already made me feel breathless. Indeed, having climbed to the 296th step, Chu Zhange was no longer just feeling difficulty in breathing. He now felt a suffocating sensation, like an ant gazing up at a towering mountain. This immense sense of disparity caused Chu Zhange's breath to momentarily halt. In the original story, Tang San was carried up by Xiao Wu's bug, and in his invincible golden body state, he did not feel this sense of disparity between gods and humans. But now, Chu Zhange felt it. The enormous sea god statue before him radiated a blue light, as if to envelop the entire sea god island. With Chu Zhange's strength as a 97th level title Douluo, he found it hard to withstand the sea god light emanating from the last 4 steps, causing the shadow behind him to waver. Under the immense pressure of the sea god light, Chu Zhange's feet did not lift as he sought to step onto the next level. He no longer thought about what rewards the assessment might bring. Silence was the most authentic reflection of Chu Zhange at this moment. With beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping from his forehead, soaking his immaculate white robe, his strong physique and handsome face radiated endless brilliance. His brow furrowed yet without a hint of ferocity. The 297th step, the 298th step, the 299th step. Only one last step remained. Chu Zhange did not speak, but silently counted the steps in his heart. The number of steps was his current goal and the light in his heart. At this moment, the sea god light grew even stronger. With his heavy body, Chu Zhange stepped up with legs that felt as if they were filled with lead onto the final step. Finally, the assessment was successful. No matter how difficult the process was, he had passed the assessment through his own true strength, step by step, without relying on any external force. Therefore, he was powerful. A 97th level title Douluo was not to be taken lightly. He did not fear battling against the divine. Chapter 18. Still level 97, gifted and resilient. The first test of the Sea Goddess assessment, passing through the Sea Goddess light, has been successful. The reward: all soul ring years increased by 1,000 years, and soul power compressed once. Standing on the 300th step, Chu Zhange was already out of breath. This test of passing through the Sea Goddess light mainly focused on physical strength. Fortunately, his physique was strong enough to save him a lot of effort. Although the rapid consumption of soul power left him pale, he was very happy now, because he had passed the first test of the Sea God. Countless days and nights, he had thought about participating in the Deity S assessment. After passing the Deity S assessment, how much his strength could improve, and now he had already passed, he could also possess that inhuman soul ring. However, when he heard the authoritative voice of the Sea God, he was stunned, showing a very surprised expression on his face. Hearing this, Chu Zhange was somewhat surprised. What? The reward is his soul power compression. Passing the Sea Goddess first test shouldn't be an increase of 1 level in soul power. Why did it turn into a reward of soul power compression? He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he not know what the term soul power compression meant? It was very clear, and he instantly understood. After the Sea God's authoritative voice fell, a powerful and majestic deep blue energy instantly enveloped Chu Zhange's strong body. 9 soul rings appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, causing Chu Zhange to burst out with a powerful aura, but under the coverage of the Sea Goddess energy, it made no sound. These 9 soul rings jumped out by themselves. Chu Zhange hadn't activated them at all. Bathed in the Sea God's energy, Chu Zhange didn't think much of it. Wrapped in blue energy, Chu Zhange seemed to have lost his thoughts. His gaze became dull, and his entire body remained motionless, bathed in the blue energy, surrounded by 9 soul rings. At this moment, Chu Zhange's whole focus was on his soul power, because under the guidance of this blue energy, his soul power underwent a huge fluctuation and instantly boiled. The energy of a level 97 title Douluo was extremely vast, like the surging Yangtze River, where even the splashing water could shatter stones the size of a fist. However, this vast soul power, under the caress of the blue energy, began to become docile, like a wild dog being petted into a well-behaved cat. He could feel that the immense soul power within him was being compressed step by step, and the soul power that had already reached the level 97 level was rapidly decreasing. Chu Zhange felt like crying without tears compared to reaching level 98. He would rather have the former. After all, the former represented the highest standard on the Douluo Continent. He didn't know why becoming a title Douluo in Douluo First Academy didn't require condensing a soul core, while Douluo Second Academy did. He didn't want to think too much about it. The already saturated soul power, under the compression of the blue energy, gradually became as fine as silver needles and condensed into the shape of a battle spear, appearing within Chu Zhange's body. The moment the soul power was compressed, Chu Zhange felt a tremendous change in his body. First was the soul power. Originally, his soul power had already reached the brink of level 97, and he was almost at the level of a level 98 title Douluo. But now, his soul power could barely reach the level of 97, and all the soul power was compressed into this soul core resembling a battle spear. Carefully feeling the changes in his body, he thought, but it's not too bad. After having the soul core, my soul power recovery speed is much faster than before, and I can feel that the quality of my soul power is also greatly improved. Soul power is condensed from both the martial soul and the body, and after being compressed into a soul core, the speed of operating soul power has greatly increased. Then, Chu Zhange began to speculate about himself. When I previously advanced to Title Daw, I didn't need to condense a soul core. As long as the upper limit of soul power reached that level, I could advance to level 90. Perhaps it's due to the different rules of heaven and earth between Douluo First and Second Academies. After all, Douluo First and Second are separated by 10,000 years. But in any case, after the soul power condensed into a soul core, my strength has also improved. If I condense soul power again, will my soul core quality improve? He tried to cultivate soul power and found that the speed of cultivating soul power had indeed increased significantly, almost doubled. This gave him a feeling of returning to his previous cultivation speed, since he had advanced to Title Daw, relying solely on himself. The speed of condensing soul power had been very slow. But now, after the soul power condensed into a soul core, when he used the soul core to cultivate soul power, the speed increased geometrically, and the soul core was very effective. One must say that the soul core is very beneficial for soul masters. The soul core is the manifestation of soul power compressed to the extreme. Just like Tang San and the others, when they underwent the test of passing through the sea god's light, their speed of cultivating soul power under the pressure of the sea god's light was also very fast. So now he also accepted the reward given by the sea god. It's not bad. After having the soul core, although I didn't level up, my combat power has improved. Perhaps because of the different eras, Chu Zhange discovered that the soul core within him was somewhat different from those of the Douluo Second period, and the effects it could exert were also somewhat different. The blue energy had fully merged into Chu Zhange's soul rings, causing his soul ring years to increase. This deeply satisfying feeling made Chu Zhange very addicted. Standing on the steps of Sea God Mountain, Chu Zhange was full of pride, not only because he had passed the first test of the Sea God, but also because he had laid the foundation to become an absolute powerhouse. He could feel that after the formation of his soul core, his connection with the battle spear had deepened, and the battle spear had become sturdier and sharper. These phenomena all indicated that compared to before, he had a more powerful foundation, one that could not be easily obtained. Originally strong, this level of improvement was undoubtedly a qualitative enhancement for him. He had no feelings when reading the original work in his previous life. But when he truly became a Title Daw, the powerful force within him made him intoxicated. He was fascinated by this powerful feeling. Purple, 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 black, 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 red. The 9 soul rings quickly rose from beneath Chu Zhange's feet, unleashing a much stronger aura than before, making Chu Zhange look very heroic. His first soul ring, obtained by killing the 500-year soul beast 1000 gene ant, increased by 1,000 years to become 1,500 years, becoming a 1,000-year soul skill that increases strength by 250. The second soul ring, obtained by killing the 800-year lightning leopard, increased by 1,000 years, reaching 1,800 years, becoming a 1,000-year soul skill that increases speed by 250. The third soul ring, obtained by killing the 2,000-year soul beast forest giant turtle, increased by 1,000 years to reach 3,000 years, with the soul skill granting absolute immunity for 10 minutes to any control skill. The fourth soul ring, obtained by killing the 7,000-year soul beast explosive armor bear, increased by 1,000 years, with the fourth soul ring's age reaching 8,000 years, already approaching the 10,000-year threshold. The fifth soul ring, obtained by killing the 15,000-year soul beast heavy armor Tyrannosaurus King, after increasing by 1,000 years, reached 16,000 years. But the effect of the soul skill did not increase significantly. The subsequent soul rings all increased by 1,000 years, making further progress. But for 10,000-year or even 100,000-year soul rings, merely a 1,000-year increase was minor, and the effect was not obvious, only slightly reducing the consumption of soul power. At this point, in the Sea God assessment of the Chu War Song, the top assessment has been completed and all rewards have been fulfilled. The soul power has been compressed, and the years of all soul rings have been increased by 1,000 years. This is the power of the gods. Chapter 19, Exploring Domain Issues on the Steps of Sea God Mountain. Chu Zhange stood up completely. His martial soul, the breaking array Overlord Halberd, is a top-tier royal weapon martial soul, proud and lofty. The pride of a top-tier royal weapon martial soul does not allow him to be dejected, and he cannot give up no matter how tired he is. Step by step, Chu Zhange climbed the 1001st step, standing at the very top of the steps, overlooking the scenery of Sea God Island. In the distance, a grand and majestic palace could be seen. The legendary Sea God Hall, which enshrines the Sea God, a first-level deity, and serves as the sanctuary of Sea God Island. Next to Chu Zhange stood a magnificent statue of the Sea God, and turning around, he faced the boundless sea, feeling as if he embraced the entire ocean. The summit of Sea God Mountain resembled the ends of the earth from his past life, with seagulls and various fish leaping about. Everything was so beautiful. He murmured, "The scenery here truly makes one feel on top of the world, looking down at all the mountains." After climbing the 1001st step and looking down, Chu Zhange felt quite emotional. No wonder so many people enjoy climbing mountains. This feeling is indeed very nice. The calls of seagulls, the splashes of big fish leaping into the sea, and the roaring sound of waves crashing against the cliffs intertwined, forming the most beautiful sea melody in the world. Looking at this incredibly beautiful ocean, Chu Zhange felt a purification of his soul. Standing in Sea God Mountain and overlooking the entire Sea God Island, this feeling was indeed different, soothing both body and mind. He closed his eyes tightly, breathing in the salty air, his hands unconsciously spread out, embracing the moist sea breeze, while the soul core within him rapidly operated, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, he felt a bit puzzled. What is happening? Why is my soul core operating on its own? It is truly strange. In this state of inspiration, his body was influenced by his emotions, and each cell seemed to jump with excitement, as if wanting to break free from the limitations of this world. The ancient Douluo possessed extraordinary strength. In just half a day's time, he had already passed the first round of the top tier 9 tests. Just as Chu Zhange was enjoying the nurturing of nature, a light yet melodious voice came. The only one who could move freely on Sea God Mountain besides Poseidon was no one else. As soon as the voice came over, Chu Zhange knew it was the voice of the great offering Poseidon. Chu Zhange responded, "The Sea God Island of Sea God Douluo is indeed beautiful enough. I would love to stay here for a few more days, but I am more eager to pass the subsequent assessments quickly." He was not surprised by Poseidon's sudden appearance. He was accustomed to this mysterious great offering of Sea God Island, Poseidon. After all, this was her home ground, and everything was up to her, which was beyond his control. Seeing Chu Zhange so anxious, Poseidon asked in confusion, "I wonder why the ancient Douluo is so eager to pass the assessment. You still have a long time to take the test. Why rush?" As a 97th level title Douluo, Chu Zhange's strength was already formidable on the Douluo Continent. He was considered a top-tier powerhouse at the pinnacle of the pyramid, and no one could restrict him. She didn't understand why Chu Zhange was so eager to become stronger. Did he feel that he was not strong enough yet? She was puzzled by Chu Zhange's obsession with strength. Many people cultivate for a lifetime and may not reach this level. Chu Zhange looked at Poseidon and couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking to himself that as a 99th level unparalleled Douluo, of course, she was not in a hurry. He was still far from 99. Poseidon said, "It's fine to tell you, I am now at 99, but I'm afraid there will be no possibility of progress in this life." With a gentle sigh, a trace of sadness appeared on Poseidon's face. As the great offering of Sea God Island, her treatment was certainly good, but she had lost the opportunity to become a deity. She would never achieve divinity in this life. After hearing Poseidon's response, Chu Zhange smiled and said, "With such a high level of Sea God Douluo, I naturally want to catch up with you. I'm still young and should strive hard." The dignified, great offering of Sea God Island, Poseidon, was momentarily speechless. She could feel the vitality of Chu Zhange, which was indeed very young. It must be said that Chu Zhange was the most talented soul master she had seen in over 100 years, far surpassing Tang Chun. Poseidon could only exclaim, "The ancient Douluo's talent is unparalleled. Throughout the countless years of Douluo Continent, perhaps only the sea god can be compared to you." Poseidon took a deep breath and calmly stated this. She was not lying, because throughout the documented history of Douluo Continent, no one had ever achieved title Douluo before the age of 20. In earlier times, title Douluo were even rarer, as times have always been getting stronger. Chu Zhange felt a bit flattered, looking at Poseidon, and immediately said, "See, God Douluo overpraises me. I really do not deserve it." For some reason, Chu Zhange suddenly felt a bit awkward, as he thought Poseidon was overestimating him. Although he had a high level, he had not comprehended a domain, and domains are most dependent on talent. Thus, his talent was flawed. After thinking for a moment, Chu Zhange asked Poseidon again, "See, God Douluo, I would like to ask you how to comprehend a domain. Are they all innate? Some special domains can be obtained from soul beasts. For example, Tang San's blue-silver domain was obtained from his mother, or it can be said that it was comprehended naturally when blue-silver grass awakened into blue-silver emperor. Some unique domains can also be innate. Just like Tang San's aunt, Tang Yuehua, she was born with the ring domain, although this domain is of little use in battle. Secondly, there are self-comprehended domains, with a representative being Sword Chanexen, who possesses the 7-killing domain, a domain that is extremely powerful in battle. The 7-killing domain was comprehended when he broke through to title Douluo. Generally speaking, domains are something that only title Do-level powerhouses can have, unless in special circumstances. The 7-killing domain is inherited from Sword Douluo's 7-killing Sword Martial Soul, and this domain is also very powerful. Finally, there are domains like the Killing God domain, which can be obtained through assessments, but Chu Zhange did not go to the City of Slaughter, so he did not acquire the Killing God domain. At this moment, after hearing Chu Zhange's words, Poseidon was puzzled and said, "The ancient doesn't he have a domain yet?" Poseidon was quite confused by Chu Zhange's question, as it was rare for a 97th level title Douluo not to master a domain. Cases like his were very rare, as most title Douluo of this level would have at least 1 or 2 domains. Even her subordinate, Sky-Dragon Douluo, a 95th level title Douluo, possessed a demon-breaking domain. No matter how one looked at it, Chu Zhange was stronger than Sky-Dragon Douluo. Chu Zhange's gaze dimmed because he simply did not have a domain. There was nothing he could do about it. He then said, "See, God Douluo, to be honest, I do not have a domain. I have been cultivating for too short a time and have not had the opportunity to consider matters regarding domains. So I plan to ask you, see God Douluo." After saying this, Chu Zhange stopped speaking and looked at Poseidon. He wanted to see how Poseidon would respond to his question about domains, as he truly did not understand and needed to consult someone else. Seeing that Chu Zhange really did not have a domain, Poseidon spoke. "It's not too complicated, but it's also not too simple. There is a bit of luck involved. In the future, if there's a chance, I will elaborate on it with you. Regardless, you're my heir, aren't you?" Poseidon smiled at Chu Zhange, leading him towards the statue of the sea god. The sea god is the faith of the entire sea god island and the meaning of its existence. The creator of Sea God Island, Poseidon, was also a once-in-a-generation genius. She understood the battle song of Chu and had already reached level 97 before turning 20. She must have spent a lot of time cultivating her soul power, and comprehending her own domain also requires a significant amount of time. Ancient Douluo, aren't you about to undergo a second round of assessment? Follow me. The location for the second round of assessment is a bit remote, so don't wander around. Perhaps the answers you seek will be revealed during the assessment. Chapter 20. Encountering the magic soul great white shark under the guidance of Poseidon, Chu Zhange arrived at a sea area, which would be said to be a sea within the sea, located within the range of Sea God Island. Poseidon, looking back at the leisurely Chu Zhange, said, "Eternal Douluo, if you can pass the second test today, it can be said that you're unprecedented and unparalleled." When she took the assessment back then, she did not pass 2 levels in one day either. Although she was powerful during her assessment, she only passed the first level. For the second level, she was left wanting. After thinking for a moment, Chu Zhange turned to Poseidon beside him and asked, "See, God Douluo, I want to ask, have there been title Douluo level powerhouses who participated in the assessment before?" Chu Zhange was indeed curious about this matter. In the original work, those who participated in the assessment were mostly from the younger generation, and there were hardly any high-level individuals. Participating in such an assessment, high-level title Douluo should have an advantage. In Douluo Continent, there should be no one who can resist the temptation of becoming a god. It is a free reward. Hearing Chu Zhange's naive question, Posiusai rolled her eyes and said, Eternal Douluo, do you think everyone is like you? Not everyone has the courage to participate in the divine assessment. Title Douluo level powerhouses have already reached the pinnacle of the continent, capable of commanding the winds and rains. Most of those who become title Douluo have families and loved ones. Participating in the divine assessment means risking their lives. The difficulty of the Sea God's assessment changes according to the strength of the assessor. Different strengths will naturally face different levels of assessment. Those who can reach title Douluo are all above the black level assessment. Once you participate in the Sea God's assessment, you cannot retreat or give up. You can only charge forward step by step. If you give up the assessment, the mark left by the Sea God will explode. And even if the assessor reaches the level of a 99th level peerless Douluo, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Do you think they would risk this danger to participate in the assessment? Chu Zhange awkwardly touched his hair. He actually understood these basic principles. He just wanted to confirm them. After all, relying solely on the original work's description cannot provide a comprehensive understanding of Douluo Continent. Douluo Continent is not a novel. It is a real society. It is not as simple as depicted in the original work. Tang San and the others operate within extremely limited boundaries, mostly learning about things through others. The vast Douluo Continent is filled with countless geniuses. If it weren't for Tang San's crossing over, there would definitely be other geniuses reaching the top. It is known that some have become gods through their own strength, which indicates that this vast continent is not as simple as described in the original work. Having seen Douluo 2, Chu Zhange knows that besides Douluo Continent, there exist other continents in this world. Upon reaching the destination, Posiusai addressed Chu Zhange. Eternal Douluo, you have arrived at the location for your second assessment. Are you sure you want to proceed now? Wouldn't it be better to rest for a while? After all, you just passed the first assessment not long ago. She kindly reminded Chu Zhange, as she had high hopes for him. He was already a title Douluo at such a young age. Although he lacked some social experience, he was indeed a true talent. At the same time, she felt regret for him because he had not gained the Sea Goddess recognition. With Chu Zhange's talent, he is undoubtedly unparalleled. Posiusai even wondered if there has ever been anyone as outstanding in history. At 20, what level was she? Back then, she was merely a 7-ring battle soul saint. Although she was already considered a genius, she felt that compared to Chu Zhange, they were not on the same level. Many people may never break through from level 70 to 90, and title Douluo level individuals remain exceedingly rare. Hearing Posiusai's concern for him, Chu Zhange felt a bit moved, but still said, See God Douluo, I have made my decision. I will proceed with the assessment now. Thank you for personally bringing me here. I am extremely grateful. Chu Zhange was serious about this. Posiusai could have easily found someone else to accompany her, yet she chose to lead him throughout the process, which was a great kindness. Posiusai had no choice but to comply with Chu Zhange's wishes and said, Eternal Douluo, if that's the case, then I will take my leave first. I look forward to your good news, and I wish you success in completing both assessments within a day. We shall meet again. After saying this, Posiusai disappeared without a trace. To be honest, Chu Zhange thought Posiusai was quite good, both in appearance and character, but unfortunately, her heart belonged to someone else. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on this matter anymore. Regardless of his past life or this life, he had never considered such things. Arriving at the seaside and gazing at the vast ocean ahead, Chu Zhange murmured, My assessment is to cross the circular sea's blockade without using soul power. I wonder if I will encounter the 10,000-year soul beast, the magic soul great white shark. Little by. Soon, Chu Zhange reached the edge of the sea area. In front of him were many circular water columns formed by seawater, which, if placed in his previous life, could probably rank as the 8th wonder of the world. The various sights of Douluo Continent were things he had never seen in his past life. Here, the scenery was ever-changing, and there were countless miracles. Standing at the seaside, Chu Zhange gazed into the sea. The surging waves rushed in, splashing onto his clothes and soaking them with salty water. His strong body contained immense power, with not a single scar left on him. His chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and biceps were all well-defined, and even his legs were adorned with strong muscles. Suddenly, The calm surface of the sea erupted with splashes as Chu Zhange jumped into the water, intending to see just how difficult this assessment would be. Under the sea, Chu Zhange looked around, not having time to admire the underwater beauty before he saw several sea soul beasts charging towards him. Chu Zhange uncertainly remarked, "Centennial sea soul beast. Swordfish?" In front of him were fish with sharp, elongated noses, about 3 meters long, moving at incredible speeds. If an ordinary person were to be struck by the spikes on them, they would undoubtedly die on the spot. Sea soul beasts are much more ferocious than land soul beasts, and their attack power is even greater. There are very few gentle and kind sea soul beasts. Murmuring to himself, "The assessment says I just can't use soul power. It didn't say I can't harm these sea soul beasts, so I can kill these sea soul beasts." Chu Zhange is currently a 97th level powerful attack type titled Douluo. The attack type represents immense attack power, and having fused with 4 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. Chu Zhange's physique has reached SS level. A powerful physique means great strength and vitality, along with an increase in speed. He took stock of his attributes. First, his strength reached SS level, his physique reached SS level, his speed reached S level, and his soul power affinity reached SSS level. This SSS soul power affinity allowed him to reach 97th level at just 19. Tang Hao's attributes should be strength at SS level, physique at S level, speed at a level, and soul power affinity at S level. After all, he is the youngest title Douluo in the world. Tang Hao is currently the only soul master who can match him head-to-head. Now that Tang Hao's old injuries have been healed by him, he might soon break through to 96th level. As for the attributes of the seahorse Douluo, in Chu Zhange's view, they would probably be strength at S level, physique at a level, speed at a level, and soul power affinity at a level. The standard for title Douluo is that all 4 major attributes reach a level. S level is relatively strong, SS is very strong, SS is top-notch, and SSS is unparalleled and extremely rare. Little white bye. Chu Zhange recalled the description of this 100,000-year soul beast in the original work, and suddenly found it quite interesting. In the sea, Chu Zhange swam rapidly along the seabed with an extremely graceful posture, and he did not interfere much with the actions of those 100-year level sea soul beasts. Even if those sea soul beasts wanted to attack Chu Zhange, he would directly avoid them. With his current physical condition, his reaction speed was very fast, and dodging bullets was not a problem. "Human, you have finally arrived." Chu Zhange, who was swimming quickly in the sea, suddenly froze, because in front of him appeared a 10-meter-long great white shark with a very powerful aura. It was the guardian beast of Sea God Island, the king of the soul-devouring great white shark, Little White, the mount of the sea god from 2,000 years ago, who conquered the entire ocean while riding it. Chapter 21. The top-level examination Xiaobai was furious after hearing Chu Zhange's teasing. With her shark-like eyes fixed on him, she growled, "Human, you are looking for death." She believed that Chu Zhange was flirting with her, as only the sea god could call her Xiaobai. This examiner before her was so audacious. She shouted angrily at Chu Zhange again, "Damn you, go die." Then Xiaobai opened her mouth wide and lunged at Chu Zhange, her sharp teeth capable of crushing him to pieces. Her overwhelming momentum like a train charging forward. Watching Xiaobai rush at him, Chu Zhange showed no panic, knowing that this king of the soul great white shark could not harm him, only hinder him. The two quickly approached each other. Chu Zhange stood at 195 meters tall, muscular, while the king of the soul great white shark, Xiaobai, was an enormous 10 meters long. Xiaobai was quick, and being in the water was her home turf. Chu Zhange couldn't use his soul power, so Xiaobai thought little of him. From the sea god's information, she knew Chu Zhange was a title dual-level powerhouse. On the same level as her, but so what? In Xiaobai's eyes, Chu Zhange was definitely a scumbag. His earlier greeting was just like a scumbag's tone. Suddenly, as Xiaobai charged at him, her large mouth shot out sharp beams of light. Although these beams were fast, like lightning, Chu Zhange evaded them with his strong reflexes, not taking Xiaobai seriously at all. Even without soul power, he was unafraid. Wasn't she just a 100,000-year soul beast? After dodging Xiaobai's sharp teeth, Chu Zhange quickly swam beside her, determined to teach her a lesson. Chu Zhange gathered all his strength and threw a punch at Xiaobai. Boom! The punch was fast and fierce, catching Xiaobai off guard. By the time she reacted, she had already been hit by Chu Zhange, gritting her teeth in pain. The 10-meter-long shark body of Xiaobai was flipped over by Chu Zhange's punch, showcasing his formidable strength even underwater. This punch nearly created a small whirlpool, a mere punch relying on his physical strength. After being struck like this, how could Xiaobai, 100,000-year soul beast, endure it? She roared, "Human, you are dead. I will not let you go." This human dared to hit her, and, judging by the force of that punch, it was clear he was not holding back at all. Otherwise, how could he have flipped her over? The Taiji technique can use 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, but Chu Zhange could use 4 ounces to strike 1,000 pounds. His enormous fists slammed down on Xiaobai's gills again, causing waves to roll. This immense force flipped Xiaobai over once more, but it didn't inflict any substantial damage, as there was resistance in the water. After being continuously hit by Chu Zhange, Xiaobai felt like crying, if sharks could cry. She could only roar in frustration, "Human, you are finished." Glancing at Xiaobai, the 100,000-year soul beast, Chu Zhange replied nonchalantly, "Finished? Just because you say so? Who gave you that confidence, you silly thing?" Seeing that Xiaobai still wanted to attack him, Chu Zhange pushed back. Xiaobai was getting a bit too carried away. If it weren't for the sea god's rules and a bit of goodwill towards her, Chu Zhange would have long since taken her down. Xiaobai swung her massive tail towards him, but Chu Zhange quickly dodged, twisting his body to throw another punch. This combo was perfect. Chu Zhange's punch was powerful, hitting Xiaobai's gills directly, focusing on that point and causing her to doubt her life choices. Sure enough, Xiaobai was flipped over again by his punch, which brought Chu Zhange a sense of satisfaction he had never experienced before. Nothing felt better than hitting his target. Although Xiaobai was a 100,000-year soul beast and fast, she was not a strength-type soul beast. Chu Zhange's smaller size and his own strong physique meant that she hadn't landed a single hit on him. At that moment, Chu Zhange seemed born for battle, throwing punch after punch with perfect connection. If there was scoring, this combo would definitely score 10. Chu Zhange continually rained punches down on Xiaobai's gills, igniting true fire. Magic Shark Domain. Shark Teeth. A massive energy enveloped Chu Zhange, and although it didn't cause any real damage, he felt his strength diminished by 10%, and his speed greatly reduced. Trapped in the Magic Shark Domain of Xiaobai, Chu Zhange was severely limited, moving much slower than before. The king of the soul, Great White Shark, Xiaobai, unleashed her shark teeth beams, hitting Chu Zhange's body. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiaobai's power was not to be underestimated, and her attacks were fierce. One of the beams pierced through Chu Zhange's thigh, blood gushing out. Chu Zhange gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his brows furrowed. Seeing Chu Zhange in such a miserable state, Xiaobai was quite pleased and said, "Arrogant and domineering human, have you experienced my damage? My attack level is within the range of your examination. As long as I don't kill you, the sea god won't punish me. As a title Douluo powerhouse, you naturally get different benefits. How about that? Happy, huh? Hee hee." Xiaobai, in the ocean, twisted her massive body, laughing recklessly. Suddenly, the blood that had been gushing from Chu Zhange's pierced thigh stopped, and the wound healed back to its original state. This was Chu Zhange's innate body talent. A weakened version of an immortal body. With soul power, it would be even stronger. Xiaobai watched in shock, her shark mouth agape enough to fit a small car. Looking at Xiaobai, Chu Zhange felt she was like a madwoman, unable to help but say, "Crazy." Although his injury healed, it was only superficial. His internal injuries would take 1 or 2 hours to recover. Chu Zhange paid no attention to Xiaobai's taunts and quickly swam towards the finish line, not forgetting why he was there. Hearing Chu Zhange's mockery, Xiaobai was immediately furious, saying, "Human, if you want to reach the finish line, you must ask if I, Lord Xiaobai, agree." Xiaobai's magic shark domain constantly enveloped Chu Zhange, keeping him in a weakened state, which made him uncomfortable. But alas, he had no domain of his own. If he did, he could compete with this 100,000-year soul beast, the king of the soul Great White Shark, Xiaobai, in terms of domain strength. Whoosh! Chu Zhange's body shot through the water like a cannonball, creating a small whirlpool, the seabed churning violently, but the surface of the sea remained calm. Shark teeth. Whether Chu Zhange chose to stay or go, the king of the Soul Great White Shark, Xiaobai, would not let him pass easily, as blocking his way to the finish line was her task. Chu Zhange swiftly glided through the deep blue and surging sea, heading towards his destination. His speed was remarkable, and he could already see the finish line. Along the way, he relied on his powerful reflexes to dodge numerous attacks from Xiaobai. But being in the territory of the demon shark hindered his movements, making it inevitable for him to get hit. The attack power and damage of the 100,000-year sea spirit beast were extremely formidable, if it weren't for his strong physique and exceptional recovery ability. He might have been killed by Xiaobai at the bottom of the sea. Xiaobai was enjoying herself, relishing the sight of her opponent fleeing in all directions. As a 100,000-year sea spirit beast, her strength could be exerted beyond normal limits in the ocean, making her even more powerful than an ordinary 100,000-year land spirit beast. Typically, a 100,000-year land spirit beast would correspond to a human tidal Douluo at levels 91 to 95. In contrast, as a sea spirit beast fighting in the ocean, Xiaobai could exhibit strength comparable to level 96. But this was only when she was fighting at full power. Currently, Xiaobai was not using all her strength. She would only truly unleash it when her life was threatened. Although she found Chu Zhange somewhat annoying, she couldn't unleash her full power, considering that he couldn't use soul power. She even wondered if her attack intensity was somewhat excessive. Withstanding the attacks of the demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai, Chu Zhange quickly swam along the seabed, with the finish line in sight. Looking ahead at the destination, Chu Zhange felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but murmur. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, the last 100 meters. I finally made it. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chu Zhange felt a sense of ease wash over him, glancing back at Xiaobai and letting out a snort. Chapter 22. Improvement of soul core quality in the midst of chaos. One must not lose direction, but firmly choose the correct path, undisturbed by external factors. The top-level assessment. The second test passed through the blockade of the circular sea. As a reward, all soul core qualities increased once, and the lifespan of all soul rings was extended by 1,000 years. The majestic voice of the sea god echoed in Chu Zhange's ears, as imposing as a prison, and the towering figure of the sea god immediately came into view. Chu Zhange leaped out of the sea, completely naked, revealing strong muscles. Although his body had been injured by Xiaobai, it had already healed due to his healing talent. This is also why Chu Zhange had fought thousands of battles without leaving any scars. The low-tier immortal body combined with soul power produced a powerful effect. Chu Zhange's body was extremely strong, possessing unparalleled strength, superhuman speed, and an incredibly powerful self-healing ability, making him arguably the strongest in Douluo. The energy of the sea god arrived slowly. After a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts, a blue light enveloped his body. As the blue light instantly surrounded him, it lifted his body into the air, keeping him steady and suspended in mid-air. From below, he appeared like a giant egg radiating blue light, a powerful aura gestating within. Inside him, a soul core shaped like the breaking array Overlord Halberd was operating at high speed, continuously cultivating soul power, a phenomenon that Chu Zhange only now discovered. The sea god's blue energy instantly enveloped this breaking array Overlord Halberd-shaped soul core, and the powerful force caused a significant change in the quality of the soul core. Originally just a shape, it now had material added to it, transforming the soul core into a solid entity. This is the improvement of soul core quality, which brought a substantial increase. Firstly, the recovery of soul power was doubled compared to before, and the consumption of soul skills was greatly reduced, resulting in higher efficiency. Finally, the speed of condensing soul power during cultivation had increased by about double compared to before. This meant that Chu Zhange could achieve soul level upgrade speed at the tidal Douluo level, which was undoubtedly terrifying. Purple, 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 black, 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 red. 9 soul rings rose rapidly from beneath Chu Zhange's feet to his head and then fell back to his feet. His soul ring lifespan had also been completed, and this increase in lifespan was not as significant for power growth compared to previous increases. The first soul ring originally 1,500 years, was upgraded to 2,500 years, with the first soul skill's effect unchanged, but the duration was prolonged. The second soul ring, originally 1,800 years, was upgraded to 2,800 years, with the soul skill's effect unchanged, but the duration of the effect was increased. As before, a mere 1,000-year increase in lifespan had little effect on the later soul rings, which often had lifespans of 10,000 or even tens of thousands of years. However, for the first 4,000-year soul rings, a 1,000-year increase was quite significant, though this time the improvement leaned more towards increasing the duration of soul skills. After receiving the reward for passing the assessment, Chu Zhange also heard the sea god sound transmission and murmured, "So, the third top-level assessment is about tidal body training." Upon opening his eyes, Chu Zhange found himself inside an egg and then smashed it to pieces with a punch. 6 soul skill sun god wings. Purple, 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 black, 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 red. 9 soul rings appeared beneath Chu Zhange's feet, and in his hand was a breaking array Overlord Halberd about 2 meters and 25 centimeters long, with a pair of huge golden wings on his back. At this moment, Chu Zhange radiated dazzling light, like a divine general coming from the heavens, exuding the aura of a top-tier powerhouse. Holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, Chu Zhange looked at Xiao Bai in the sea, the 10,000-year soul beast, king of the soul magic great white shark, and nonchalantly said with a slight smirk, "Xiao Bai, how about we have a fight?" Suspended in midair, Chu Zhange issued a challenge to Xiao Bai, who was swimming in the ocean, with the ability to use soul power. He was undoubtedly a level 97 assault-type tidal Douluo. Given his strength, a mere 10,000-year soul beast, the magic great white shark king Xiao Bai was nothing to him. Upon hearing Chu Zhange's words, Xiao Bai showed no fear. As a 10,000-year sea soul beast, there were very few beings in this world that could scare her. She replied, "You think I'm afraid? Bring on. Magic shark domain. Magic shark's teeth." It was the same old domain, the same old soul skill. But now this soul skill displayed power far beyond that when underwater. The enormous magic shark domain instantly enveloped Chu Zhange, and a mysterious force surged towards him, causing his power to be reduced by 10%. This was not mentioned in the original text. It did not state that the magic shark domain had the effect of weakening the opponent's strength. Glancing at Xiao Bai, he noticed her momentum had not increased, indicating that this domain only served to suppress the opponent as strength. Domain skill, crystal transformation. Taking advantage of Chu Zhange's momentary distraction, Xiao Bai activated her domain skill, a very powerful ability that could not only freeze the opponent, but also continuously deal damage. Crystal transformation was a control-type soul skill, and being controlled was quite troublesome. Relying on the sun god wings on his back, Chu Zhange's speed surged to its limit, evading the attack of crystal transformation. Often, no matter how powerful an attack soul skill is, if it doesn't hit, it's useless. 5th soul skill, ultimate of gold. The breaking array Overlord Halberd in Chu Zhange's hand was instantly covered in a layer of golden light, radiating endless brilliance. The sun god wings behind him fluttered as he charged towards Xiao Bai floating on the sea surface. With the boost of the sun god wings, Chu Zhange reached Xiao Bai in an instant, and his breaking array Overlord Halberd slashed open a huge wound on Xiao Bai, causing blood to spurt out. Wounded severely by Chu Zhange's halberd, Xiao Bai immediately roared in anger, glaring at Chu Zhange and saying, "You despicable human, how dare you hurt me? The sea god will not let you go." Chu Zhange's breaking array Overlord Halberd inflicted significant damage on Xiao Bai. The attack from a level 97 assault-type tidal Douluo was not something Xiao Bai could withstand. However, as a 10,000-year soul beast, Xiao Bai possessed a robust physique that human soul masters did not have. Even though Chu Zhange's physique reached SS level, there was still a considerable gap compared to Xiao Bai. The powerful physique granted her formidable recovery ability. Although the wound left by Chu Zhange's breaking array Overlord Halberd was large, it was not fatal, and Chu Zhange was aware of his limits. Glancing at Xiao Bai indifferently, Chu Zhange said, "Xiao Bai, with your strength, you're simply not my opponent. If I wanted to, I could kill you right now. But we have no deep hatred between us, so I want to kill you. However, you must answer a few questions for me." In midair, Chu Zhange's sun god wings flapped wildly, tightly gripping the breaking array Overlord Halberd, ready to strike down and inflict devastating damage on Xiaobai. Xiaobai felt a surge of anger upon hearing Chu Zhange's words. As a 10,000-year sea soul beast, it was humiliating to be threatened by a human soul master. You despicable scoundrel. I don't believe you dare kill me on Sea God Island. Xiaobai's magic shark's teeth attack could not land on Chu Zhange. Although her magic shark domain weakened Chu Zhange, it did not significantly affect his combat power. The gap in strength between Chu Zhange and Xiaobai was like that between a level 95 title Douluo and a level 97 title Douluo, a difference that a magic shark domain could not bridge. Fourth soul skill, Overlord Slash. Seeing that Xiaobai was still being stubborn, Chu Zhange didn't wait and directly raised the breaking array Overlord Halberd, gathering overwhelming soul power, then swung it forcefully down at Xiaobai. A 30-meter-long arc-shaped energy blade burst forth from the breaking array Overlord Halberd and instantly struck Xiaobai, causing blood to flow from his back. Chu Zhange's breaking array Overlord Halberd made Xiaobai feel fear. This human was completely unpredictable. In terror, he exclaimed, "Ah, so despicable, old scumbag. What do you want to ask?" Chapter 23, inquiring about the sea gods past the sun god wings behind Chu Zhange fluttered, bringing him to Xiaobai's side. Although Xiaobai was in a miserable state, it did not affect her fundamentally. Her 8th soul skill, Divine Light Shower, could heal all injuries. But the cost was too great, and Chu Zhange was reluctant to use it. Xiaobai felt helpless about Chu Zhange's strength. She could tell during the second test that he was very powerful, able to make her suffer without using soul power. During the second test, he had also attacked her severely, and now it was truly karma. Xiaobai's face couldn't help but show frustration. Indeed, the heavens spare no one. Seeing Xiaobai's tragic state, Chu Zhange had no thoughts of pity. He said, "Let's go, Xiaobai. This is not a place for conversation. Transform into your human form and come with me. I know you can do it." At this moment, Chu Zhange still held the breaking array Overlord Halberd in his hand, not releasing it, while the sun god wings behind him constantly consumed his soul power, so he needed to return to land. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai was immediately surprised and looked at Chu Zhange, saying, "Old scumbag, how do you know I can transform into a human? Did the Grand Offering tell you? Or did someone else?" Hearing Chu Zhange directly mention her ability to transform into a human, Xiaobai was taken aback, as not many people on Sea God Island knew she could do so. As the guardian divine beast of Sea God Island, she naturally carried an air of authority, and ordinary people didn't even dare to look her in the eye, let alone know she could transform into a human. Chu Zhange turned his head and glanced at Xiaobai with his right eye, saying, "How do I know? That's naturally my secret. Why should I tell you? Who are you? Are we familiar?" Then he unleashed an extremely powerful battle intent, the aura of a level 97 title bursting forth, making Xiaobai feel alarmed and daring her not to say another word. Soon, Chu Zhange and Xiaobai arrived at the shore of the circular sea, where there was a beautiful small island with pleasant scenery, and the nearby coconut trees added a touch of greenery. Glancing at Chu Zhange indifferently, Xiaobai said, "Go on. Old scumbag, what do you want to ask me? Hurry up, or I won't serve you anymore." As a human, Xiaobai directly sat on the ground looking at Chu Zhange, not caring about her sitting posture, indicating that she was a rather casual soul beast. Chu Zhange looked at Xiaobai and had to admit that she had an unusual beauty, resembling the modeling of Xiaobai from anime. After a while, he found her quite pleasing to the eye. Seeing Xiaobai still talking back after being beaten so badly, he coldly snorted, "Xiaobai, who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? I've killed more than one soul beast like you that has lived for 100,000 years. If you weren't the guardian divine beast of Sea God Island, I would have directly slaughtered you and used you for my soul bone." Chu Zhange's words were unceremonious. He didn't particularly dislike Xiaobai. In fact, he found her quite fascinating, especially that she could transform into a human. Xiaobai fell silent. The young man before her possessed level 97 soul power and was a very powerful assault-type title Douluo with a formidable battle halberd spirit. Xiaobai did not doubt Chu Zhange's words. She believed he had the power to do so, and a hint of unnatural expression appeared on her face. Glancing at Xiaobai, Chu Zhange then spoke. There is indeed an irreconcilable conflict between us soul masters and you soul beasts. For us soul masters to become stronger, we must hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. If we humans do not become strong enough, we will be slaughtered by you soul beasts. So for the sake of survival, we must do this. After Chu Zhange mentioned that he had killed more than one soul beast like her, a clear trace of anger appeared on Xiao Bai's face, and he suddenly understood. In the original story, Xiao Bai had had a slight conflict due to Tang San and Xiao Wu's relationship, because she sensed Xiao Wu's soul aura from Tang San. Upon hearing Chu Zhange's words, Xiao Bai suddenly paused and said, "Old scumbag, you don't need to say anymore. I've been with Lord Sea God for so long. I naturally understand this. Just ask what you want to know quickly." Seeing Xiao Bai cooperate, Chu Zhange finally asked the question he had been wanting to know. "I want to ask about the sea god from 20,000 years ago. Just tell me what you know, and I won't make things difficult for you." Chu Zhange was very interested in this sea god, who had become a deity solely through his own power 20,000 years ago. The sea god, who possessed a super divine artifact, was indeed formidable. "Oh, so it's about Lord Sea God." Xiao Bai thought it was something else, and then said, "All right, I'll tell you about Lord Sea God's glorious deeds, so you can see what a genius truly is. Although you're not bad, you might not be as powerful as Lord Sea God back then, After finishing, Xiao Bai seemed to fall into memories, her gaze becoming focused. For her, 2,000 years was roughly equivalent to 20 years for a human. Although it was a long time, her memory was still quite clear. Through Xiao Bai's description, Chu Zhange gained a deeper understanding of this ancient figure, the sea god. The sea god broke through to title Douluo at the age of 40, for years younger than Tang Hao. The sea god Poseidon was born into a fisherman's family on Sea God Island, which at that time was an independent small nation, not very populous but qualified for independence. There was no Heaven Do Empire or Star Luo Empire at that time. Various small nations on the continent were independent and waged wars against each other, similar to the spring and autumn period and warring states period of Chu Zhange's past life. When Poseidon was 6 years old, he awakened the sea god's trident, possessing innate full soul power, and naturally had a high affinity for the ocean, allowing him to use the power of the sea to a certain extent. With his innate full soul power talent, Poseidon quickly cultivated to a high-level soul master and broke through to the rank of Soul Douluo at the age of 30, and to title Douluo at the age of 40. At the level of 90, Poseidon personally hunted a 100,000-year evil demon Orca King, which became his 9th soul ring and granted him a 100,000-year soul bone, significantly enhancing his physique. The soul bone and soul ring of the 100,000-year evil demon Orca King allowed Poseidon to break through to level 93. With his powerful physique and the might of the sea god's trident, Poseidon continuously killed 500,000-year sea soul beasts. From then on, Poseidon successfully gathered 600,000-year soul bones, and his soul power level soared to that of a level 97 title Douluo. At level 97, Poseidon fought against the deep-sea demon whale king, the overlord of the ocean in the sea, but he was defeated by the deep-sea demon whale king. It wasn't until Poseidon reached level 99, the unrivaled Douluo, that he truly defeated the deep-sea demon whale king with his own powerful combat strength, thus beginning the era of Sea God Poseidon. When Sea God Poseidon reached the rank of level 99 unrivaled Douluo, he was already 100 years old. However, for him, who had a lifespan of 1,000 years, 100 years was merely youth, and it was indeed his peak period. He was the strongest of that era. Although there were also 2 other level 99 unrivaled Douluos at that time, Poseidon defeated them both by himself, and that battle shook the heavens and the earth, causing mountains to collapse and seas to surge, thus firmly establishing Poseidon's position as the top of the 3 unrivaled Douluos. Later, Poseidon met the 80,000-year evil soul great white shark, Xiao Bai, who was being hunted by the evil demon Orca King, also an 80,000-year soul beast. It was Poseidon who saved Xiao Bai and made her his mount. Even the deep-sea demon whale king had to bow down to the level 99 unrivaled Douluo Poseidon. But Poseidon himself did not have the ability to kill the deep-sea demon whale king. At most, he could severely injure it. The deep-sea demon whale king did not dare to provoke Poseidon. Thus, Poseidon waged war in the ocean for 1,000 years. During this time, he absorbed the power of faith and eventually ascended to the divine realm. Originally, there were many soul beasts of 100,000 years in the sea, but Poseidon killed over 100 of them, resulting in a significant decrease in the appearance of 100,000-year soul beasts in the ocean 2,000 years later. In fact, they were even rarer than on land. There were more 100,000-year soul beasts in the Starry forest than in the ocean 2,000 years later, all because of Poseidon. He killed 100,000-year soul beasts, providing comfort and safety to the people, ensuring that fishermen near the ocean felt secure and that sea soul beasts dared not invade humans. One could say Poseidon was a hero to humanity and a demon to soul beasts. No soul beast could defeat Poseidon. He was the invincible powerhouse of that era. Year after year passed, and Poseidon successfully protected humanity for 1,000 years, becoming their faith. Xiaobai knew about Poseidon's story, as these were things he had told her. Xiaobai accompanied Poseidon for 1,000 years and admired him greatly, as he was the invincible powerhouse of that time. In the end, when Poseidon ascended, he did not take Xiaobai with him, and she did not understand why, especially after following him for a full 1,000 years. Chapter 24 Summary of Personal Combat Power, standing on the white sandy beach, gazing at the boundless ocean and listening to the sound of the waves crashing. Chu Zhange's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Ever since 3 days ago, when he listened to Xiaobai recount the story of the sea god, he had been inspired to compare himself with Poseidon, the sea god, and to address his own shortcomings. He wanted to see where the gap between himself and Poseidon lay. Only by doing so could he become stronger. This was similar to the methods he used in his previous life when studying. Poseidon's martial soul was the sea god's trident, which was a top-tier martial soul, comparable to the breaking array Overlord trident, which was the king among top-tier martial souls. Poseidon's martial soul was not a divine-level martial soul because, in his era, the concept of divine-level martial souls did not exist on the Douluo Continent. The strongest were the top-tier martial souls. Therefore, Poseidon's martial soul was one of the best at that time. The difference between top-tier martial souls and divine-level martial souls was significant. Normally, a holder of a level 90 divine-level martial soul could defeat a holder of a level 95 top-tier martial soul. Why was Chu Zhange, who possessed the divine-level martial soul six-winged angel, heavily injured by Tang Hao, who had just broken through to title Douluo? At that time, Chu Zhange was level 95, and Tang Hao had just become a title Douluo. In Chu Zhange's view, this could only be attributed to Tang Hao's explosive ring skills being too powerful. He had fought with Tang Hao and could feel his strength. Tang Hao truly deserved the reputation of Hao Ian Douluo, showcasing exceptional combat power and an array of powerful soul skills at his disposal. At that time, he had the Sun God body, which provided a 200% increase in all attributes, and his physical strength far exceeded Tang Hao's. However, after that battle, he still needed 10 days to recuperate, indicating that Tang Hao was not weak. In the original work, Chu Zhange was heavily injured by Tang Hao, who had just stepped into title Douluo. This cannot be said to reflect the weakness of divine-level martial souls, but rather that Tang Hao was too monstrous. Nonetheless, it must be said that Chu Zhange ultimately brought shame to the divine-level martial soul. When the sea god began absorbing the power of faith, he possessed 6 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones, and his soul ring configuration was yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, which was decent. However, compared to Tang San in the original work, the sea god pales in comparison. Tang San not only possessed numerous 100,000-year soul rings, but also 100,000-year soul bones and million-year soul bones. Without divine power, few individuals on the Douluo Continent could break the configuration of 9 soul rings being yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, as recorded in historical documents. As he pondered, Chu Zhange began to evaluate his own strength comprehensively. In fact, he was still much weaker than the sea god. He had only 4 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones while the sea god had 6, so his physical strength should be greater than his. However, he had the advantage of youth. At just 19 years old, he was already a level 97 title Douluo, and before the age of 25. He should be able to reach level 99 title Douluo, something Poseidon could not compare to. However, the sea god possessed an extremely powerful domain and had evolved it to perfection, and even before becoming a god, he already had a divine body. In these two aspects, having a powerful domain and a divine body without becoming a god, Poseidon was ahead of him. If he wanted to surpass him, he had to make efforts in these two areas. So how did Poseidon achieve this? How could he have a divine body without becoming a god? Is this something an ordinary soul master could accomplish? Chu Zhange frowned, clearly troubled. Although simply put, he and the sea god had their strengths and weaknesses. However, he lacked confidence in reaching Poseidon's level. Nevertheless, overall, his future seemed to have more potential before becoming a god, which was his advantage. But could he rely on his own strength to become a god? Chu Zhange was uncertain. His only direction now was to seize every opportunity to push himself to the limits of humanity. Only then could he consider the next step. Currently, his first soul skill, Overlord Divine Power, could enhance his strength by 250%, and his second soul skill could enhance his speed by 250%. These two enhancement soul skills allowed him to break free from his dependence on support-type soul masters. Additionally, his ninth soul skill, Sun God Body, further enhanced all his attributes by 200%. If these three skills were activated simultaneously, they would surely elevate his thinking to the SSS level, and at that point, his combat power would definitely reach the level of 99. Unfortunately, the physical requirements were too high. With his current physical strength, using all three enhancement soul skills together for an extended period was impossible, making his physical strength a weakness. He hoped that through the sea god assessment, his physical strength could improve again, and the age of his soul rings also mattered. The higher the age of the soul rings, the stronger the effects of the soul skills. With the enhancement from the sun bloodline, his physical strength would eventually grow strong enough to support the use of various enhancement soul skills, even enhancement divine skills. After speaking, Chu Zhange began to practice his spear techniques in the yard, executing one thrust after another with a breaking array Overlord Trident, showing great vigor and immense power. Although his fifth soul skill, the ultimate of gold, could significantly increase the output damage of the breaking array Overlord Trident, it required highly skilled spear techniques to complement it. Without strong spear techniques, his breaking array Overlord Trident would merely be sharper, without being able to convert that into output. To become the most powerful assault-type title Douluo on the Douluo Continent, he needed not only powerful soul skills, but also the strongest self-created soul skills, such as the Overlord Spear technique. He still had a long way to go before reaching the three supreme Douluo, not to mention the level of the sea god. Everything required effort. One day, he would stand at the pinnacle of the world. Gradually, Chu Zhange left the white sandy beach, soared into the sky, and quickly flew to the center of the ocean. Looking at the surging waves beneath him and the unfathomable depths of the sea, he suddenly realized how insignificant he was compared to the entire Douluo star. Moreover, the current Douluo star was still a desolate Douluo star, far from the strength of the Dragon God era. Even so, he was still not the true supreme powerhouse of Douluo star. His strength was still insufficient. There were at least three individuals on the Douluo Continent stronger than him. Angel Douluo Qiandalu, Sea God Douluo Poseidon, and Haoyan Douluo Tangchun. If soul beasts were included, Emperor Tian and the Evil Eye Tyrant should also be stronger than him, along with the two deep-sea demon whale kings in the ocean. Thus, his path of growth was still long. He also wondered what level the million-year soul beast was in now. If he encountered the million-year soul beast, deep-sea demon whale king, could he defeat it? Looking at the vast ocean, he pondered whether the deep-sea demon whale king would suddenly leap from the water and tear him apart. He did not know why, but he felt this sensation strongly. However, as time passed, the deep-sea demon whale king still did not emerge, engaging him in a standoff for 300 rounds. Chapter 25, conducting tidal body, training time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. During these 10 days, Chu Zhange and the 100,000-year sea soul beast, the king of magic soul white sharks, Xiaobai, became good friends who talked about everything. Chu Zhange felt that although Xiao Bai had lived for 100,000 years, his character remained innocent and romantic, while Xiao Bai thought that although Chu Zhange lacked charm, he was very sincere. Therefore, whenever Chu Zhange practiced the Overlord Spear technique in the circular sea area, Xiao Bai would watch from the sidelines. Gradually, it became a habit. Chu Zhange felt that this atmosphere was great, and through Xiao Bai, he learned a lot about the ocean. The sea is vast, not just around Sea God Island, but there are even larger ocean areas, deeper trenches, and more powerful soul beasts, such as the deep-sea demon whale king. Someone is coming. At this moment, Chu Zhange was practicing his spear technique in the yard. His powerful spiritual sense detected someone approaching, so he withdrew the Overlord spear. Chu Zhange looked at the figure that suddenly appeared around him. It was Poseidon, the grand offering of Sea God Island. Only Poseidon could silently appear in various corners of Sea God Island. Today was the time for Chu Zhange's third assessment in the top level 9 tests, and he had arranged with Poseidon to take him there. Poseidon looked at Chu Zhange and said, "The Eternal Douluo has reached this level at such a young age. It seems that your efforts have played a significant role." Chu Zhange was already used to Poseidon's praise at this moment and replied, "The sea god, Douluo, flatters me. I still have a long way to go. I wonder where the place for my assessment is." Although Chu Zhange knew that the assessment location was the Rage Waves Abyss, he did not know where it was. Sure enough, Chu Zhange was still most concerned about his sea god assessment. However, since it was related to the sea god assessment, even Poseidon did not dare to be careless and said, "Eternal Douluo, follow me. The location for your assessment is the Rage Waves Abyss. The Rage Waves Abyss is a very interesting place. I believe you will have a deep impression of it in the future. Eternal Douluo, come with me." After speaking, Poseidon led Chu Zhange to the assessment site. Chu Zhange's third assessment was to be battered by the waves for a year in the Rage Waves Abyss, which is referred to as tidal body training. As long as he persisted in being hit by the waves for 10 hours a day for a year, he would complete the assessment. This assessment was not very difficult for him. After all, he was naturally strong, and after absorbing 4 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones, his physical strength was unmatched. Upon arriving at the Rage Waves Abyss, Poseidon glanced at Chu Zhange and said, "Eternal Douluo, here we are. This is the Rage Waves Abyss." At first glance, it was a concave area with towering cliffs on both sides and the Sea God Island in the middle, with only the front showing the surging seawater. Due to the terrain, when the outer seawater entered this concave bay, it encountered massive reefs blocking its way. However, the seawater was too turbulent for the reefs to withstand, causing the incoming seawater to rise hundreds of meters high. Then, this hundreds of meters high water would crash down rapidly, with endless seawater pouring down from hundreds of meters above. Many giant rocks were shattered by the waves like this, day after day, forming this unique concave bay. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful force erupted from Poseidon. Chu Zhange knew that Poseidon was about to summon the silver sinking pillar. 9 soul rings, black and red, rose from beneath Poseidon's feet, then fell at her feet. It is widely known on the Douluo Continent that the best soul ring configuration is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 totaling 9 soul rings, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Having a 100,000-year soul ring is already considered an extraordinary soul ring configuration, with a representative example being Tang Hao, who had 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul ring. Chu Zhange's current soul ring configuration is 4 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Although he is currently quite inferior to Poseidon, he believes that one day he will catch up. The originally turbulent sea surface calmed under Poseidon's power, and a silver sinking pillar, several dozen meters high, slowly rose. Chu Zhange had to admit that he was still far from Poseidon's level. As the grand offering of Sea God Island, she could use a part of the sea god as divine power. Soul power cannot be compared to divine power. Even Chu Zhange, a 97th level title Douluo, would be at a disadvantage under Poseidon's divine power. Although he knew that the Rage Waves Abyss was not a challenge for him, Poseidon still said, "All right, Eternal Douluo, your assessment location is to stand on the silver sinking pillar and be battered by the waves for a year. If you wish, you can start the assessment now, being hit by the waves for 10 hours continuously every day." After saying this, Poseidon disappeared. believing that Chu Zhange would understand and did not need her to teach him step by step. Looking at the bay in front of him, Chu Zhange felt a surge of emotion and murmured, "Tidal body training? I wonder how the tidal body training will enhance my body. If my physical strength can break through again, that would definitely be a good thing." Standing at the edge of the cliff, Chu Zhange used the skill from the 100,000-year soul bone to fly over, firmly standing on the silver sinking pillar. Suddenly, 2 iron chains bound Chu Zhange's arms, and he suddenly felt that he could not use his soul power. Adjusting his body to face the surging seawater, a huge wave suddenly crashed in, raised hundreds of meters high by the reefs blocking it. The rolling giant wave came crashing down directly from hundreds of meters above, instantly hitting Chu Zhange's robust body, tearing his clothes apart. With his clothes torn, his strong muscles were exposed, and Chu Zhange had a very powerful physique. The waves crashing against him became increasingly fierce, and Chu Zhange felt as if all his internal organs, muscles, and bones were being reshaped by the giant waves. The massive iron chains prevented Chu Zhange from using his soul power, so he could only rely on his physical body to withstand the waves' impact. The waves crashing against him grew more ferocious, and Chu Zhange even wondered if the sea god in the divine realm was personally directing the movements of the water. Thus, Chu Zhange persisted for an entire day. At first, it was very painful, but gradually he adapted. Moreover, he could feel his already strong physique becoming even stronger. At the end of each assessment day, Chu Zhange continued to stand on the silver sinking pillar, accepting the waves beating. Experiencing the overwhelming waves in the rage waves abyss was far more terrifying than the effects he produced when training his body under the waterfall in the Star Great Forest. He was now a 97th level tidal Douluo, but during the tidal body training, he still felt pain all over his body. This was a sensation he had not experienced in many years, but he found it exhilarating, a visible way to enhance his strength. Except for eating, drinking, and other necessities, he remained on the silver sinking pillar, enduring the waves' impact. The surging waves were incredibly fierce and painful. During this time, the magic soul white shark King Xiaobai often came to watch, sitting on the cliff opposite the silver sinking pillar, mercilessly mocking him. Due to being battered by the giant waves, Chu Zhange looked somewhat disheveled, especially with the 2 iron chains binding him, resembling a prisoner. But Chu Zhange didn't care, because through tidal body training, he could not only enhance his physical strength, but also the core of the Overlord Spear Soul was constantly operating to cultivate soul power. Under the relentless assault of the monstrous waves, he cultivated his soul power very quickly. By the end of the first month of tidal body training, his soul power had already reached 10%. Tidal body training, whether for physical training or soul power cultivation, was highly efficient. His physique had already reached SS level and was now rapidly approaching SSS level. On the cliff beside the raging waves, Xiaobai sat upright, looking at Chu Zhange, and said, "Chu Zhange, are you okay? If not, just give up early. I swear, I won't laugh at you anymore. You're actually quite impressive." Opposite him was the king of the soul beasts, the great white shark, Xiaobai, who had come again for the annual visiting day. However, Chu Zhange glanced at Xiaobai in the distance, completely ignoring her. He noticed that after getting familiar with Xiaobai, she often came to play with him. While he didn't really want to see her, her presence annoyed him. Seeing that Chu Zhange didn't acknowledge her at all, Xiaobai became angry and said, "Hey, Chu Zhange, what kind of expression is that? Let me tell you, with your physique, I could take on 10 of you. Don't believe me? The tidal body training you're doing is child's play for me. I could do thousands of them without saying a word, and look at you, just getting hit once, and you're grimacing in pain." As Chu Zhange's physical strength grew stronger, the force of the waves also increased, keeping him in a constant state of discomfort. Being battered by the waves and mocked by Xiaobai, Chu Zhange felt quite aggrieved and couldn't help but mutter to Xiaobai, "I never expected that a dignified level 97 tidal Douluo, would end up living such a pathetic life." The tidal body training was tough, and Xiaobai couldn't come to see him every day, so during the time she wasn't around, he would mock himself. Life is not easy. Cherish every moment. Chapter 26. Completion of tidal body training. The wrath of the waves on the submerged silver pillar. Chu Zhange endured the relentless crashing of the waves. His body repeatedly slammed to the ground. As a rank 97 title Douluo, it was hard to believe he could be so battered, if it weren't for witnessing it firsthand. One would find it unbelievable. Enjoying the assault of the waves, Chu Zhange closed his eyes tightly, completely ignoring the impact. 6 months had passed, and both his soul power and physical strength were steadily rising. He couldn't help but wonder if his presence would cause any changes on the continent, triggering a butterfly effect. Lost in thought, Chu Zhange, now a rank 97 title Douluo, stood at the pinnacle of Douluo Continent. He possessed the breaking array tyrant halberd martial soul and the halberd's core, significantly enhancing his training speed. After contemplating, Chu Zhange made plans for the future, silently resolving, let's not think about future matters for now. The immediate priority is to complete the top-level 9th assessment. After the top-level 9th assessment concludes, if I still haven't obtained a domain, I will head to the City of Slaughter to acquire the Killing God domain. Once I have the Killing God domain, I will consider the matter of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. For now, this is the situation. Currently, what Chu Zhange wanted most was to quickly enhance his strength. The power of the giant waves had intensified. Furrowing his brows, he watched as the colossal waves crashed down from midair, the force strong enough to shatter a powerful attack type, Soul Emperor, into pieces. The power of heaven and earth was beyond human resistance. Boom! The towering waves mercilessly crashed against Chu Zhange's body, and with each crashing wave, he experienced unprecedented pain. Yet at the same time, his physique grew stronger. When one is young, time is the least valuable thing. Time flies like an arrow, and moments pass like water. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd assessment of tidal body training was nearing its end. Still enjoying the impact of the waves, Chu Zhange had now fully resisted them and felt quite comfortable. He then remarked, tomorrow, the tidal body training will conclude. My physique probably won't see any further improvement. A strong physique means strong reaction speed, strong resistance, strong power, and the ability to endure longer when being hit. The effect of Chu Zhange's Titan Sky Smasher Fist hitting a 100,000 year soul beast is certainly not the same as hitting a title Douluo. The former might get injured, but the latter could die. It's that simple. Human resistance cannot match that of soul beasts. At that moment, Xiaobai appeared before Chu Zhange, looking at him without any mockery, but instead said, Hey, Chu Zhange, what do you plan to do after you finish tidal body training tomorrow? I know that Land Soul Masters have a year for assessments. I might continue participating in assessments until the day I pass them all. Glancing at Xiaobai, Chu Zhange replied nonchalantly, By the way, are you this idle every day? Is this how you soul beast train? I'm a bit curious. This question touched on Xiaobai's secret, and she immediately shot him a glare, unceremoniously replying, Go eat shit. Why would I tell you that? Seeing Xiaobai's foul language, even with Chu Zhange's good temperament, he couldn't help but want to retort. Hey, can't you be a little gentler since you're a girl? Xiaobai shouted angrily, Get lost. Opposite Chu Zhange was a familiar figure. Over the past year, whenever Xiaobai had nothing to do, she would tease him a few times. Therefore, their relationship could be considered relatively good. But Xiaobai was particularly sensitive about the 100,000 year soul bones on him. So while Xiaobai had let go, she had acquired a thorn that prevented them from genuinely opening their hearts to each other. Since awakening the breaking array tyrant halberd martial soul, he had killed many soul beasts, including several 100,000 year ones. If it meant not hunting soul beasts to improve his strength for Xiaobai's sake, Chu Zhange felt he might not be able to do that, unless he could research the soul spirit system, but he simply wasn't cut out for that. He was quite adept at cultivating soul power and engaging in battles. Throughout the year, the continuous tidal body training far exceeded the assessment requirements. Enduring the trials of the sea, the top-level assessment, the 3rd test, tidal body training, was completed with success. Reward: all soul ring ages increased by 2,000 years, and the quality of the soul core was enhanced once. In the wrath of the waves, on the submerged silver pillar, Chu Zhange was still being battered by the waves, but the chains that bound his arms had vanished. Today marked the conclusion of his 3rd assessment, and with the support of soul power, no matter how big the waves were, they could not topple him. A powerful blue energy enveloped Chu Zhange, radiating endless majesty. This was the power of the sea god, capable of changing the world. On the opposite side of the submerged silver pillar, the 100,000-year-soul beast Xiao Bai watched this scene, sensing a familiar aura, the aura of the sea god. Within the blue energy, Chu Zhange closed his eyes tightly, carefully sensing the changes within his body, with the first change occurring in the Breaking Array Tyrant Halberd's soul core. The second assessment granted the Breaking Array Tyrant Halberd's soul core a physical form. This time it underwent a qualitative change, as if its material had transformed. If the Breaking Array Tyrant Halberd's soul core was wood before, now it was stone. The qualitative change of the soul core brought about even more powerful effects, doubling the training speed from its original basis, significantly reducing soul power consumption and increasing recovery speed. The next change occurred in Chu Zhange's soul rings. This time he had exceeded expectations, with all soul rings increased by a full 2,000 years. Now, Chu Zhange's soul ring configuration was purple, 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 black, 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 red, 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red, totaling 9 soul rings. Moreover, his soul power had already reached 70. In just 1 year, he had cultivated to 70. One could imagine how immense the soul power required to advance from rank 97 to rank 98 was. Generally, it would take decades for ordinary people to accumulate as much soul power in a year as Chu Zhange had. In the wrath of the waves, on the submerged silver pillar, Chu Zhange let out a long howl, finally ending his torment from the giant waves. Just as he completed his enhancement, Poseidon's figure appeared, standing in midair beside the submerged silver pillar, looking at Chu Zhange's strong physique. Poseidon spoke. The ancient Douluo is indeed an extraordinary talent. Your innate ability is something even I cannot compare to. The raging waves surged violently, but no matter how fierce they were, as they approached Poseidon, they vanished without a trace. This scene was witnessed by Chu Zhange. Looking at the beautiful and noble Poseidon beside him, Chu Zhange inquired, "I wonder, sea god Douluo, what brings you here this time?" Immediately, Poseidon replied, "You are aware of the content of the 4th assessment, right? When you received your rewards, you must have known about your next round of assessments." Naturally, he was aware and responded, "Yes, I already know, but I want to wait a while before taking the assessment." Poseidon glanced at the turbulent waves around, then looked at the blue sky, finally returning his gaze to Chu Zhange, saying, "That's fine. I came this time mainly to inform you. The evil spirit Orca King has appeared in the Sea God Island's waters, which is related to the content of your Sea God assessment. If there is nothing else, I will return to the Sea God Temple first." After speaking, Poseidon vanished. Chu Zhange gazed at Poseidon's disappearing figure, lost in thought. The evil spirit Orca King was indeed the content of his 4th assessment. The top-level 9th assessment, 4th test, required him to kill the evil spirit Orca King alone without accepting help from others. Otherwise, the assessment would fail. I can't help but murmur, with my current strength. Killing the Demon Sea Whale King is not a problem, since the Demon Sea Whale King has already appeared in the Sea God Island area. I can go out now to kill it, saving a lot of time searching for it later. When Chu Zhange was at level 95, he could already kill 10,000-year soul beasts alone. Although sea soul beasts are stronger than land soul beasts, he is now a level 97 title Douluo, and after multiple transformations, his strength has far surpassed what it once was. Chapter 27. The evil Orca King group looking at the vast sea, Chu Zhange frowned and said, "Where could it be? I've been searching for the evil Orca King, but I still haven't found any trace of it. Do I really have to dive into the sea to find it?" After learning about the evil Orca King's whereabouts from Poseidon, Chu Zhange immediately set off for this place. He never procrastinated in his tasks. His 4th test required him to independently kill a 10,000-year sea soul beast, the 10,000-year evil Orca King, an extremely powerful sea soul beast. At this moment, Chu Zhange was hovering in the air above Sea God Island. If the evil Orca King appeared nearby, it would have to surface to breathe. The moment the evil Orca King surfaced, Chu Zhange would spot it, and that would be when he could kill it. The evil Orca King group and the soul-devouring Great White Shark group were sworn enemies. The evil Orca King had once killed Xiao Bai's brother, which made Xiao Bai hate the evil Orca King deeply. as Xiao Bai's friend, and with the task of killing the evil Orca King. It was unlikely that this evil Orca King would survive to see Tang San. I'm looking around now. Anyway, my soul power is abundant, and my recovery speed is also very fast. Chu Zhange's strong body swept through the air at high speed, his eagle-like sharp eyes quickly scanning the movements on the sea surface, taking everything in. He thought to himself, "This time, I must kill the evil Orca King by myself." In the original story, Tang San and the others assisted the soul-devouring Great White Shark group in killing the evil Orca King. If we talk about the difficulty of the assessment, it's actually harder for Tang San and his group because I currently possess level 97 soul power. Chu Zhange lowered his flying height. Although this reduced his line of sight, it was beneficial for observing the movements of the evil Orca King. Chu Zhange, I know where the evil Orca King is, just follow me. While Chu Zhange was wandering in the air, the 10,000-year soul beast Xiao Bai appeared and shouted with all her might at the Chu Zhange in the sky. "Xiao Bai, won't this affect my assessment? My assessment requires me to kill the evil Orca King alone, without any help." Although Chu Zhange was also very curious about the evil Orca King's whereabouts, he felt he shouldn't rely on Xiao Bai to find it, fearing it would affect his assessment. Hearing Chu Zhange's words, Xiao Bai was momentarily at a loss for how to explain, and then said, "Are you stupid? As long as I don't participate in the process of you killing the evil Orca King, it's fine. Helping you find the evil Orca King doesn't count as breaking the rules. Are you sure, Xiao Bai? You won't trick me, right?" Chu Zhange stopped in midair and glanced at Xiao Bai in the sea. If he broke the rules, there was a high chance he would be declared to have failed the assessment. "Am I capable of deceiving you? Ugh, you really make me anxious. Are you coming or not? If not, then forget it." At this moment, Xiao Bai was so anxious that she wanted to punch Chu Zhange. She really wanted to tell him loudly that it was Lord Poseidon who told her this didn't count as breaking the rules. But she couldn't say it. If others found out she had contact with Lord Poseidon, that would also be considered a violation. "Xiao Bai, I trust you, but you must not trick me. You know that if I fail the assessment, it would be very serious." Chu Zhange reminded Xiao Bai again. If he found the evil Orca King through her help, he might not necessarily fail the assessment, but it could lower the rewards. "Hey, don't worry. Chu Zhange, why are you so naggy? Are you even a man?" Xiao Bai looked at Chu Zhange with disdain. She had never seen such a talkative person. Did she, Xiao Bai, not deserve trust? Then Chu Zhange followed Xiao Bai into the outer sea area of Sea God Island. In the sea, Chu Zhange's strength was roughly reduced by 10%, while Xiao Bai, as a sea soul beast, would generally have her own strength increased by about 10% when fighting in the ocean, which was a terrifying enhancement. As the two delved deeper, the pressure of the seawater increased, but Chu Zhange's powerful physique meant that this pressure could not harm him. And Xiao Bai was also unaffected by the pressure. As a 10,000-year sea soul beast, she was born with an extremely strong physique, and this pressure was not even enough to tickle her. The surrounding colors began to darken, and the underwater plants gradually decreased. They were going deeper into the seabed, currently about 2,000 meters deep. "Xiao Bai, how much longer do we have? It feels a bit off. This place looks lifeless. Not like a habitat for the evil Orca King." Chu Zhange expressed his doubts to Xiao Bai. This wasn't the time of the original story, and he didn't know where the evil Orca King was now. "Chu Zhange, first tell me about your current strength. You have to tell me your true strength. It relates to the evil Orca King and your assessment this time." Xiao Bai's expression suddenly became serious. She was currently maintaining her soul-devouring great white shark form, a terrifying 10-meter-long shark. My true strength? Two 10,000-year soul beasts together might not be able to defeat me. If it's just a single 10,000-year soul beast, I should be able to kill it without much effort. Why do you ask this? Not knowing what Xiao Bai was up to with her sudden inquiry about his strength, Chu Zhange decided to answer honestly. He wasn't boasting. If he unleashed his full power, even a 10,000-year soul beast would likely not last more than a few rounds against him. Ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts were equivalent to regular title Douluo. He was currently a level 97 title Douluo, having come a long way on the path of title Douluo. After completing several top-tier assessments and achieving transformations, he could easily defeat title Douluo at levels 91, 92, or even 95. In that case, Chu Zhange, Are you interested in going big and taking down the entire evil Orca King group at once? When Xiaobai said this, she gritted her teeth because a long time ago, the current evil Orca King had cruelly killed her younger brother. This was also why she hated the evil Orca King so much. So, knowing that Chu Zhange had this strength, she planned to use his power to eliminate the evil Orca King, even though she wouldn't personally take action, as long as the evil Orca King was dead. That was enough. The evil Orca King was the sole beast she hated the most in her life. Okay, no problem. As long as you take me to their group, I'll wipe them all out. How about that? All right, since you have this confidence, I believe you too, but if we encounter danger, we should retreat first. We can always come back later. Now follow me. We're almost there. Once we arrive, I'll leave immediately. I'm afraid my presence will affect your assessment rewards. Is that okay, Chu Zhange? Okay. As Chu Zhange and Xiaobai went deeper, they came to a deep-sea trench where the evil Orca King tribe resided. From a distance, Chu Zhange saw the massive bodies of the evil orcas swimming around in the trench. The leader of the evil Orca King group was a 10,000-year sea soul beast, the 10,000-year evil Orca King. This was his target for this assessment. Killing it would mean completing his sea god assessment. Xiaobai looked at Chu Zhange beside her and said softly, "All right, Chu Zhange, you can see it now. The evil Orca King is right in that trench. I'll wait for you outside. After you finish, we'll go back together." Chu Zhange looked at the 10-meter-long great white shark beside him, the king of soul-devouring great white sharks, Xiaobai, and quietly nodded. "Xiaobai, you should leave first. Once I resolve this matter, I'll come to find you. If you feel it's dangerous, you can leave first. I'm afraid it might hurt the innocent. So you better stay away. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but your presence will affect my performance. I'll take my leave now. Just make sure to take care of yourself and don't die on me." After Xiaobai left, Chu Zhange swiftly swam towards the deep-sea trench over 2,000 meters ahead, ready to take action. Whether he can exceed the assessment task depends on this wave. Killing the evil demon Orca King clan would be extremely beneficial for both him and Xiaobai's clan. 7th Soul Skill, True Body of the Weapon Soul. 5th Soul Skill, Ultimate Gold. Chu Zhange arrived at the deep-sea trench at an extremely fast speed and discovered two 30,000-year-old evil demon orcas guarding the entrance. He immediately launched a powerful attack. 9 soul rings, 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red, rapidly rose and fell under Chu Zhange's feet, emitting a captivating glow, as if these 9 soul rings were lifting Chu Zhange in the deep sea. His right hand tightly gripped the breaking array Overlord Halberd, which appeared beside them, and a tremendous aura erupted instantly. At this moment, the two 30,000-year-old evil demon orcas also noticed Chu Zhange's ambush and let out fierce roars. But it was too late. Chu Zhange, holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, split one of their bodies in half. Roar! 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 Without waiting for the other 30,000-year-old evil demon orca to react, the breaking array Overlord Halberd struck down again, cleaving the other 30,000-year-old evil demon orca in half. With Chu Zhange's current strength, even using a 10,000-year soul skill, he could unleash the effect of a 100,000-year soul skill. With one strike, both 30,000-year-old evil demon orcas perished. And in terms of strength, a 30,000-year evil demon orca should be equivalent to a 50,000-year Titan giant bear. Due to the tremendous commotion from Chu Zhange's battle, all the evil demon orcas in the trench were attracted, including the one at the 100,000-year level. Chapter 28. The Demonic Orca King Roar. Roar! Roar! After Chu Zhange killed two 30,000-year demonic orca kings, 4 10,000-year demonic orca kings roared out from the abyss. Behind them, they led dozens of thousand-year demonic orca kings, all targeting the formidable human before them. Seeing these 1,000 and 10,000-year demonic orca kings preparing to launch energy attacks, Chu Zhange immediately swung his breaking array Overlord Halberd at them. Before the demonic orca kings could unleash their energy attacks, the breaking array Overlord Halberd had already reached them, directly splitting them in half. Immediately, Chu Zhange, single-handedly wielding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, charged into the crowd of demonic orca kings, inflicting massive damage. Now, with the soul core of the breaking array Overlord Halberd fueling his soul power, Chu Zhange's efficiency was several times greater than before, and he saved a lot of soul power consumption. facing this group of 1,000 and 10,000-year demonic Orca kings. The 97th level title Douluo was like an elementary school student encountering a muscular man. One by one, the demonic Orca kings that usually dominated the ocean fell to Chu Zhange's hands, their usual arrogance replaced by cries of pain. Roar! But there were still those unwilling to give up, wanting to rush up and tear Chu Zhange to shreds. However, facing the breaking array Overlord Halberd, they could not resist being split in half. Thus, no matter how many 1,000 and 10,000-year demonic Orca kings emerged from the abyss, they were all directly cleaved in two by Chu Zhange, creating a terrifying scene. The seawater was dyed red with blood, and the stench of blood filled the area. But Chu Zhange had seen too much of this and was unaffected in mood and momentum. Although many demonic Orca kings had died, countless others continued to emerge. However, when they did, they faced the breaking array Overlord Halberd of Chu Zhange. One after another, the demonic Orca kings, each over 10 meters long, perished at Chu Zhange's hands. The individual combat power of the demonic Orca kings far exceeded that of the Soul Beast Great White Shark group. Thus, the 10,000-year Soul Beast Great White Shark King, Xiaobai, was unable to defeat the 10,000-year demonic Orca kings, and when engaging with the Great White Shark group, they were at a disadvantage, even facing the risk of extermination under the attack of the demonic Orca kings. The demonic Orca kings were furious at Chu Zhange's actions and shouted, "Human, you're seeking death." Just as Chu Zhange kept swinging the breaking array Overlord Halberd, a loud voice emerged from the abyss. And Chu Zhange recognized it as the 10,000-year Soul Beast Demonic Orca King. Only at the 10,000-year level can Soul Beasts speak and communicate with humans, and, at this stage, their intelligence is comparable to that of humans, making them high-level animals. Roar! This enormous roar came from the 10,000-year Soul Beast Demonic Orca King, whose body stretched a full 30 meters long, while the Great White Shark King Xiaobai was only 10 meters long. Although the Soul Beast race does not judge combat power by size, most of the time, larger Soul Beasts can easily overpower smaller ones. With the breaking array Overlord Halberd in hand, Chu Zhange moved it up and down with incredible speed, leaving only afterimages. The fierce breaking array Overlord Halberd cleaved through the 1,000 and 10,000-year demonic Orca kings, blocking its path with unmatched momentum and charged towards the 10,000-year Soul Beast Demonic Orca King. The scene before him resembled a hellish battlefield, with dozens of demonic Orca kings split in half, their massive corpses drifting aimlessly in the sea, blood flowing continuously. Purple and black soul rings floated in the water, left unabsorbed and wasted, a sight that was truly regrettable. Chu Zhange also discovered that among the corpses of the deceased demonic Orca kings, there were several pieces of 1,000 and 10,000-year soul bones. While he had no need for the soul rings, Chu Zhange planned to collect these soul bones after the battle, as any soul bone, regardless of age, could fetch a high price. Even in barter, they could be exchanged for extremely precious items, just like how he previously traded 3 50,000-year soul bones for the divine artifact. The vast sea universe cover. The 10,000-year soul beast demonic Orca King, watching its kin being slaughtered one by Chu Zhange, was filled with rage and unleashed its domain. The eyes of the demonic Orca King were filled with fury as it fixed its gaze on Chu Zhange and shouted, "Human, I do not know why you are slaughtering my kin, but now, you must die. Even if you are a 97th level title Douluo, your power in the deep sea is extremely limited, so you will undoubtedly die." The 30-meter-long body of the 10,000-year soul beast demonic Orca King granted it immense power, but also made it far slower than Xiaobai. As the saying goes, where there is gain, there must be loss. To gain in one aspect, one must sacrifice in others. This is the rule of nature. Demonic Orca Kill. 2 50-meter-long energy blades crossed and charged towards Chu Zhange, their power immense enough to shake the entire abyss, sending waves splashing. The demonic Orca King was not wrong. Human soul masters do not have the advantage when fighting against sea soul beasts, and may even be counterkilled by lower-level sea soul beasts. But Chu Zhange was not an ordinary 97th level title Douluo. His body was unparalleled across the Douluo Continent, and he possessed the soul core of the breaking array Overlord Halberd, which had undergone multiple transformations. The presence of the breaking array Overlord Halberd's soul core significantly enhanced his stamina, allowing him to maintain over 90% of his energy even after such a prolonged battle. Most soul masters would rapidly exhaust their soul power when fighting in the sea, and when their soul power was depleted, they would only be slaughtered by sea soul beasts. Additionally, in underwater combat, their limbs would be restricted due to the immense pressure of the sea. With the enhancement of its domain, the demonic Orca King's strength significantly increased, and since the ocean was its home turf, it believed that Chu Zhange would surely be killed. Facing the demonic Orca King's lethal move, Chu Zhange quickly dodged while unleashing several Overlord half-moon slashes. The two different styles of energy blades collided, causing explosions. The nearby 1,000 and 10,000-year demonic Orca Kings were also affected, their massive bodies shattered into pieces. Purple and black soul rings floated above their corpses, enough to make 4-ringed soul masters and 8-ringed titled Douluo envious, as they contained soul rings of up to 70 or 80,000 years. Holding the breaking array, Overlord Halberd, his eyes filled with battle intent, Chu Zhange gazed fiercely at the demonic Orca King and shouted, "Demonic Orca King, even though the ocean is your home field, today you must die. You are not wrong. The only mistake is this unjust world, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the heavens show no mercy, treating all beings as mere fodder." First soul skill, Overlord Divine Power. The first soul skill, Overlord Divine Power, instantly enhanced his strength, making him seem even more formidable. Chu Zhange wildly swung the breaking array Overlord Halberd, slaying all the 1,000 and 10,000-year demonic Orca Kings. 3,000 meters away from where Chu Zhange was battling the demonic Orca Kings, Xiaobai watched in awe as Chu Zhange showcased his prowess, appearing remarkably relaxed. Xiaobai's mouth gaped wide in shock. She knew Chu Zhange was powerful, but never expected him to be this strong. In the enemy's home ground, he single-handedly faced an entire clan, one of the most formidable clans in the ocean, the demonic Orca Kings. At this moment, Chu Zhange, wielding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, truly resembled a war god, possessing an unmatched momentum. Everything that stood in his way faced only a dead end. Shocked, he exclaimed, "Is Chu Zhange really only a level 97 titled Douluo? Why do I feel that his strength has already reached the level of a level 99 peerless Douluo? My god, how old is he?" The magic soul, Great White Shark King Xiaobai, as the mount of the sea god who was invincible for 900 years, 2,000 years ago, has seen quite a bit. The sea god reached the level of a peerless Douluo at the age of 100, but at that time, there were other peerless Douluos besides the sea god. However, the sea god was the strongest among all the peerless Douluos. But in her view, the current Chu Zhange actually possesses the strength of a peerless Douluo from that era. This is what shocked her immensely. She couldn't imagine what level Chu Zhange would reach in the future. Is he going to cultivate himself to become a god? The 9th soul skill, Sun God Body. The 7th soul skill, Weapon Soul True Body. A more powerful aura erupted from Chu Zhange, and the Sun God Body directly increased all of his attributes by 200%. In the state of Weapon Soul True Body, the length of the breaking array Overlord Halberd surged to 150 meters. Killing a 100,000-year soul beast is no longer a novelty. This time, he aimed to take down the evil demon Orca King in one go, wielding the 150-meter-long halberd shining with golden light, and struck at the evil demon Orca King. No! The evil demon Orca King widened its eyes, staring fixedly at the halberd before it, which carried the aura of death, unable to believe that it would fall today. It was unwilling. It had roamed the seas for so many years, and it would fall at the hands of a human. It was unwilling. The 100,000-year evil demon Orca King, 30 meters long, was split in half from head to tail by Chu Zhange's 150-meter-long breaking array Overlord Halberd, blood splattering everywhere. A generation of heroes thus fell. Chapter 29, completing the top 4 examination in the vast ocean. Chu Zhange withdrew the true form of his weapon soul, but still held the breaking array Overlord Halberd in his hand, his gaze directed towards the enormous trench before him. He exuded a unique charm, and Chu Zhange noticed that since he obtained the soul core of the breaking array Overlord Halberd, his connection with the weapon soul had grown increasingly close. especially in today's battle. It had made him feel even more united with the breaking array Overlord Halberd, marking the beginning of their partnership as bloodied comrades on the battlefield. With a decisive and resolute personality, he had killed the evil demon killer whale royal clan, exceeding the examination requirements. In the top-level examination, the fourth test involved slaying the evil demon killer whale king, which he had completed beyond expectations. The reward was an increase of 2,000 years to all soul rings and an upgrade in the quality of the soul core. The majestic voice of the sea god arrived as expected, and a powerful blue energy enveloped Chu Zhange. He knew this was a transformation for him, which allowed him to relax his heart. Under the transformation of the blue energy, the soul core of the breaking array Overlord Halberd trembled violently within him, as if enduring great pain. After 3 breaths at a time, it calmed down. The transformation of the soul core was complete, and compared to the last time, this enhancement was also qualitative, as the soul core had transformed from stone to bronze. The successfully transformed soul core of the breaking array Overlord Halberd significantly enhanced its basic attributes, including rapid recovery of soul power and increased speed of cultivating soul power. At the same time, Chu Zhange also felt that after the transformation, his control over his entire body had greatly improved, as if his spirit had been elevated. Chu Zhange was no stranger to the term spirit. In the original work, Tang San's spirit was extraordinarily powerful, and by the time he achieved the title of Douluo, his spiritual power was already on par with Poseidon. In Chu Zhange's view, a peerless Douluo could utilize the power of heaven and earth, which was closely related to spiritual power. Only with sufficiently strong spiritual power could one perceive and harness the power of heaven and earth. However, when he traversed here, he did not feel that his spiritual power was particularly strong, as if it was just barely adequate, with his spiritual power just matching the strength of his body. Even though Chu Zhange was already a level 97 title Douluo, he felt that his spiritual power was still inferior to Tang San's during his 7-ring Battle Soul Saint phase. After Tang San completed the title body refinement, his purple extreme demon eye broke through to the vast realm, and his spiritual power reached the level of a peerless Douluo. At that time, even though Tang San's soul power had reached level 80, he did not obtain the 8th soul ring. Regarding spiritual power, Chu Zhange could only take it step by step. It could not be forced. If one tried to force it, it might even lead to backlash, as spiritual power was incredibly mysterious. Once the soul core transformation was complete, Chu Zhange felt refreshed. Although he was underwater, he felt comfortable all over. The increase of 2,000 years in all soul rings was another significant enhancement for him. If he could continue to improve like this, he would eventually elevate his soul rings to the 100,000-year level. Unfortunately, he had already completed 4 of the 9 top-level tests, with 5 more to go. However, according to Chu Zhange's thoughts, the following 5 examinations should still maintain rewards like the current ones. If that were the case, he would not be able to elevate all his soul rings to the 100,000-year level, meaning that his soul ring configuration would likely be inferior to Tang San's at the same level, as a hanging king was still a hanging king. At this moment, the sea god's energy transformation had been completed, and there were significant changes all over his body. Although the years of his soul rings had increased by 2,000 years, his soul ring configuration remained the same: 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red, totaling 9 soul rings. The increase in soul ring years brought an explosive growth in soul power and a slight increase in physical strength. His soul power had now accumulated to 75%. After completing this examination, his strength had increased by 30%, which was terrifying as the difficulty of enhancement only grew as time went on. Gazing into the distance, he murmured, "With my current strength, the golden crocodile Douluo should not be my opponent, as aside from being at a higher level than me, he probably only has his domain." The golden crocodile Douluo's soul ring configuration was yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, while his own configuration was purple, 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 black, 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 red. Although he still could not compare with the 3 peerless Douluos in terms of soul ring configuration, he was more than enough to crush the golden crocodile Douluo, who was a level 98 title Douluo. No need to think about this. I should focus on completing the top level 9 examinations. Everything else can wait. Improving my strength is the most important. As the blue light dissipated, Chu Zhange had completed the top level 9 examinations, the 4th test. Next was the 5th test, where he had to defeat the 7 holy pillars of Sea God Island. The joint efforts of 7 titled Douluos. He could not seek help and had to rely on his own strength to complete it. With 7 titled Douluos, each possessing 9 soul skills, that totaled 63 soul skills. Although their soul power was not strong enough, the sheer number of soul skills they had was overwhelming. And even someone as strong as Chu Zhange would find it hard to cope. After some contemplation, he devised a strategy. As a level 97 titled Douluo, there was not much that could challenge him on the Douluo Continent. What could challenge him were probably the 3 peerless Douluos. As for Emperor Tian, Chu Zhange chose not to think about him for now, as he expected it would take 10,000 years for them to awaken. Therefore, they probably would not intersect with Chu Zhange in this lifetime unless he took the initiative to seek them out. However, having lingered in the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest for so long, he had not found any traces of Emperor Tian and the others. So they must be in closed-door cultivation and would not come out easily. Looking at the hundreds of corpses of the evil demon killer whales in the distance, the scene was shocking. He thought to himself, I cannot waste these soul bones. I must collect them all. I might soon become a famous tycoon on the Douluo Continent. There were probably over 100 evil demon killer whale kings here, with 70 being of the 1,000-year level, 40 at the 10,000-year level, and 1 at the 100,000-year level. Having completed his transformation, Chu Zhange's physique became even more robust, but not excessively so. He still maintained a perfect body. Chu Zhange felt that the sustainable development of the Douluo Continent was not his concern. The trench was filled with floating purple and black soul rings, with no yellow or white rings in sight, all being at least 1,000 years old. However, he did not need the soul rings. What he needed were soul bones. Although the drop rate for soul bones was low, that was relative. The higher the age of the soul beast, the greater the probability of dropping soul bones. And soul beasts that reached 100,000 years would inevitably drop soul bones, whether they were sea or land soul beasts. With so many high-age evil demon killer whale kings dead on the scene, a considerable number of soul bones had dropped. Chu Zhange then set to work with his diligent hands, continuously searching for evil demon killer whale soul bones. Soon he found quite a few soul bones. And although they were rare, the sheer number of evil demon killer whales he had slain meant he had collected quite a few. At that moment, he held a 9,000-year evil demon killer whale soul bone in his hand and could only sigh at its low age, saying, This is the right leg bone of a 9,000-year evil demon killer whale king. Not bad, but the age is a bit low. He then found 2 soul bones with relatively higher ages and excitedly exclaimed, This is the right arm bone of a 30,000-year evil demon killer whale king. This is good enough. Its effectiveness can rival the right arm bone of a 40,000-year strengthened diamond bear. This is the left arm bone of a 90,000-year evil demon killer whale king. So close to 100,000 years. The difference between a soul bone reaching 100,000 years and one that doesn't is significant. Aside from the corpse of the 100,000-year evil demon killer whale king, he had searched through everything else, ultimately obtaining 3 10,000-year soul bones and 5,000-year soul bones. For Chu Zhange, he didn't want to look at soul bones that were less than 100,000 years old. After all, as a level 97 titled Douluo, these 1,000-year or 10,000-year soul bones didn't have much effect on him. He murmured to himself, the primary enhancement of a head soul bone is to improve mental power, and its effect on physical quality is not as significant as that of the other 5 soul bones. In terms of size, this 100,000-year soul beast, the evil demon whale king, is about the same size as the largest blue whale in the ocean from his previous life. Although Chu Zhange is 195 meters tall and has a very sturdy build, he seems insignificant in front of the 100,000-year evil demon whale king. Soon, Chu Zhange arrived beside the corpse of the evil demon whale king and found a 100,000-year right leg bone. Now he would be able to complete his limbs soul bones. Chapter 30. The right leg bone of the 10,000-year evil demon orca king in the waters surrounding Sea God Island, thousands of meters deep beneath the sea. Chu Zhange held the right leg bone of the 10,000-year evil demon Orca King. At this moment, he was filled with excitement, unable to suppress the smile on his face. His mind brimming with fantasies about the future. With the right leg bone in hand, his strength was sure to increase significantly. With a beaming face, Chu Zhange left the seabed. Since his assessment was complete and the soul bone was secured, the most important thing now was, of course, to return and absorb the soul bone. Xiaobai, let's go. At that moment, Chu Zhange shot out of the seabed like a bolt of lightning and soon spotted Xiaobai waiting nearby. He called for Xiaobai to follow him. But the sea was Xiaobai's home. Where would they go after leaving this area? However, Xiaobai did not hesitate and immediately followed Chu Zhange. To her, Chu Zhange was a benefactor for defeating the evil demon Orca King tribe, and he was also her friend. Since her friend was happy, she was happy too. Why not go along with her friend's wishes? So she followed him without hesitation. Xiaobai looked at Chu Zhange with a hint of admiration and said, Chu Zhange, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. You really single-handedly wiped out the evil demon Orca King tribe. To be honest, I'm a bit scared of you now. Among my friends, you might just be the strongest one. Wow. The 10-meter-long Xiaobai examined Chu Zhange with a peculiar gaze. At that moment, she felt that Chu Zhange was full of charm, as if she were seeing the sea god, who once led her to conquer the seas. The image of the sea god wielding the sea god's trident looked very much like Chu Zhange holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd to battle the evil demon Orca King. She knew that the sea god had ascended to godhood and was no longer in this world, but she still held the highest respect for him. Now, encountering Chu Zhange. Could this be fate? Perhaps with Chu Zhange's talent, he would ascend to the divine realm one day. Thinking of this made her feel a wave of sadness. As a 10,000-year level sea spirit beast, she too had thoughts of becoming a god, but she knew it was impossible for her. This was something the sea god had once told her. Hearing Xiaobai's praise, Chu Zhange decided to tease her a bit and said, Oh, what friends you have? Xiaobai. Xiaobai rarely complimented him, so Chu Zhange suddenly wanted to joke around. He knew Xiaobai didn't have many friends. The only friend she had was him. Are you asking for a beating, Chu Zhange? Seeing the expression on Chu Zhange's face, Xiaobai immediately realized that he was teasing her. Feeling a surge of irritation, she thought that Chu Zhange was great in every way, except for his sometimes irritating mouth. Without warning, Xiaobai opened her mouth wide and swallowed Chu Zhange whole. They were very close, and in a split second, he found himself inside Xiaobai's mouth. One moment, the surrounding water was a deep blue, and the next, it was infinite darkness. Even Chu Zhange, no matter how foolish, realized he had been swallowed by Xiaobai. His face immediately darkened. He knew Xiaobai wouldn't harm him, but he didn't like this feeling at all. How could a dignified, 97th level title Douluo be treated like this? Looking at the scene before him, Xiaobai mocked him, Ha! Chu Zhange, let's see if you dare to tease me again. This is what happens. Oomph. Xiaobai and Chu Zhange had a good relationship, and they usually enjoyed playful banter. So this time she simply swallowed him whole. Chu Zhange felt extremely uncomfortable in Xiaobai's shark mouth, angrily saying, Xiaobai, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Your mouth stinks so much it's disgusting. Let me out, or I'll punch your front teeth out. Inside Xiaobai's mouth, Chu Zhange was stuck in an awkward position, unable to move. He was very uncomfortable, although Xiaobai was 10 meters long. Her mouth wasn't very big. Chu Zhange himself was almost 2 meters tall and quite muscular, so he barely fit. Hearing Chu Zhange's blunt words, even Xiaobai, with her good temper, couldn't help but yell, Ah! Chu Zhange, you idiot! Godi! She immediately spat Chu Zhange out. As he was ejected, gasping for fresh air and feeling the blue sea water around him, Xiaobai's tail whipped across. The immense force shot Chu Zhange out of the water, making him feel as if he were on a rocket, with an extraordinary speed that made the scenery on either side blur rapidly. This sensation was quite exhilarating, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his waist, unable to suppress his grimace. It turned out that the moment Xiaobai spat him out, she had taken advantage of his surprise and struck him with her powerful tail right in the lower back, with the strength of a 10,000-year sea spirit beast. The king of the magic soul, great white shark, Chu Zhange's proud physique felt somewhat inadequate. He bitterly smiled and thought, well, I took a free rocket ride straight to the shore. Xiaobai hit me too hard. Thankfully, I'm a 97th level title Douluo. How could I be easily hurt? The intense pain made Chu Zhange rub his lower back. In both his past and present lives, he had always been single, so his back was particularly strong. However, after being struck by Xiaobai like that, it felt like he had been through 40 years of sleepless nights. The joyful expression on his face suddenly turned bitter. Even after hitting Chu Zhange like this, Xiaobai still felt unsatisfied and muttered, Chu Zhange, you can play by yourself now. I'm not going to accompany you anymore. Goodbye. Oomph. With that, Xiaobai's massive 10-meter-long body swam back into the depths of the sea. Now that the evil demon Orca King tribe had been nearly wiped out, life for her magic soul Great White Shark clan would be much better in the future, thanks to Chu Zhange. However, thinking back to when they first met, when Chu Zhange had beaten her up so badly, she was filled with the desire to drag Chu Zhange out and hit him again. Unfortunately, her current strength was on a completely different level from Chu Zhange. She couldn't even defeat the evil demon Orca King, while Chu Zhange had annihilated the entire tribe. At that moment, Chu Zhange was still flying high in the air. After shooting out of the water, the powerful force did not diminish, launching him to a height of 100 meters. He murmured to himself, I have a year for my 5th assessment, so there's no need to rush. Once I return, I'll recover and immediately absorb this 10,000-year evil demon Orca King's left leg bone. Now, I only need the head soul bone to gather all 6 soul bones. However, the head soul bone is harder to obtain. I wonder when I will be able to acquire a 10,000-year head soul bone. At 100 meters in the air, Chu Zhange used a few flashes to leave the area and head towards Sea God Island. He thought it was impressive that he had passed 2 assessments in one day. The 3rd assessment of tidal body training and the 4th assessment of killing the evil demon Orca King. Tang Xin would probably not dare to do the same. He had completed his 1st and 2nd assessments on the same day as well, crossing the sea god's light and breaking through the blockade of the circular sea. If Chu Zhange wanted to, he could pass the 5th assessment today. But Chu Zhange wasn't in a hurry. Human energy is limited, and so many things had happened in one day. He wanted to take his time to sort things out before taking the assessments. With Chu Zhange's current strength as a 97th level title Douluo, it wouldn't take long to travel from this sea area to Sea God Island, where he lived. Since Chu Zhange obtained the Sea God's top 9 assessments, his status on Sea God Island had become nearly the highest, second only to Poseidon. Even the 7 sacred pillar guardians had to address him as Your Excellency, the eternal title Douluo. They had no choice but to do so, fearing they might get labeled. After thinking about some plot points from the original work, Chu Zhange couldn't help but speak. Unknowingly, I've been on Sea God Island for over a year, and I'm already 20. I wonder how things are in the Stardow Forest. And that old man Lei Xiong, he should still be lively and kicking. When I have time, I'll go to the Eye of Ice and Fire to get a spirit herb for him. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong, should be privately conducting the Rakshasa God assessment, and Qian Rinxue is still playing the role of the crown Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire. The high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo, should be preparing for Qian Rinxue to inherit the angel god position, while Tang Hao is likely protecting Tang San in secret. The poisoned Douluo should be in the Tiando Imperial Palace, using his title Douluo strength to intimidate little kids. No, he should be looking for ways to solve his granddaughter's toxin problem. In just a year, I've developed a feeling of being isolated from the world. Chu Zhange's figure continuously flickered on Sea God Island, and no one on the island could see his steps clearly. They could only catch a glimpse of a flash of lightning. Soon, Chu Zhange returned to his residence, which was a very luxurious room filled with countless precious decorations. However, he was not interested in these external possessions. What fascinated him most was the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old spirit beast, the evil demon Orca King, in his hand. In the room, Chu Zhange sat cross-legged on his bed, adjusting his body to the best state and exhaling a breath of turbid air. It was already night, and Chu Zhange had prepared himself, taking out the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old evil demon Orca King. This right leg bone radiated a blue light all over, symbolizing the color of the sea, and its size was considerably larger than the other 4 soul bones. Chu Zhange communicated with the breaking formation Overlord Halberd soul core within him, drawing soul power, causing the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old evil demon Orca King to float in front of his chest. A dazzling light filled the entire room as the right leg bone instantly merged into Chu Zhange's body. A strong pain surged through Chu Zhange, a sensation he had never experienced before, even more intense than the pain he felt during his tidal body training. Clenching his teeth and closing his eyes tightly, Chu Zhange focused all his attention on guiding the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old evil demon Orca King to fuse with his body. This process was painful, but Chu Zhange had to endure it. If he couldn't hold on, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would suffer immense backlash. This consequence was something Chu Zhange could not bear. So he poured all his strength into merging this right leg bone into his body. Damn, why is it so painful? Inside Chu Zhange, the right leg bone of the evil demon Orca King had completed its fusion, but it did not stop its activity. It was now communicating with the other 4 soul bones. Using the torso bone as the core, it connected the left arm bone, right arm bone, left leg bone, and right leg bone to form a whole. Time passed little by little, and Chu Zhange continued to clench his teeth, sweat streaming down like rain. He absolutely could not relax his body and mind until the last moment. The process of fusing the soul bones was painful, but the result was gratifying. Chu Zhange understood this principle very well, so he constantly comforted himself, telling himself that he must not give up. A burst of intense blue light shone, accompanied by the relaxation of Chu Zhange's body, as the left leg bone of the 100,000-year-old evil demon Orca King finally completed its fusion. All the suffering had led to sweet rewards. Chapter 31. Promotion to level 98 in the room. Chu Zhange stood up, stretching his body, and immediately made a series of cracking sounds. Compared to when he fused the right leg bone of the 10,000-year evil demon Orca King, he now emanated a fierce aura. His bulging muscles seemed to contain boundless strength, with pulsating veins hidden within, granting him immense, explosive power. Visually, Chu Zhange appeared more resolute than before. His sharp eyes sparkled with intensity, and his shoulder-length black hair made him look extraordinary. He could only mutter to himself, though this process was arduous. It was all worth it. The 4 10,000-year soul bones in my limbs, connected to the 18,000-year trunk bone, form the basic framework of my body. The 5 10,000-year soul bones resonate with each other, making my body stronger than ever. If my physique before was comparable to a 50,000-year great strength diamond bear, then my current physique is akin to a 50,000-year titan giant ape. This enhancement is truly immense. Even some weaker 10,000-year soul beasts may not possess a physique as powerful as mine. Chu Zhange struck a pose reminiscent of many muscle men from his past life, his strong muscles bulging, and then he punched, bursting the air. His body now resembled a super-strong exoskeleton battlesuit. Once he gathered the head soul bone, he would be able to perfectly operate this war machine. His foundational strength had reached an extreme, and it would be difficult to make significant breakthroughs in the future, as the head soul bone primarily enhances mental power. After fusing the 18,000-year dragon body bone, the 10,000-year great strength diamond bear left arm bone, the 10,000-year giant lion right arm bone, the 10,000-year fierce bite shark left leg bone, and the 10,000-year evil demon Orca King right leg bone, Chu Zhange's physique officially reached the SSS level, with power at SSS, constitution at SSS, speed at SS, and soul power affinity at SSS. His various talents are considered top-notch in the Douluo Continent. With his body strength, even if he were hit by a punch from a 10,000-year titan giant ape, he could withstand it without being knocked down. Moreover, the most formidable aspect of his physique is its power, not its resistance. In terms of power, he even had confidence in reaching the level of that titan giant ape in the Starry Forest. Chu Zhange felt a surge of excitement, thinking, the most crucial part is that my soul power has finally broken through to level 98. All my hard work day and night has not been in vain. With the immense soul power bestowed by the 10,000-year trunk bone, my soul power level has directly reached level 98. Perhaps due to the formation of the breaking formation Overlord's soul core within me, my connection with the breaking formation Overlord has deepened significantly. allowing me to experience a sense of symbiosis. It is precisely for this reason that my understanding of the breaking formation Overlord has advanced by leaps and bounds. Perhaps this is also a crucial reason why I was able to break through to level 98. Under normal circumstances, a level 97 title Douluo must accumulate over a decade of soul power and understanding of their martial soul to successfully break through to level 98. Overall, my total soul power is at least 35 greater than when I was level 97, exceeding the 30 described in the original work. This extra 5 boost might be due to having the breaking formation Overlord's soul core within me. Now I can truly be considered the strongest below the 3 peerless Douluos. Even if the golden crocodile Douluo's domain reduces my strength by 10 and increases his by 10, I still have confidence in defeating him. I must try it out another day. Otherwise, it will only exist in theory. Practice is the only standard to test strength. I wonder what my assessment content will be after the 5th test. Without Tang San, my assessment will surely be different from the original work. Perhaps the first 5 tests are the foundation, and the real assessment comes after that. With my level 98 title Douluo strength, defeating 7 lower-ranked title Douluos will definitely not be a problem. Saying this, Chu Zhange summoned his martial soul, the breaking formation Overlord Spear. The increase in soul power would also promote the evolution of his martial soul, but the evolution rate is too slow. However, the fact that the breaking formation Overlord allowed him to cultivate to level 98 indicates that it is undoubtedly one of the top-tier martial souls. He just didn't know how it would compare to the Angel Martial Soul, Sea God Martial Soul, or the Haotian Hammer. Holding the breaking formation Overlord Spear and wearing a white robe, Chu Zhange walked into the yard, taking advantage of the beautiful night with clear skies. The fierce wind blew, lifting his shoulder-length hair. Gripping the 25-meter-long breaking formation Overlord Spear, he swung it with vigor, creating a fierce wind. The bright moonlight illuminated the cold blade of the breaking formation Overlord Spear, causing it to emit a chilling light. With a determined gaze, he looked into the distance, the breaking formation Overlord Spear swirling in his hand as he shouted, "One day, this Douluo Continent will forever remember the legend of the eternal Douluo." On Sea God Island, in front of the Sea God Hall, Chu Zhange, Poseidon, and the 7 sacred pillar guardians gathered together. Today was the day of Chu Zhange's 5th test. The 9 of them stood together, with Chu Zhange being the most eye-catching as the protagonist of this event. Receiving the most attention, it was also the brightest moment of his life so far. Poseidon looked at Chu Zhange with satisfaction in her eyes and said, "I didn't expect the Eternal Douluo to reach the level of a level 98 title Douluo at just 20 years old. I believe you will pass this assessment smoothly. As my successor, you put a lot of pressure on me. Eternal Douluo, what should I do? Should I pass the position of the grand offering of Sea God Island to you in advance, so I can fulfill my unfinished wishes? The future will always belong to you young people. Our era has passed, and the yellow flowers of sunset will eventually fade." Poseidon stood opposite Chu Zhange, with the 7 sacred pillar guardians, the 7 titled Douluos behind her. This setup made Chu Zhange somewhat envious. Having 7 title Douluo subordinates to take out in the future would be quite impressive. In the era of Douluo, title Douluos are exceedingly rare. The vast Douluo Continent has a population of billions, yet there are only a few dozen title Douluos. If placed in my past life, a title Douluo would be akin to a regional governor. Title Douluos hold a high position in the 2 great empires of the Douluo Continent. An ordinary person might never see a title Douluo-level powerhouse in their lifetime. However, 100 years ago, a soul sage-level powerhouse emerged from the Holy Spirit village. And their village chief, Old Jack, was an exception. Although he was not a soul master, he had seen 2 deities. Hearing Poseidon's words, Chu Zhange could only express helplessness, saying, "Sea God Douluo, please don't say that. Sea God Island still needs you to oversee things. Without you, it wouldn't be Sea God Island. Sea God Douluo, are we going to fight here later? Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Since this is a place dedicated to the Sea God, if anything gets damaged, it would be a loss for our Sea God Island." In front of Poseidon, he also couldn't directly refer to her as the Sea God. After all, Poseidon, as a 99-level peerless Douluo, referred to the Sea God as Lord Sea God. Following suit isn't out of the question. After all, the sea god has given him so many benefits. Calling her lord is not a big deal and incurs no loss. Moreover, if he really inherits the position of Grand Offering of Sea God Island in the future, then he would be the sea god's representative on the Douluo Continent. In terms of feelings and reason, it's acceptable for him to call the sea god my lord. But he always felt that he wasn't quite used to this form of address. Poseidon said to Chu Zhange, the fifth assessment of the Eternal Douluo will take place in the square in front of the sea god temple. However, please rest assured, Eternal Douluo, that your battle will not affect the structures here. There is the divine power of the sea god protecting this place, enough to safeguard every flower and blade of grass. Poseidon smiled slightly at Chu Zhange, exuding a noble aura, but Chu Zhange was not fond of this noble atmosphere. He preferred something more friendly. Hearing Poseidon's words, Chu Zhange did not know what else to say and replied, in that case, I won't worry too much. Next, I hope to receive guidance from the 7 sacred pillar guardians. Chu Zhange turned his gaze to the 7 people behind Poseidon, but in front of Chu Zhange and Poseidon. Although they were titled Douluo powerhouses, they could only stand behind and bow their heads. This made Chu Zhange feel somewhat feudal, even reminiscent of the rigid hierarchy of the Western Church in his previous life, filled with decay everywhere. Seahorse Douluo came to Chu Zhange's side and said, Eternal Douluo, please take it easy later. He knew that Chu Zhange's strength was extremely powerful and felt that even if all 7 of them attacked together, they might not gain any advantage. However, the other Sacred Pillar Guardians were not clear about this because they had not fought against Chu Zhange. They had only heard others say that Chu Zhange's strength was extraordinarily great. In response, Chu Zhange didn't know what to say and could only manage a reply, sure. Sure, I just hope to pass the assessment smoothly and won't be too harsh. Regarding Seahorse Douluo's proactive display of weakness, Chu Zhange could only apologize. To achieve the goal of exceeding the assessment, he could only go all out and definitely would not hold back. Hearing Chu Zhange's words, Seahorse Douluo's eyes suddenly brightened, and he happily said, Then I thank you in advance, Eternal Douluo. In Seahorse Douluo's view, Chu Zhange's statement was equivalent to agreeing to go easy on him, and his previously tense mood relaxed. He had fought against Chu Zhange before, and at that time, Chu Zhange was already very strong. Moreover, now that he had passed 4 assessments, he even felt that Chu Zhange might have directly achieved the level of a 99th level ultimate Douluo. However, Poseidon told him that although Chu Zhange was not a 99th level ultimate Douluo, he absolutely possessed the combat power of a 99th level ultimate Douluo. Hearing this, Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. In front of the sea god temple, the vast square, with the enormous statue of the sea god radiating endless brilliance, was presided over by sea god Douluo Poseidon for the battle. Chu Zhange's assessment would be 1 against 7. If he were defeated by the 7 sacred pillar guardians, he would not pass the assessment. But Chu Zhange had never worried about this. Poseidon looked at Chu Zhange and the 7 sacred pillar guardians and said, To ensure fairness, I will now announce your ranks and martial souls, which is a necessary procedure for the assessment. First, the challenger, Eternal Douluo, 98th level title Douluo, martial soul, breaking the formation Overlord Spear. Next, the assessors, Sea-Dragon Douluo, 95th level title Douluo, martial soul, Sea-Dragon. Seahorse Douluo, 91st level title Douluo, martial soul, Seahorse. Sea-Spear Douluo, 93rd level title Douluo, martial soul, Spear of the Sea. Sea-Phantom Douluo, 92nd level title Douluo, martial soul, Illusory Snake. Sea-Demon Douluo, 91st level title Douluo, martial soul, Devilfish. Sea-Star Douluo, 91st level title Douluo, martial soul, Sea-Star. Sea-Witch Douluo, 91st level title Douluo, martial soul, Sea-Witch Flute. The assessment begins. For fairness, both sides must announce their soul power levels and martial souls. However, when the 7 sacred pillars learned that Chu Zhange was actually a 98th level title Douluo, they were all stunned. A 98th level title Douluo, what was there left to play? They might as well go home and wash up and sleep, wasting time here. At the same time, they were also shocked by Chu Zhange, who at such a young age had already reached the level of a 98th level title Douluo. They now only hoped that Chu Zhange could take it easy. Although they had 7 titled Douluo, they might not last long against him. After all, this Eternal was only 1 level lower than their Grand Offering, just 1 level. And they knew how terrifying their Grand Offering strength was. Chapter 32. The Might of the Eternal Douluo. First Soul Skill. Tyrant Divine Power. Soul Bone Skill. Titan Sky Punch. Titan Sky Punch is the soul skill of the left arm bone of the 100,000-year-old Great Strength Diamond Bear, with explosive attack power. It is known as a divine skill in close combat. A violent aura erupted from Chu Zhange in an instant. Facing him was Sea Spear Douluo, a level 93 titled Douluo with a martial soul Sea Spear. Among the 7 guardians of the 7 sacred pillars, Sea Spear Douluo has the highest soul power level, second only to Sky-Dragon Douluo. He was the first target chosen by Chu Zhange, because defeating Sea Spear Douluo would significantly reduce the output capability of the 7 sacred pillar guardians. Under Chu Zhange's feet were 9 dazzling soul rings, a configuration of purple, 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 black, 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 red, making him look extremely imposing, with explosive special effects. The first soul skill, Tyrant Divine Power, greatly enhanced his strength, combined with his inherently powerful divine strength, allowing him to unleash the full power of the 100,000-year soul bone skill, Titan Sky Punch. A huge phantom of the Great Strength Diamond Bear coalesced, attaching to Chu Zhange's right arm, and as he threw a punch, the phantom of the Great Strength Diamond Bear roared and charged towards Sea Spear Douluo. With Chu Zhange's current strength as a level 98 titled Douluo, this punch fell like a torrential storm. Sea Spear Douluo couldn't react in time and was struck by the Titan Sky Punch before he could apply any defensive measures. He was blasted away and fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly weak, as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Sea Spear Douluo was a man with blue eyes and light golden hair. From his face, it was evident that he was a remarkably handsome young man. However, his current state was utterly miserable. His clothes had been blown apart, leaving his upper body exposed as he lay on the ground. If Chu Zhange wanted to be ruthless, this punch, enhanced by Tyrant Divine Power, could easily obliterate Sea Spear Douluo. After all, his physical strength was unmatched, and he was known for his power, plus Titan Sky Punch was a 100,000-year soul bone skill. Looking at the miserable state of Sea Spear Douluo, Chu Zhange could only say sorry, but it did not affect his desire to continue fighting. It was hard to believe that a titled Douluo, standing at the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent, could be so utterly defeated, losing combat capability in a single strike. The remaining few were astonished at this scene. The second strongest among them, Sea Spear Douluo, had been taken down in one blow. In an instant, the 6 of them felt threatened, as Chu Zhange's movements were too fast for them to react. Eternal Crown. What happened to your promise? Seahorse Douluo felt a bit bitter. If Sea Spear Douluo was treated this way, he would certainly fare even worse. Just as the remaining 6 prepared to unleash their domains and soul skills, Chu Zhange used his second soul skill, Flickering Light, and his speed surged instantly. Soul Bone Skill, Titan Sky Punch. With a boost in speed, this punch became even more powerful, and his new target was Sea Illusion Douluo, a level 92 titled Douluo with a martial soul illusion snake. Sea Illusion Douluo possessed a talent domain, the illusionary domain, which was extremely bugged. If trapped within her domain, it would be difficult to escape unless one could break through their own heart. The illusionary domain was akin to a dream, but any attacks within it were entirely real. If in the dream you encountered the sea god and were killed, you would die in reality. In the original story, Tang Sen suffered greatly from the illusionary domain. So Chu Zhange made a decisive choice to eliminate Sea Illusion Douluo. At that moment, Sky-Dragon Douluo, Seahorse Douluo, Sea Ghost Douluo, and others were still casting their domains and respective soul skills. They seemed to be moving in slow motion as if time had slowed down, but in reality, it was just that Chu Zhange was too fast. The more ferocious and fierce Titan Sky Punch crashed into Sea Illusion Douluo, and hit by the powerful force of Titan Sky Punch, she felt the world go dark and subsequently lost consciousness. In the blink of an eye, Two titled Douluos had lost their combat capability before they even had a chance to use their soul skills. Although Chu Zhange had taken out two of them instantly, the attacks from the others were already arriving. First up was Sky-Dragon Halberd, whose domain was the demon-breaking domain, capable of breaking through any domain. Unfortunately, Chu Zhange did not possess any domain himself. His attack was evaded by Chu Zhange, whose current physique was unmatched, and his reaction speed was already at an impressive level. This allowed him to easily dodge Sky-Dragon Douluo's attack. Even if he were hit, he would suffer significant damage. But he didn't want to take Sky-Dragon Douluo's attack for free. After dodging Sky-Dragon Douluo's attack, Chu Zhange quickly stepped in front of him. This time, he used the Titan Sky Punch, a 100,000 year soul bone skill, which was straightforward and brutal. Too much flair would not suffice. With the enhancement of the first soul skill, Tyrant Divine Power, and the speed boost from the second soul skill, Flickering Light, his current attack was explosively powerful. Sky-Dragon Douluo, as the strongest titled Douluo among the 7 sacred pillars, was certainly not weak, and he managed to evade the Titan Sky Punch in a particularly strange manner. He evaded the Titan Sky Punch launched with Chu Zhange's right hand, but could not escape the Titan Sky Punch launched with his left hand. Now, with the breaking array Tyrant Halberd Soul Core, Chu Zhange's speed in launching soul skills was incredibly fast, almost instantaneous. Chu Zhange launched both punches simultaneously, and the two Titan Sky Punches burst forth, the roar of the great strength Diamond Bear's phantom echoing throughout the plaza. Sky-Dragon Douluo's strength was vastly inferior to Chu Zhange's, and he didn't even see Chu Zhange's movements clearly before being blasted away. However, he managed to endure the Titan Sky Punch's attack for a moment longer than the others, not losing combat capability immediately. Capturing opportunities is a skill every expert must possess, and Chu Zhange happened to be the ultimate expert in battle, so he delivered another Titan Sky Punch to Sky-Dragon Douluo. 9th Soul Skill, Furious CS Tremor Punch. Just as Chu Zhange prepared to deliver the follow-up strike, Seahorse Douluo's attack finally arrived. The 9th Soul Skill, Furious CS Tremor Punch, obtained from killing an 80,000 year soul beast. Within the range of Sea God Island, his attack was greatly enhanced, reaching the level of a Land Soul Master at the level 93 titled Douluo. But Chu Zhange did not give up on the follow-up strike. He chose to endure Seahorse Douluo's 9th Soul Skill and delivered the Titan Sky Punch towards Sky-Dragon Douluo. Roar! 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 The ferocious phantom of the great strength Diamond Bear instantly engulfed Sky-Dragon Douluo's body, and the phantom roared mightily as Sky-Dragon Douluo was thrown away, his clothes blown apart. With a deep sigh, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and Sky-Dragon Douluo's aura instantly weakened. His chest caved in significantly, leaving him unable to continue fighting. Thus, the strongest leg of the 7 sacred pillars announced the loss of combat capability. His mind filled with thoughts of Chu Zhange's earth-shattering punch. Chu Zhange, a level 98 titled Douluo, possessed a 100,000 year soul bone skill, indicating he had absorbed a 100,000 year soul bone, which was truly terrifying. In a short time, the 7 sacred pillars had already lost 3 members, and they were the strongest 3, leaving the remaining few in a state of shock. Just as Chu Zhange incapacitated Sky-Dragon Douluo, Seahorse Douluo's 9th Soul Skill, Furious CS Tremor Punch, struck Chu Zhange from behind. The Furious C Punch, condensing the power of water whirlpools, allows the attacker to inflict massive damage on the target while also dealing continuous damage. It is indeed an 80,000 year soul skill. With this 9th soul skill of the Seahorse Douluo, he could instantly annihilate several soul Douluo, but at this moment, he was facing Chu Zhange, a super powerhouse at rank 98, who now stood at the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. When struck by the Seahorse Douluo's 9th soul skill, the Furious C Punch, Chu Zhange merely let out a slight grunt. It's hard to imagine. After all, this is a powerful soul skill of 80,000 years. Chu Zhange currently possesses 5 pieces of 100,000 year soul bones. Apart from lacking a head soul bone, he has gathered all the others. His physical strength has reached an unparalleled level. Even the three supreme Douluo do not match Chu Zhange's current physical strength. If Chu Zhange were to go to the City of Slaughter, it would be exceedingly easy for him. Soul Bone skill, Titan's heaven-shattering punch. Naturally, Chu Zhange would not hold back against the Sea Horse Douluo's attack. Although he had previously promised the Sea Horse Douluo to go easy, he felt he could not do so. The huge phantom of the Great Strength King, Kong Bear, instantly engulfed the Sea Horse Douluo, who didn't have time to scream before being blasted away and losing his combat ability, with his clothes exploding in the process. Among the 7 sacred pillars, only 3 remained: the Sea Ghost Douluo, the Sea Witch Douluo, and the Sea Star Douluo. These 3 were considered the weakest among the 7 sacred pillars. But compared to other soul masters, they were still powerful, being titled Do-level experts. While Chu Zhange was attacking the Sea Dragon Douluo and the others, these 3 titled Douluo were not idle either. Their soul skills were unleashed upon Chu Zhange. However, their soul skills did not significantly impact Chu Zhange. He merely paused slightly and then withstood their attacks. Chu Zhange's current physical strength is equivalent to that of a 50,000-year Titan Great Ape, and his soul power level has reached an astonishing level of 98. Their attacks were nearly ineffective against him, at most allowing him to feel that they were trying to attack him. The Sea Witch Douluo, the Sea Ghost Douluo, and the Sea Star Douluo were directly taken down by Chu Zhange with 3 Titans' heaven-shattering punches. Being only rank 91, they posed no threat to Chu Zhange, who did not intend to drag things out, thus ending the assessment simply and brutally. By this point, all the 7 sacred pillars had lost their combat ability. Lying on the ground, with one having fainted directly. "Sai, I originally wanted to go easy on you, but for the sake of the assessment, I can only apologize. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. Within my means, I will try my best to help you complete it." Chu Zhange spoke to the 7 sacred pillars who were collapsed on the ground, mainly because he had beaten them too badly this time, and they were not even his enemies. At the same time, the 7 sacred pillars, who had lost their combat ability and were slumped in the Sea God Hall Plaza, had complex expressions. Suddenly, a blue light descended. It was Poseidon's intervention, wielding divine power that possessed the ability to heal everyone. Chapter 33. Completion of the top 5 exam nowadays. Chu Zhange, aside from having a slight deficiency in mental strength, can be said to have no weaknesses at all. His strength absolutely stands at the pinnacle of the Soul Master world. With an unparalleled physique, exceptional power, speed, durability, and various basic attributes, he has reached the highest level in the Soul Master realm. Among the titled low-level powerhouses in Douluo Academy, the 7 sacred pillars are relatively weak, except for the Sea Dragon Douluo. The Sea Dragon Douluo, as a level 95 titled Douluo with a domain, can reach the level of the Chrysanthemum Pass in terms of combat power, even surpassing it. Within 5 minutes, he defeated the joint attack of the 7 sacred pillars guardians, exceeding the assessment requirements. In the top-level 9th exam, the 5th exam, he defeated the 7 sacred pillars working together, completing it with excess. The reward was an increase of 2,000 years in the lifespan of all soul rings and an upgrade in the quality of the soul core by 1 level. The familiar voice of the Sea God entered Chu Zhange's ears. To him, the Sea God's voice was the most beautiful sound in the world. Each time the Sea Goddess voice appeared, it would enhance his strength, and if it appeared a few more times, Chu Zhange even suspected he could directly achieve godhood. The familiar blue energy enveloped Chu Zhange layer by layer. This was the power of a deity, a level he currently could not reach. Having felt the power of the deity multiple times, it greatly benefited his future strength enhancement. So each time Chu Zhange carefully sensed it. The Sea God's blue energy instantly penetrated his body, seeping into his martial soul, far stronger than the previous blue energy, remodeling his breaking array Overlord Halberd soul core. The soul core within him shattered directly and then quickly reformed. The original breaking array Overlord Halberd had already reached a very high level, but after this enhancement, it would definitely improve another tier. The shattering of the soul core caused Chu Zhange to feel extreme pain. It was hard to imagine that even at the level of a level 98 titled Douluo, he would still endure such intense suffering. Time quickly passed, and the remodeling of Chu Zhange's soul core was complete. If one had to compare, the previous soul core was like bronze, while the current one was like silver. The silver-level breaking array Overlord Halberd soul core had greatly improved the effectiveness of soul power cultivation compared to the bronze-level soul core. Moreover, the recovery effect of soul power also far exceeded that of the silver-level breaking array Overlord Halberd soul core. And finally, it reduced the soul power consumption of soul skills. In this era, the existence of the breaking array Overlord Halberd soul core was a bug. It could rapidly cultivate soul power attributes, allowing soul masters to quickly meet the requirements for upgrading. The reason why there were so few titled Douluo in the Douluo era was that accumulating soul power was too troublesome. The martial souls in this era were not inferior to those in the Douluo II period, yet the number of titled Douluo was far less than in Douluo II. The most direct manifestation of the improved quality of the breaking array Overlord Halberd soul core was that Chu Zhange became even more robust and majestic, with the aura of an unparalleled war god slowly emerging from him. Chu Zhange speculated, "The enhancement of the quality of my breaking array Overlord Halberd soul core may not have a direct effect on my strength, but it significantly boosts my combat effectiveness, extending my endurance time. Moreover, after this remodeling, my soul rings have also undergone significant changes. It can be said that I have traveled further on the path of the strong than before. Surely, I am no longer far from the level of the 3 unparalleled Douluo, perhaps even very close." The 9 soul rings within Chu Zhange each increased by 2,000 years in lifespan. For 10,000-year soul rings, this increase was not substantial, but for 1,000-year soul rings, it was enormous. First, the first soul ring increased from 6,500 years to 8,500 years, nearing the level of a 10,000-year soul ring. The second soul ring increased from 6,800 years to 8,800 years, also nearing the threshold of a 10,000-year soul ring. The third soul ring increased from 8,000 years to 10,000 years, officially becoming a 10,000-year soul ring, and the soul skill also became a 10,000-year soul skill. The fourth soul ring increased from 13,000 years to 15,000 years, with the enhancement effect of the soul skill being negligible, reducing soul power consumption. The fifth soul ring increased from 21,000 years to 23,000 years, with the enhancement effect of the soul skill being negligible, reducing soul power consumption. The eighth soul ring increased from 96,000 years to 98,000 years, already very close to the 100,000-year mark, and once it reaches 100,000 years, it will definitely be a qualitative change. The ninth soul ring increased from 186,000 years to 188,000 years, with the enhancement effect of the soul skill being negligible, reducing soul power consumption. At this time, Chu Zhange's soul rings were purple, purple, black, 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 red, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, making him the soul master with the highest soul ring configuration currently, aside from the 3 unparalleled Douluo. The soul ring configuration of the 3 unparalleled Douluo was a super configuration of 8 black and 1 red, far exceeding the optimal soul ring ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Of course, neither Chu Zhange nor the 3 unparalleled Douluo could compare to the final Tang San. After all, the king of hanging is still the king of hanging. In the later stages, even Chu Zhange had to admire Tang San's soul ring configuration. It was truly unique in the Douluo Continent. When Tang San achieved the title of Douluo, his soul ring configuration was yellow, yellow, purple, black, red, 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 an unprecedented 9 soul rings. What was Chu Zhange's soul ring configuration when he achieved the title of Douluo? It was yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, 9 soul rings. Chu Zhange was born with a strong affinity for soul power and a very strong physique, but when he first arrived in the Douluo Continent, he did not have sufficiently strong willpower. It was only after personally coming to the Douluo Continent that he truly understood that absorbing soul rings was not as simple as he had imagined. The pain endured during the absorption of soul rings, whether one's physique was strong enough, and whether one's willpower was strong enough, all affected whether one could successfully absorb the soul ring. If the absorption of the soul ring failed, one would suffer a severe setback. He envied Tang San. Why did Tang San have so many advantages as a fellow traveler? while he only had a relatively strong physique and talent. Many times, even the most talented individuals could not stand against having many advantages. And Tang San had a very powerful background. He only had Lei Xiang, a level 30-something Battle Soul Master, as support. Therefore, the reason Chu Zhange could reach his current level was entirely due to his hard work and sweat, gradually growing step by step. Aside from the first 2 soul rings, the subsequent ones were all obtained by him single-handedly defeating soul beasts. At the same time, this arduous process cultivated Chu Zhange's powerful combat ability. After receiving the rewards for completing the Sea Goddess assessment, Chu Zhange began to plan for the future. The 5th exam had been completed, and in the top-level 9th exam, there were still 4 tests left to complete the assessment. If the rewards from the subsequent 4 assessments were not substantial enough, then my soul ring configuration would completely fall behind Tang San's when he first achieved the title of Douluo. What should I do in the later stages of the divine battle? The increase in soul ring lifespan had given him a certain boost in soul power, but compared to the soul power required to reach level 99, this increase from the soul ring lifespan was like a drop in the ocean. In the Douluo Continent, the only recorded sea god who achieved godhood had already turned 100 when he became a level 99 unparalleled Douluo. The 3 unparalleled Douluo were also about the same age when they achieved their titles, so the leap from level 98 to level 99 was definitely a tremendous challenge. A level 99 unparalleled Douluo can control the power of heaven and earth, but a level 98 titled Douluo cannot. This shows that this process will undoubtedly be extremely arduous. Carefully sensing the immense power contained within him, Chu Zhange walked towards Poseidon, and at this time, the 7 sacred pillars could also stand up and move freely. In the top-level 9th exam, the 6th exam required the challenger to comprehend his own domain, which meant he must comprehend the exclusive domain of the breaking array, Overlord Halberd. Although he is currently a level 98 titled Douluo, just 1 level away from becoming the unrivaled level 99 Douluo, he has no clue about his domain, let alone comprehend his own domain. Understanding his own domain within a year is incredibly difficult for him. It would be easier for him to kill the deep-sea demon whale king, even though he is unsure if he can defeat it. Nevertheless, this is still much better than trying to comprehend his own domain in a year. Why were the previous assessments so easy while this one is so difficult? Chu Zhange felt conflicted. When Poseidon looked at Chu Zhange, her calm eyes were like a still pond, and she said, "Does the eternal Douluo really need to worry about this?" A dignified level 98 titled Douluo is actually troubled by his domain. Her tone remained unhurried, as if nothing in the world could disturb her state of mind. She then continued, "I can have Sea-Dragon Douluo discuss domain matters with you. Although he is only level 95, he has comprehended his own domain." Sea-Dragon Douluo, standing behind Poseidon, loudly addressed Chu Zhange, "Eternal Douluo, if you need help, I will definitely do my utmost." At this moment, Sea-Dragon Douluo stepped forward after hearing the conversation between Poseidon and Chu Zhange. As the strongest among the 7 sacred pillars, he holds a higher status than the other 6. He is currently the most powerful figure on Sea God Island, apart from Poseidon and Chu Zhange. Chu Zhange turned to look at Sea-Dragon Douluo, a middle-aged man who was also quite handsome. This was the first time Chu Zhange assessed Sea-Dragon Douluo. Hearing Sea-Dragon Douluo's words, Chu Zhange felt it was acceptable and said, "Since Sea-Dragon Douluo has said so, I will certainly trouble you for a while. I hope Sea-Dragon Douluo won't mind." Sea-Dragon Douluo immediately replied, "It is my honor to assist Eternal Douluo. Sea God Douluo, may I leave Sea God Island?" Chu Zhange suddenly said this to Poseidon. Chapter 34, Leaving the Island of the Sea God. Upon hearing what Chu Zhange said, Poseidon was immediately stunned. She questioned, "What does Eternal Douluo mean?" Having grown up on the island of the Sea God and rarely leaving, the few times she did leave were only because of someone else. For her, the island of the Sea God was her home. She believed that as her successor, Chu Zhange should stay on the island, yet he was now proposing to leave. The Seahorse Douluo was surprised by Chu Zhange's sudden request to leave the island of the Sea God and asked, "Yes. Does Eternal Your Majesty have a need to leave the island of the Sea God? Although our resources here can't compare to the mainland, we can still obtain them through trade. Just let us know." The island of the sea god still had some prestige in this ocean. At that moment, the sea dragon Douluo and the other 6 approached Chu Zhange, inquiring about his intentions. They were also taken aback by his desire to leave the island. They couldn't understand his thoughts, since very few people living on the island of the sea god ever left. Like them, although they were already in their 50s, they had never left the island and had no desire to do so. As guardians of the holy pillar, they were dedicated to protecting the glory of the sea god at all times. Although this was their responsibility, they felt a special sense of fulfillment and were not lost. To them, Chu Zhange was the second in command of their family on the island of the sea god. They were also impressed by his strength. Chu Zhange was already a part of the family of the island of the sea god. As a title Douluo of level 98, one of the top powerhouses in the Douluo Continent, such a presence was undoubtedly an absolute powerhouse in any faction. If the island of the sea god possessed a title Douluo like Chu Zhange, their high-end combat power would be on par with that of the Wuhuan Hall. Therefore, they were very reluctant to see him leave, as his departure would be a significant loss for the island of the sea god. What if he left and never returned? They couldn't guarantee that he would come back after leaving. Many affiliated sea spirit masters had gone to the mainland and, captivated by its beauty and prosperity, had remained there forever. The island of the sea god had existed for a long time, and according to its history over the years, top-level assessors could undoubtedly pass the assessment smoothly. Thus, having achieved the sea god assessment, Chu Zhange, who was a top-level 9 assessor, could be considered the second in command of the island of the sea god, even if he hadn't completely passed the top-level 9 assessment yet. Now, Chu Zhange was already a part of the island of the sea god, one of their own, and they did not want him to leave. Hearing the words of the 7 holy pillars, Chu Zhange felt deeply moved and sincerely said, "Thank you all for your kindness. I want to go to the mainland because there is someone who can help me with my 6th assessment. So, I must go to the mainland for a while, and I hope the sea god Douluo can allow me to temporarily leave the island of the sea god. Once I finish my business, I will return to the island of the sea god. After all, it is also half of my home." He chuckled, saying that aside from the home near the Starry forest, the island of the sea god was the place where he had stayed the longest. So he indeed had deep feelings for it. Nevertheless, he still had to leave the island of the sea god. If he couldn't comprehend his own domain within a year, he would fail the assessment, and he could not afford the price of failure. Understanding one's own domain was not the same as combat. It was a very difficult thing to achieve. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few title Douluos who possessed a domain. The domain was something that title-level powerhouses engaged with, and its quantity was even less than that of title-level powerhouses. Comprehending a domain was more like a breakthrough in thought, while combat was merely combat. Could you expect Xiangyu to write the records of the Grand Historian? Although Chu Zhange had developed a close relationship with the breaking array Overlord Halberd Wuhuan, he was still far from reaching the level of condensing a domain. He was still quite distant from that level. Seeing that Chu Zhange's desire to leave the island of the sea god was so strong, Poseidon felt it was inappropriate to stop him. Chu Zhange was already an adult, and his thoughts were surely well considered. She could only say, if Eternal Douluo wishes to leave the island of the sea god for a while, that is fine. But remember to return in time for the sea god's assessment. If you exceed the 1-year period without undergoing or passing the assessment, the mark on your forehead will detonate. Even as a level 98 title Douluo, it would be difficult for you to resist the power of this explosion. So remember, you must return within a year. I also hope that a year from now, you will have successfully comprehended your own domain. Eternal Douluo, I will keep the position of the grand offering of the island of the sea god for you. Regarding Chu Zhange's domain issue, she couldn't offer much guidance. Having been in the Douluo Continent for so long, she had never seen a Wuhuan like Chu Zhange. However, she could feel that the breaking array Overlord Halberd Wuhuan could undoubtedly rank among the top weapon Wuhuans in the Douluo Continent. Chu Zhange's breaking array Overlord Halberd Wuhuan, even when compared to the so-called number 1 weapon Wuhuan, the Haotian hammer from the Haotian sect, was probably not inferior at all. After all, Chu Zhange was able to rely on the breaking array Overlord Halberd Wuhuan to reach the level of a level 98 title Douluo at just 20 years old. His talent was enough to be recorded in history. So, could the owner of the Haotian hammer, who was said to possess the strongest weapon Wuhuan. Reached the level Chu Zhange was it now? In Poseidon's view, even a divine weapon Wuhuan could not achieve what Chu Zhange had done, let alone the Haoyan hammer Wuhuan. However, she had no understanding of the breaking array Overlord Halberd, so she couldn't give any advice. Her Wuhuan was a divine level Wuhuan, far different from Chu Zhange's, and she knew that the breaking array Overlord Halberd Wuhuan should be unique. Poseidon thought seriously for a moment and then said, Eternal Douluo, regarding your domain issue, I cannot provide you with much guidance. You might consider going to the Haoyan sect to find someone named Tang Chun. Perhaps he can help you. Poseidon smiled faintly at Chu Zhange. As he was about to leave, she could not stop him but made one last effort to help. Tang Chun was someone she knew, and she believed he would do her this favor. Hearing Poseidon's words, Chu Zhange felt somewhat moved and softly said, Thank you for your guidance, Sea God Douluo. However, I cannot guarantee when I will return to the island of the Sea God, but I will try my best to come back. In about 10 days, I will leave the island of the Sea God. This past year, thank you for your care, Sea God Douluo. He then looked at the Seahorse Douluo and the Sea-Dragon Douluo and said, Also, thank you, Seahorse Douluo, for your strong support. Otherwise, I wouldn't have passed the assessment. Ha! As they were about to part, Chu Zhange made a joke to ease the awkward atmosphere, as it was quite stifling. The Seahorse Douluo looked at the young, titled Douluo and said, Eternal Your Majesty, although we have only been together for a short time, I admire you. You have already reached this level at such a young age. In our lifetime, you are someone we cannot compare to, but the island of the Sea God will always be your home. You can come back anytime. The Seahorse Douluo also expressed his opinion. As the first person Chu Zhange met on the island of the Sea God, he had a good impression of him and could become close friends. In response, Chu Zhange could only express his helplessness again and said, Brothers, I'm just going to take care of some business. I'm not leaving for good, so there's no need to be so sentimental. Well then, Sea God Douluo, I will take my leave now and come to see you next time. After finishing his words, Chu Zhange left the area of Sea God Mountain and returned to his residence. As the second in command of Sea God Island, his living conditions were actually quite good. Sea God Island had not mistreated him. While flying, he also had his own thoughts about his sixth test. His martial soul was the breaking array Overlord Halberd, which belonged to the weapon martial souls. In the Douluo Continent, besides the one from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who else had a weapon martial soul and also possessed a personal domain? Therefore, Chu Zhange's journey was to seek guidance from him. Although he and that powerful existence from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School did not belong to the same type of martial soul, there would still be some connection between them. Thus, whether Chu Zhange could comprehend his own domain would depend on finding that person. He also had many thoughts about his martial soul, the breaking array Overlord Halberd. In his world, this type of halberd was generally used for rituals. Very few people used it as a weapon. The war halberd is a combination of a Ji and a spear, with a spearhead mounted on the head of the Ji. The war halberd is a fighting weapon with both hooking and stabbing functions, and its lethality is far greater than that of the Ji and spear, making it a true weapon of war. Therefore, those who used the war halberd as their exclusive weapon were all unparalleled generals. Among them, the most famous was Elbu, the greatest general of the three kingdoms, known as the Elbu among men, the red hare among horses. His breaking array Overlord Halberd felt like it was made for war. So, should he form his own domain through war? At this moment, Chu Zhange's heart was conflicted. Although there were many contradictions between the Heavenly Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, there was no large-scale war. How, then, could he comprehend his own domain? For now, he could only find that person. Perhaps he would have his own insights, although he had already reached the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. Chu Zhange did not look down on others. As an outsider from another world, he still maintained respect for the locals of the Douluo Continent. The people of this world had known about martial souls since childhood, and many of them centered their daily lives around martial souls. In every aspect of their lives, they could not be separated from martial souls. Perhaps without soul power, they could not become powerful soul masters, but their understanding of martial souls far exceeded that of Chu Zhange, the outsider. They treated martial souls as if they were life itself. Compared to Chu Zhange, their thinking was different. At least Chu Zhange would not regard the breaking array Overlord Halberd martial soul as his life. but merely as a tool for him to grow stronger. Perhaps it was not appropriate to say this, but the fact was as such. 10 days later, in the sea area of Sea God Island, Chu Zhange was saying goodbye to Xiaobai as he was about to leave Sea God Island. When Xiaobai looked at Chu Zhange, her eyes were somewhat dim, and she said, "Chu Zhange, are you really leaving Sea God Island today? I actually think Sea God Island is quite nice. Regarding the matter of domains, you can totally find the Great Offering. She is a 99th level title Douluo, and there shouldn't be anything in this world that she can't handle." On the beach of the Sea God Island sea area, Xiaobai transformed into human form to communicate with Chu Zhange. He was already used to Xiao by being able to transform into human form. However, he was still very interested in Xiaobai's talent, as she was the only one in the entire Douluo Continent who could do so. Regarding Xiaobai's thoughts, Chu Zhange didn't know what to say, and he softly replied, "The sea god Douluo told me that she has no way to help me with my domain, Xiaobai. My sixth test is to comprehend my own domain. And on the Douluo Continent, my martial soul is appearing for the first time. It has never appeared before here. So everything I need to do has to be done by myself. Others can't provide me with much help. Xiaobai, when I come back next time, how about I bring you some gifts?" Chu Zhange suddenly approached Xiaobai, who had transformed into a girl, and patted her head. He really didn't lack gold soul coins. Smiling, he said, "Whatever you like, I'll buy it for you. I have plenty of gold soul coins." Hearing that Chu Zhange was going to buy her gifts, Xiaobai immediately became very happy and said softly, "Really? Chu Zhange, you better not be lying to me, or I will still eat you. You better not trick me." At this moment, Xiaobai said to Chu Zhange in its sunder manner, but she did not resist when he patted her head. Chu Zhange was 195 meters tall, while Xiaobai, in her human form, was about 175 meters tall. Although she was not short, in front of Chu Zhange, she looked almost like a child. After all, Chu Zhange was not only tall, but also robust. Even his arms were thicker than Xiaobai's legs. Chu Zhange playfully smacked Xiaobai and pretended to be angry, saying, "Have I ever lied to you, Xiaobai? Besides, I still haven't settled the score with you for the last time you swallowed me. I'm already being kind by helping you buy gifts. Just be happy about it." He pretended to scold her again, saying, "Hurry up and tell me what you want. When I come back next time, I'll help you buy whatever you want. Today I'm in a good mood, and once this opportunity is gone, there won't be another." Although Xiaobai was a big shark, she could transform into human form, so she should be able to use things that humans can use, such as cosmetics. Chapter 35. The calm before the storm. Xiaobai looked at Chu Zhange. Although Chu Zhange's words sounded somewhat unpleasant, Xiaobai was very happy at this moment. However, her face showed some impatience as she said, "Oh, Chu Zhange, are you annoying or what? Just look at it and decide for yourself without asking me. If you ask me again, I won't want it anymore." Hearing Xiaobai say this, Chu Zhange thought for a moment and then chuckled. Perhaps she knew what to buy for Xiaobai. If worst came to worst, she could just make do with something. Smiling, she said, "All right then. I'll just watch and buy it when the time comes, but you can't refuse it." With that, she prepared to leave. "Okay, I'm off. See you next time." After saying this, Chu Zhange activated her 100,000 year soul bone ability and walked on air, instantly leaving the beach beside the sea. Her strong figure turned into a streak of light heading towards Hanhai City. With Chu Zhange's current strength, using the 100,000 year soul bone ability was enough to support her flight to Hanhai City. At level 98 as a title Douluo, her soul power was vast as the sea. It was significantly more expansive than when she was at level 97. One must say that reaching the title Douluo level, each level represents a substantial gap, very evident. Xiaobai watched Chu Zhange's figure gradually disappear, feeling a sense of reluctance in her heart, because for so many years, Chu Zhange was her only friend with whom she could chat so comfortably. They often teased each other, which made her quite happy. Having lived for 100,000 years on the Douluo Continent, she had seen a lot. But with Chu Zhange, she saw something different, which made her feel particularly comfortable around him. As a 100,000 year sea soul beast, the guardian beast of Sea God Island and the mount of the sea god who once roamed the seas, Xiaobai did not harbor resentment towards human soul masters. However, she found it hard to accept the killing of soul beasts by humans. After all, Soul beasts were of the same race as her, while humans were considered outsiders. Watching her outsider friend kill her own kind, she felt a complex mix of emotions. She also knew that there were many malicious and evil beings among soul beasts, such as the 100,000-year evil demon Orca King. However, in Xiaobai's eyes, the vast majority of soul beasts were kind, yet they were hunted by soul masters for soul rings without reason. This was also the reason why Xiaobai was so angry when she sensed the presence of Xiao Wu's soul bone and soul rings on Tang San in the original work. Initially, she was very angry at Chu Zhange's actions, but after more communication, she let it go, realizing that survival of the fittest was the way of the world. Nevertheless, she still hoped that one day, humans and soul beasts could coexist happily on this Douluo Continent. At this moment, Chu Zhange's figure had already disappeared from her sight, and she quietly gazed at the azure sky and the boundless sea. Chu Zhange, I wish you a safe journey. After that, she transformed into a 10-meter-long demon soul great white shark and leaped into the ocean. The sea was her true home. Chu Zhange looked at the scenery in the distance, reflecting on her own changes. When I first came to Sea God Island, I was merely a level 97 title Douluo, but now I'm a level 98 title Douluo. My soul rings have also changed from the initial yellow, purple, black, red to the current purple, black, red. Not only that, but I have also gathered 5 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. So, currently, my physical strength should be the strongest on the Douluo Continent. Flying across the vast ocean, Chu Zhange moved at incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning, sweeping over the endless sea. Perhaps he still retained his original personality during his university days. He was just like this, fond of boasting. Although he had changed a lot after coming to this world, the essence of his character remained the same. He still loved to brag. Although Chu Zhange had not appeared in the Tiando Empire for a year, legends about him were spreading everywhere in the Tiando Empire. There were rumors that he came from a number 1 sect on the Douluo Continent, the Haotian sect. However, many people refuted this, saying that the Haotian sect had retreated, so how could they dare to wander around? Were they not afraid of being hunted down by the Spirit Hall? The speculation that Chu Zhange came from the Haotian sect mainly stemmed from the fact that the sect was now hidden, making it very mysterious. As the world's number 1 sect, Haotian sect had a high likelihood of producing geniuses. If someone asked whether the Eternal Douluo could be a wild genius, they would surely be ridiculed. In this era, wild geniuses could no longer survive. Many wild geniuses would choose to rely on a powerful force to obtain abundant resources. For example, when you are at a low level, they help you hunt powerful soul beasts, allow you to gain high-level soul rings without having to do it yourself, thus greatly enhancing your strength. However, this also meant that they were no longer considered wild geniuses, but rather strong individuals cultivated by a particular force, firmly bound to that force. Most of them would remain dependent on this force for their entire lives. Looking at all the titled Douluos in the world, not a single one truly relied on themselves to develop on the Douluo Continent. Aside from Chu Zhange, there was no one else. The only titled Douluo who truly rose through his own strength was Chu Zhange, except for the initial 2 soul rings that required the help of Old Man Lei Xiong. All his subsequent soul rings were obtained through life and death battles. So Chu Zhange could be proud. Spirit Hall, Papal Hall. Bibi Dan still sat quietly on the papal throne, below which stood the 2 titled Douluos, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dan wielded the strongest authority in the world, even surpassing the emperors of the 2 great empires. Like the 2 great empires, the Spirit Hall had also existed for a very long time. Over the years, the Spirit Hall had accumulated a very deep foundation, far beyond what other sects could compare to. Bibi Dan looked at Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo below and asked Elder Zhu, Elder Gue, is there any news about that Eternal Douluo? Bibi Dan rested her chin on her hand, appearing very lazy. Not sure if it was because managing daily affairs as the Pope was too tiring or for some other reason. At this moment, Bibi Dan looked somewhat charming, but unfortunately, neither Zhu Douluo nor Gue Douluo were fond of women. Hearing Bibidan's inquiry, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo did not dare to be negligent. Zhu Douluo said, reporting to your holiness, the Eternal Douluo only appeared once in the Tiando Empire a year ago, and has not shown up since. However, some say they encountered the eternal Douluo in Hanhai City. As one of the two elders of the Spirit Hall, Zhu Douluo was very well informed. Although Chu Zhange had only appeared once, Zhu Douluo still remembered it. Zhu Douluo, originally named Jiuwan, was a level 95 assault-type title Douluo with a top-tier martial soul, the rare sky-soaring chrysanthemum, and possessed formidable strength. His partner was Gue Douluo, and they had worked together for a full 60 years. Currently, the youngest title Douluo on the Douluo Continent was already 50 years old. Bibi Dong looked at the two and asked, "Have you found out which force this eternal Douluo belongs to? We must know which force he belongs to as soon as possible, or it will be detrimental to our Spirit Hall. There are rumors saying that the eternal Douluo comes from the Haotian sect. What do you think?" Bibi Dong possessed twin top-tier beast martial souls, her talents surpassing Tang San in the early stages, but was on par with him in the later stages, with comprehension surpassing Tang San's. Ultimately, she inherited the position of the Rakshasa god, making her one of the most talented individuals in the world. Currently, she was a level 95 title Douluo powerhouse. Juhuaguan and Gue Mei are both title Douluo at level 95, but in terms of combat power, they are far inferior to Bibi Dong, the Pope. They must pay attention to the ancient Douluo, who is rumored to exceed level 95, because such a powerful figure could change the dynamics of a force. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's inquiry, Juhua Douluo could only speculate and said, "In my opinion, although the ancient Douluo is rumored to be strong, he is most likely a lone wolf. According to the latest information we received from the Spirit Hall, this ancient Douluo once made a deal with the Snow Knight Emperor, exchanging it for a large amount of gold soul coins. What does this ancient Douluo need so many gold soul coins for? Therefore, he definitely does not come from a major sect. Those sects are all extremely wealthy, even richer than the royal family of the Tiando Empire, and would certainly not mistreat a titled Douluo-level powerhouse. So I speculate that this ancient Douluo must not come from a major sect. Old Gue, what do you think?" Zhu Huaguan said to Bibi Dong, then glanced at his old partner, Gue Douluo. They had worked together for decades and had a great rapport. Bibi Dong also felt that Juhua Douluo's analysis was quite reasonable and replied, "Elder Juhua is right. Next time we meet this ancient Douluo, try to win him over. If we can't win him over, then don't provoke him yet, be cautious." "All right, you can go now. I'm a bit tired. Remember, find information about the ancient Douluo as soon as possible. I don't want our Spirit Hall to be filled with a bunch of useless people." Finally, Bibi Dong issued a dismissal order, and Juhuaguan and Gue Mei did not dare to linger and quickly left the Pope's palace to search for information about the ancient Douluo on the Douluo Continent. Any matters regarding title Douluo powerhouses are significant, especially since Bibi Dong has her own plans. She does not want the presence of Chu Zhange to affect her major affairs. Anyone who stands in her way must die. At this moment, a strong killing intent flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Ning Fengji looked at the sword Douluo and Bon Douluo, two titled Douluos, and said, "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, it has been a year, and we still haven't learned anything about that ancient Douluo. Do you think he could be a powerhouse from a Spirit Hall?" The sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, was discussing Chu Zhange, the ancient Douluo with the sword Douluo and Bon Douluo. They had been searching for Chu Zhange for over a year, but since they saw him once in the palace, they had not encountered him again. Ning Fengji had witnessed the overwhelming aura that erupted from Zhange. His aura was even stronger than that of the sword Douluo, the strongest in his sect. Therefore, they must find information about the ancient Douluo, even if it takes a long time. The sword Douluo turned his gaze to Ning Fengji and said, "Fengji, it's okay if we can't find any news about this ancient Douluo. The current situation on the continent is stable, and adding one more ancient Douluo won't change much." At this moment, the sword Douluo spoke up. As one of the top title Douluo powerhouses on the continent, he knew many secrets. For example, the powerful level 99 unparalleled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. His father had once died at the hands of this person. With him around, the ancient Douluo would definitely not affect the situation on the continent, because he would not allow the Spirit Hall to have any impact on the continent's dominant position. In the sword Douluo's view, the current situation on the continent is maintained in this state largely due to that person. Even the current situation on the continent is tacitly approved by him. Otherwise, who could stop a level 99 unparalleled Douluo from making a move? Therefore, he believed that even if this ancient Douluo were powerful, he would not affect the existing situation on the continent. After all, what the continent needs most now is stability. Although there are many undercurrents, no one dares to break this tranquility. The sword Douluo's speculation is not without reason. Ultimately, it is the spirit hall that breaks this calm because they have such strength. In response, Ning Fengji could only hope that the sword Douluo was right and said, "I hope, as Uncle Jian said, that this tranquility is not broken. By the way, Uncle Jian, where has Rongrong gone to play? Why haven't I run into her?" Ning Fengji looked at the sword Douluo and inquired because it was usually the sword Douluo who accompanied Ning Rongrong. After seeing Chu Zhange, he hoped that one day Ning Rongrong would grow to be someone like Chu Zhange. Chapter 36 Arrival at Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect Heaven Do Empire, Hanhai City. The streets were bustling with people, and Chu Zhange wandered casually along the road. No one would expect that this robust young man before them was a titled Douluo at level 98. As he stepped back into such a prosperous city, Chu Zhange suddenly felt a bit out of place. After arriving in the Douluo Continent, he had been focused on improving his strength and had never taken the time to stroll around. He was either cultivating or on his way to cultivate, and now he was already a level 98 titled Douluo. Therefore, walking on the street this time felt novel to him. It was nice to relax his body and mind. From time to time, Chu Zhange looked into the distance, murmuring to himself, "I am now 20 years old, and Tang San should be 8. There is still a long time before the plot unfolds. However, I only have 1 year for my 6th exam, including the remaining 3 exams, which also gives me just 1 year. So, I must seize every opportunity in these 3 years, and only after completing the Sea God assessment can I truly relax." In his previous life, he often thought about how wonderful the Douluo Continent was, but now that he had crossed over, he had been on the path of cultivation, drifting further away. However, all of this was worth it. If it weren't for his continuous cultivation over the past 10 years, he wouldn't have such a high level now. The streets were very lively, and Chu Zhange enjoyed this atmosphere because he felt the warmth of life here. Various soul-guiding devices were visible everywhere on the streets, but most of them were quite low-end, which did not meet Chu Zhange's current standards. As the largest port city in the western part of the Heaven Do Empire, Hanhai City was also the most prosperous city in the West. Although the public security management was decent, Chu Zhange still saw some darker sides of society. There were all sorts of people here. Robberies and fights could be encountered in some dim corners, and Chu Zhange had seen quite a few. But he paid no mind, as the person being robbed didn't seem like a good person either. Before long, Chu Zhange left Hanhai City alone and headed towards the location of one of the 3 great sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Although Hanhai City was bustling, it was not his destination. After walking around, he lost interest in sightseeing. The reason for Chu Zhange's visit to the continent was to find the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. As the sword Douluo not only possessed the top-tier weapon spirit, the 7 killing sword, but also had the 7 killing domain. The 7 killing domain was the innate domain of the top-tier weapon spirit, the 7 killing sword, and was extremely powerful, capable of unleashing formidable combat capabilities, making a unique feature of the Douluo Continent. When the sword Douluo activated his martial spirit's true body and unleashed the 7 killing domain, a world of swords would form centered around him. Within this domain, the opponent's speed, strength, and defense would be significantly weakened, though this weakening would gradually decrease as the opponent's level increased. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the 7 killing domain could rank among the top domains in the Douluo Continent. With Chu Zhange's strength as a level 98 titled Douluo, he quickly arrived at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, wasting no time on the way. As the second-ranked sect among the 3 great sects of today, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect was the strongest sect in the absence of the Haotian sect, making it easy to find. However, being easy to find did not mean it was easy to enter. Stop! Who are you? This is the sacred ground of the sect. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. State your name. Standing in front of Chu Zhange were 2 young men dressed in white. They were the gatekeepers of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Chu Zhange focused his gaze and assessed the 2 in front of him. with his cultivation level. He could easily discern their ranks. He noticed that both had the cultivation of a 4-ring soul master, and they appear to be around 30 years old. Considering their cultivation level, they were decent on the continent, but in front of Chu Zhange, a level 98 title Douluo, they seemed a bit lacking. Please inform them that the eternal Douluo has come to visit. Just report it truthfully, Chu Zhange said calmly to the two in front of him, not changing his expression in response to their loud shouts. When he was in Hanhai City, he learned that the name Eternal Douluo was widely known across the Douluo Continent, and the name of the Eternal Douluo was deliberately leaked by him. Sometimes, having a reputation made things much easier. Therefore, Chu Zhange guessed that these two should have heard of the name, and he was indeed the Eternal Douluo himself. He had even met the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji, once at the Heaven Do Empire's Imperial Palace, though they had not communicated. This did not matter. Eternal Douluo, is it really the Eternal Douluo? The two gatekeepers, standing at the entrance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, were shocked upon hearing Chu Zhange speak those 4 words. They quickly scrutinized him. Chu Zhange wore a snow-white robe, and his long hair reached his waist. He had a robust physique, but did not appear ostentatious, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a powerful aura. Although Chu Zhange looked very strong, he was too young. Could he really be the Eternal Douluo? They maintained a skeptical attitude. They had heard that the Eternal Douluo was a young man, but this person seemed too young. A 30-year-old is still considered young, but Chu Zhange looked like he was only just 20, so they doubted it. The entrance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was bustling with people coming and going, as it was the wealthiest sect among all the sects in the Douluo Continent. The various constructions of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect were extremely luxurious, and even the entrance was adorned with many precious gems. The tall and handsome young man, Chu Zhange, who was stopped by the gatekeepers, also caught the attention of those around him, including several direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Without overthinking, Chu Zhange directly revealed his strength. Instantly, 9 soul rings, purple, black, and red, rose rapidly from beneath his feet and then settled under his feet as if he were stepping on them. A tremendous aura erupted from Chu Zhange, almost causing the entrance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to completely collapse. As a level 98 title Douluo, when Chu Zhange released his soul rings, the commotion was undoubtedly immense. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9 soul rings? He really is a title Douluo level powerhouse. My God, this soul ring configuration. So many 10,000-year soul rings. The two gatekeepers of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect were extremely shocked at this sight. They had sensed that Chu Zhange was not weak before, but they truly did not expect that this young man before them was indeed the Eternal Douluo, who was well known throughout the Douluo Continent. There were rumors that the Eternal Douluo's strength surpassed that of the Sword Douluo, and that he was currently the strongest person on the Douluo Continent. However, based on the current situation, it indeed appeared to be true. The Eternal Douluo was absolutely the #1 person in the Douluo Continent. Many shared this thought, not just the two in front of them who were shocked. Those passing by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect were equally astonished. They were not blind. They could tell at a glance that Chu Zhange's soul ring configuration was undoubtedly the strongest in the Douluo Continent. In this era where the 3 unparalleled Douluos were absent, the golden crocodile Douluo was hidden in the worship hall, and the spirit hall concealed its strength, Tang Hao, along with the sword Douluo and the thunder Douluo of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, represented the pinnacle combat strength of the Douluo Continent. However, what is their soul ring configuration? The strongest is Tang Hao, with a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Yet this young man before us has an astonishing configuration of 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, making him truly unique in the entire Douluo Continent. Attention. Adi, you can withdraw for now. At this moment, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo quickly flew in from a distance, with the sword Douluo in a white robe, stepping on a flying sword. Following the sword Douluo was the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji. Among the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo, there would definitely be one person accompanying Ning Fengji. This was to protect Ning Fengji. Although Ning Fengji's 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul is the #1 auxiliary martial soul in the world, it lacks combat power. Therefore, for his safety, he would always bring either the sword Douluo or the bone Douluo with him, no matter where he went. However, he did not understand why he did not see the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo last time with Chu Zhange. Ning Fengji looked at the old acquaintance Chu Zhange, his face beaming with a smile, and said, "Your Majesty, we finally meet again. It has been a full year since we last parted in the palace. I wonder how you have been lately." Although the strength of the sword Douluo is far superior to Ning Fengji's, when the two are present, it is always Ning Fengji who speaks. The sword Douluo looked at the snow-white clad Chu Zhange before him and suddenly felt an extremely powerful pressure coming at him. This was something he had never felt before. Even stronger than his father, a level 98 title Douluo. The sword Douluo, Chun Exen, always maintained an air of supremacy, and in his heart, apart from a few people, it was only a sword. The sword is lonely, yet powerful and imposing, but at this moment, he felt the threat of death. This young man before him actually made him feel the threat of death, which was truly shocking, and his face became extremely serious. Thus, the sword Douluo merely followed behind Ning Fengji to prevent this so-called eternal Douluo from taking action against him. Indeed, Sect Master Ning, it has been a long time. I am in good health. Thank you for your concern, Chu Zhange replied with a smile, while also sizing up Ning Fengji. As expected from the original text, Ning Fengji had a face like a crowned jade, elegant and extraordinary. He was a level 79 soul sage, so he did not sense the powerful aura on Chu Zhange. This was because Ning Fengji's strength was not yet strong enough, and his ability to capture aura was not sufficiently sensitive, but that was normal. Chapter 37. 8-year-old Ning Rongrong Ning Fengji looked at Chu Zhange and said, "Your Excellency, this is not a suitable place for a conversation. Why not come into my 7-treasure glazed tile school and have a chat?" This was Chu Zhange's first visit to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, so Ning Fengji immediately extended an invitation to him. They had spent more than a year searching for Chu Zhange, but had found no trace of him. Now that he had come to them, they could not let him go easily. They needed to keep him. If they could convince Chu Zhange to join their school, their strength would surely double. Hearing Ning Fengji's invitation, Chu Zhange did not refuse. His destination was indeed the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He smiled and said, "Since the sect master Ning has invited me, how could I dare to refuse? It's just right for me to see what the top 3 sects are like. To be honest, I've never been to the top 3 sects before, ha ha ha." At this moment, Chu Zhange acted like an outgoing and sunny young man, showing no reluctance to accept Ning Fengji's invitation. Ning Fengji felt quite excited upon hearing Chu Zhange's response and said, "Well said. Since your excellency has graced my 7-treasure glazed tile school with your presence, as the sect master, I will naturally ensure that you receive the best treatment." Chu Zhange had come to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to seek help, so he would go along with whatever Ning Fengji arranged. He wouldn't refuse as long as he could achieve his goal. "Please follow me, your excellency. Sword uncle, let us head back." Ning Fengji's expression was joyful. He had just seen Chu Zhange's impressive soul ring configuration from a distance. 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red. Ning Fengji's understanding of the true top powerhouses of the Douluo Continent was limited. He didn't even know about Qian Daolu, Tang Chun, or Poseidon, the 3 supreme Douluos of the present age. So when he saw Chu Zhange's overwhelming aura and those extraordinarily terrifying soul ring ratios, he, like others, regarded Chu Zhange as the #1 person in the world today. Though his own sword uncle was strong in Ning Fengji's eyes, he still fell short of this ancient Douluo, especially since Chu Zhange was still young. The 3 of them then walked together towards the main hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Throughout the journey, Sword Douluo remained silent, while Ning Fengji introduced some aspects of the 7-treasure glazed tile school to him. Under Ning Fengji's explanation, Chu Zhange learned more about the 7-treasure glazed tile school. His prior knowledge mainly came from the original work, but now he was experiencing it directly, looking at the luxurious buildings around him. He could only sigh that rich people really know how to enjoy life. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the main hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, which was specifically used by Ning Fengji to receive esteemed guests. Along the way, Sword Douluo was also sizing up Chu Zhange. He noticed that although Chu Zhange was young and possessed great strength, he was not overbearing. Chu Zhange would sometimes speak eloquently and at other times remain silent. And when discussing certain topics, they would chat animatedly. Therefore, in Sword Douluo's view, this ancient Douluo had a relatively good temperament, and he began to entertain the idea of fighting against Chu Zhange. "Daddy, Grandpa Jian, you're back?" Suddenly, a figure rushed into the reception hall of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School, accompanied by a soft, tender voice. Chu Zhange looked over and saw a little girl in a pink outfit. At the same time, he guessed who this girl was, and watching her rush towards Sword Douluo, he found her quite adorable. "Daddy, Grandpa Jian, where did you go? I couldn't find you. Did you not love me anymore?" "Woo woo woo. What are you thinking, Rong Rong? How could Grandpa Jian not love you? The person he loves most in this life is you." Sword Douluo hurriedly comforted Ning Rong Rong, and even his usually calm face showed a smile, which Chu Zhange noticed. Ning Rong Rong wriggled in Sword Douluo's arms and turned her gaze towards Chu Zhange. Her mind full of questions, she felt somewhat unfamiliar with him. "Daddy, Grandpa Jian, who is this big brother? Why haven't I seen him before? Is he our guest?" At this time, Ning Rong Rong was about 8 years old, having just awakened her martial soul 2 years ago. Her martial soul was the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tower, and she had innate soul power at level 9, currently at level 17, making her a one-ring support-type soul master. With a cute, pink face, she was very adorable, making people want to pinch her cheeks, especially as she stared wide-eyed at Chu Zhange. "Yes, Rong Rong, this big brother is our Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School's most important guest. Quickly greet him," Ning Fengji said with a gentle smile. Ning Rong Rong was the most talented person in the history of the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tower over the past century, with a great probability of evolving the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tower. Therefore, Ning Fengji treated her very well. Moreover, Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo, who had no children of their own, regarded Ning Rong Rong as their granddaughter. Their pampering of her was well known throughout the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School, and even Ning Fengji could not bear to see it. This was why she developed a spoiled personality later on. At this moment, there were already signs of that. But Ning Fengji could do nothing about it, as his sword uncle and bone uncle were so indulgent towards Ning Rong Rong that they would even disregard their positions as sect leaders for her. 8-year-old Ning Rong Rong looked at Chu Zhange with bright eyes, thinking that this big brother in front of her was very handsome, especially his eyes, which seemed to possess endless charm. "Hello, big brother. My name is Ning Rong Rong. What is your name?" Having been in this world for quite some time, aside from Tang San, Ning Rong Rong was the second protagonist from the original work that Chu Zhange had encountered. In fact, due to not having seen the main cast or other notable figures from the original work for a long time, he almost thought he had crossed into the wrong place, as if this was not the Douluo Continent, but rather a martial world disguised as the Douluo Continent. Seeing Ning Rong Rong greet him, Chu Zhange smiled back. Although the original work described Ning Rong Rong as very spoiled, he did not see that in her now. "Hello, Rong Rong. My name is Chu Zhange. You're very cute." Chu Zhange slightly raised his right hand and waved at Ning Rong Rong, indicating that he was also happy to meet her. "Ha ha, Your Excellency, Rong Rong is my only daughter, and she will definitely inherit the position of sect master of our Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School in the future. I wonder what Your Excellency thinks of Rong Rong's talent." Seeing that Chu Zhange interacted well with Ning Rong Rong, Ning Fengji directly asked him to help assess Ning Rong Rong's qualifications. After all, Chu Zhange was now a titled dual-level powerhouse, and with such a terrifying soul ring configuration, his ability to recognize talent would certainly not be weak. Chu Zhange shifted his gaze from Ning Rong Rong to Ning Fengji, contemplating in his heart. The sect master's beloved daughter is naturally exceptionally talented, and it is not impossible for her to succeed him in the future. If that were the case, the top 3 sects would have a female sect master. He did not speak carelessly, according to the original work's description and his understanding. Ning Rong Rong's talent was likely only second to Tang San among the Shrek 7 monsters. During the Sea God assessment, Zhu Zhuqing from the Shrek 7 monsters was ranked at the 5th level of the Black category, while Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were at the 6th level. and Xiao Wu was at the first level of the red category, whereas Ning Rongrong was at the top 7th level. All 7 of the Shrek members had consumed the immortal herb, but during the Sea God assessment, Ning Rongrong's assessment level was the highest after Tang San, which was enough to demonstrate that her talent was absolutely impressive. I hope that, as the Ancient Lord said, when Rongrong inherits the position of the sect master of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect in the future, the Ancient Lord will support her. Haha, I must say, talking to Ning Fengji makes Chu Zhange feel very comfortable, partly because Ning Fengji speaks so nicely. No matter how bad you are, Ning Fengji would never belittle you in front of you. Instead, he would speak to you with a kind face, warm words, avoiding your shortcomings and discussing your strengths. For an ordinary person, with Ning Fengji's status as the sect master of the 3 sects and the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, being able to speak like this is enough to make them feel fond of him. Grandpa Jian, why does Dad call that big brother Ancient Lord? Ning Rongrong asked. Is this big brother a title Douluo? During the conversation between Chu Zhange and Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong was fully focused on their discussion and heard her father refer to this big brother as the Ancient Lord. A surprised expression immediately appeared on her face, as she was not someone who knew nothing. After all, she was a princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and at least knew what a title Douluo was. Yes, Rongrong, this big brother is indeed a powerful title Douluo, Ning Fengji explained. Ning Rongrong's sudden interjection did not make them uncomfortable. Instead, Ning Fengji took the time to explain to her. Chu Zhange expressed that it wasn't he that he wanted to show off. Rather, it was others who helped him appear impressive, and he could not admit to showing off no matter what. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. You're actually a title Douluo. Does that mean you are on the same level as Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone? Ning Rongrong exclaimed loudly in Grandpa Jian's arms. I'm so weak. I'm only a level 17 soul master right now. Can you tell me how you cultivated? Although she was only 8 years old, she already understood a lot, and terms like soul master cultivation levels were very familiar to her. However, she really didn't expect Chu Zhange to be a title Douluo. After all, how old was he? Grandpa Jian was probably several rounds older than Chu Zhange. With Chu Zhange's arrival, it seemed like he was the only main character of the entire 7 treasures glazed tile sect today, and everything revolved around him. He could not deny Ning Rongrong's evaluation, maintaining his smiling face without saying a word. Rongrong, can you go play for a while? Your big brother and I still have some matters to discuss. After we finish, I'll take you to play, okay? Ning Fengji said, affectionately ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. He really wanted to know the reason for Chu Zhange's visit. Yes, Rongrong, your dad and Grandpa Jian have a lot to talk about with this big brother. You can go play first, Grandpa Jian said as he put down Ning Rongrong. Now, he needed to understand why this ancient title Douluo had come here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease. Just now, Chu Zhange's astonishing soul ring configuration of 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red truly shocked him. Such existence actually existed in the world. Although he knew about the unparalleled title Douluo, Qin Daolu, he did not know that their soul ring configuration was 8 black and 1 red. So Grandpa Jian, you have to keep your word. Rongrong looked for you for a long time just now, Ning Rongrong suddenly said with a wronged expression. At her age, she really loved to wander around. She didn't pay much attention to soul power cultivation, which led to her not having a very high soul power level. When Chu Zhange was 8 years old, what level was he? It had been so long that he couldn't quite remember, but it seemed he had already reached level 30 by then. Although Chu Zhange might not be as good as others in other aspects, his speed of soul power improvement was absolutely unparalleled in the world. Chapter 38. Inquiring about domain issues. Ning Rongrong. When has Grandfather Jian ever deceived you? What you said has made Grandfather Jian a bit sad. Jian Douluo Qinshin made a gesture of wiping away tears and pretended to be aggrieved as he spoke to Ning Rongrong. Then I'll be leaving, big brother. How about I take you to explore our 7 treasure glazed tile school later? It's really fun there. Hee. After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, Ning Rongrong turned to say goodbye to Chu Zhange, who gave her a very pleasant feeling. Moreover, he was actually a title low-level powerhouse, and there seemed to be an aura of mystery about him that attracted people to explore further. Not just Ning Rongrong. Even Ning Fengji and Douluo were very eager to delve deeper into who Chu Zhange was. After all, there were many layers of intrigue surrounding him. Which faction did he come from? Why did he have such high cultivation? Did he have some kind of cheat? The three people present watched Ning Rongrong's departing figure, their expressions changing in different ways. Ning Fengji was relaxed, Douluo was reluctant, and Chu Zhange felt indifferent. After all, she was not very familiar with Ning Rongrong. Perhaps they would become familiar in the future, but for now, this was their first meeting, and there were no feelings to speak of. Soon, Ning Rongrong's figure disappeared from their sight, and they could begin their conversation for the day. By the way, Sect Master Ning, it is rumored that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has two titled Douluo powerhouses. Why do we only encounter Senior Douluo today? Under normal circumstances, when Ning Fengji was at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, both Douluo and Douluo would be present. However, today he did not see Douluo, a level 95 titled Douluo. According to Ning Fengji's style, he would definitely bring out Douluo to maintain order. Scoundrel, I heard you made Rongrong cry. Did you bully her? Come on, let's go practice and see if you dare to bully our Rongrong again. Just as Ning Rongrong had not been gone long, a sturdy old man suddenly barged in. Although he was older, he still had a head of black hair. This old man in a black robe immediately started scolding Douluo, as Ning Rongrong was his precious pearl, and no one could bully her. If anyone dared to bully Ning Rongrong, he would make them know what it meant to face the might of a level 95 titled Douluo. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chu Zhange couldn't help but admire himself. If his words were really that effective, he might as well say that he wanted to meet Emperor Tian and have a fight. You're talking nonsense. What did I bully Rongrong? I care for her too much to bully her. We have guests today. Seeing that the newcomer was his old friend, a longtime partner, Jianluo originally wanted to retort. But unfortunately, Chu Zhange was there. As he spoke, Jianluo gestured towards Chu Zhange, and at that moment, Douluo noticed him as well. Oh, as a level 95 titled Douluo, he could also feel the immense soul power contained within Chu Zhange. This soul power was something that even he and Douluo could not compare to. There were not many people on the entire Douluo Continent who could give him this feeling. Even his good partner Douluo had never made him feel this way. His expression suddenly became serious, and his gaze turned to Ning Fengji, the meaning clear. He wanted Ning Fengji to introduce him to the person in front of him. At this moment, Ning Fengji seemed to understand Douluo's meaning. Uncle Gu, let me introduce you. The person in front of you is the legendary Eternal Douluo who has been widely talked about on the continent this year. Eternal Douluo, I apologize for not properly introducing you earlier. Let me do it again. This person next to you is our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Douluo, Uncle Jian. And this recently arrived one is our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Douluo, Uncle Gu. Both of them are the absolute pillars of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Without them, there would be no glory for our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School today. Ning Fengji had a look of regret on his face. He had been too excited earlier and forgot to introduce Douluo to Chu Zhange. No worries, no worries. I have heard that the Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is known as the #1 attacker in the world, while the Douluo is known for being the #1 defender. Seeing them today, it is indeed true. Chu Zhange smiled at Ning Fengji. He did not mind these small matters as his goal today was Douluo, so he needed to build a good relationship with them. The Eternal Douluo is overpraising us. Jianluo and Douluo, upon hearing Chu Zhange refer to him as the Eternal Douluo, couldn't help but feel a bit proud. The titles of #1 attacker and #1 defender were earned through their own strength, and they had no reason to refuse such compliments. However, both Jianluo and Douluo remained silent and turned their gazes to Ning Fengji, as this was typically a situation where Ning Fengji would take the lead. Although they were stronger than Ning Fengji in terms of strength, they could not match him in terms of interpersonal skills and wisdom. Ning Fengji did not hesitate, as he was the sect master, and when interacting with esteemed guests, it was usually his role to take charge. I wonder what plans the Eternal Douluo has for coming to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This question finally came. Ning Fengji had been holding it in for a long time, and he was more eager than anyone to know the purpose of Chu Zhange's visit, because this could potentially change the layout of their Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School He could not influence the layout of the entire continent. But if it could strengthen the power of their 7-treasure glazed tile school, he would do everything he could. Sec Master Ning. I came to the 7-treasure glazed tile school this time, mainly to seek guidance from Senior Jin regarding some related matters. I wonder if Senior Jin Douluo has time to instruct me. After speaking to Ning Fengji, Chu Zhange turned his gaze towards Jian Douluo, as he was the reason he had traveled so far to this place. Oh, I wonder what this old man can teach the eternal Douluo. Your strength should be superior to mine. Jian Douluo looked at Chu Zhange, who was now looking at him, momentarily stunned. Although he was extremely proud, he was not ignorant. Despite his youth, Chu Zhange possessed an immense soul power. The depth of his soul power was something he had never seen before. And calling him the #1 in the world was not an exaggeration. He was surprised that Chu Zhange, at such a young age, had reached this level, and that he actually needed to consult him, which left him puzzled. Chu Zhange looked around at Ning Fengji, Douluo, and Jian Douluo, and chose not to avoid anything but to tell them directly, as he had a request of them. Moreover, on the surface, he might indeed be the #1 in the world. With the 3 peerless Douluos not present, who could compete with him? Even if the level 98 title Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo, were present, he had confidence that he could send Golden Crocodile Douluo to the Western Paradise on the spot. So why be coy? It was better to be straightforward. Perhaps the other party would think he was open-minded. Many people like to befriend those who are open-minded, because such people are often easier to deceive. I came to the 7-treasure glazed tile school primarily to ask Senior Jian Douluo about the domain of martial souls. The martial soul domain is the domain of oneself. From the moment the martial soul awakens, it will accompany you for a lifetime, and everything about you will be influenced by the martial soul. Therefore, the martial soul is the most important partner for humans. Without a martial soul, humans are nothing. Everyone can awaken a martial soul, but not everyone will possess soul power. Oh, the eternal Douluo has not comprehended his own domain? Jian Douluo was somewhat shocked. With Chu Zhange's strength, he had not yet mastered his domain. After all, Chu Zhange is still young, yet he has reached a level stronger than many others, which indicates that he definitely possesses unparalleled talent. Such talent, and yet he cannot comprehend a domain? Who else could? At this moment, he is shocked. No, Chu Zhange said with a bitter smile. Although his soul power cultivation speed is very fast, he has no clue about comprehension. After all, a domain relies more on breakthroughs in thought, which are intangible. He indeed lacks much talent in this regard. When God opens a window for you, he will inevitably close another door. He has unparalleled soul power affinity and a naturally strong physique, seemingly lacking nothing. However, it seems that God has closed the door to his comprehension. His talent for battle cannot be counted in this regard, as he relies more on his body's instinctive reactions. Is the eternal Douluo trying to get me to tell you how I comprehended the 7-kill domain? Is that it? The sword Douluo looked at the frowning Chu Zhange, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. For titled Douluos, comprehending a domain is indeed quite difficult. However, for soul power levels reaching above 95, specifically in the range of 96 to 99, having a domain is almost standard. This is because reaching level 96 or above indicates that the soul master possesses extremely strong talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate to such a level. However, due to the multitude of soul master skills, many times a domain is not needed, and problems can be solved with other soul skills. This is also why domains are so rare on the Douluo Continent. In this world, titled Do-level powerhouses rarely engage in battle. But why do you think I would agree to you, eternal Douluo? After all, a domain is like one's own soul skills. How could one easily perceive in others? The words of the sword Douluo are not without reason, but I have not come empty-handed. If the sword Douluo is willing to guide me, regardless of success or failure, I will present you with a soul bone from a 50,000-year-old evil demon Orca King. Chu Zhange took out his bargaining chip. On the Douluo Continent, soul beasts over 50,000 years old are already rare. Thus, 50,000-year soul bones are extremely scarce. Each piece of soul bone over 50,000 years can be considered a treasured heirloom passed down for millennia. Even the wealthy 7-treasure glazed tile school cannot possess many soul bones. According to the original work, the sword Douluo does not have any soul bones. One possible reason is that he has not encountered a soul bone that fits his physique. Forcibly merging with an incompatible soul bone would only cause backlash to his body. Why can Chu Zhange absorb so many soul bones with different attributes? It is because his physique is too domineering, directly converting all soul bones into a single attribute, gold. Currently, Chu Zhange possesses 5 pieces of 100,000 soul bones, whether it be the soul bone of the powerful golden bear, the soul bone of the giant lion, or the soul bone of the evil demon Orca King. These soul bones have lost their original attributes. They now only have one attribute, which is nearly reaching its peak, gold. In Chu Zhange's view, this situation arises from the dual effect of the breaking array Overlord Halberd, martial soul, and his physique. Chapter 39. The astonished sword Douluo actually possesses a 50,000-year-old evil demon Orca King's soul bone. Ning Fengji, Bone Douluo, and Sword Douluo were all shocked. What does a 50,000-year-old soul bone signify? A 50,000-year-old soul bone means that it can enhance the strength of a title Douluo by at least 30%. Since it is very difficult for title Douluo to level up after reaching level 95, every item that can enhance strength is extremely precious, and soul bones happen to be one of them. Each soul bone is very valuable, let alone those that are over 10,000 years old. Soul bones over 10,000 years old are rare even in the Spirit Hall. In the past, the 3 upper sects had to mobilize their entire strength just to barely compete with the Spirit Hall. However, due to the issues with Chu Zhange and Tang Hao, the Hao-Ian sect has now completely retreated from the world, making the current state of the 3 upper sects very difficult. For the 3 upper sects, even a slight improvement in the strength of a title Douluo means a slight increase in their overall power. But now, Chu Zhange said that regardless of success or failure, he would present a 50,000-year-old soul bone, which stirred even the calm sword Douluo's heart. Although sword Douluo appeared to be very calm on the surface, Chu Zhange could still see hints of turmoil within him. For Chu Zhange, a 50,000-year-old soul bone was not that significant. He still had a 100,000-year soul bone. Chu Zhange calmly smiled and said, "Senior Sword Douluo, this 50,000-year evil demon Orca soul bone is a torso bone. The importance of a torso bone, I believe you understand, Senior. The evil demon Orca King has a natural thirst for killing, and its attack power is extremely strong. Therefore, this 50,000-year evil demon Orca torso bone is very compatible with your 7-kill sword martial soul, Senior Sword Douluo. This 50,000-year evil demon Orca torso bone was specifically selected by me, and I hope you can guide me in the domain aspect." Chu Zhange calmly explained that this 50,000-year-old evil demon Orca torso bone was obtained when he participated in the Sea God assessment and killed the evil demon Orca royal family. At that time, he had obtained 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, a 30,000-year right arm bone, a 50,000-year torso bone, and a 90,000-year left arm bone. Although the Spirit Hall was able to offer 3 10,000-year soul bones as prizes for the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, they were actually very reluctant to part with them. Originally, these 3 soul bones were prepared for Hulaina and the others, but unexpectedly, the winners turned out to be Tang, San, and his group, which left them feeling devastated. Ning Fengji exclaimed this. At this moment, both Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo, as well as Sword Douluo, found it hard to remain calm, their breaths becoming rapid. Soul bones are already rare, let alone those that are compatible with one's own martial soul. At this moment, the heart of Sword Douluo Qinshin was greatly shaken. As a level 96 title Douluo, he did not possess a single soul bone, which was indeed very unfortunate, because even Poison Douluo had a 10,000-year Medusa head bone. However, although soul bones are rare, the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect, as one of the 3 upper sects, has many soul bones in its collection, but most of the soul bones they possess are not very high in age. As the combat power representative of the 7-treasure, glazed tile sect. It is naturally not difficult for Sword Douluo to obtain soul bones. However, he looked down on those under 10,000 years old. He sought soul bones that were at least over 10,000 years old and compatible with himself. Ning Fengji gasped and said, "Is what the Eternal Crown said true?" The one who spoke this time was not Sword Douluo, but the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji. He paid even more attention to Sword Douluo's strength than Sword Douluo himself. Because Sword Douluo's strength is related to the rise and fall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and Bone Douluo follows a defensive path, lacking in combat power. If there were no Sword Douluo, once Bone Douluo was occupied, the only fate awaiting the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect would be annihilation. Chu Zhange did not hesitate and said, "Of course it is true. How could I dare to deceive Senior Sword Douluo? I have no need to do so, and I have always admired you, Senior Sword Douluo. Sect Master Ning, Senior Sword Douluo, and Senior Bone Douluo, please take a look. This is the 50,000 year evil demon Orca torso bone." As he spoke, Chu Zhange took out the 50,000 year evil demon Orca torso bone without hesitation and displayed it in front of the three of them. This 50,000 year evil demon Orca torso bone resembled the skeletal structure of a human soul master, radiating a strong black light. Although they did not touch it directly, Ning Fengji and the others could feel the power of this evil demon Orca torso bone. The aura of this soul bone was like an abyss of a vast sea, pulling people in involuntarily, making it hard to escape. Generally speaking, sea spirit beasts of the same level are stronger than land spirit beasts, and their aura is denser. The evil demon Orca royal family, as a powerful group that roams the seas, has individual strength that can reach the level of a titan giant ape of the same rank, making the preciousness of this soul bone unimaginable. Chu Zhange said, "This soul bone was obtained by me after killing a 50,000 year evil demon Orca in the sea area of Sea God Island. Therefore, Sect Master Ning and the two seniors need not doubt the origin of this soul bone. It is absolutely legitimate." Chu Zhange did not directly say that he had killed the entire evil demon Orca clan, fearing it would be too shocking. Ning Fengji smiled and said, "We naturally will not doubt the origin of the soul bone from the Eternal Crown. With the strength of the Eternal Crown, obtaining a 100,000 year soul bone should not be difficult. Uncle Sword, this matter still requires your personal approval. Moreover, I believe what the Eternal Crown said makes sense." Ning Fengji did not say too much, although he was very concerned about whether Sword Douluo could obtain this 50,000 year evil demon Orca torso bone. He could not make the decision for Sword Douluo. However, he felt it was acceptable to speak on behalf of Chu Zhange, as it could enhance the relationship with this Eternal Douluo. Sword Douluo smiled and said, "I must say, the condition presented by the Eternal Douluo makes it hard for me to refuse. However, regarding the domain issue, I cannot provide you with too much assistance. Understanding one's own domain relies more on oneself. Even I cannot claim to be able to guide you, Eternal Douluo, since your own strength has already surpassed mine. How could a weaker person instruct a stronger one?" At this point, he became curious about the level of the Eternal Douluo. Sword Douluo shook his head at Ning Fengji and Chu Zhange, as he did not have the confidence to help Chu Zhange comprehend his own domain. If he could not help Chu Zhange understand his own domain, then he would feel unworthy of receiving this 50,000 year evil demon Orca torso bone. At the same time, he was very curious about the strength of this Eternal Douluo. Chu Zhange currently had a terrifying configuration of 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings. So what level had Chu Zhange's soul power actually reached? Chu Zhange softly said, "Since Senior Sword Douluo has spoken, if I do not respond, it would be inappropriate." Haha. Well, to not hide it from you, I am currently a level 98 title Douluo, but I just leveled up not long ago, and my soul power is not stable. I am just an ordinary title Douluo. After speaking, Chu Zhange revealed a faint smile. Seeing Sword Douluo, who was very curious about his strength, he did not hide it and directly revealed his level. In the Douluo Continent, fame is still very important for a person. Unless one is an existence that cannot be seen, most people have a certain need for fame. On the Douluo Continent, ordinary people pursue fame and fortune, striving to become powerful soul masters and attaining a superior status. Although this is very mundane, even Chu Zhange cannot escape this. He also has his own needs for fame. If he does not pursue fame, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? He longs for the day when he can use his breaking array Overlord Halberd martial soul to carve out his own territory in this Douluo Continent. After hearing Chu Zhange's words, the three of them were extremely shocked. What? Level 98 title Douluo? This time, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo were once again astonished. It seemed as if all their years of astonishment had culminated in this moment. They had thought that Chu Zhange would be very strong, but they never imagined that he had actually reached the level of 98. What does a peak title Douluo at level 98 mean? They thought more that Chu Zhange's soul power was only at level 96, on par with Sword Douluo, but with greater combat strength. Moreover, at Chu Zhange's age, being able to cultivate to level 96 as a title Douluo was already astonishing enough. How did Chu Zhange cultivate to level 98 title Douluo? Did he start training right after birth? But wait, isn't it true that people awaken their martial souls only at the age of 6, and then can begin to cultivate? Sword Douluo Chan Xan shook his head, feeling quite emotional as he said, "The strength and talent of the ancient Douluo are truly formidable. Although young, he possesses an outstanding soul ring configuration, and his soul power has reached level 98. Talents like the ancient Douluo are extremely rare. To my knowledge, with a talent like the ancient Douluo, he is destined to be remembered in history, even compared to the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, who emerges once every century from the Haotian sect. The ancient Douluo is like a small witch compared to a great witch, making it hard to draw comparisons." Sword Douluo sighed, and at this moment, he recovered from his shock. He had always been proud, believing that he had no rivals except for a few people. Even those who had once defeated him, like Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, he was not particularly convinced by, because he thought that if he were a little stronger, Tang Hao might not be able to defeat him. But the level 98 soul power of Chu Zhange truly astonished him. He had only seen one person with level 98 soul power, and that was his father. His father was an immensely powerful being, a true existence at the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. Now, he saw this terrifying level of soul power in a 20-year-old young man, which made him feel old and quite helpless. Ning Fengji quickly recovered from his shock and remarked, "I never expected that the ancient crown would actually be a level 98 title Douluo. I'm truly terrified." Ning Fengji was extremely shocked by Chu Zhange's soul power level. Is there really a title Douluo in this world with soul power reaching level 98? Ning Fengji expressed his doubts, as it was simply unbelievable. As the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji had significant power and was aware of most matters on the Douluo Continent. However, he had never heard of any force on the Douluo Continent having a peak title Douluo at level 98. On the surface, the highest level title Douluo currently on the Douluo Continent is level 96. These level 96 title Douluos include Sword Douluo Chun Xen, Haotian Douluo Tang Xiao, and the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Thunder Douluo Yuanjin. Only these 3 have reached the peak title Douluo level of 96. But the tall young man before them has reached level 98, directly breaking the highest record, leaving him astonished. Chu Zhange waved his hand and smiled at the 3. "It's just a matter of chance. I have also reached this point due to various opportunities and do not deserve such praise from you all. If it were solely based on my talent, it would still take decades to cultivate to level 98, so there is no need for Sect Master Ning and the 2 seniors to panic." Chu Zhange was not wrong. If it weren't for him absorbing 5 pieces of 10,000-year level soul bones, he would not have been able to reach level 98 at the age of 20. Although possessing the breaking array Overlord Halberd soul core should make it possible to reach level 98, it still requires time. The 3 of them only thought that Chu Zhange was being modest. What kind of opportunity could allow him to reach level 98? They felt that Chu Zhange was simply displaying humility. They did not know that Chu Zhange possessed 5 pieces of 10,000-year level soul bones. Chapter 40. Explanation of Sword Ancient Douluo. How do you think this arrangement is? I will first share my insights on comprehending the domain. If you successfully comprehend your own domain, then you can give me the soul bone. If you do not comprehend your own domain, then I will not take this soul bone. Sword Douluo looked at Chu Zhange, genuinely surprised by his strength. After many years, a level 98 title Douluo has appeared again on the Douluo Continent, and he is so young. Although he truly desires this soul bone, his character dictates that he will not engage in such shameless acts. A gentleman is open and above board, while a petty person is often anxious. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through proper means. He possesses the 7-killing sword martial soul, is passionate about swords, and considers himself a successor of the sword, dedicating his life to the 7-killing sword. Therefore, his style of conduct is extremely similar to that of a sword, as the gentleman among weapons. Sword Douluo naturally sees himself as a gentleman. No need for such formality, Sword Douluo. What I said will not be retracted, regardless of whether I can comprehend my own domain or not. This soul bone belongs to you, Sword Douluo. As a soul master, one must be trustworthy and cannot change their word at will. Chu Zhange expressed his appreciation for Sword Douluo's high moral standards. There are many reasons for him to give the soul bone to Sword Douluo, not only to repay his teachings, but also because Sword Douluo is a character he admires. In the original work, there are very few people that Chu Zhange appreciates, and Sword Douluo is one of them. Ning Fengji, witnessing the two of them being so modest, was at a loss for words. Although he wanted to directly tell Sword Douluo to follow ancient Douluo's suggestion, he could not. Bone Douluo, standing by, also did not know what to say. Chu Zhange's level 98 soul power greatly shocked him. Normally hot-tempered, he was more inclined to support Sword Douluo's choice in this matter. However, Ning Fengji was different. He was not a purely good person, and if he were, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would not have developed to its current level. None of the 3 were wrong. Each had their own reasons based on their respective positions. After all, while soul bones are precious, domains are also incredibly rare. Time slowly passed, and the 4 of them fell into silence. Although only a few seconds passed, it felt like several months. Since ancient Douluo has said so, let us proceed as he suggested. However, I cannot guarantee that you will comprehend your own domain. After much hesitation, Sword Douluo chose to agree to Chu Zhange's suggestion. But he secretly decided that if Chu Zhange could not comprehend his own domain, he would not take the soul bone. This soul bone that could resonate with him was indeed important, but could not compare to his gentlemanly demeanor. Well, actually, Sword Douluo felt that Chu Zhange was a good person, and he did not want to take advantage of him. He could sense that Chu Zhange was not like those from the Spirit Hall, as he believed that people from the Spirit Hall would not be so humble. With the current momentum of the Spirit Hall, anyone they meet would feel superior. Don't you see that in the future, during the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, a Platinum Bishop from the Spirit Hall can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Snow Knight Emperor? All right, so when do we start? I can't wait. At this moment, Chu Zhange was somewhat happy. A soul bone of 50,000 years was nothing to him because he did not need it. Now, he had already gathered 5 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, and he wanted the last piece to be a 100,000-year one. Better to be selective than to be hasty. With his current level 98 soul power and a physique comparable to a 50,000-year Titan giant ape, hunting a 100,000-year soul beast was truly not difficult. If there were rumors of a mental-type 100,000-year soul beast in the Stardow Forest, Chu Zhange had reason to believe he could easily slay it. If ancient Douluo is in a hurry, we can start now, but you must know that comprehending a domain is not something that can be achieved overnight. It is very normal to not have immediate results, so you must be prepared. Seeing Chu Zhange's eager demeanor, Sword Douluo had no choice but to comply with his wishes. Then, Uncle Jian, you should communicate with ancient Douluo. I have something to discuss with Uncle Bone, so I'll step out first. Ning Fengji, having been in charge of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for many years, was adept at reading the room, so he tactfully left, taking Bone Douluo with him. Coward, I won't forget how you bullied Rongrong. After you finish talking with this ancient Douluo, you still have to fight me. Anyway, Rongrong cannot be bullied at all. Fengji, let us go. Bone Douluo was tall, much taller than Ning Fengji, and his personality was quite boisterous, but he had a good relationship with Sword Douluo. According to the plot, in the end, both Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo would die at the hands of Bibi Dong after becoming gods, which is quite regrettable. I said, I didn't bully Rong. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Oomph. Who's afraid of whom? Although Sword Douluo was calm, like a sharp sword standing proudly in the world, he would always end up arguing with Bone Douluo when together, and he did not understand why. Soon, Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo left the reception hall, leaving only Chu Zhange and Sword Douluo Qinshin. Senior Sword Douluo, I wonder where we should start? Chu Zhange quickly scanned the reception hall, and then looked at Sword Douluo. Since only the two of them were present, the discussion could naturally begin. Ancient Douluo, please follow me. This is not a suitable place for our discussion. Sword Douluo led Chu Zhange to the top of a high mountain, a forbidden area of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, where no disciples were allowed to enter. This mountain was enormous, and although the peak appeared convex, when they reached the top, they discovered it was a battlefield. Senior Sword Douluo, is this where you fought with Senior Bone Douluo? Chu Zhange looked around, noticing the bottomless cliff beside them and the dozens of massive stones surrounding the peak, resembling a martial arts arena. Furthermore, there were dense sword marks on these huge stones, as if a terrifying battle had once taken place here. Naturally not. This is where I usually practice my swordsmanship, and my 7 killing domain was also comprehended here. Sword Douluo glanced at Chu Zhange. Although he often quarreled with Bone Douluo, they did not frequently fight. Seeing Chu Zhange's expression made it seem as if they often fought, which left him somewhat speechless. Ancient Douluo, please release your martial soul so I can see it. Only by seeing your martial soul can I know what to do next. My ability to teach others is not strong, so generally I handle things personally. At the peak of the mountain, a cold wind swept through. It was around October, and the weather was somewhat chilly. Although it was midday, it was still extremely cold. Generally, a 3-ring soul master might not withstand this cold wind. But neither Chu Zhange nor Sword Douluo was affected. After all, one was a level 98 title Douluo, and the other was a level 96 title Douluo, both at the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. A mere cold wind was insufficient to affect them. The originally howling wind seemed to be drawn by some force, gradually coalescing into a vortex. Martial Soul, break the formation Overlord Halberd. Suddenly, 9 soul rings of purple, black, and red rose rapidly from beneath Chu Zhange's feet and then landed at his feet. A powerful aura erupted instantly. It turned out that the howling wind from the mountain was influenced by Chu Zhange's momentum. What a strong presence. No wonder he is a title Douluo at level 98. This majestic soul power is at least 70% more than mine. Moreover, such a terrifying configuration of soul rings must possess incredibly powerful soul skills. I fear that merely this aura is enough to directly shock some 1,000-year level soul beasts to death. How did this ancient Douluo cultivate? Could it be that he truly had some fortuitous encounter? But what kind of encounter could allow him to reach level 98 at such a young age? Could it be the Sea God S assessment? The Sword Douluo looked at the powerful Chu Zhange with a solemn expression, recalling some memories. Thankfully, Chu Zhange was not their enemy. His family had 3 generations of direct descendants, all born and died for the sword, and they were all very powerful, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Unlike the impoverished Bone Douluo, he knew many hidden secrets due to his father's influence. He naturally knew about the Sea God S assessment, but it couldn't he possibly allow him to reach level 98 at such a young age. Thus, he became even more interested in Chu Zhange's background. Dressed in a snow-white robe, with a tall and sturdy figure, starry eyes, and long hair cascading over his shoulders, Chu Zhange slowly approached the Sword Douluo while holding a battle spear over 2 meters long. The Sword Douluo carefully examined this youth, known as the Ancient Douluo, and his 7-killing sword martial soul instantly boiled with excitement. He even wanted to jump out and battle this approaching youth for 300 rounds. Sword Douluo, this is my martial soul, the Breaking Array Overlord Spear. Upon reaching the Sword Douluo, Chu Zhange declared loudly, gripping the Breaking Array Overlord Spear to show it to him. His Breaking Array Overlord Spear martial soul resonated with the spear's core, making his martial soul even more powerful due to its existence. The Breaking Array Overlord Spear, measuring 2 meters and 25 centimeters long and weighing 18,000 pounds, is similar to the Fong Tian Hua Ji, but even more ferocious. The sharp aura of the spear blade is enough to tear apart the hardest metals. Sinister dragons coiled around the shaft of the breaking array Overlord spear, adding a domineering aura to it. As Chu Zhange approached the sword Douluo with the powerful breaking array Overlord spear in hand, the sword Douluo could feel that the unparalleled war god was indeed Chu Zhange. With Chu Zhange's physical strength and power intensity, even the 18,000-pound breaking array Overlord spear could be wielded with great vigor. When Chu Zhange held the powerful breaking array Overlord spear, he could resist a 100,000-year-old beast without using soul power. And when using soul power, Chu Zhange even dared to wield the breaking array Overlord spear to slay the true ruler of the sea, the 999,000-year-old beast, the deep-sea demon whale king. Chapter 41. Popularizing knowledge of martial souls, Sword Douluo carefully examined the breaking array Overlord Halberd in Chu Zhange's hands, feeling the unparalleled power within it. This power was unmatched even by his 7-killing sword. Although the 7-killing sword was extremely sharp, it was slightly inferior when compared to the breaking array Overlord Halberd. Throughout his life, Sword Douluo had a deep love for swords and understood various powerful weapon martial souls, among which he was most familiar with the Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect. The Haotian hammer was known as the strongest weapon martial soul on the Douluo Continent, possessing unmatched strength, with Tang Hao being its representative. Sword Douluo did not touch the breaking array Overlord Halberd held by Chu Zhange, just as he did not want others to touch his 7-killing sword. The eternal Douluo's breaking array Overlord Halberd martial soul could rival the Haotian hammer in terms of power. Furthermore, in terms of sharpness, it was even stronger than his 7-killing sword martial soul. Even across the entire continent, the breaking array Overlord Halberd martial soul could be said to have few rivals. However, very few people awaken this type of Halberd martial soul, so he could not provide much reference. Sword Douluo's gaze was fixed on the calm young man before him, as the breaking array Overlord Halberd martial soul seemed to merge with him. Elder Sword Douluo, please continue, Chu Zhange said, taking a deep breath while holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd and seeking guidance from Sword Douluo, not retracting the halberd in his hand. In today's Douluo Continent, the more representative martial souls belonged to the top 3 sects, which were among the most powerful top-tier martial souls. One of them was the Haotian sect's martial soul, the Haotian hammer, characterized by its immense power. In battles against others, it relied heavily on this powerful strength to crush opponents. However, it also had some flaws. Of course, some geniuses could compensate for these flaws, such as the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. Tang Hao is also the only soul master who had defeated him. He narrowly lost to him in a ranking competition among sects across the continent back in the day. At this point, Sword Douluo looked at Chu Zhange, explaining that to comprehend the realm of martial souls, one must have a sufficient understanding of them. This understanding should not be limited to one's own martial soul, but should also extend to others. Only by thoroughly understanding most martial souls can one accurately position their own martial soul. He feared that Chu Zhange might not understand, so he glanced in his direction. Elder Sword Douluo, please continue. I'm not very familiar with these topics. It would be great if you can enlighten me, said Chu Zhange. His understanding of martial souls on the Douluo Continent was based solely on the original work and his own analysis. He was lacking in various aspects of understanding martial souls, only knowing the basics, as he did not have the time to delve deeply into them. Since the Eternal Douluo has said so, I will continue, Sword Douluo replied. Deep understanding of various martial souls is key to comprehending one's own realm. The power of the Haotian hammer martial soul is beyond doubt. Its extreme strength cannot be compared even by my 7-killing sword. Next is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's inherited martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, which is hailed as the #1 beast martial soul in the world. Their sect master, Yu Yuanjin, the Thunder Douluo, is also a very powerful title Douluo. Even I cannot claim that I can defeat him 100%. Their inherited martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, grants them the ability to fully transform into a dragon, giving them immense strength. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul masters, after reaching level 30, awaken a dragon transformation part with each soul ring they obtain. When their soul power reaches level 90, they can fully transform into a dragon. You must understand that in this world, anything related to dragons is not weak, let alone the blue lightning tyrant dragon. After transforming, even I can only avoid their sharpness. At this point, Douluo suddenly paused and looked toward the nearby cliff, while Chu Zhange listened intently. Although what Douluo spoke of was similar to what was described in the original work, hearing it from him was completely different. He shared much that was not mentioned in the original text. The Haotian hammer and the blue lightning tyrant dragon essentially represent the extreme of offensive martial souls. Both types have had individuals who cultivated them to the 99th level. Otherwise, their martial souls wouldn't be called the number 1 weapon martial soul and the number 1 beast martial soul. Do not be fooled by the fact that the blue lightning tyrant dragon family currently has only one titled Douluo. They once had a peerless Douluo at the 99th level. They have merely declined now. My 7 killing sword martial soul also belongs to the top tier martial souls, and in some aspects, it is even stronger than that number 1 Haotian hammer. My 7 killing sword martial soul is also well known, but it is not the number 1 weapon martial soul in the world, simply because no one has cultivated it to the 99th level. The 7 killing sword martial soul can only be awakened by our lineage, passed down through generations. Whether a martial soul can become the number 1 in the world does not depend on its quantity, but on its quality. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect's inherited martial soul is regarded as the number 1 support, which was not achieved overnight. Long ago, they also had their moments of extreme brilliance, but all of this has faded into the long river of time. At this point, Douluo looked at Chu Zhange. Want to see if their philosophies aligned. If their philosophies did not align, it would affect their future interactions. Elder Douluo, I have heard of a martial soul called 9 Heart Begonia, whose support capabilities are not inferior to the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. I wonder how Elder Douluo understands this. Chu Zhange asked Douluo, posing a question he had always wanted to clarify. Since the ranking of martial souls does not consider quantity, but quality, why is the 7 treasure glazed tile sect considered the number 1 support martial soul when the 9 heart begonia support ability is not weaker? This question had puzzled him in his previous life. Did the author make a mistake or something? In the original work, there was no mention of martial souls like 9 heart begonia, which seemed to shine brightly only among low-level soul masters, but appeared weak among high-level soul masters. Was this really the case? 9 heart begonia? This martial soul should be the inherited martial soul of the Yi family, right? The support ability of 9 heart begonia is indeed not weak. While their effects are powerful, they are too singular. They cannot become the number 1 support martial soul in the world. There is still a gap between them and the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. The ability of 9 heart begonia is that it can heal any injury, while the ability of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda is to increase all your attributes by 70%. Logically speaking, there should be no basis for comparison between the two. However, when the 7 treasure glazed tile sect enhances you, your strength, physique, speed, soul power, attack, defense, and soul power recovery speed will all increase by 70%. What does a 70% increase in all attributes mean? I believe the Eternal Douluo is also aware of this. It is enough for a 96th level titled Douluo to defeat a 97th level titled Douluo. But the 9 heart begonia martial soul cannot do this. Every time it releases a soul skill, it consumes a large amount of soul power. You cannot be endlessly healed from injuries. If someone can hurt you once, they can hurt you a second time. How many times can you recover? The 9 heart sea pearl is indeed powerful, but it still falls short compared to the 7 treasures glazed tile. Although the 7 treasures glazed tile cannot heal your injuries, it can significantly enhance your strength. After your strength is increased, will you still be hurt? Chu Zhange silently listened to the Douluo's understanding. Although he was stronger than Douluo in terms of strength, he felt that he could not match Douluo's understanding of martial souls. After arriving in this world, he realized that the reality was far more complex than what was depicted in the original work. The original was just a rough outline, while reality was full of details. As Chu Zhange repeatedly reflected, Douluo continued to explain his understanding of various martial souls. Douluo had indeed lived meaningfully over the years and understood a lot. To comprehend the domain of martial souls, one must understand various martial souls, which is quite difficult. In the entire Douluo Continent, only Sword Douluo has truly grasped this through his own understanding. Others either have it by nature or acquire it naturally after their martial souls reach a certain level. They have merely taken advantage of the situation. Chapter 42. The Breaking Array, Overlord's Battle Halberd. Through the explanation of Sword Douluo, Chu Zhange gained a deeper understanding and insight into the martial spirits on the Douluo Continent. The Haotian Hammer and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. The number 1 weapon martial spirit and the number 1 beast martial spirit currently hold an unshakable status. The 7 treasures glazed tile, which is able to become the number 1 auxiliary martial spirit, naturally has its reasons. It is not just a name without substance. In Chu Zhange's view, in Douluo, the only martial spirits that can truly surpass the Haotian Hammer and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon are the Angel and Sea God martial spirits, the 2 divine level martial spirits. However, Sword Douluo has an unexpectedly high evaluation of his Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd martial spirit, stating that its power is not inferior to the Haotian Hammer and its sharpness surpasses the 7 killing sword. The Eternal Douluo, being able to cultivate to level 98 at this age, shows the potential of the Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd martial spirit. Perhaps not long from now, the position of the number 1 weapon martial spirit will belong to your Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd. Sword Douluo looked at Chu Zhange, who was holding the Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd martial spirit, and his face was filled with a smile. When explaining the martial spirits, he and Chu Zhange hit it off immediately because many of their ideas were the same, which made for a lot of conversation. Although Chu Zhange is very young, only 20 years old, he has his own set of ideas about martial spirits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 98. Chu Zhange expressed that all of this was what he heard from the original work, while other knowledge stemmed from his understanding of the Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd martial spirit. On the Douluo Continent, although there are very few Halberd-type martial spirits, there are relatively many spear-type martial spirits. Halberds and spears are similar. Spears can be called the king of 100 weapons, and halberds might become the leader among 100 weapons. The most famous spear-type martial spirit is the leader of the Pa family, Yang Wudi, whose martial spirit, the Breaking Soul Spear, has attack power that is not much inferior to Tang Hao's Haotian Hammer or my 7 killing sword. He follows a path of all-out attack, completely abandoning other aspects, which makes his attack power incredibly strong. Although he is not a titled Douluo, he surpasses titled Douluos. This is Yang Wudi's positioning of his martial spirit, and such a positioning has allowed him to carve out his own path. Your Breaking Array Overlord Halberd could perhaps take a page from his book and find its own domain in the path of attack. However, there's no need to be as extreme as he is. In my opinion, your Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd martial spirit's potential far exceeds that of the Breaking Soul Spear and even the Haotian Hammer. Although Yang Wudi has talent, he is obsessed with alchemy and medicine making, which has scattered his focus and thus prevented him from comprehending his own domain. I have comprehended the 7 killing sword for decades. I am incredibly clear about every detail of the 7 killing sword, to the point where it feels like my flesh and blood. For decades, I have practiced my 7 killing sword at the peak of high mountains and the base of waterfalls, thereby comprehending the sword intent. As my sword intent gradually improved along with the growth of my soul power, I finally comprehended the 7 killing domain. My soul power is the foundation of the 7 killing domain, and my sword intent is its soul. Only when the two merge can the true 7 killing domain be formed. The cold wind howled, lifting the snow-white hair of Sword Douluo and striking his face. But his expression was extremely serious at this moment. So, to comprehend my own domain, I must walk a path that belongs to me, right? At the peak of the mountain, Chu Zhange seemed to have an epiphany, his gaze shining as he looked at Sword Douluo. Through Sword Douluo's process of comprehending the 7 killing domain, he suddenly felt he had found direction. Yes, no matter who it is, to comprehend one's own domain, one must walk a unique path. My path is also unique. Comprehending one's own domain is not an easy task. Even if Chu Zhange knows the method, it is still difficult to comprehend it in a short time unless he is particularly extraordinary. Chu Zhange suddenly fell into deep thought. In his previous life, He was a key player on the basketball team, and his playing style was offensive, so under his relentless attacks, few could withstand him. The Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd martial spirit is similar to the legendary figure in his previous life, Xiang Yu, the Overlord of Western Shu, whose weapon, the Overlord Spear, is akin to his own. However, his character destined him to be different from Xiang Yu. But this does not hinder his success. Just look at how the 18 dragon-subduing palms shine in the hands of both Xiaofeng and Guojing. They are completely different personalities. So Chu Zhange is confident he can unleash the true power of the Breaking Array Overlord Halberd. When he was younger, he dared to fight beyond his level with the Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd. But now, with age, he has become more cautious. He does not dare to challenge Poseidon, nor does he dare to challenge Qian Daolu, and he certainly does not dare to challenge the Mad Tang Chun. Even against the deep-sea demon whale king, he does not dare to confront it directly, fearing he might lose and get killed. Before becoming a title Douluo, even if there is a significant difference in soul power levels, one can still rely on other means to bridge the gap, be it combat experience or other methods. However, after becoming a title Douluo, the difference in soul power levels becomes very large, making it difficult to bridge the gap with other means because at this stage, no one is significantly better than the other. For example, Tang Hao at level 95 would definitely not be able to defeat the Golden Crocodile Douluo at level 98. But Tang Hao at level 55 could absolutely crush the Golden Crocodile Douluo at level 58. Chu Zhange is very clear about this. So after achieving level 97 as a title Douluo, he feels a lack of confidence when facing those at higher levels than himself. It is this lack of confidence that has prevented him from synchronizing with the Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd, making it difficult to comprehend the domain. The Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd martial spirit is already one of the top-tier martial spirits. I possess such a powerful martial spirit, but remain timid. If I want to comprehend my own domain, I must become confident, starting with understanding my own battle intent, which will then condense into a domain. So should I take the Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd and go kill Qian Daolu? No. Confidence doesn't mean being reckless. That's not confidence. That's foolishness. At the peak of the mountain, Sword watched the silent Chu Zhange, perhaps sensing something from his words. In Chu Zhange's mind, a bright path gradually formed. Since his character is aggressive, and the Breaking Array Overlord Halberd is an extremely powerful top-tier martial spirit, he can completely take the Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd to challenge formidable opponents, thus gradually condensing his own battle intent. When his battle intent becomes strong enough, he can then combine it with his soul power, at which point he can fully comprehend the domain. After all, there are successful examples like Sword Douluo, so Chu Zhange feels he can completely borrow Sword Douluo's methods to carve out his own path. His Breaking Array Overlord's Halberd martial spirit's power is no less than the Haotian hammer, and its sharpness surpasses that of the Seven Killing Sword, with a physique that is unparalleled. Therefore, based on his own situation, Chu Zhange positions himself as a pentagonal warrior with ultimate physique and ultimate output. Senior Sword Douluo, how did your sword intent form? Originally full of ambition, Chu Zhange suddenly deflated. The combination of intent and soul power can form a domain. But what is intent? As long as you think about what you will definitely accomplish during battle or at other times, then the germ of the intent will form within you. As the germ of the intent gradually grows, it will form true intent. If you want to condense sword intent, you must imagine yourself as a sword. If you want to condense knife intent, you must imagine yourself as a knife. Seeing Chu Zhange ask such a simple question, Sword Douluo was somewhat speechless. Chu Zhange doesn't understand something so simple. How did he reach the rank of level 98 title Douluo? Is he really cheating? Oh, thank you, Sword Douluo Senior. I think I know what to do now. Chu Zhange walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down, seeing a vast stretch of continuous high mountains and huge rivers crisscrossing below. This feeling is completely different from when he was on Sea God Island, overlooking the sea from Sea God Mountain. Back then, it was vast like smoke, but now it is magnificent and grand. His martial soul is the Breaking Array Overlord Halberd. So the comprehension he seeks is the intent of the halberd? Chu Zhange thinks that's too convoluted and not suitable. He feels that comprehending the intent of battle is much more fitting. The breaking array Overlord Halberd martial soul was born for battle and will fight to the death. Comprehending the intent of battle is undoubtedly very compatible. By manipulating the breaking array Overlord Halberd with battle intent, he can carve out a path of strength. At this moment, he finally has a direction for comprehending the domain, but he just doesn't know if he can comprehend it within a year. Chapter 43. Duel with the sword fighting Douluo. Since that's the case, I can no longer provide any help to you. The path regarding domains needs to be comprehended by yourself. Actually, I have a question. Is the ancient Douluo from the Spirit Hall? At this moment, the sword-fighting Douluo suddenly turned his gaze towards Chu Zhange with a somewhat aggressive demeanor. Oh, if I were from the Spirit Hall, what would you do? Sword-fighting Douluo? Are you going to capture me? Seeing the sword-fighting Douluo's question, Chu Zhange couldn't help but smile. He wanted to tease this sword-fighting Douluo and see his reaction. This was a bit of a mischievous interest for Chu Zhange. He is currently a level 98 title Douluo. Would the sword-fighting Douluo really take action against him? However, he felt it was unlikely. Although the Spirit Hall is at odds with the top 3 sects, considering the current situation, there is almost no possibility of war breaking out. If the ancient Douluo is from the Spirit Hall, then I can only admire the strength of the Spirit Hall for being able to cultivate a powerhouse like the ancient Douluo. The foundation of the Spirit Hall is not something we, the top 3 sects, can compare to. The sword-fighting Douluo suddenly shook his head and sighed. Even if Chu Zhange were really from the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't be able to keep him, even if he wanted to. He had seen the power of Chu Zhange's breaking the formation Overlord Halberd martial soul firsthand. Its strength is definitely not inferior to the Haotian hammer. Moreover, Chu Zhange is a level 98 title Douluo. Although the sword-fighting Douluo is also a level 96 title Douluo, he has no confidence in defeating Chu Zhange. And now, while the undercurrents are surging, it hasn't reached the point of openly tearing each other apart. The sword-fighting Douluo is very clear about this. But if Chu Zhange really is from the Spirit Hall, then the top 3 sects will definitely not have it easy in the future. The top 3 sects and the Spirit Hall naturally stand on different social classes. The top 3 sects represent the aristocratic class, while the Spirit Hall represents the common class. Class struggle is not so easily concluded. If in the future the Spirit Hall defeats the top 3 sects, then the Spirit Hall will also become a larger aristocratic class. Rest assured, sword-fighting Douluo, I am not from a Spirit Hall and have no connection to it. If there is a connection, it would only be Sea God Island. I wonder if sword-fighting Douluo knows about Sea God Island? Chu Zhange looked at the sword-fighting Douluo, who still wore a proud expression, seemingly isolated from the world. In the original work, it was Master Chu Zhange who sent Tang San to Sea God Island for training, but Chu Zhange didn't know about the Sea God assessment. Sea God Island is naturally separated from the mainland, and very few people from the mainland go to Sea God Island. Because of the Spirit Hall, the people from Sea God Island are not very welcoming to those from the mainland. But Chu Zhange is an exception. He is a title Douluo powerhouse and holds no malice towards Sea God Island. So, Chu Zhange doesn't know whether the sword-fighting Douluo has heard of Sea God Island. After all, many title Douluos on the mainland are unaware of its existence. Becoming a god is still just a legend for them, an ethereal story. Every soul master knows that when their spirit power level reaches 100, they can become a god. But they don't know that divine positions can actually be inherited. And Sea God Island has divine position inheritance. As long as one passes the Sea God assessment, they can inherit the position of the Sea God and transcend the Douluo Continent. The Sea God assessment is open to the entire Douluo Continent. Anyone can participate. But life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and nobility are up to heaven. Oh, Sea God Island? Is that the huge island located in the western part of the Heaven-Do Empire, visible once you sail west from the city of On High? When I was young, I heard my father mention Sea God Island. It is a place far removed from the mainland. I didn't expect the ancient Douluo to actually come from there. But I heard that the soul masters there are all oceanic creatures. Yet, ancient Douluo, your martial soul is the breaking the formation Overlord Halberd, a truly top-tier weapon martial soul, unlike those from Sea God Island. The sword-fighting Douluo was somewhat skeptical. His father was a level 98 title Douluo and knew a lot about things on the Douluo Continent. Even regarding the Sea God assessment on Sea God Island, his father had some knowledge. But neither he nor his father had participated in the Sea God assessment because passing the assessment meant you would have to stay on Sea God Island forever. And if you fail the assessment, you would be killed. Chu Zhange didn't explain further. He felt that answering to this extent was enough, and there was no need to elaborate on his background. Seeing that Chu Zhange didn't continue the conversation, the sword-fighting Douluo didn't ask further. In the sword-fighting Douluo's mind, he was constantly pondering the existence of Chu Zhange. The emergence of such a powerhouse as Chu Zhange, a level 98 title Douluo, would definitely have an impact on the structure of the continent. As long as this ancient Douluo is not from the Spear Hall, that would be good. Sword-fighting Douluo, this is the soul bone I promised you. Saying this, Chu Zhange took out the 50,000-year-old torso bone of the evil demon Orca King and handed it to the sword-fighting Douluo. Seeing that Chu Zhange was really going to give him the soul bone, the sword-fighting Douluo felt a bit hesitant. After all, he hadn't exerted any effort. Please accept it, sword-fighting Douluo. Additionally, I have one more request of you, and I hope you can agree. Chu Zhange directly stuffed the soul bone into the sword-fighting Douluo's arms. Now, the sword-fighting Douluo had no choice but to accept. If he didn't take it, it would seem like he was disrespecting this ancient Douluo, so he reluctantly accepted it. Please go ahead, ancient Douluo. If it is within my ability, I will do my best to help you fulfill it. After accepting Chu Zhange's soul bone, the sword-fighting Douluo still felt somewhat undeserving, so he planned to help Chu Zhange with this request. That is, to fight me in a duel. Chu Zhange held the breaking the formation Overlord Halberd, with his long black hair whipping in the wind, and his tone was somewhat youthful and vigorous. Since he wanted to condense his fighting spirit, he first needed to gather the seeds of fighting spirit, and to gather the seeds of fighting spirit, he needed to battle strong opponents. The sword-fighting Douluo in front of him is a true powerhouse, although the sword-fighting Douluo is lower in level than him. His strength is still considerable. Do you want to battle me, ancient Douluo? The sword-fighting Douluo was suddenly stunned. He didn't expect that what Chu Zhange wanted from him was to battle. After all, Chu Zhange is a level 98 title Douluo, while he is only a level 96 title Douluo. The difference in levels between title Douluos is very significant. It can be said that one level is like a layer of heaven, one level is like a layer of earth. The sword-fighting Douluo places great importance on the level of soul masters because his father died at the hands of Qian Douluo due to this very reason. His father was a level 98 title Douluo, while Qian Douluo was a level 99 title Douluo. It was this level gap that led to his father's death at Qian Douluo's hands. Aside from soul power level, his father was no worse than Qian Douluo in any other aspect. Qian Douluo had the advantage of the divine assessment, while his father had nothing. His father relied on his own talent to gradually ascend to level 98 title Douluo, becoming the most powerful swordsman on the Douluo Continent. Yet, because of a one-level difference, his father died at Qian Douluo's hands, even though his father told him not to seek revenge for him. But he has always held on to a belief, to step up to level 99 and then kill Qian Douluo to avenge his father. Therefore, the sword-fighting Douluo has always believed that those with higher levels must be stronger. Even though he was defeated by Tang Hao, he still adheres to this theory. In the original work, it was the sword Douluo who was responsible for explaining the differences between title Douluos above level 95 to Tang San and the others. However, now Chu Zhange actually wants to fight him, and there is a full 2-level difference between them. The eternal Douluo can't be joking, right? Sword Douluo couldn't help but smile wryly. Although Chu Zhange was young, his strength was undeniable. He truly possessed the strength of a 98-level title Douluo. Senior Sword Douluo, I am not mistaken. If I want to consolidate my own will, I must gain it through battle. Therefore, Senior Sword Douluo is someone I must defeat. Although the young man was 2 levels higher than Sword Douluo, he did not have a domain, which was Sword Douluo's advantage. Moreover, Senior Sword Douluo's experience was far richer than his. Did he really fear being unable to defeat a junior? Chu Zhange did not tell Sword Douluo the truth. With Chu Zhange's strength, even if Sword Douluo exerted all his power, he would not be able to defeat Chu Zhange. Chu Zhange had his own set of calculations. He was different from Sword Douluo. He did not believe in the supremacy of levels. Tang San was able to defeat Bibi Dong, who was at level 98, when he was only at level 93. Therefore, even at the level of title Douluos, it is still possible for someone to fight above their level, though it is rare. Chapter 44. The Breakthrough of the Sword Duelist. Is it true? Am I really becoming more timid as I grow older, as Old Bones said? I used to fear nothing. After hearing Chu Zhange's words, the sword duelist couldn't help but feel emotional. Has he really changed? From a young age, he had bravely defeated countless enemies, full of vigor. But ever since his father was killed by Douluo, he lost his former sharpness. Moreover, he found himself thinking much more than before. At this moment, he recalled many past events. He remembered how he awakened the 7-killing sword martial soul in his youth, possessing innate full soul power, and was called a peerless genius. He had once marched forward, reaching the ranks of soul respect, soul sect, soul king, soul emperor, and now standing as a 96th level title Douluo, renowned across the continent. He had always been hailed as a genius, a prodigy. Has he really been shadowed by Douluo? Faced with someone of a higher level, he found himself lacking the courage to fight. Just a moment ago, he was pointing out the shortcomings of Douluo, and now he needed Douluo to guide him. Isn't this slapping his own face? The sword duelist's expression changed many times, but after going through those changes, he returned to his original demeanor, albeit with a hint of bloodlust. Yes, I have a domain. I possess more experience than Douluo. Why should I still hesitate? At this moment, the sword duelist's gaze became confused, and he murmured to himself, but soon after, he made a decision and looked firmly at Chu Zhange, who held the breaking array, Overlord Halberd. He sincerely said, "Thank you for your guidance, Douluo. I am willing to fight you. It is an honor for me to battle with someone as talented as you. Even if I am defeated, it will still be worth it." The sword duelist soon agreed to fight Chu Zhange not just for the sake of fighting, but to verify something. He wanted to see if it was true that once a level reached 95 or above, one could no longer defeat opponents of higher levels. He, the sword duelist, was willing to break this common understanding. Hearing the sword duelist agree to fight, Chu Zhange felt exceptionally good and said, "I must thank you first, senior sword duelist. You can first absorb the 50,000-year-old evil demon whale King's torso bone. It will greatly enhance your strength, or else I will be taking advantage of you." He didn't want to bully the sword duelist too much. After all, besides reaching level 98 in soul power, he also possessed 5,100,000-year-old soul bones. Although the sword duelist's strength was already considered top-notch in the Douluo realm, there were hardly any who were stronger than him. However, currently, the sword duelist's strength was truly inferior to Chu Zhange's. "Since that is the case, I thank you, Douluo," the sword duelist said, not feeling that Chu Zhange was boasting, but recognizing that Chu Zhange genuinely had the strength to speak this way. The sword duelist felt truly grateful towards Chu Zhange, as there were very few generous people like him in the Douluo Continent. With a soul power level of 98 and possessing the extremely powerful breaking array Overlord Halberd, Chu Zhange was not only strong but also generous, leading the sword duelist to marvel at how remarkable the younger generation is, surpassing the previous one. "Senior sword duelist, rest assured, I will guard you here so that no one will disturb your absorption of the soul bone." Across the entire Douluo Continent, Chu Zhange had the courage to say this because his strength was indeed formidable. "You brat, this is my 7-treasure glazed tile school's territory. Who dares to disturb me?" The sword duelist laughed and scolded Chu Zhange. Within the 7-treasure glazed tile school's territory, he had nothing to fear. Unknowingly, the way the sword duelist addressed Chu Zhange had also changed from Douluo to "you brat." This shows that the sword duelist had basically accepted Chu Zhange, considering him one of their own, which is hard to imagine since they had only known each other for a day. After saying this, the sword duelist sat down cross-legged, remaining unmoved despite the howling winds, as if the fierce winds had no effect on him. After resting for a moment, the sword duelist took out the 50,000-year-old evil demon whale King's torso bone. He quickly circulated his soul power, and under the influence of his soul power, the evil demon whale King's torso bone slowly rose, floating in front of the sword duelist's chest, emitting a black light. This was somewhat similar to when Chu Zhange absorbed the 100,000-year-old evil demon whale King's torso bone, but at this time, the black light was not as dazzling as Chu Zhange's. As time passed, the The black light on the sword duelist became more brilliant, and a powerful aura erupted. At this moment, the evil demon whale king's torso bone instantly fused into the sword duelist's body, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. The sword duelist's expression started to twist, but it was not terrifying. Chu Zhange noted that he often encountered such situations, having gone through this since he was young. A vast aura belonging to the evil demon whale king erupted from the sword duelist, but it was soon suppressed, indicating that the sword duelist was close to completing the fusion. Seeing this scene, Chu Zhange couldn't help but feel excited. If the sword duelist broke through to level 97 now, would it still be so easy for BB Dong during the soul-hunting operation in the future? Thinking of this, Chu Zhange also felt a bit impatient, wondering what the strength of the sword duelist would be after reaching level 97. Time passed slowly, and the sword duelist's previously tightly shut eyes began to slowly open. A powerful aura erupted from him like a sharp long sword. Holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd in his right hand, Chu Zhange lifted it and then quickly brought it down. The tail of the halberd touched the ground, instantly suppressing the sword duelist's aura. The sword duelist deeply observed this scene. After absorbing the evil demon whale king's torso bone, he stood up and walked towards Chu Zhange with a smile. Douluo, I have reached level 97, thanks to your evil demon whale king's torso bone. Feeling the overwhelming soul power within the sword duelist, although he had reached level 97, there was still a significant difference in soul power accumulation compared to Chu Zhange. He then added, your reaching level 97 is not solely due to this soul bone. The more important reason is that your accumulation is already sufficient. The soul bone's effect is merely the icing on the cake. Now that you have reached level 97, your strength must have greatly increased, and I would also like to witness it. However, before that, I have a suggestion, senior sword duelist. How about this? I'll call you Sword Old, and you can call me Zhange or Chu Brat. Either is fine. Chu Zhange did this mainly to integrate into the group of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, living a life of grinding monsters and leveling up was not what he wanted. After having sufficient strength, he should also appropriately expand his circle, otherwise for over a decade. His only companion was Old Man Lei Xiang. The 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island could also be considered one of his recent circles. And since the personalities of the 7 sacred pillars were quite good and he got along well with them, Chu Zhange also wanted to pull the sword duelist into this group chat. After all, the sword duelist was now a 97th level title Douluo, standing at the top of the pyramid, and he was also a righteous person. Upon hearing this, the sword duelist was momentarily taken aback, but then said, I was just thinking the same thing. Being able to befriend a young talent like you, Douluo, is indeed a great fortune in my life. However, the title Sword Old is a bit inappropriate. How about this? I'm a few years older than you, so you can call me old brother, and I will call you little brother. How does that sound? Chu little brother. Ha. At this moment, the sword Douluo changed from his previous cold demeanor and spoke in a carefree manner like a mischievous old man. Today, he broke through to become a rank 97 title Douluo, which was already a cause for celebration, and he also met someone as interesting as Chu Zhange, so he was in a very good mood. Well then, as you say, Brother Jian. Hearing this, Chu Zhange was taken aback. The sword Douluo was old enough to be his grandfather, yet he was asked to call him brother. However, he did not refute it and accepted the sword Douluo suggestion, considering he himself was a rank 98 title Douluo, so it wasn't too important. After a pause, the sword Douluo looked at Chu Zhange with a serious expression and said, Brother Chu, although I've broken through to rank 97, I still can't see through your current strength. But I can be sure that your strength is absolutely formidable. And even as a rank 97, I might not be your match. However, I promise you that I want to go back on my word about the battle. You can rest assured, Brother Chu. Although he still couldn't discern Chu Zhange's strength, the sword Douluo still wanted to have a match with him to see just how much difference there was between rank 97 and rank 98. However, it must be said that Brother Chu is truly a unique young talent on the continent. I admire you, brother. Chapter 45, The Great War, is about to break out, Brother Jian. If that's the case, I can call you that from now on. But why do I feel it's a bit weird, haha? Chu Zhange looked at Douluo, who, at this moment, was indifferent. on the Douluo Continent, strength has always been the key to everything. If your strength is strong enough, you can have others call you dad or even grandpa, and it would be an easy thing. Brother Jian, I think you can invite Sect Master Ning over because my strength is quite strong. So, in order for us to have a real battle, the amplification from Sect Master Ning's 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is essential. Brother Jian, I don't mean to look down on you, well. At this point, Chu Zhange found himself at a loss for words. He really felt that Jian Douluo was not strong enough to defeat him. But should he really say it out loud? Would it hurt someone's feelings? Seeing Chu Zhange stammering, Jian Douluo understood his meaning. Although he had already reached level 97, when he looked at Chu Zhange, the overwhelming soul power and the explosive potential hidden within him filled Jian Douluo with fear. It felt as if he were staring at a towering mountain while being just a climber. He had never experienced such a feeling before. Even his father had never made him feel this way, and it was truly terrifying, making it hard to breathe. Don't worry, little brother Chu, I understand what you mean. But I know I still need to find Fengji. I look forward to having a real fight with you, little brother. I also want to feel how strong I can be now that I've reached level 97. To be honest, I really want to know. A powerful sword intent erupted from Jian Douluo. As the one wielding the sword, one must be fearless to move forward. The current Jian Douluo was much less fearful than before, but to just charge in without consideration was not an option. Both Chu Zhange and Jian Douluo had rich experience and knowledge of human affairs. Perhaps Chu Zhange had slightly less understanding of social dynamics than Jian Douluo. Therefore, when they communicated with others or engaged in battles, they would make judgments based on their own experiences, which could waste some time. When the results of their judgments indicated low chances of victory, they might hesitate. This is a common phenomenon that occurs as one grows older or gains more experience. However, both Chu Zhange and Jian Douluo had changed. Why had they changed? They had chosen to strive. Under their objective circumstances, they could elevate that extremely low probability to a much higher level. This is what is known as the limit. Until you reach the limit, you will never know how far you can go. Both Chu Zhange and Jian Douluo were confident in their ability to enter that limit state and turn the impossible into the possible. But no matter how things develop, they must adhere to the objective laws of development, and both understood this. Little brother Chu, let's go. Today's harvest is quite good. Ha ha ha. It was evident that Jian Douluo was genuinely happy. He had finally broken through the level 97 barrier. Coming soon was the battle between him and Chu Zhange. And his 7 kills sword longed for a true opponent. What? Uncle Jian, you broke through to level 97? Is that true? The one speaking was Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. In the arena of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Chu Zhange, Jian Douluo, Ning Fengji, and Bon Douluo gathered together. Upon hearing the news that Jian Douluo had broken through to level 97, both Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo were extremely shocked. This represented the strongest combat power among all title Douluo on the continent, appearing in their 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Except for Chu Zhange, of course. In this era where the 99-level unparalleled Douluo remained in seclusion and the 98-level title Douluo were hidden away, a 97-level title Douluo represented the highest level of power. Yes, Fengji, little brother Chu gave me the skeletal remains of the 50,000-year-old evil demon whale king. And it was because of this that I successfully broke through to level 97. As he spoke, Jian Douluo nodded in gratitude toward Chu Zhange. Without the 50,000-year-old soul bone from Chu Zhange, he didn't know when he would be able to break through. Uncle Jian, what do you mean by little brother Chu? Are you referring to the eternal crown? At this moment, Ning Fengji seemed to think of something and suddenly became excited. If this was true, then their 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect would truly be the strongest sect. Yes, that's right. The one before you, the eternal Douluo, is Chu Zhange. Now he's my little brother. Ha ha. Jian Douluo was very satisfied with Ning Fengji's reaction and glanced at Bon Douluo, raising an eyebrow and giving a friendly smile. It seems you had a good harvest today, coward. But don't think that just because you broke through to level 97, I'm afraid of you. If you're not convinced, let's have a battle. Oomph. The tall Bon Douluo expressed disdain, but deep down, He knew he couldn't defeat Douluo. Fengji, later I will have a battle with little brother Chu, and I need your 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda's assistance. Ignoring Douluo's taunts, Douluo had seen this kind of phenomenon many times before and turned his attention to Ning Fengji. Oh, Uncle Jian is going to battle with the Eternal Crown? That's right, this is what I promised little brother Chu. Then when shall we begin? Since Uncle Jian is going to battle with the Eternal Crown, I would be extremely happy to take the stage. To be honest, I really want to see the strength of the Eternal Crown. Haha. Ning Fengji's laughter was a bit quieter than Douluo's. Douluo's laughter was unrestrained, while Chu Zhange's laughter was sincere. Everyone had their own style. Chu Zhange looked at Douluo, Gu Rong. Usually, Gu Rong was very talkative, but now he was silent. Regarding this Douluo, who was not described much in the original work, Chu Zhange was not familiar with him. However, Gu Rong was known for having the strongest defense and was quite powerful. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect could not have reached its current status relying solely on Douluo. Douluo was also indispensable. Chu Zhange noticed a phenomenon. Although the title Douluo from the top 3 sects were few, each was extremely powerful. The title Douluo from a Spirit Hall were numerous, but very few were truly strong enough to reach the level of Tang, Hao, and Douluo. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family only had 1 title Douluo, Yu Engine, his strength was not to be underestimated compared to Douluo. Sect Master Ning, Brother Jian, why don't we start now? I also want to see how strong Brother Jian can be with Sect Master Ning's assistance. Chu Zhange looked at Douluo and Ning Fengji. His eyes filled with fighting spirit. He wanted to condense the seed of battle intent, and this was the moment. With Ning Fengji's assistance, Douluo's strength might even reach the level of a 98-level title Douluo. Chu Zhange was very much looking forward to this, as he was someone who loved to fight. Knowing that he could condense battle intent through fighting made him even more enthusiastic. The arena of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect stretched 3 to 4 kilometers in length, extremely luxurious, showcasing the strength of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect as the wealthiest sect in the world. In the martial arts arena, Chu Zhange and Douluo hovered in midair, as if gravity had no effect on them at all. In Chu Zhange's right hand, he held a battle spear known as the Breaking Array Overlord Halberd, measuring 2 meters and 25 centimeters in length and weighing 18,000 pounds, with an imposing aura that exploded step by step. Opposite him, Douluo wielded a 1-meter-long, pure silver sword, known as his 7-kill sword. First soul skill, Overlord Divine Power. Second soul skill, Floating Light and Shadow. Chu Zhange raised the Breaking Array Overlord Halberd high in 9 soul rings, 2 purple and 6 black, 1 red, quickly rose and fell, being stepped on by Chu Zhange. The 2 purple soul rings instantly expanded. An extremely powerful aura erupted from Chu Zhange in an instant. Ever since he reached level 98, his strength had become increasingly terrifying. Up to now, Chu Zhange had not fully unleashed his power. His true strength, especially after the enhancement from the Sea God assessment, remained undisclosed. In midair, Chu Zhange's clothes were rustling in the fierce wind, and his flowing long hair danced along with it. He held the Breaking Array Overlord Halberd, standing atop 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings. The first soul skill, Overlord Divine Power, increased his strength by 350%, while the second soul skill, Floating Light and Shadow, increased his speed by 300%. The enhancements from the 5-time soul ring age increase have made both the Overlord Divine Power and Floating Light and Shadow significantly more powerful. With his already high basic attributes of strength and speed, Chu Zhange became even stronger under the boosts of the 2 soul skills. At this moment, Chu Zhange truly resembled a war god descending to the mortal realm, his imposing aura unmatched, instantly sweeping across the entire martial arts arena. Chapter 46, The Battle of True Strongers, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, is renowned. First is strength, second is speed, third is soul, fourth is defense, and fifth is attack. Behind the sword doll, Ning Fengji also stood in midair, stepping on 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black, directly providing 5 enhancement effects to the sword Douluo. Activating so many soul skills at once consumes a significant amount of soul power for the Soul Master. However, Ning Fengji had no choice, as the opponent, Chu Zhange, was too terrifying. The enhancement effects from Ning Fengji were not for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to continuously use 5 enhancement soul skills. At this moment, he was somewhat afraid that the Sword Law would be instantly defeated by Chu Zhange, the ancient emperor. Even though the Sword Douluo's level had reached 97, he still felt this absurdity. The various enhancement soul skills allowed Chu Zhange to break through his limits, almost surpassing the level of a 99-level peerless Douluo, not to mention that he could even be regarded as a god in the world. The Sword Douluo looked at Chu Zhange. He truly did not expect Chu Zhange's explosive power to be so frightening. It seemed that the power he displayed at the gate of the 7-treasure glazed tile school was just a small part of his strength. First soul skill, Sword Strike. 7th soul skill, Weapon Soul, True Body. 7 Killing Field. The Sword Douluo stood in mid-air, and with the 5 enhancements from Ning Fengji, his strength, speed, defense, soul power, and attack all increased by 70%. Overall, the Sword Douluo's combat power had more than doubled, showcasing the formidable role of an auxiliary soul master. The snow-white figure floated in mid-air, stepping on 9 soul rings, far exceeding the aura of a 97-level title Douluo, which exploded in an instant. The first soul skill, Sword Strike, enhanced his attack power by 30%, while the 7th soul skill, Weapon Soul True Body, greatly enhanced his own attack power. The vast 7 killing field instantly enveloped Chu Zhange, reducing his attack power by 90%. Subsequently, Chu Zhange's defense was further reduced by 70%, and his speed was reduced by 70%. The weakening effect of the 7 killing field was terrifying, although it did not enhance itself. Such a formidable reduction was enough to keep him in an undefeated position. This was because the weakening effect of the 7 killing field did not distinguish between enemies and allies, meaning it would also weaken his companions. Therefore, the Sword Douluo would generally not release the 7 killing field, but with only Ning Fengji on the battlefield, he no longer hesitated and attacked Chu Zhange with all his might. On the battlefield, neither Chu Zhange nor the Sword Douluo chose to launch an immediate attack. Instead, they first chose to use enhancement soul skills to strengthen their power. What a terrifying weakening. Upon entering the range of the 7 killing field, Chu Zhange instantly felt his attributes significantly weakened. Currently, in the 7 killing field, Chu Zhange's strength had been greatly reduced, while the Sword Douluo had the dual enhancement of the Weapon Soul True Body and Ning Fengji's 5 soul skills. Therefore, the Sword Douluo's apparent strength was already enough to contend with Chu Zhange. One must say that with Ning Fengji's enhancements, the Sword Douluo's power was terrifying. The powerful enhancement ability of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower is evident. 7th soul skill, Weapon Soul, True Body. Without hesitation, Chu Zhange, whose strength was greatly weakened by the 7 killing field, immediately activated the Weapon Soul, True Body of the Breaking Array, Overlord Halberd. Chu Zhange, holding the giant phantom of the Breaking Array, Overlord Halberd, faced off against the Sword Douluo, who held the silver-white long sword. At this moment, both of their basic attributes and attack power had reached a terrifying limit. Although Chu Zhange's soul skill enhancement effects were not as numerous, his basic attributes far exceeded those of the Sword Douluo. Even though the Sword Douluo's various attributes were very close to Chu Zhange's, Chu Zhange still had the lead. 6th soul skill, all swords return to origin. The Sword Douluo stood in mid-air, stepping on 9 soul rings, with a long sword pointing to the sky, instantly condensing countless sword energy phantoms, creating an incredibly shocking scene. Facing Chu Zhange, a 98-level title Douluo, the Sword Douluo did not dare to relax and immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Good. Indeed, such powerful attack power. Opposite the Sword Douluo, Chu Zhange's gaze was piercing, his eyes like divine light, a seed of battle intent forming in his sea of consciousness. 4th soul skill, Overlord Execution. Chu Zhange, holding the Breaking Array, Overlord Halberd, pointed to the heavens, stepping on 9 soul rings, and an overwhelming aura erupted instantly, with countless phantoms of the Breaking Array, Overlord Halberd filling the sky. Overlord Execution. Wielding the Breaking Array, Overlord Halberd, emitted cutting air blades, capable of launching arc-shaped air blades or releasing lower-powered phantom attacks against opponents, demonstrating its powerful functionality. Go! Go! Countless long sword phantoms collided instantly with countless breaking array Overlord Halberd phantoms, creating an extremely powerful storm. Ning Fengji, positioned behind the sword Douluo, immediately withdrew from the battlefield, and a 95-level title Douluo, who was watching from the sidelines, was also forced to retreat. The martial arts arena was instantly shattered by this powerful battle storm. And the storm from the battle between Chu Zhange and the sword Douluo was far more spectacular than his battle with the Titan Giant Bear. Countless phantoms of the breaking array, Overlord Halberd, and countless silver sword phantoms canceled each other out, dissipating into the heavens and the earth. The thousands of sword energy phantoms and breaking array Overlord Halberd phantoms fought for over 10 minutes without collapsing, and new sword energy phantoms and breaking array Overlord Halberd phantoms continued to emerge. Time passed gradually, but neither side showed any signs of fatigue, as the two powerful figures moved in the air, flashing and erupting into even more intense battles. In the sky, the two rapidly flashing figures astonished Douluo and Ning Fengji, making them wonder in their hearts if this was truly a level that humans could reach. If they went up, they would be instantly shredded by this terrifying storm. Chu Zhange had a naturally strong physique, along with the enhancement of 500,000-year spirit bones and the power amplification of his first soul skill, Overlord Divine Power, making his base attributes extremely high. The sword Douluo had the attack power boost from his first soul skill, Sword Strike. At the same time, with the 70% enhancement of strength, speed, attack, defense, and soul power provided by Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo's strength had already surpassed his own level limitations. Although Chu Zhange's soul power had reached 98, he was greatly weakened by the sword Douluo's 7 killing field, so the strength they displayed was now very close. Brother Chu, as expected of a 98-level title Douluo, your strength is indeed terrifying. Brother Jian is truly powerful. I almost couldn't handle it. The sword Douluo shot a glance at Chu Zhange, clearly meaning, I don't believe you. Whether it was Chu Zhange or the sword Douluo, their figures rapidly dodged in midair. With so many sword shadows and breaking array Overlord Halberd phantoms, perfect cancellation was impossible. Therefore, to avoid being hit, they had to quickly evade in the air. Their current strength had been amplified to a very terrifying state. Their enormous phantoms also followed their movements, quickly dodging. Even the vastness of the heavens and the earth, such gigantic phantoms appeared incredibly small. Brother Chu, let us show our true strength. I know you have more power than this. The sword Douluo shouted, and although he had reached 97, he still could not see through Chu Zhange's strength. Good. Then as you say, brother, come on. 9th soul skill, solar divine body. The sun in the sky was drawn down by Chu Zhange's influence, merging into his body and instantly enhancing all of Chu Zhange's attributes by 200%. Now restored to his normal combat power, Chu Zhange's momentum was magnificent as he held the breaking array Overlord Halberd, dodging back and forth in the air. The figure of Chu Zhange continuously clashed with sword Douluo in the air, sharp sword energy instantly igniting as Chu Zhange suddenly swung the breaking array Overlord Halberd, slashing out beams of halberd light. The 4th soul skill, Overlord Slaughter, transformed into a 30-meter-long crescent blade of energy, charging towards sword Douluo, who swiftly dodged it, rendering it unable to inflict damage. The 9th soul skill, Divine and Demon Dual Slashes. Beneath sword Douluo's feet, 9 soul rings shone brightly, and suddenly, a massive space was released in the sky, raining down countless beams of sword light. This was sword Douluo's strongest soul ring skill. Far more powerful than the 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to origin, which only had a wide range but lacked the damage of divine and demon dual slashes. Countless sword shadows seemed to lock onto Chu Zhange, and no matter how he moved or dodged, he could not escape. Chu Zhange wielded the breaking array Overlord Halberd to unleash Overlord Slaughter, the 4th soul skill being an instant cast soul skill that could be activated continuously. 2 50-meter-long intersecting crescent slashes charged at sword Douluo, their immense power instantly annihilating a large portion of the sword shadows, making Sword Douluo emit a soft grunt as if he had been injured. However, just 2 intersecting crescent slashes were clearly insufficient to counter such a multitude of sword shadows. Sword Douluo's divine and demon dual slashes were extremely powerful, even possessing the strength to kill title Douluos of the same level in an instant. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 25 50-meter-long intersecting crescent slashes shot towards Sword Douluo in an instant. The aura of destruction made Sword Douluo's heart race with fear, even with Ning Fengji's support. He still felt the threat of death amidst the 25 giant crescent slashes. Charge. Take the risk. Special soul skill, unity of man and sword. Chapter 47. Recreating the unity of man and sword. The Sword Douluo transformed himself into a sword, merging with his martial soul, the 7-killing sword, creating an overwhelming presence that seemed to dominate the heavens and the earth. An extreme aura of destruction exploded from the Sword Douluo in an instant. The unity of man and sword was the Sword Douluo's strongest soul skill, similar to the secret skill of the Haotian sect, the Great Subtle Hammer. This unity was a fusion of the soul master with their own martial soul, unleashing the most powerful strike, a strike that possessed divine attack power with devastating effects. Chu Zhange's 25 massive crescent blade energy slashes charged toward the mysterious space summoned by the Sword Douluo, and their powerful attack shattered this space, which had emitted countless sword shadows in just an instant. The 25 powerful massive crescent blade slashes, carrying the aura of destruction, surged toward the Sword Douluo, who had transformed into a colossal sword. This space was stirred by the pressure of Chu Zhange's Overlord Halberd technique and the Sword Douluo's unity of man and sword, creating a highly oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, even a rank 95 title Douluo entering would be instantly annihilated by this powerful aura, illustrating the intensity of the battle between the two. Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo had long retreated from the battlefield, wary of entering again. Now that the battle was nearing its end, both Chu Zhange and the Sword Douluo had unleashed their true powers. This battle, akin to a divine war, was something they had never witnessed before. Could human soul masters really reach this level? Chu Zhange couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Jian's unity of man and sword is indeed incredibly powerful." In the original work, Brother Jian, with Ning Fengji's assistance, reached level 98, showcasing tremendous power. In the original story, when facing Bibi Dong, who had become the Rakshasa god, he boldly activated the unity of man and sword to confront her, significantly increasing his power and achieving divine attack strength for a short time. Although he was ultimately killed by the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, turning into a mass of flesh, it is still true that humans and gods are different. However, I must say, this unity of man and sword is indeed a divine skill. But even so, Brother Jian, you still cannot defeat me. As Chu Zhange looked at the Sword Douluo transformed into a colossal sword, his fighting spirit intensified, boosting his attack power even further. The colossal sword, transformed by the Sword Douluo, collided with the 25 intersecting crescent blade energy slashes, creating a mushroom cloud-like explosion. The gigantic sword surged forward like a raging tide, quickly eliminating one crescent blade energy slash after another. First the second, then the third, and the fourth. The unmatched dominance emanating from the gigantic sword showcased the Sword Douluo's incredible strength, surpassing even his power during the explosive ring technique against Tang Hao. "Brother Chu, let me show you my true strength." The colossal sword's attacks became even swifter, annihilating the remaining massive crescent blade energy slashes in an instant, displaying terrifying might. In contrast to the Sword Douluo's full exertion, Chu Zhange was still handling the situation with ease, keeping many of his trump cards hidden, as there was no need to use them yet. Although his 20 massive crescent blade energy slashes had been completely shattered by the Sword Douluo's gigantic sword, Chu Zhange remained unfazed in the face of such a scene. 5th Soul Skill Ultimate Gold. 4th Soul Skill Overlord Slash. Chu Zhange raised his Overlord Halberd, and a destructive aura descended upon him. In that moment, he resembled an unparalleled war god, his mighty aura shaking the heavens and the earth. He swung the Overlord Halberd fiercely, instantly unleashing 8 intersecting crescent blade energy slashes, aimed at the sword Douluo's gigantic sword charging toward him. These 8 massive crescent blade energy slashes were even stronger than the previous 25, with a denser aura of destruction. While the unity of man and sword executed by the sword doll was indeed powerful, its effectiveness had diminished due to previous exertions. Nevertheless, the sword Douluo remained formidable. As the enormous sword he transformed into still eliminated 7 of the massive crescent blade energy slashes, only to be shattered by the final one. At that moment, the sword Douluo thought, is Chu Zhange truly divine? For he sensed the aura of a god emanating from him, which filled the sword Douluo with dread. As his gigantic sword was shattered by Chu Zhange's massive crescent blade energy slash. Then, the sword Douluo plummeted from the sky, feeling incredibly weak. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he saw Chu Zhange, whose face was somewhat pale but full of vitality, showing no signs of injury, while he himself was covered in wounds. The corners of the sword Douluo's mouth curled slightly. Indeed, he was the ancient title Douluo, truly formidable. Perhaps Chu Zhange could indeed become a legend for all time. However, aside from the gods, no title Douluo, even a rank 99 peerless Douluo, could be remembered forever. Eventually, they would fade into the world. The sword Douluo's mind became chaotic, his vision darkening, and his consciousness gradually dissipated, yet he did not die. He fell at an incredible speed, his aura languishing. This was the most difficult battle the sword Douluo had faced since becoming a title Douluo. At this moment, Chu Zhange's fighting spirit finally coalesced within his spiritual sea. This fighting spirit resembled a miniature version of Chu Zhange, holding the Overlord Halberd with great majesty. As his fighting spirit grew, one day, Chu Zhange would condense his own domain, which brought him joy. The difference between having a domain and not having one was immense. The sword Douluo's 7-killing domain had at least halved his strength, as domains were truly artifacts for battles beyond levels. Uncle Jian is dead. Outside the battlefield, Ning Fengji watched as the sword Douluo fell straight down, sensing that there seemed to be no breath left in him. Could it be that Uncle Jian was really killed by this ancient title Douluo? At this moment, Ning Fengji no longer held any respect for Chu Zhange. His eyes turned red, hands clenched tightly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. If Uncle Jian was truly killed, how would he explain it to Rongrong? Fengji, don't worry. The coward just fainted due to severe injuries. At first, I thought he was dead too. Don't worry, he's fine. Bon Douluo Gu Rong patted Ning Fengji's shoulder. With the powerful vitality of a title Douluo, even if severely injured, he wouldn't die so quickly unless he was obliterated. However, as Bon Douluo looked at Chu Zhange in midair, he couldn't help but marvel. This ancient title Douluo was indeed unparalleled. 8th soul skill, Divine Light Shower. In midair, Chu Zhange held the Overlord Halberd, standing on 9 soul rings of purple and black, and an immense aura erupted. A golden light lifted the rapidly descending sword Douluo, stopping his fall and stabilizing him in midair. The golden light penetrated the sword Douluo's internal organs, rapidly healing his injuries. At this moment, the condition within the sword Douluo's body was terrifying, with many areas reduced to pulp. However, under Chu Zhange's 8th soul skill, the healing divine light quickly repaired him, even regenerating some flesh that had seemingly vanished. The duration of the light was short, lasting barely a second, but the sword Douluo's injuries had healed, and he regained his consciousness. Seeing this scene, both Chu Zhange and Bon Douluo, as well as Ning Fengji, breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Zhange had dared to unleash such fierce combat, naturally confident in his abilities. The battle finally came to a close, and his fighting spirit had taken initial form. All that remained was to gradually cultivate this fighting spirit. The hardest part is always the beginning, but now the first step had been taken. Within a year, he was certain he could condense his own domain. However, it seems that I have dealt quite a heavy blow to Brother Sword. I must say, Brother Sword's strength is truly frightening. At this moment, Chu Zhange is also very weak, but his physical resilience is unparalleled, and he recovers very quickly, which creates the illusion that he hasn't sustained much damage. Chapter 48, The Strongest in Douluo Continent. Brother Chu, your strength is truly astonishing. I think you can roam freely in the Douluo Continent now. After recovering from his injuries, Sword Douluo quickly flew towards Chu Zhange, briefly hovering in midair, which was not difficult for him as long as his soul power was sufficient. Cough, Brother Jian is just joking. The Douluo Continent is so vast. There may still be many hidden masters who have not shown themselves. Even I might not be able to defeat them. Seeing Sword Douluo praise him so highly, Chu Zhange felt a bit shy and touched his nose. Although he really wanted to be the strongest in the Douluo Continent, he was not there yet and still had a long way to go. Ah, it seems that's true. Sword Douluo thought of the angel Douluo Qian, who had killed his father, and he was definitely still alive. With his unmatched strength at level 99, he might indeed be able to defeat Chu Zhange. But no matter what, Brother Chu, you have already reached this level at the age of 20. I can't imagine what accomplishments you will achieve in the future. I believe that soon you will definitely break through to the level of the unmatched Douluo at 99. By then, you might truly be the strongest in the Douluo Continent. At this moment, Sword Douluo's aura was still a bit pale. Although he had recovered half of his strength, his injuries were still too severe. However, Brother Chu, your attack was a bit too ruthless. I almost thought you were going to kill me. Were you trying to take revenge on me? Sword Douluo said with a smile. Although Chu Zhange was very powerful, he had a good personality and was the type who could joke around, as long as it wasn't too much. How could I dare, Brother Jian? Mainly because you were too strong. That last move, the unity of man and sword, really shocked me. Seeing Sword Douluo tease him, Chu Zhange didn't mind. However, that last move of Sword Douluo's, the unity of man and sword, was indeed invincible. If it were someone else, they might have died at Sword Douluo's hands. He had prepared himself mentally, knowing that this move might be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. It seemed that everything was just his assumption. Chu Zhange sighed inwardly. Before experiencing it firsthand, any theory seemed so pale and powerless. No one is stronger than you. Brother Chu, let's go back. I believe many people saw our battle. Your name will likely soon spread across the continent. By then, even if you don't want it, you might be regarded as the strongest titled Douluo. Sword Douluo looked at Chu Zhange and couldn't help but laugh. The Spirit Hall's power was immense, and many sects had their people. Even the powerful Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was no exception, although the Haotian school had not shown themselves. As they had been in seclusion, when they fought, there were certainly people who saw it. With so many people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was impossible to avoid being noticed completely. Let them know, I don't really care about that. My own strength is what matters most. Now that Brother Jian had broken through to level 97, with the assistance of Sect Master Ning, he truly was invincible. The rise of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would surely come soon. Chu Zhange and Sword Douluo flew towards Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo. Their battle didn't last too long, about 30 minutes. With such intense combat, their soul power was insufficient to continue. The more powerful the soul skill, the greater the consumption of soul power. Although Chu Zhange possessed the breaking array Overlord Halberd soul core, which significantly reduced soul power consumption, when he used his 7th soul skill, the true body of the weapon spirit, and his 9th soul skill, the solar god body, his entire soul power was drained by 40%. These 3 soul skills were enhancement skills that required soul power to maintain. As a powerful attack type titled Douluo, having a strong enough attack power was essential, but having certain control and defense soul skills was also important, and it would be best to arrange them if possible. Otherwise, it would be easy to suffer losses. If he didn't have these soul skills, even if he was strong, if he got controlled, he wouldn't be able to exert his full power, and that would be of no use. Chu Zhange's self-positioning was very simple and straightforward. He relied on various enhancement skills to raise himself to a certain level, then used the Overlord Half-Moon Slash and the Overlord Halberd techniques for output. With his unparalleled physical strength and the breaking array Overlord Halberd soul core, he could definitely become a peak Douluo capable of sustained output over a long period. In his view, his output ability had already reached the level of a 99 level unmatched Douluo. This was no joke. Sword Douluo felt helpless towards Chu Zhange. Clearly only 20 years old, he acted like a middle-aged man, showing no youthful exuberance. His strength had already reached the level of a 98 level titled Douluo. Yet he was not at all arrogant, and instead was humble everywhere. Sword Douluo just wanted to say to Chu Zhange, you won't find a girlfriend like this. After all, who would like a young man who was so dull and lacked any youthful romance? Although he had talent, he was boring. You kid, stop praising us. You might as well praise yourself. You are already a 98 level title Douluo. You have the capital to be arrogant, young man. Sword Douluo patted Chu Zhange's shoulder. Chu Zhange had no flaws in other aspects, but this character of his was too humble. This wouldn't do. Brother Jian. Chu Zhange smiled bitterly. If he were a local of the Douluo Continent, with his personality and current strength, he would have already soared to who knows where. But he was a transmigrator, with the heavy burdens of Qian Douluo, Tang Chun, and Poseidon on his shoulders, and with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong chasing after him. He truly couldn't afford to relax. Unless he could upgrade to the level of a 99 level unmatched Douluo and possess the strength to defeat Qian Douluo, Tang Chun, and Poseidon. Only then could he truly relax. Even if he couldn't become a god, he could directly prevent Qian Rinxue from becoming one and cut off Bibi Dong's path to godhood. At that time, if he didn't give the sea god trident to Tang San, who else could become a god in this world? Since he couldn't become a god, he wouldn't let others think they could either. Chu Zhange was actually quite narrow-minded. At that time, as long as there were no gods, he could still be invincible in the entire Douluo Continent, but he was still a little distance away from that goal. However, he believed it wouldn't take long. Once he completely passed the sea god assessment during the top level 9 trial, it would be about time. Soon, Chu Zhange and Sword Douluo arrived before Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo. Their battle today would definitely spread throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Both Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo thought so, as there was no wall that doesn't let the wind through in this world. The strength of the ancient crown was indeed astonishing, and the ancient crown was so young, it could be said to be a living god. With the ancient crown being so young and looking so magnificent and handsome, there must be many girls pursuing him. Haha. The first to speak was Ning Fengji. He didn't want to comment on Chu Zhange's strength anymore. Just 3 words: invincible. It would be better to praise other aspects. Like how good-looking Chu Zhange was, dressed in white as snow, long hair flowing, tall and upright, as radiant as jade, plus his identity as a 98 level title Douluo. Chu Zhange was simply a perfect person. Girlfriend. Hearing Ning Fengji mention this made him smile bitterly. He did have a girlfriend, but that was from his past life, and they had already broken up before he came to this world. Upon arriving in this world, Chu Zhange wasn't very eager to find a girlfriend. He focused all his energy on improving his strength. Otherwise, with his strength, it wouldn't be impossible for him to gather all the beauties of Douluo Continent. After all, who would dare to resist a powerful title Douluo at level 98? Lord Qiangu, it's getting late. Why not stay with us at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School for a few days? As long as Lord Qiangu is at our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School for a day, he will be our most esteemed guest. Ning Fengji extended an invitation to Chu Zhange. In his view, through this event, the relationship between Chu Zhange and their 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has already improved significantly. The sect master Ning's invitation is sincere. I, the junior, dare not refuse. From now on, I will trouble sect master Ning. I hope sect master Ning won't mind. Haha, so many things have happened in just one day at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and Chu Zhange wanted to take a moment to gather himself. Condensing the domain ISNT that easy. He planned to summarize his insights and combat experience from the battle with the Sword Douluo, understand the fighting spirit, and then set off again. The battle between Chu Zhange and the Sword Douluo was witnessed by many, leading to countless disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School discussing this ancient Douluo. They never expected that this ancient Douluo, Chu Zhange, would be so powerful, defeating their Sword Douluo with sheer strength. Looking at Chu Zhange's youthful appearance, the male disciples felt ashamed and vowed to cultivate diligently. Meanwhile, many female disciples secretly recognized Chu Zhange. A young title Douluo like him is their standard for choosing a boyfriend. If not, then it's goodbye. Chu Zhange noticed the behaviors of these female disciples. Although he felt that their views were somewhat misguided and arrogant, he didn't feel the need to explain anything. Everyone has their own perspectives, and he wouldn't impose his thoughts on others. Perhaps, from their point of view, their thoughts weren't wrong at all. Chapter 49. Attributes of Chu Zhange in the blink of an eye. Chu Zhange had been at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for 3 days. Today, he planned to take a stroll to relax. The sun had already set, and the evening glow painted the sky beautifully in red. As he walked along the paths of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he wandered aimlessly, occasionally glancing around. Besides the direct disciples, there were also other disciples at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and their martial souls were not necessarily all Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Towers. However, it was evident that the status of direct disciples was much higher than that of ordinary disciples. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower could evolve on a large scale into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, then the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would definitely become one of the most favored sects by powerful soul masters across the land. Chu Zhange's tall and upright figure appeared in various places within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Along the way, he pondered whether the inherited martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, could assist him. The answer was affirmative. The various attribute enhancements of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower would undoubtedly play a crucial role in boosting his strength. Although he was already very strong, the enhancement from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower would only make him more powerful. He quietly summarized his current strength in his mind. He was now a level 98 title Douluo, and his total soul power was greater than that of an average level 98 title Douluo. Moreover, he was younger, meaning his talent and potential were top-notch, and his future was bound to be brilliant. Generally, a level 98 title Douluo has about 30 more soul power than a level 97 title Douluo, while he exceeded that by a full 35. His first soul skill, Overlord Strength, had increased from 500 years to 500 years, and the current effect of Overlord Strength was to enhance his own strength by 350. Although it had only one attribute, the enhancement effect of Overlord Strength was astonishing. In the original work, Dai Mubai had a very powerful soul skill, the third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. White Tiger Diamond Transformation could double the resistance to abnormal states, as well as increase attack power, defense, and strength. The effect was terrifying, making it one of the strongest enhancement soul skills. Compared to when he fought Tang Hao, both his first soul skill, Overlord Strength, and the other 8 soul skills had seen significant improvements. His second soul skill, Shadow Flicker, was an 800-year soul skill that increased his speed by 300. The enhancement effect of Shadow Flicker was similar to that of Overlord Strength. Although it seemed very singular, these 2 soul skills provided him with tremendous boosts. When he was still a 2-ring or 3-ring soul master, the combination of these 2 soul skills with the Overlord's Halberd, which could break formations, directly caused a qualitative change in his overall strength. With immense power combined with the sharpness of the Overlord's Halberd, no soul beast could withstand its penetration. Under the fierce slashes of the Overlord's Halberd, it could directly inflict extremely explosive damage on them, and it was not uncommon to directly kill them. Moreover, under the effect of his second soul skill, Shadow Flicker, his speed had increased 3-fold, ensuring his safety and allowing him to fight more freely. His 9th soul skill, Sun God Body, enhanced all his attributes by 200 and added a flame attribute to his damage. The already explosive physical attacks of the Overlord's Halberd would undoubtedly become even more devastating with the flame attribute. The enhancements from these soul skills, combined with his basic attributes, were enough to elevate his physique to a terrifying state. If all the effects of his soul skills stacked, he might even surpass the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python in terms of physique. His 5100,000 year soul bones granted him soul bone skills that were all attack soul skills, leaving him with no weaknesses in terms of offensive capabilities. This was the skill set that a powerful assault-type soul master should possess. The original work did not elaborate on the strengths of Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong, nor did it compare their strength to his. Their martial souls were both god-level, while his Overlord's Halberd was merely a top-tier martial soul, and their soul ring configurations were slightly higher than his. At this moment, the sun had set, and the moon hung high in the sky. Chu Zhange sat in a pavilion at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He looked up and gazed at the bright moonlight. Although he was now strong enough to command attention from the entire continent, he still couldn't leave outer space, let alone find his way home. In the world of Douluo, to break free from the planet and fly in space, one must at least reach the level of a god. During the era of Douluo, becoming a god was quite difficult. If only the level of Douluo star could be raised, I could rely on my talent to push my way up and probably reach level 120 without issue. So when will I be able to break through to godhood? As he thought about this, a faint sadness appeared on Chu Zhange's face. But soon, this faint sadness disappeared. For him, the most important thing now was to improve his strength. All sadness and negativity had to be set aside. After summarizing, he gained a more comprehensive understanding of his strength. With his current level 98 peak title Douluo status, combined with his physique and power strong enough to dominate the world, his strength had far surpassed that of an average peak title Douluo. Aside from Tang Chun, Qian Daolu, and Bibi Dong, he could say that he had little trouble traversing the Douluo Continent. If I didn't have such exceptional talent, where should I have started? As he pondered, Chu Zhange thought of something many transmigrators had considered. If he did not possess such a heaven-defying talent, where would he choose to start? The Haotian sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or the Spirit Hall, or perhaps far away on Sea God Island. Currently, the top powers of the three major sects included Tang Xiao from the Haotian sect, the runaway Tang Hao, Yuan Jun from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and Jian, the Bone Duo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The title Duo of the three major sects were generally all above level 95, which could be considered high-quality title Duo. Compared to the three major sects, the Spirit Hall had many more title Duo, with 7 offerings, 9 elders, and a pope. All were title Duo level experts. Although most of the 9 elders, aside from Yuguan and Go Shadow, were not very high in rank, they were still renowned title Duo. However, the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall were even more powerful than the 9 elders. The Grand Offering, Qian Daolu, was an unparalleled level 99 title Duo, and the second offering, Golden Crocodile Duo, was a peak level 98 title Duo. Aside from these 2 big shots, the other 5 offerings were all peak level 96 title Duo. None of the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall were weak. But if asked where Chu Zhange would choose to start, he would definitely not consider the Spirit Hall or the 3 major sections. Because wouldn't it be better to honestly follow Tang San and get a god position? According to his understanding, if he became brothers with Tang San, a god position would definitely not be lacking. Sigh, what a pity, life cannot be lived again. If I could do it over, should I choose to be Tang San's little brother? Better not. I prefer to be myself rather than someone else's little brother. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Chu Zhange's mind. If I were to break into the Spirit Hall now, would I be annihilated by them? With my current strength, I should be able to exchange a few blows with Qian Daolu without being instantly killed. Apart from Qian Daolu, based solely on the panel data, my strength should be greater than that of Golden Crocodile, Douluo, and the not yet fully grown Bibi Dong. Perhaps someday, I could try to challenge those famous title Douluos. Although my data looks quite good, it is still just theoretical without real combat experience. I want to challenge Tang Xiao, Chen Exen, Bibi Dong, Golden Crocodile Duo, Tang Chun Poseidon, and Qian Daolu one by one. I refuse to believe that with my talent and strength, I am not their match. Suddenly, a powerful confidence erupted from Chu Zhange. Chapter 50, Always Powerful. Chu Zhange made a detailed comparison of his own strength with all the characters that appeared in the original work. Based on the strength of the last character to appear, those who have not fully developed are not counted. Aside from the 3 unparalleled Douluo of this generation, Qian Daolu, Tang Chun, and Poseidon, he is not very sure about their strengths. His power should be slightly weaker than Tang San, who is at level 98, but stronger than Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, who are also at level 98. In the same rank, Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue cannot compare to Tang San, and in the later stages, the 3 of them should stand at the pinnacle of the Soul Master World. Today is Chu Zhange's 3rd day at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and indeed, as Ning Fengji said, the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School holds him in the highest regard. Being called the Eternal Crown has made Chu Zhange feel a bit elated. Although he is happy to be called this way, he knows that he absolutely cannot be complacent. What if he gets slapped in the face? I have rested for 3 days. It's time to take the next step. Everything now must prioritize the sea god assessment. Chu Zhange stood up and looked at the active disciples of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school around him. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was completely dark, but even so, many disciples were still training. The Seven Treasure glazed tile school ranks second among the top 3 sects. It is not just for show. If it relied solely on Sword Brother and Bone de Law, it would not be enough without these hard-working disciples. Ning Rongrong is only 8 years old now. I remember in the original work, she went to Shrek Academy at the age of 12, which means there are still about 4 years to go. So Shrek Academy has already been established. Shrek Academy, which will dominate for 10,000 years. The strongest force on the Douluo Continent during the Douluo II period. Who would have imagined that such a shabby Shrek Academy would reach this height? Chu Zhange strode back to the room arranged for him by Ning Fengji. Whether on Sea God Island or at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, his accommodations are very luxurious. Although this is not what he wants, he did not refuse it, which indirectly illustrates a principle. On the Douluo Continent, only those with strong power will be respected. Just look at how Bibi Dong, after developing her strength, directly destroyed one of the top 3 sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Although there are still survivors, it is almost the same as being exterminated. Similarly, the mountain gate of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school was destroyed by Bibi Dong. Although the elite disciples of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school did not suffer too much loss, it was enough to seriously injure the sect. All of this stems from strength. Without strength, even the greatest foundation cannot be maintained, and possessing unmatched power is the only pursuit of Chu Zhange's life. Given the current situation, I am destined not to become the sea god. At most, I can take on the position of Poseidon's great offering. But that is not what I want. Regardless of whether Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, or Tang San could become gods, I must accumulate my own strength to an unprecedented limit. Compared to Tang San and the others, I have the advantage of foresight. This is my strength. At the same time, I have the Overlord Halberd technique, which compensates for the shortcomings of my second martial soul. In fact, according to the current situation, I am not much weaker than Tang San in the later stages. After all, I am several years younger than Tang San at that time. Living is truly exhausting. Everything must be considered. Isn't it good to just live simply? I don't know when I will be able to live a carefree life. Shuelon. Late at night, as Chu Zhange walked along the path back to his room, his thoughts drifted back to his previous life, recalling intimate moments with his ex-girlfriend. And he couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid he will never return to the Blue Star in this life, because in this world, even if one reaches the Divine King level, there is no power to traverse time and space back to the past. Moreover, he doesn't even know if he can become a god. All of this is destined to be just a memory. Why does Chu Zhange have a special fondness for Xiaobai? Because he feels the aura of his ex-girlfriend from her. Eternal Crown, are you leaving soon? Just as Chu Zhange was heading back to his room, a voice suddenly came from behind. He had been deep in thought and did not notice someone approaching him. Ning Sec Master, it's you. I was just planning to head back. There is something else I want to discuss with you. He continued. I've been at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school for a few days now, and I plan to leave tomorrow. Thank you for your warm hospitality these past few days. But I have many matters to attend to, so I must bid you farewell. Seeing that the visitor was indeed Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, Chu Zhange took the opportunity to inform him of his plans. He was not strong enough yet, so he could not afford to relax. Qian Daolu, Tang Chun, and Poseidon are not ordinary level 99 unparalleled Douluo. They have already reached a demigod state. Perhaps he won't provoke them, and they won't take action against him. But who can guarantee that? What if Qian Daolu sees Chu Zhange as a threat to their spirit hall? Then he might take action himself. And Chu Zhange cannot guarantee that he can defeat Qian Daolu. Moreover, he does not want to passively endure. He wants to quickly improve his strength so that he can take the initiative to eliminate Qian Daolu later. Based on the description in the original work, he feels that Qian Daolu is not a good person. Although he treats Qian Rinxue well enough, he merely uses Bibi Dong. Are you really leaving so soon, Eternal Crown? Ning Fengji said in surprise. He had anticipated that Chu Zhange would leave, but did not expect him to do so quickly. It had only been 3 days. However, Ning Fengji is a very wise person, so he would not say things like, "Are you dissatisfied with our hospitality?" Chu Zhange must have his own plans. "Yes. Sect Master Ning, I apologize for bothering you these days. If you ever need anything in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you." Chu Zhange also intended to befriend Ning Fengji. After all, being on the Douluo Continent, one cannot be completely alone. Sometimes having more friends makes things much easier. "I suppose the Eternal Crown has your own matters to attend to, so I want to keep you. Tomorrow, I will definitely have Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle see you off personally. No matter when, the Eternal Crown will always be the most important friend of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School always welcomes your return." Ning Fengji made a promise to Chu Zhange. He had every reason to do so for this level 98 title Douluo, especially since Chu Zhange had a good relationship with Sword Douluo. Moreover, your reputation has grown significantly these past few days. The astonishing battle you had with Sword Uncle 3 days ago has already attracted a lot of attention, including that of the Spirit Hall. There are rumors that you are the strongest among the title Douluo, and even that you have plans to challenge the Spirit Hall. At this point, Ning Fengji paused and looked at Chu Zhange, but Chu Zhange's expression remained unchanged, clearly indicating that this matter did not affect him at all. Ning Fengji continued, "It is not surprising that there are rumors about me being the strongest in the world, but as for the Spirit Hall, I currently have no plans. Now that Sword Brother has broken through to level 97 title Douluo, he can be regarded as a master in the Soul Master world. However, there is something I want to discuss with you, Sect Master Ning. The Spirit Hall is definitely not as simple as it appears. In addition to the visible Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, the Spirit Hall also has 7 elders and 7 great offerings. The 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall are all beings with spirit power levels above 96. Among them, the second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo, has a spirit power level of 98, while the grand offering, Qian Daolu, has reached 99. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, should also be at the title Douluo level now, but I'm not sure about her exact spirit power level. In total, the Spirit Hall has as many as 17 title Douluos. Chu Zhange turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji. Before he left, he intended to tell Ning Fengji some hidden matters. Although the Sword Douluo knows about Qian Daolu's existence, he is unaware of the other offerings. The Sword Douluo has now risen to the level of 97 title Douluo, and with the support of Ning Fengji's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, he can unleash the power of a 98 title Douluo. If Ning Fengji becomes overly confident because of this and decides to strike against the Spirit Hall, then the Spirit Hall will definitely deliver a devastating blow to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. This is not what Chu Zhange wants to see. Upon hearing Chu Zhange's words, Ning Fengji's pupils instantly dilated and his breathing quickened. As a strong 98 title Douluo, Chu Zhange naturally wouldn't deceive him, which means the Spirit Hall truly possesses such profound strength. Sect Master Ning, I will be leaving now. Chu Zhange directly bid farewell to Ning Fengji without waiting for him to respond and left immediately, letting Ning Fengji think for himself. He needed to rest well today because he would be leaving the 7 treasure glazed tile sect tomorrow, and time was tight. Chapter 51. The strength of the Spirit Hall after Chu Zhange left. Ning Fengji was left in a daze, shocked by what Chu Zhange had just said. He couldn't believe that the Spirit Hall really had so many title Douluo. At this moment, Ning Fengji felt as if thunder had struck him. His heart was pounding, indicating that he was extremely unsettled. Perhaps aside from Chu Zhange, anyone who heard this news would be utterly shocked. What a powerful force this was. At this time, Chu Zhange had already returned to his room. Although Ning Fengji desperately wanted to ask him how he learned about the Spirit Hall, he didn't dare to, as Chu Zhange had already made things very clear. The moonlight fell on Ning Fengji, creating a scene that should have been beautiful. But because of his rising chest and rapid breathing, it seemed somewhat restless. The air around him felt a bit colder, as if it had been affected by Ning Fengji's presence. He had never imagined that the Spirit Hall could be so powerful. He had thought that perhaps the Spirit Hall would be much stronger than them, but not to this extent. The number of title Douluo in the Spirit Hall now was far greater than that of the entire Spirit Master world combined. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Even an ordinary spirit master could fight against 100, let alone those high-level spirit masters who would be even stronger. Although Uncle Jian had already reached the level 97 title Douluo, according to what the Ancient Crown said, the Spirit Hall's offerings had at least 7 title Douluo above level 96. Damn it, I didn't expect the Spirit Hall to be this powerful. Are the 3 upper sects destined to be suppressed by the Spirit Hall? The more Ning Fengji thought about it, the more anxious he became. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms bulging as he contemplated the terrifying possibility of the Spirit Hall taking action against them, especially since the Spirit Hall now held absolute power. With the assistance of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu were equivalent to 4 title Douluo, although Uncle Jian had now advanced to level 97, making him even stronger. Facing these 17 title Douluo powerhouses, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect would find it hard to achieve victory or even resist. After all, 2 fists could hardly match 4 hands. Sigh. I really didn't expect the Spirit Hall not only to possess a level 98 title Douluo, but also a level 99 title Douluo. The Spirit Hall had hidden itself so deeply. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji couldn't help but gasp, and he made up his mind to be on guard against the Spirit Hall. However, facing such a powerful Spirit Hall, even someone as clever as Ning Fengji couldn't come up with any particularly good solutions, as this was a matter of power suppression. He wondered whether Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu knew about this. He had to inform them as soon as possible to prepare psychologically. Since the Spirit Hall had a level 99 ultimate Douluo, then the Ancient Crown might not be the strongest in the world. But he was certainly not a title Douluo that could be easily compared to. Ning Fengji had been present during the battle between Chu Zhange and the Sword Douluo. Being on the scene allowed him to appreciate the terror of Chu Zhange even more. Fortunately, the 7-treasure glazed tile sect had already established a good relationship with the Ancient Crown. If one day the 7-treasure glazed tile sect were to be attacked by the Spirit Hall, the Ancient Crown would surely lend a helping hand. Phew, I need to hurry back to inform Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu about this news. The Spirit Hall has been hiding these secrets for so many years. Do they have any ambitions? With the strength of the Spirit Hall, they're already the strongest presence on the continent. What more could they possibly want? In a short time, Ning Fengji's heart surged with great waves. He glanced at the room where Chu Zhange was resting and turned to leave. Ning Fengji walked very quickly, even using his soul power, indicating that the situation was quite urgent. Soon, a day passed quietly, and before one knew it, a day on Douluo Continent was not worth much, very cheap. Today was the day Chu Zhange continued his journey, as he would be working hard to condense his domain, which was currently the most important thing for him. At the entrance of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, the Bone Douluo, and Ning Rongrong sent him off together. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect was a very large castle connected to a massive mountain range, looking very spectacular and grand. Ancient Crown, thank you for what you told me last night. I will definitely consider it carefully and won't act rashly. Ning Fengji sincerely said as he held Chu Zhange's hand, still worried that the Spirit Hall would take action against them. But now that Chu Zhange, a level 98 title Douluo, had said this, the outcome would probably be similar. As the only one who could help them resist the Spirit Hall, they had to tightly bind Chu Zhange to their ship of war. Because Ning Fengji held Chu Zhange's hand too intimately, it made Chu Zhange feel a bit embarrassed. After all, in male-male interactions, such closeness was somewhat inappropriate, causing him to feel a little flustered. Lord Ning, as long as you are prepared, the Spirit Hall shouldn't have any large-scale actions in the short term, so there is no need to worry too much. To quickly free himself from Ning Fengji's hand, Chu Zhange also said some reassuring words, knowing that Ning Fengji must want to ask him about these matters. All right, then I can rest assured. Ancient Crown, if there is anything the 7-treasure glazed tile sect can help with in the future, feel free to come find me. Ning Fengji said, handing a token to Chu Zhange. After thinking for a moment, Chu Zhange accepted the token. Ancient Crown, this token is the most prestigious token of our 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Seeing this token is like seeing me. I also hope that the Ancient Crown can visit our 7-treasure glazed tile sect more often in the future, and if you have time, please give some guidance to my Rongrong. Haha, Chu Zhange felt that he suddenly liked chatting with Ning Fengji, as he found it very comfortable. He quickly made his own promise. Lord Ning, I will definitely do that. Brother Chu, I won't say goodbye words. Your future is certainly bright. When my strength improves in the future, I'll come to find you for a spar. At this moment, the sword Douluo, who was standing next to Ning Fengji, also spoke up. The sword Douluo was now a level 97 title Douluo, stronger than in the original story. Even in the powerhouse-filled Spirit Hall, the sword Douluo's strength could rank among the top 3, though he wondered how Bibi Dong's strength compared now. However, according to Chu Zhange's speculation, Bibi Dong was likely still undergoing the divine test of the Rakshasa god, with her strength restricted. Therefore, Bibi Dong's power should not surpass that of the level 97 sword Douluo, especially since she was not that old yet. Big brother, in the future, Rongrong also wants to become a title Douluo powerhouse like you. By then, my dad and I will assist Grandpa Jian to defeat you. Ning Rongrong shot a glance at Chu Zhange, then placed her hands on her hips and said, having recently heard rumors about Chu Zhange. She had heard others say that during the battle between the sword Douluo and Chu Zhange, the sword Douluo was nearly beaten to death by Chu Zhange, which made her a bit angry that Chu Zhange would treat Grandpa Jian this way. Ha ha ha. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, both Ning Fengji and the bone Douluo, as well as the sword Douluo himself, burst into laughter. Rongrong, a spirit master can only accept the assistance of one spirit master. Two cannot assist one person at the same time. Ning Fengji said, if everyone could assist one person, then our 7-treasure glazed tile sect would be able to reach the heavens. At this moment, Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji still didn't know that Ning Rongrong would later be able to evolve the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Among those present, only Bone Douluo was not very familiar with Chu Zhange. Although Chu Zhange was very strong, he was not weak either, so he didn't proactively chat with Chu Zhange like Ning Fengji did. Chu Zhange looked at Ning Rongrong, smiled, and then patted her head. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was truly just a little lowly, which indicated that Tang San and the others were about the same age. Time really passed slowly. All right, Rongrong, Big Brother will be waiting for that day, when I will watch you all defeat me together. Ha! Chu Zhange didn't take Ning Rongrong's words to heart. Then, Brother Jian, Sect Master Ning, and Senior Bone Douluo, I will take my leave for now. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely come to disturb you again. After saying that, Chu Zhange used his 10,000-year soul bone skill to walk on air, directly flying into the sky and quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and Ning Fengji were not surprised by this move. But little lowly Ning Rongrong was very curious. Daddy, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, didn't they say that only flying-type soul masters can fly? How did Big Brother just fly away? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened as she looked at the three with a puzzled expression, unable to understand why Chu Zhange could fly, and so quickly at that, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This was completely different from the education she had received. Chapter 52. The Pope of the Spirit Hall in midair. A figure swept past. It had been 3 days since Chu Zhange left the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and he was still flying in the sky, enjoying the sensation of flight. The seed of battle intent needed to be triggered by fighting powerful opponents to develop rapidly. If the opponent was not strong enough, the activation of the battle intent seed would be minimal or even non-existent. If it weren't for Brother Jian upgrading to level 97, along with the assistance of Ning Fengji's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, I might not have been able to condense the battle intent seed by now. In fact, cultivating the battle intent to full maturity is not easy at all. Sigh. In midair, Chu Zhange was flying quickly, cutting through the fierce winds. The skills of the 100,000-year soul bones were indeed powerful. Even though Chu Zhange was not a flying-type soul master, he could fly swiftly. At the same time, he was recalling the content of the original work in his mind. The most important thing for him in this world was his incredibly powerful talent, followed by his prophetic ability. This prophetic ability referred to his familiarity with the original work. Until now, Chu Zhange had not disrupted the development of the plot in order to maintain his prophetic ability. If the plot were disrupted, it would be counterproductive, and Chu Zhange would not do that. Currently, There were not many soul masters who could contend with him head-on, mainly because his strength was already quite formidable. Even if he fought against the level 96 title Douluo Thunder Law Yu engine, it was unlikely that it would trigger the seed in his spiritual sea. Before Brother Jian upgraded, Thunder Daw Yu engine might have been able to match Brother Jian evenly. But now that Brother Jian had upgraded to level 97, his individual strength was slightly higher than that of Thunder Daw Yu engine. Moreover, Brother Jian had the amplification of Ning Fengji's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. But even so, he was still defeated by me. Now, the only ones who could engage in a fierce clash with me were the 3 Supreme Douluo and the level 98 title Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo. As for soul beasts, considering that Emperor Tian and the others were still in slumber, there was not a single 100,000-year soul beast in the entire Stardow forest that could confront me directly. Perhaps if the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape teamed up, they might be able to fight me. As both the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were exceptionally powerful among soul beasts. Therefore, currently, in terms of individual combat power, aside from the 3 Supreme Douluo, there should be no one stronger than me. Chu Zhange's judgment was mainly based on the original work and his battles with Jian Douluo, and his theories were being gradually validated. This also indicated that the theories he derived from the original work were completely correct. With a relatively perfect theory and powerful strength, Chu Zhange had never encountered danger. So whom should I choose next? First, I can rule out Golden Crocodile Douluo, as he is a subordinate of Qian Daolu. And Golden Crocodile Douluo has been living in seclusion in the worship hall for years. If I directly seek him out for battle, it might draw out Qian Daolu. Even if I were to explode with full power and reach level 99, I might not be able to defeat Qian Daolu. Therefore, I cannot go to the Spirit Hall right now. At the very least, I must wait until I upgrade to level 99 title Douluo. So, is it now only to look for the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape? After finding the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, should I then go to the Spirit Hall? Thinking of this, Chu Zhange fell into contemplation. Relying solely on the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape would certainly not fully activate the battle intent. Therefore, I still need to go to the Spirit Hall afterward. Otherwise, I won't be able to activate the battle intent seed and promote its development, which is crucial for whether he can condense a domain. However, Chu Zhange thought that it would be better to first find the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. If the battle intent seed could further develop, his strength would increase. It is not the case that the battle intent seed must be fully matured to enhance combat power, even during its development. It can also enhance combat power. The battle intent seed mainly amplifies its own basic attributes and soul power. But the amplification effect is not as strong as that of a domain. Just look at how Jianduo's 7-kill domain directly weakened Chu Zhange by half. If it weren't for the other amplification soul skills, his battle with Jianduo would not have ended so quickly. Chu Zhange's body flew towards the Stardow forest. And this time, his targets were the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. During the flight, the soul core of the breaking formation Overlord Halberd was rapidly operating at the position of his upper dantian, automatically cultivating soul power and enhancing Chu Zhange's soul power cultivation. For Chu Zhange, the existence of the breaking formation Overlord Halberd soul core was undoubtedly very convenient, as he could enhance his soul power without deliberate training. It could be called a cultivation artifact. Although the improvement in soul power level does not solely depend on the total amount of soul power, it still saved Chu Zhange a lot of effort. Spirit Hall, Pope's Hall Bibi Dong sat on the Pope's throne, with Zhu Huaguan and Ghost Douluo still below. It must be said that both of them were deeply favored by the Pope. Elder Zhu, Elder Ghost, have you gathered information on the ancient Douluo? With such a big commotion, don't tell me you haven't gathered any news at all. Bibi Dong exuded a strong aura that startled Zhu Huaguan and Ghost Douluo. They knew that the Pope was very dissatisfied. Your Holiness, we have already gathered clear information on this ancient Douluo, according to our disciples hidden in the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The news they returned indicated that this ancient Douluo is extremely powerful. While we cannot confirm if he ranks first in the world, his strength is indeed terrifying. Having said that, Zhu Huaguan secretly glanced at Bibi Dong, fearing that the esteemed Pope would be displeased with him. although this pope was indeed powerful. She had a bad temper, which they had suffered from. The fact that Chu Zhange could forcefully defeat Jian Duo with Ning Fengji's assistance was enough to demonstrate the strength of this ancient Douluo, as even when he teamed up with Ghost Douluo, they could not defeat Jian Duo. Continue. Bibi Dong languidly leaned back on the Pope's throne, resting her chin on her hand, as if she maintained this posture regardless of whom she was meeting. Yes, Your Holiness. It is said that this ancient Douluo possesses a super soul ring configuration of 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red. Based on my subordinates' guesses, this ancient Douluo's strength should have reached the level of a level 98 title Douluo. After all, at that time, he did not have anyone assisting him, and he forcefully defeated Jian Douluo solely relying on his own strength. Having said that, Zhu Huaguan suddenly paused, as he was also shocked by Chu Zhange's terrifying soul ring configuration. 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red. What an astonishing configuration. Compared to this configuration, any optimal soul ring ratio seemed weak by comparison. Oh, it seems that this ancient Douluo is indeed strong enough. Have you found out what relationship he has with the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Bibi Dong spoke indifferently, although she was very shocked by Chu Zhange's strength. She appeared completely unflustered, as if this ancient Douluo was just like any other title Douluo. Your Holiness, this ancient Douluo has no relationship with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He only stayed there for 3 days before flying away under the farewell of Ning Fengji and Jian Duo. In fact, I'm also quite puzzled as to why this ancient Douluo can fly, and at such a fast speed, even faster than the speed of the white crane of the Min clan. His martial soul is a battle halberd, so it seems that this ancient Douluo should be a power-type title Douluo. But why is there a treatment for the system's soul skills? This has puzzled me as well. Zhu Huaguan continued to speak, while the ghost Douluo remained indifferent, which was related to his personality. Bibi Dong was not concerned about these matters. However, as Zhu Huaguan gradually revealed information about Chu Zhange, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed slightly, indicating something unusual. All right, I now understand the situation. You may leave for now. All information regarding this ancient Douluo must be reported to me immediately. Do you understand? Bibi Dong's body remained languid, but her words carried great authority, startling both Zhu Huaguan and the ghost Douluo. Yes, yes. Your Holiness, I, an old ghost, understand. Soon, the ghost Douluo followed Zhu Huaguan out of the Pope's Hall. As a title Douluo, being treated so poorly could only happen in the Spear Hall. In other places, Zhu Huaguan and the ghost Douluo, both level 95 title Douluos, would definitely be treated as the most esteemed guests. Ancient Douluo, perhaps you are a level 98 title Douluo, but that does not mean I will fear you. The waters of this world run deep. Bibi Dong squinted her eyes, suddenly thinking of the divine inheritance. The soul ring configuration of Chu Zhange could only be achieved by passing a high-level divine assessment. But which deity could it be? This world is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 53. The fighting sky blue bull python above the Star Doe forest. Chu Zhange swiftly flew by, his destination being the Lake of Life in the core area of the Star Doe forest. In about 3 hours, I should be able to reach the Lake of Life. It's been a long time since I last visited old Lei Xiong. I can check on him next time I return. Although old Lei Xiong's talent isn't particularly strong, if he could change his physique with the immortal herbs in the Eye of Ice and Fire, along with the soul bones I don't need, could it be possible for old Lei Xiong to reach the level of title Douluo? But I can't go back now. I have more important things to accomplish, like the top 9 trials. Who knows what could be completed? Chu Zhange's flying speed was very fast, although he wasn't a flying-type soul master. The skill from the 100,000-year soul bone, void walking, was powerful enough, combined with his soul power at level 98. Flying at high speed was as easy as eating and drinking. Soon, Chu Zhange arrived at the core area of the Star Doe forest, the Lake of Life. The residents of the Sky Blue Bull Python from Douluo No. 1 and the residents of Dition from Douluo No. 2. However, Dition was still asleep or absorbing the genuine million-year soul beast, the dreaming ice silkworm. Chu Zhange was also envious of the dreaming ice silkworm. Beside the massive Lake of Life, Chu Zhange stood tall and straight, gazing into the lake. Sky Blue Bull Python, I know you're in there. Come out quickly. or your second brother, the Titan Great Ape, will die in my hands. Chu Zhange infused his soul power into his voice and shouted at the Lake of Life. Normally, the Sky Blue Bull Python would stay at the bottom of the lake and wouldn't come out without special circumstances. After some thought, Chu Zhange felt that only by doing this would the Sky Blue Bull Python come out obediently. They had a deep bond, having lived together for tens of thousands of years. Human, what did you say? Say it again. What have you done to Erming? Roar. At that moment, a massive bull head suddenly emerged from the bottom of the Lake of Life, beneath which was an enormous python body. This was the strongest soul beast that had appeared on land in Douluo No. 1, the 100,000-year soul beast Sky Blue Bull Python. Although it was only a 100,000-year soul beast, it possessed the strength of a ferocious beast. I said your brother, the Titan Great Ape, has been captured by me. If you don't come out, I will kill him and take his soul rings and soul bones. During the Douluo period, not many people would dare to speak to the Sky Blue Bull Python like this, but Chu Zhange was unafraid. So what if it was the Sky Blue Bull Python? Human, you will die. Roar. At this moment, the Sky Blue Bull Python's body had completely emerged from the Lake of Life. Its massive 30-meter-long frame far exceeding the 10-meter-long king of the soul great white shark Xiaobai. Slow field. Instantly, a massive blue energy surged toward Chu Zhange, enveloping him in almost a second. At that moment, Chu Zhange felt an immense weight pressing down on him, as if he was carrying a towering mountain on his back. Even lifting an arm became much more difficult, which made him somewhat unaccustomed. Sky Blue Annihilation Thunder. Boom! The originally peaceful and serene sky suddenly darkened, and dozens of massive lightning bolts struck toward Chu Zhange, appearing to be extremely destructive. The Sky Blue Bull Python series of attacks was indeed formidable. First using slow field to slow down the opponent's speed, then directly unleashing a powerful attack. Under the effect of slow field, Chu Zhange seemed unable to avoid the attack. This move, Sky Blue Annihilation Thunder, was enough to severely injure him. Second soul skill, Flickering Light. Sixth soul skill, Sun God Wings. The sun above released energy, and a pair of golden wings unfolded behind Chu Zhange, radiating brilliant light. Even the Sky Blue Bull Python's slow field, Chu Zhange remained unfazed. 9 soul rings, purple. Purple, black, 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 red, quickly rose and then settled at Chu Zhange's feet. His second soul skill, Flickering Light, could increase his speed by 300%. With his already powerful physique, he possessed a very high speed attribute. After the enhancement of Flickering Light and the massive Sun God Wings, Chu Zhange's speed attribute was now incredibly high, enough to counteract the deceleration effect of the slow field. This meant that the Sky Blue Bull Python's slow field was essentially ineffective against Chu Zhange, who had used the second soul skill, Flickering Light. Dozens of massive lightning bolts, carrying unmatched power, hurled toward Chu Zhange, but his speed was simply too fast, and none of the lightning bolts hit him. Damned human. D. Sky Blue Dragon's Gaze. A green light shot out from the lantern-like eyes of the Sky Blue Bull Python. This was the Sky Blue Bull Python's control-type skill, which could forcibly immobilize the opponent for 5 seconds. During this time, the opponent could use soul power and soul skills, but their body could not move. This brief 5 seconds was enough for the Sky Blue Bull Python to eliminate its opponent. Unlike the Titan Great Ape, the Sky Blue Bull Python excelled in control. While the Titan Great Ape excelled in attack, if they were human soul masters, the Titan Great Ape would be a strong attack-type soul master, while the Sky Blue Bull Python would be a control-type soul master. What's going on? I can't escape this energy-s tracking, and my body can't move. In midair, Chu Zhange's body was struck by a green light, and he was controlled by an extremely powerful energy. Even with his strength as a level 98 title Douluo, he couldn't break free. Is this the control-type soul skill of the Sky Blue Bull Python? The original text didn't describe the Sky Blue Bull Python's combat scenes much, so I'm not familiar with its skills. However, those dozens of massive lightning bolts earlier should be one of its soul skills, and this control-type skill counts as another one. Moreover, this control-type skill seemed to be a locking technique. No matter how I flew, I couldn't shake off the tracking of this energy. However, Even though my body couldn't move, I could still use soul power and soul skills, so the situation wasn't that bad. 7th soul skill, soul, weapon true body. In midair, Chu Zhange's body was forcibly immobilized for 5 seconds, and the Sky Blue Bull Python immediately used the soul skill Sky Blue Annihilation Thunder again, striking down at Chu Zhange. I must say that the power of the Sky Blue Bull Python's soul skill is formidable. Not only is the damage extremely explosive, but the attack range is particularly large. Chu Zhange's reaction was also swift, just as dozens of lightning bolts were about to strike him. The breaking array Overlord Halberd in his hand instantly extended to 150 meters, blocking the lightning attack. Boom! Dozens of massive lightning bolts, infused with a destructive aura, crashed toward Chu Zhange, but were blocked by the breaking array Overlord Halberd. No matter how fierce the lightning was, it couldn't take effect. As the 5 seconds ended, Chu Zhange swung the 150-meter-long breaking array Overlord Halberd down at the Sky Blue Bull Python, leaving a terrifying wound on its body. The Sky Blue Bull Python's aura instantly weakened, and its gaze toward Chu Zhange showed some fear as it began to plead for mercy. Human, you are indeed powerful, but you are already a 9-ring title Douluo, and your soul rings are perfectly matched. I don't know why you captured Erming. Erming's 100,000-year soul ring is useless to you. If you release Erming, I will give you a 100,000-year soul bone. Seeing that Chu Zhange's single strike had left it injured, the Sky Blue Bull Python understood that this human was powerful and not something it could resist. Instantly becoming worried for the Titan Great Ape. With such powerful strength, it is really possible for Erming to be captured by him. He shares a brotherly bond with Erming, so he must rescue him. Oh, is there a 100,000-year head soul bone? Seeing that the Sky Blue Bull Python was actually negotiating with him, Chu Zhange was also amused because he hadn't captured the Titan Great Ape at all. He then thought that he was still missing a 100,000-year head soul bone. Retrieving the breaking formation Overlord Halberd and the Sun God Wings, Chu Zhange flew above the Sky Blue Bull Python, looking down at it, and unexpectedly found an additional gain. Maybe he could get it for free. Chapter 54. The arrival of the Titan Giant Ape. The Sky Blue Bull Python stared at Chu Zhange in the sky with lantern-like eyes. It must be said that the 9 soul rings of purple, black, and red on Chu Zhange were indeed impressive and quite rare. He had never seen a soul ring configuration of this level, and the immense soul power emanating from Chu Zhange indicated that his level was extremely high, making him feel a sense of worry. He had just unleashed about 80% of his power, but couldn't even touch the hem of Chu Zhange's clothes. This human was undoubtedly an immensely powerful title Douluo. He recalled the title Douluo he had once scared away. That title Douluo had a soul ring configuration of yellow, purple, black, and was a level 95 title Douluo. However, that title Douluo had been unable to withstand even the aura he casually released, making him seem vastly inferior compared to the human before him. So what level was this human title Douluo? He realized he couldn't discern the human's level, indicating that this human was definitely a top-tier powerhouse above level 97 title Douluo. The Sky Blue Bull Python said, I naturally possess a 10,000-year head soul bone. But how can you guarantee that you will release Erming? The Sky Blue Bull Python was not foolish. What if he gave a soul bone to Chu Zhange, and he didn't release Erming? Would he just lose this 10,000-year head soul bone for nothing? Having lived in the Starry Forest for 10,000 years, even the time spent in the Lake of Life in the core area was over 10,000 years. And his wisdom was not low. The Lake of Life was the residence of the strongest beings in the Starry Forest, and naturally, high strength was required to live there. Over the 10,000 years, countless 10,000-year soul beasts had perished. Some of their soul bones were absorbed by human soul masters, while others were collected by him. Chu Zhange squinted and said, Sky Blue Bull Python, you need to understand that you are the one negotiating with me now, not the other way around. You need to recognize the current situation. If I am displeased, I can directly destroy the Titan Giant Ape, and even you, the 10,000-year soul beast Sky Blue Bull Python, I can easily crush into pieces. As he spoke, Chu Zhange summoned his martial soul, the breaking array Overlord Halberd, which was about 2.2 meters long and weighed 18,000 pounds, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. What he needed to do now was to let the sky blue bull python feel his strength so that it would willingly surrender. Holding the breaking array, Overlord Halberd, the void beside him rippled slightly, as if with a wave of his hand he could shatter the void, instilling great fear in the sky blue bull python. You! The sky blue bull python was enraged. As a 10,000-year-soul beast, it found it hard to endure such humiliation from Chu Zhange. However, it knew that what Chu Zhange said was also true. It sensed a very serious death threat from Chu Zhange, who was holding the breaking array, Overlord Halberd, which was why it didn't attack him immediately. To the sky blue bull python, Chu Zhange, who had fully unleashed his aura, seemed like a completely different person compared to before. The difference in aura was vast. Before releasing his soul rings, Chu Zhange posed no threat, but after he released them, the pressure of his aura nearly suppressed the sky blue bull python, leaving it gasping for breath. Chu Zhange stood in the air, wielding the breaking array, Overlord Halberd, his robust body and long hair flowing to his waist, with 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul ring configuration beneath him. From a distance, he truly exuded the aura of an unparalleled powerhouse. However, this act of robbery somewhat diminished his demeanor as a master. Nevertheless, he did not want any other 10,000-year soul bones from the sky blue bull python. He only wanted 1 10,000-year head soul bone, which was not entirely ruthless. You! The sky blue bull python looked at Chu Zhange with eyes full of hatred, as if it wanted to tear him apart to vent its anger. This was how it felt at the moment. Watching Chu Zhange's greedy expression and the threat to its and Erming's safety. Even a normally good-tempered sky blue bull python could no longer hold back. It roared, "Human, die for me." Humans were indeed humans, forever greedy and ungrateful. Even if it meant risking being killed by him, it wanted to ensure he wouldn't have a good death. Sky blue dragon soul, roar! At this moment, the sky blue bull python could no longer contain itself, as Chu Zhange's words were truly hateful. In an instant, its anger boiled over, glaring furiously at Chu Zhange. It had rarely encountered such an arrogant human soul master, and never had it seen one before. As the ruler of the Starry Forest, having occupied the Lake of Life for over 10,000 years, how could it endure the humiliation from Chu Zhange? After all, a soldier could be killed but not insulted. How could it tolerate Chu Zhange's insults? The enormous bull head of the sky blue bull python suddenly manifested a phantom of a blue dragon, causing the nearby void to tremble under the pressure of the blue dragon's aura on the verge of collapse. This was the sky blue bull python's strongest single-target damage skill. Possessing dragon blood, it could unleash dragon skills, making any soul technique associated with dragons immensely powerful. Chu Zhange smiled slightly and said, "So soon to turn hostile?" Watching the sky blue bull python prepare to unleash its ultimate attack, Chu Zhange tightened his grip on the breaking array, Overlord Halberd. He could tell that the sky blue bull python's attack this time was immensely powerful, far beyond the previous sky blue annihilation thunder. Since he couldn't obtain the 10,000-year head soul bone for free now, he could only take it for himself. He didn't pay any mind to the sky blue bull python. Could a mere 10,000-year soul beast, the sky blue bull python, compete with him, who possessed the combat power of a level 99 unrivaled Douluo? First soul skill, Overlord Strength. Fourth soul skill, Overlord Slash. The blue dragon phantom of the sky blue bull python rushed towards Chu Zhange, who quickly launched his soul skills in response to the attack. The first soul skill, Overlord Strength, increased his power by 350%. Chu Zhange's already formidable strength became even more powerful, capable of stirring the winds and clouds. Overlord Slash was the strongest single-target damage skill among all his soul skills, aside from those involving soul bones. And its soul power consumption was very low, making it perfect for dealing with the sky blue bull python. With a fierce swing of the breaking array, Overlord Halberd, a 30-meter-long crescent blade of energy shot towards the blue dragon phantom of the sky blue bull python, accompanied by a violent wind. Boom! Boom! The crescent blade struck the blue dragon phantom, resulting in a violent explosion that created towering waves in the core of the Starry Forest, the Lake of Life. Damn it! The sky blue bull python looked at its sky blue dragon soul, being so easily countered by Chu Zhange, and felt a wave of powerlessness. This human was terrifyingly strong. Titan Sky Cannon. From the back of the Lake of Life, a figure towering 3 to 4 stories high came rushing over, gathering a powerful energy in its mouth and instantly blasting it towards Chu Zhange in midair. The newcomer was none other than the Titan Giant Ape, one of the 2 overlords of the Starry Forest and the younger brother of the Sky Blue Bull Python. The Titan Giant Ape had not been captured by Chu Zhange and had not even come into contact with him. It had been moving within the inner circle of the Starry Forest and was not in the core area. Upon suddenly seeing thick dark clouds gathering in the direction of the Lake of Life, it knew that its elder brother, the Sky Blue Bull Python, had used the Sky Blue Annihilation Thunder. If the Sky Blue Bull Python was forced to use such a powerful move, it must have encountered serious trouble, which prompted it to rush back, thus witnessing this scene. In the air, Chu Zhange unexpectedly had 9 soul rings, with the configuration being purple, purple, black, 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 red. Holding a battle spear, he looked extremely powerful, instantly shattering the phantom of the Azure Dragon. The Titan Great Ape, without a second thought, unleashed its ultimate move, the Titan Sky Cannon. The Titan Sky Cannon is a terrifying energy formed by the instant compression of air with immense power. Chu Zhange had just used his first soul skill, Overlord's Divine Power, and his 4th soul skill, Overlord's Crescent Slash, to break the Azure Bull Python's Azure Dragon Soul. However, he did not expect to be ambushed by the Titan Great Ape, so he quickly dodged, and as a result, the massive energy sphere formed by the Titan Sky Cannon did not hit Chu Zhange. The Azure Bull Python angrily said, "Let's work together to kill this greedy human soul master, but you also need to be careful. Although this human has questionable character, his strength is indeed 100% formidable." In the Lake of Life, the 30-meter-tall, massive body of the Azure Bull Python hovered on the surface of the water, gazing at the Titan Great Ape not far away. With the 2 brothers joining forces, perhaps they could defeat this human. Even if this human was strong, it would be difficult for him to resist their combined power. It should be noted that over the past tens of thousands of years, there have been not just thousands but hundreds of titled Douluo challengers who have attempted to confront the brothers, but they were all repelled or even killed one by one. Human, get out of the core area of the Starry Forest, or we will ensure your demise here today. The thunderous voice of the Titan Great Ape echoed in Chu Zhange's ears. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Chu Zhange's mouth. Chu Zhange shook his head, directly dismissing the words of the 2 brothers, and softly said, "Take out the soul bone, otherwise you too will die here. You must believe that I have this strength. For me, this is just a small matter. I only want a 10,000-year head soul bone, nothing else. In this world of the survival of the fittest, weakness is your original sin. Without strength, how can you protect what is yours?" Although he said this, Chu Zhange did not have the intention of letting the Azure Bull Python and Titan Great Ape die. They were relatively important and could not die now. Since he knew that the Azure Bull Python had a 10,000-year head soul bone, Chu Zhange naturally did not give up on the idea. At this moment, he was just short of the 10,000-year soul bone, and if he continued to wait, he did not know how long it would take. At worst, he could compensate them later. Chu Zhange thought to himself that once he became a god, he would definitely not treat them poorly. So, you can consider this an investment now. The returns will be absolutely generous. A smile appeared on Chu Zhange's face as various plans quickly flashed through his mind. Chapter 55. Engaging the Mighty Ming Brothers Human. Are you seeking death? Gravity field. Roar. An extremely powerful energy erupted from the Titan Giant Ape, enveloping every inch within 100 meters. This is the Titan Giant Ape's domain, capable of enhancing gravity tenfold within this range, while not affecting itself and allowing its allies to remain unaffected through its own adjustments. To the Titan Giant Ape, the human Chu Zhange was far too arrogant, daring to challenge the 2 brothers at once and proclaiming that he would kill both himself and the great Ming here. With a temper already volatile, the Titan Giant Ape could hardly hold back, igniting like a spark. Compared to the Titan Giant Ape, the temperament of the Sky Blue Bull Python was relatively mild. This feeling was quite exhilarating. Chu Zhange was currently suffering from the weakening effects of two domains, the slowing domain of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the gravity domain of the Titan Giant Ape. The slowing domain reduced Chu Zhange's sensory and action speed by 10 times, while the gravity domain's tenfold increase in weight made movement nearly impossible. It could be said that these two domains had at least halved Chu Zhange's strength, if not more. However, this did not make Chu Zhange feel any difficulty. On the contrary, under the influence of both domains, he felt his blood boiling, and at this moment, the small figure resembling Chu Zhange in his spiritual sea had begun to swell. Good, these two brothers are indeed strong enough. My battle-intent seed has begun to sprout. I just don't know how far it can develop. First soul skill, Overlord's divine power. Second soul skill, flickering light and shadow. Seventh soul skill, true body of the weapon spirit. Ninth soul skill, sun god body. In midair, Chu Zhange was surrounded by the Sky Blue Bull Python in front and the Titan Giant Ape behind, holding the breakthrough Overlord Halberd and standing on 9 purple-black soul rings. He resembled a deity in the mortal realm. An incredibly powerful aura erupted from Chu Zhange, with Overlord's divine power enhancing his strength by 350, and flickering light and shadow enhancing his speed by 300. The 7th soul skill, true body of the weapon spirit, enhanced all his attributes by 100, while the 9th soul skill, sun god body, enhanced all his attributes by 200. Such terrifying enhancements instantly brought Chu Zhange to the level of a 99th ranked ultimate Douluo. His already powerful physique now resembled that of the legendary Chu Overlord. At the same time, Chu Zhange's body began to tremble. Maintaining so many soul skill enhancements placed extremely high demands on his physique. With his current body, he could only sustain the use of 5 enhancement soul skills at most. For others, even maintaining 2 enhancement soul skills simultaneously would be incredibly difficult. Using soul skills consumed a massive amount of energy. Titan Sky Cannon, Sky Blue Dragon Soul, Roar. Roar. The Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, sensing the overwhelming threat of death from Chu Zhange's sudden surge of power, immediately unleashed their strongest attacks. With some quadruple enhancements, combined with their already formidable physiques, Chu Zhange's attributes became extraordinarily high, even far surpassing those of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. It was almost unimaginable that a human soul master could one day exceed the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python in physical strength. Even the 3 great ultimate Douluo might not be able to achieve that. A massive figure appeared behind Chu Zhange, holding a 20-meter-long breakthrough Overlord Halberd, exuding an aura of an unparalleled war god. In the core area of the Starry Forest, which was enormous with trees towering in the hundreds of meters, Chu Zhange's 20-meter-high shadow was not particularly striking. The Titan Sky Cannon and the Sky Blue Dragon Soul charged towards Chu Zhange from both sides, and he instantly vanished while holding the breakthrough Overlord Halberd. As the Titan Sky Cannon and the Sky Blue Dragon Soul collided, a mushroom cloud erupted in the core area of the Starry Forest. At this moment, Chu Zhange had ascended to a higher altitude. 4th soul skill, Overlord Slash. At an altitude of 300 meters, Chu Zhange gripped the breakthrough Overlord Halberd with one hand, his immense soul power surging forth. The 9 soul rings beneath him shone brightly, and Chu Zhange swung his halberd fiercely. A 30-meter crescent blade of energy shot down towards the two beasts. The Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python were caught off guard by Chu Zhange's speed, instantly dodging the Titan Sky Cannon and the Sky Blue Dragon Soul. The crescent blade of energy came swiftly, being massive. The Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python could not evade Chu Zhange's attack and could only endure it with their bodies. Roar! Roar! The sharp crescent blade of energy swiftly reached the Titan Giant Ape, slicing off its right arm and eliciting a pained, earth-shattering howl from it. In almost a second, Chu Zhange unleashed another crescent blade of energy aimed at the Sky Blue Bull Python. The timing between the two attacks was incredibly short. It could even be regarded as launching 2 crescent blades in an instant. Thanks to the quadruple enhancements and the rapid operation of the breakthrough Overlord Halberd's soul core within him, Chu Zhange possessed such strength. Roar! Roar! As if mirroring the first attack, the massive horn of the sky blue bull python was severed by the crescent blade, which was originally aimed at its body. However, the sky blue bull python reacted just in time, sidestepping to avoid a direct hit to its body, resulting in the crescent blade striking its horn instead, causing immense pain and making it cry out. From the Titan giant ape losing its arm to the sky blue bull python's horn being severed, only a second had passed. Chu Zhange's current strength was extremely formidable, even reaching the level of a 99th ranked ultimate Douluo, making it a piece of cake to deal with 200,000-year soul beasts. Sky blue bull python, Titan giant ape. If you do not wish to die, hand over your 100,000-year head soul bone to me. Once you give me the 100,000-year head soul bone, I can spare your lives and grant you a way out. I believe, through the recent battle, you have witnessed my strength. My current power is equivalent to that of a 99th ranked ultimate Douluo among human soul masters. Your strength, at most, can be considered a 96th to 97th ranked title Douluo, and you have no chance of winning. Believe me, I possess the ability to kill you in an instant. This is no joke. The law of the jungle between humans and soul masters dictates that the weak are prey to the strong. Now that you are weak and I am strong, resisting me will only lead to your demise. In the air, 300 meters high, Chu Zhange, holding the breakthrough Overlord Halberd, gazed fiercely at the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python below, emanating an incredibly powerful and explosive aura. Damn it! The Titan giant ape, with its arms severed, was extremely unwilling and very angry. It thought to itself that even if it died, it would not endure this humiliation. Yet, thoughts of Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year soul beast soft-bone rabbit, flashed through its mind, and it secretly lamented that it might never see its sister Xiao Wu again. It prepared to make a final attack, willing to risk death to take Chu Zhange down with it. It contemplated self-detonation, believing that the power of its self-explosion would be enough to obliterate Chu Zhange. All right, human, we will hand over the 100,000-year head soul bone we have collected to you, hoping you will keep your promise and no longer threaten the lives of me and Erming. At this moment, the sky blue bull python, with one of its horns broken, spoke up. Compared to the Titan giant ape, it was much more mature and calm. Great Ming. The Titan giant ape, holding its severed arm, looked at the sky blue bull python with red eyes, feeling extremely unwilling and furious. The azure bull python signaled to the Titan giant ape with its eyes, indicating that it should not act rashly. The gap in strength between them and this human was far too great. They did not want to die yet. The Titan giant ape, originally filled with rage, calmed down, holding its broken arm and panting heavily, revealing its extreme inner turmoil. All right, I promise you, I won't make a move against you, but within 3 minutes. I want to see the soul bone. You better not think of deceiving me casually. With my level 98 title Douluo soul power, you can't fool me at all. Otherwise, your sister Xiao Wu, that 100,000-year soul beast softbone rabbit, will also die in my hands. At this moment, Chu Zhange revealed a big piece of news to the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python. He naturally wouldn't kill Xiao Wu, as killing her would be of no use to him. At the same time, to intimidate the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, he brought Xiao Wu up directly. With a hostage, the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python naturally did not dare to entertain any other thoughts. You. How do you know Sister Xiao Wu, human? Both the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python were stunned at that moment. They never expected that Chu Zhange actually knew Xiao Wu. Chu Zhange did not answer and signaled the azure bull python to quickly take out the 100,000-year soul bone. However, the Titan giant ape had to stay here to prevent the azure bull python from running away. Although he knew that the azure bull python would not do such a thing, it was always better to be cautious. All right, I agree, human. I hope you won't harm Sister Xiao Wu. At this moment, both the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python closed their lantern-like eyes, as if they were enduring some immense pain. Chapter 56. Gathering 6 soul bones. Looking at the scene before him, Chu Zhange felt like a great villain, as the Titan great ape and the sky blue bull python in front of him seemed too aggrieved to even speak. Chu Zhange softly said, "Don't worry. As long as you bring out all the 10,000-year soul bones you have collected, I guarantee that your sister Xiao Wu will be safe and sound. But don't think about deceiving me. I know you have lived in the Starry Great Forest for 100,000 years, so you should understand what that means. Then, Chu Zhange turned his gaze to the Titan Great Ape and then to the Sky Blue Bull Python, making the two 10,000-year-soul beasts feel anger but unable to speak. Who would have thought that the 195-meter-tall Chu Zhange could make the Titan Great Ape, which was over 10 meters tall, and the 30-meter-long Sky Blue Bull Python feel unable to move? All right, human, I agree. The Sky Blue Bull Python spoke, then submerged its massive body into the lake of life, creating a huge wave, completely disappearing underwater. Seeing this, Chu Zhange was very pleased. He was finally going to gather the soul bones. How strong would he become with the complete soul bones? He was filled with anticipation. Under the influence of the Titan Great Ape's gravity domain and the Sky Blue Bull Python's slow domain, his battle-intent seed grew rapidly, even surpassing the speed at which it grew during his battle with Sword Douluo, which left Chu Zhange in disbelief. After all, with Ning Fengji's amplification, Sword Douluo had reached level 98. The combined strength of the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python was nowhere near level 98, which made Chu Zhange marvel at the specialization and skills. To cultivate battle-intent seeds, he really needed to seek out the Titan Great Ape. Calmly, Chu Zhange said, "Titan Great Ape, don't worry, I have no interest in killing your sister Xiao Wu, as she offers me no benefit. However, your strength is indeed a bit too weak. The human soul masters outside could kill you and the Sky Blue Bull Python at any moment to use you for their soul rings and soul bones. Your strength, while reaching a certain level, is still insignificant compared to true powerhouses." At this point, the Sky Blue Bull Python had already returned from the Lake of Life with the soul bone, leaving the Titan Great Ape with a severed arm on land. As he found himself too bored, Chu Zhange wanted to chat with the Titan Great Ape. Listening to Chu Zhange's words, the Titan Great Ape remained silent. Given its anger towards him, it was surprising it even spoke. Chu Zhange looked at the silent Titan Great Ape, feeling helpless. Although both the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python were quite strong, according to the original story, they had been beaten badly. First, they were trapped by the fusion skill of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, the Polar Stillness domain. They watched helplessly as Xiao Wu was sacrificed before them, unable to fight back, which was truly frustrating. Then, they were attacked by Bibi Dong along with 5 titled Douluos, nearly dying at Bibi Dong's hands, and ultimately were sacrificed to Tang San. All of this was due to their insufficient strength. Soon, the Sky Blue Bull Python emerged from the Lake of Life, its massive body blocking out the sun. The Sky Blue Bull Python was even larger than the 10,000-year soul beast, the king of magic soul great white shark Xiaobai. Human, this is the 10,000-year soul bone from the head of the holy phantom magic ape that you wanted. This soul bone is the only 10,000-year head soul bone we have collected in the Starry Great Forest over the past 100,000 years. I hope you won't misuse it, as it would only bring darkness to the world if it falls into the hands of an evil person." After speaking, the Sky Blue Bull Python used its soul power to send the 10,000-year holy phantom magic ape head soul bone to Chu Zhange's hand in midair. At the same time, it informed Chu Zhange of the origin and age of these soul bones. Looking at these soul bones, Chu Zhange felt very excited. This trip was truly worthwhile. "All right, human, the soul bone has been given to you, so hurry and leave. I hope you won't make things difficult for our sister Xiao Wu. I know we cannot make any demands of you, so even if it's just me and Air Ming together pleading with you, I hope you could spare sister Xiao Wu." At this point, the Sky Blue Bull Python closed its lantern-like eyes, revealing a hint of sadness, making one feel sorrowful just listening to it. Chu Zhange smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have no intentions toward your sister Xiao Wu. In fact, I will even help her when she is in danger. That way, I won't be taking your long-collected soul bones for nothing." 8th Soul Skill Divine Light Bath. Chu Zhange raised his right hand, and the sun in the sky responded to his call, casting a brilliant light that enveloped the massive bodies of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape. In no time, the powerful solar energy instantly repaired the severed arm of the Titan Great Ape and the broken horn of the Sky Blue Bull Python, which was incredibly strong. Not only that, but the solar energy from Chu Zhange also healed all the old wounds that the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape had suffered over the past 100,000 years. At a glance, one could see that their life force had become even stronger. Chu Zhange believed that the titan great ape and the sky blue bull python, now free of old injuries, should be much stronger than their original selves. The price paid for the complete recovery of the titan great ape and the sky blue bull python's old wounds was that Chu Zhange's total soul power decreased by 30%. It could be said that he treated the titan great ape and the sky blue bull python quite generously. Even though Chu Zhange possessed the breaking formation Overlord Halberd soul core and cultivated soul power at a very fast rate, a 30% decrease in total soul power was still significant. It would take him some time to recover. However, he had no regrets. Chu Zhange didn't want to take so many 10,000-year soul bones from the sky blue bull python for free, and he would definitely fulfill his promise to protect Xiao Wu. While reading the original story, he had a good impression of Xiao Wu. She, like Xiao Bai, was also a 10,000-year soul beast. Sky blue bull python and titan great ape. I hope you can quickly improve your strength. Otherwise, what awaits you is only death. The soul rings and soul bones on you are absolute treasures for many soul masters. Thus, until we meet again. After saying this, Chu Zhange left the Starry Great Forest. He had a nagging feeling as he looked at the Lake of Life. Sensing an ominous premonition, he felt that Tian and the others were just below the Lake of Life, and this feeling made him uncomfortable, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible. He definitely wouldn't gain any advantage against Tian right now. His goal for this trip had been achieved. His battle intent seed had grown to 30%. After a few more battles of this level, it could reach 100%. At the same time, he had obtained the 10,000-year head soul bone he needed most. Therefore, the most important thing now was not to continue battling to promote the growth of the battle intent seed, but to integrate the 10,000-year head soul bone. Inside a cave in the Starry Great Forest, Chu Zhange sat down, planning to absorb the 10,000-year head soul bone shortly. If the attributes of the soul bone do not match those of the soul master, then the soul master cannot absorb the soul bone, which is also why many titled Douluos do not possess a single soul bone. With their strength, it is impossible for them not to find a soul bone. The biggest limitation lies here, which is the compatibility. Why does Tang Hao have all 6 10,000-year soul bones? It is because he has the world's #1 sect behind him, the Haotian sect. As the most outstanding successor of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao naturally has access to whatever he wants. Although only 2 of the 6 soul bones on him belong to the Haotian sect, it also indicates that big sects do not find it particularly difficult to obtain soul bones. Chu Zhange took out the 10,000-year head soul bone he was about to absorb, putting the rest into his storage ring. This storage ring was newly bought and had a space of 27 cubic meters. The soul bone in my hand comes from a 100,000-year soul beast, the Holy Phantom Demon Ape, and is from the same type of soul beast as Tang San's spirit condensed wisdom skull in the original work. However, Tang San's head soul bone is only 60,000 years old, while the one in my hand is of a 100,000-year level. Therefore, this 100,000-year head soul bone in my hand must be even more powerful. After saying this, Chu Zhange began to adjust his breathing. When absorbing a soul bone, one must be in the best possible state. Otherwise, mistakes can easily occur. The soul core of the breaking array, Overlord Halberd, in his body quickly operated, calming Chu Zhange's breath. The functions of the breaking array, Overlord Halberd's soul core, are numerous, and even Chu Zhange has not fully developed them. Soon, Chu Zhange's body adjusted to an unprecedented state, using soul power to control this 100,000-year Holy Phantom Demon Ape Head soul bone, integrating it into himself. The 100,000-year Holy Phantom Demon Ape Head soul bone floated to Chu Zhange's forehead, and under the immense influence of soul power, it instantly merged into the position of Chu Zhange's head. At that moment, Chu Zhange felt a swelling sensation in his mind. Due to the long passage of time, the soul bone had lost the spiritual attack of the Holy Phantom Demon Ape, posing no real danger. The world before him gradually became clearer, and Chu Zhange knew that this was the result of his mental strength rapidly expanding. indicating that his integration of this 100,000-year holy phantom demon ape head soul bone was very smooth. Unlike soul rings, soul bones do not have age restrictions. Even a 3-ring soul master can absorb a 100,000-year soul bone. However, it also depends on whether one can withstand the immense soul power brought by the 100,000-year soul bone. If one cannot endure it, they will only explode and die. Chapter 57. Strength Surge. Chu Zhange's physique was naturally stronger than that of ordinary people, and now he had absorbed 5 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. The enhancement from these 5 pieces caused his physical strength to soar. It can be said that on the Douluo Continent, the strongest physical body belongs to Chu Zhange. Even the 3 unparalleled Douluo, Qin Daolu, Tang Chun, and Poseidon, could only bow down to him. Therefore, absorbing the 100,000-year soul bone from the holy illusion demon ape's head was naturally not a problem. However, completely absorbing a soul bone of that level required some time. As time passed, Chu Zhange's mental power grew increasingly vast. The practical effect of his powerful mental force was that his perception of the world underwent significant changes. With his eyes tightly shut, his mental power could cover an area of hundreds of kilometers around him, a thrilling experience he had never felt before. Soon, the 100,000-year holy illusion demon ape's head soul bone was completely integrated into him, and thus he officially gathered all 6 soul bones in his body. All 6 soul bones were of the 100,000-year level, making him unparalleled on the current Douluo Continent. My 6 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones, under the dual influence of my physique and martial soul, transformed into the ultimate metal attribute. This ultimate metal attribute was akin to the ultimate attributes in Douluo 2, representing that I had reached the peak of metal attributes. This is something that even the Haotian hammer cannot achieve. Currently, my breaking array Overlord Halberd is sturdier than Tang Hao's Haotian hammer, and its destructive power is even greater. All 6 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones transformed into the ultimate metal attribute, and due to their attribute consistency, they perfectly matched Chu Zhange's physique. The 180,000-year flood dragon trunk bone, the 100,000-year great strength diamond bear left arm bone, the 100,000-year giant lion right arm bone, as well as the 100,000-year fierce bite shark left leg bone, and the 100,000-year evil demon orca king right leg bone. The 6 100,000-year soul bones, combined with the essence blood left by the flood dragon in my body, formed a complete soul bone set, the 9 Seas flood dragon armor. When I summoned the 9 Seas flood dragon armor to cover my entire body, it would enhance all attributes by 200, comparable to the 9th soul skill. The Sun God body. Most importantly, I did not need to use soul power to maintain the 9 Seas flood dragon armor. I could cover and remove the armor at any time, a feature that the 9th soul skill, the Sun God body, could not compare to. Although the 9 Seas flood dragon armor had not reached the level of divine equipment, it was enough to elevate my strength to level 99 without using enhancement soul skills, relying solely on the amplification of the 9 Seas flood dragon armor. A level 98 titled Douluo, possessing the combat power of a level 99 unparalleled Douluo, is, without a doubt, incredible. Thinking of this, Chu Zhange suddenly smiled. Such a significant enhancement made it impossible for him to suppress his inner joy. Even as a level 98 titled Douluo, his already powerful physique, combined with the 200 attribute enhancement from a 9 Seas flood dragon armor and the 200 attribute enhancement from the 9th soul skill, the Sun God body, along with the 350 strength increase from the 1st soul skill, Overlord divine power, and the 300 speed increase from the 2nd soul skill, flickering light, plus the 100 all attribute increase from the 7th soul skill, weapon soul true body. If all enhancement soul skills were activated, his strength might even instantly surpass that of a level 99 unparalleled Douluo, reaching the level of a deity. Fantasies are beautiful, but reality is often harsh. With Chu Zhange's current physical strength, he could only maintain the use of 5 enhancement soul skills simultaneously. However, after integrating the 100,000 Year Holy Illusion Demon Ape Soul Bone. The 6-100-000 Year Soul Bones and the Essence Blood from the Flood Dragon constructed the 9 Seas Flood Dragon armor, enhancing Chu Zhange's physical strength, allowing him to maintain the use of 5 enhancement soul skills for a duration extended from 10 minutes to 20 minutes. This was Chu Zhange's current limit. Chu Zhange stood up, summoned the 9 Seas Flood Dragon armor to cover his entire body, and wielded the breaking array Overlord Halberd in his hand. An extremely powerful aura erupted from him, a strength he had never felt before without enhancing himself with soul skills. The power within him mesmerized Chu Zhange. Holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd in his right hand, he lightly swung it, and a massive crack, approximately 10 meters long and 3 meters wide, opened up in a nearby cave. Seeing this scene, Chu Zhange became even more delighted. With such strength, the tasks he wanted to undertake next would not be too difficult. Clad in the 9 Seas Flood Dragon armor, holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, with his black hair dancing in the wind from the cave, his handsome face and tall stature made him look like a deity descended to the mortal realm. This scene resembled the legendary judicial deity of the heavenly court from his previous life, the mythical Erlang Shun Yang, except there was no howling sky dog by his side. Although my soul power was still at the level of 98, my strength could reach that of a level 99 unparalleled Douluo. Moreover, my level 98 soul power, boosted by the 100-000 Year Holy Illusion Demon Ape Soul Bone, had already accumulated to 80. Once it reached 100, my soul power would elevate to the level of a level 99 unparalleled Douluo. However, even if that were the case, it might not be enough to upgrade to level 99 since I lacked much comprehension compared to the 3 unparalleled Douluo. Compared to other strong attack-type title Douluo, my soul skills were more focused on enhancement, while they had attack soul skills. Calculating this way, my offensive capabilities might far exceed those title Douluo who specialize in powerful attack skills. It was time to leave and quickly condense my domain. Otherwise, when the time came, even if I were a level 99 unparalleled Douluo, I would still die. When would I reach the level of a deity? Chu Zhange emerged from the cave and flew directly into the air, but he did not remove the 9 Seas Flood Dragon armor. He was still wearing it. After all, wearing the 9 Seas Flood Dragon armor did not require soul power to maintain, and it felt particularly comfortable, as if his soul power were endless. So naturally, he could wear it for as long as possible, and he felt that this 9 Seas Flood Dragon armor was particularly cool and powerful. The 9 Seas Flood Dragon armor was a full-body black armor, with 9 fierce red flood dragons coiling around it. The armor presented a red and black color scheme, giving the 9 Seas Flood Dragon armor a very intimidating appearance. In midair, Chu Zhange, clad in the 9 Seas Flood Dragon armor, removed his helmet, revealing his handsome face and long hair as he quickly left the Starry Forest. Chu Zhange's next destination was the Wuhuan city, located on the border between the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, the headquarters of the Wuhuan Hall. With my current strength, I do not know if I can defeat Qian Douluo, but it is certain that my strength definitely surpasses that of the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo. Everything will be revealed once I reach the Wuhuan Hall. I hope the battle intent seed can fully develop there. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to promote the development of the battle intent seed. Perhaps my strength will soon dominate the Douluo Continent. In the outer sky of the Starry Forest, a young man wearing black armor swiftly passed by, attracting the attention of countless soul masters hunting for soul rings in the Starry Forest. Grandpa, do you think the one flying in the sky is a person or a soul beast? How can it fly so fast? In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. A 16-year-old boy asked. Beside him was an elderly man around 70 years old, a 6-ring soul emperor. He had come to the Starry Forest to help his grandson hunt for a soul ring. His grandson was now a 30th level 2nd ring great soul master. As long as he could hunt a soul beast, he would obtain his 3rd soul ring and successfully advance to the 3rd ring soul elder, which was a joyous occasion. That is not a soul beast, but a human soul master, specifically a flying type soul master. Looking at his grandson, the old man felt very pleased. At just 16 years old, his soul power had already reached level 30, which could be considered exceptional talent. Grandpa, if I increase my soul power level in the future, Will I be able to fly in the air? The boy's eyes sparkled with envy. Flying in the sky is a dream for many soul masters. Of course not. Your martial soul is the heavy armor Tyrannosaurus King, a strong attack-type battle soul master. Even if you reach the title of Douluo at level 90, you still won't be able to fly. However, relying on soul power to hover in the air for a short while is quite simple. The old man patiently explained to the boy, emphasizing the importance of spreading this knowledge early on to avoid being clueless when he enters society later. What a pity. The boy sighed. His martial soul was indeed very powerful, but he preferred flying. Unfortunately, the heavy armor Tyrannosaurus King martial soul belongs to the strong attack type. Chapter 58. Finally arriving at the Spirit Hall at this moment. It has been 10 days since Chu Zhange left the Starry Forest, flying tirelessly for 10 days. Chu Zhange has finally arrived at the Spirit Hall, the most powerful force in the Douluo Continent, located in Spirit City, a legacy that has lasted for over 10,000 years. The Spirit Hall consists of 3 main institutions: the Hall of the Pope, the Hall of Elders, and the Douluo Hall. The Hall of the Pope is managed by Bibi Dong, while the Hall of Elders is overseen by Douluo. Bibi Dong has only 2 subordinates: the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, both titled Douluo powerhouses. The remaining 7 elders and 6 offerings all obey the commands of the Grand Offering Douluo. And the Spirit Hall is primarily divided into these 2 factions. Now, Chu Zhange is flying above the Hall of the Pope, looking down at the magnificent and enormous palace below, which even makes him marvel. The Spirit Hall truly lives up to its name. It is extravagant, far more so than the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. However, in this world, strength is what truly matters. Bibi Dong, I am the Eternal Douluo. Today, I have come to your Spirit Hall to demand that you hand over the position of the Pope to me. In midair, Chu Zhange is wearing the 9 Seas cuttlefish armor, holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, standing on the 9 spirit rings of purple, black, 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 red. These 9 spirit rings are terrifying, shining brightly and illuminating the entire sky. It is exactly noon, the perfect timing. Through the spread of his soul power, his voice resonates throughout Spirit City. The reason for this is, of course, to provoke a battle. How else could he ignite their desire to fight? After all, there are not many who can be his opponents on the Douluo Continent. If the Grand Offering Douluo and the Second Offering Golden Crocodile Douluo do not come out, then all the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall may need to join forces. Perhaps this is what will allow the seed of battle intent in his spiritual sea to sprout quickly. Maybe the Spirit Hall is his final stop. Who is this person, so arrogant, challenging the Spirit Hall and daring to demand the Pope to relinquish the papal throne? Is he seeking death? Spirit City belongs to the Spirit Hall's headquarters, and most soul masters belong to the Spirit Hall. Therefore, when Chu Zhange appeared, some people began to point and whisper about him, astonished by his audacity to fly in the air. This is a blatant provocation against the Spirit Hall. Oh wait, look, he actually has 9 spirit rings, and they're configured as purple, black, 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 red. At a glance, he seems like that Eternal Douluo. Over the past year, rumors about this Eternal Douluo have been circulating everywhere, and now they're truly seeing him in person. This Eternal Douluo is flying a bit high. I can't see what he looks like. By the way, he just called himself the Eternal Douluo. Could they really be the same person? This is going to be a good show. Below, a group of soul masters, ranging from 5-ring soul kings to 7-ring soul saints, are munching on sunflower seeds, ready to watch the spectacle. They want to see this drama unfold. It is rumored that this Eternal Douluo is a level 98 title Douluo. Could it really be that he is going to take the position of the Pope today? It is possible, after all. Everything in the Soul Master world is based on strength. With the strength of this level 98 title Douluo, I wonder if the Pope can withstand it. Chu Zhange, looking down at the onlookers, remained silent, holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, wearing the 9 Seas cuttlefish armor, standing on the 9 spirit rings of purple, black, 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 red, exuding extraordinary aura. The black and red 9 Seas cuttlefish armor covers his entire body, making Chu Zhange appear like a powerful demon, exuding overwhelming demonic might. Especially the dazzling light of the 9 spirit rings, it can be said that Chu Zhange is showing off quite conspicuously. Whether this show-off is successful or not is unknown, but it feels exhilarating. Chu Zhange has always worn the 9 Seas cuttlefish armor, not only because it is comfortable, but also due to its attribute enhancement. When he wears it, he is essentially a level 99 unparalleled Douluo. It is that simple. In midair, Chu Zhange's eyes are focused, quietly observing the hall of the Pope below, knowing that Bibi Dong must have heard his words, so he waits patiently. Soon, 2 figures appear in his line of sight, one golden and one black, rapidly approaching him. The newcomers are the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, who had just reported to Bibi Dong but did not expect Chu Zhange to suddenly make such a bold statement. To show their loyalty, the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo immediately flew out of the hall of the Pope and saw Chu Zhange hovering above, looking down at the hall of the Pope. The Chrysanthemum Douluo gazes at Chu Zhange's astonishing spirit ring configuration and the terrifying aura he radiates, feeling both shocked and frightened. Eternal Douluo, don't think that just because you are powerful you can be this arrogant. Our spirit hall is not as simple as you imagine. At this moment, the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo arrive in midair, confronting Chu Zhange, both unleashing their martial spirits and their own spirit ring configurations. The Chrysanthemum Douluo, originally named Yuan, has a martial spirit of the miraculous chrysanthemum, is a level 95 assault type tidal Douluo with a spirit ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 totaling 9 spirit rings. The Ghost Douluo, named Guimei, has the martial spirit of a ghost, is a level 95 agility type tidal Douluo with a spirit ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 totaling 9 spirit rings. At this moment, both are extremely shocked. The 9 spirit rings under Chu Zhange's feet, configured as purple, black, 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 red, are indeed terrifying. Chrysanthemum Douluo, I say that Bibi Dong must hand over the position of the Pope, and that must be done. Otherwise, I will directly dismantle the spirit hall. Facing the Chrysanthemum Douluo, Chu Zhange calmly said, wearing the 9 Seas cuttlefish armor, with his attributes enhanced by 200, has already reached the level of a level 99 unparalleled Douluo. He is indeed not afraid of Bibi Dong, the Pope, as described in the original text. Although Bibi Dong has started the Rakshasa God assessment, her strength has not yet reached the level of a level 99 unparalleled Douluo. Moreover, Chu Zhange vaguely feels that even Qian Daolu may not be his opponent, which is his true confidence. Unbeknownst to him, he has grown to this level. He is only 20 years old now, truly a prodigy. The Chrysanthemum Douluo is choked by Chu Zhange's words, unable to respond. Chu Zhange is simply too arrogant. Does he think of the spirit hall as what? Since you want to be the Pope, you must first get past me. 7th spirit ability, martial spirit true body. 9th spirit ability, chrysanthemum remains, wounds all over the ground, flowers fall, heartbroken. Go. The Chrysanthemum Douluo's enormous martial spirit, the miraculous chrysanthemum, suddenly burst forth, transforming into countless petals filling the sky, then forming a massive petal tornado that charges towards Chu Zhange. The enormous petal tornado is extremely powerful, causing the surrounding air to be stirred up. 7th spirit ability, martial spirit true body. 9th spirit ability, hell wraiths. Since the Chrysanthemum Douluo has made his move, the Ghost Douluo naturally cannot stay idle. The Ghost Douluo's martial spirit is a ghost, very eerie, comparable to the Bone Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. After unleashing his martial spirit true body, the Ghost Douluo merges with his martial spirit, transforming into a malevolent ghost, simultaneously entering a state of nothingness, immune to physical attacks. Suddenly, countless gigantic shadowy hands emerge from the ground in the vast square beneath the hall of the Pope, rising hundreds of meters high in an instant. These eerie shadowy hands surge toward Chu Zhange, as if they are about to drag him into the boundless hell in the next moment. In the square, a 5-ring Soul King is directly pierced through by a shadowy hand, instantly turning into a skeleton, which is very chilling. Nearby, the Soul Masters hurriedly leave the square of the Hall of the Pope, fearing to be affected. It is not easy for them to cultivate to this level. The petal tornado of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the hell wraiths of the ghost Douluo, carrying immense waves of energy, charged towards Chu Zhange. If it were an ordinary person, they might be so frightened by such a fierce aura that they would be unable to move. This is a battle between title-level powerhouses, representing the pinnacle of combat strength on the continent, which ordinary people find hard to match. Soul Bone Skill, Evil Demon Orca Kill. Soul Bone Skill, Holy Phantom Demon Ape Kill. With a left and right hand, Chu Zhange instantly unleashed a phantom of the Holy Phantom Demon Ape and a phantom of the Evil Demon Orca King, both carrying unmatched power towards the two. The phantoms of the Holy Phantom Demon Ape and the Evil Demon Orca King engulfed Chu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and a second later, the two were sent flying out, crashing down to the square and creating two huge craters. As the gray mist dissipated, the two fell into a coma. Although they were not dead, they were severely injured. The Evil Demon Orca Kill comes from the arm bone of the 100,000-year Evil Demon Orca King, and the Holy Phantom Demon Ape Kill comes from the skull of the 100,000-year Holy Phantom Demon Ape. Both belong to 100,000-year Soul Bone Skills. Chapter 59. The appearance of BB Dong, Juju Douluo, and Ghost Douluo possess the martial soul fusion skill, the two polar stasis field. In the original work, the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python had suffered losses from it. Chu Zhange was unsure if he could counter the powerful control of the two polar stasis field with his own strength, and being in the Spirit Hall, he did not dare to relax. Therefore, he quickly incapacitated Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, but did not kill them, as they would still be useful later. Chu Zhange left himself a way out. If he could not inherit the divine position in the end, he would have to take the path of becoming a god through the sea god's faith. If he chose this path, then the Spirit Hall would be a good option, which is why he said he wanted to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and it was not without reason. He indeed had some desire for it. Thus, Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo could not die. Returning to the battle just now, although Juju Douluo was a powerful 95th level title Douluo, he was facing Chu Zhange, who was clad in the 9C Flood Dragon armor. With the strength of a 99th level Peerless Douluo and the 100,000-year Soul Bone Skill, Evil Demon Orca Kill, it was already a good outcome that Juju Douluo was not shattered. Juju Douluo's partner, Ghost Douluo, in his martial soul true body state, had a ghostly form that was incorporeal and immune to all physical attacks, making him very difficult to kill. Originally, most of Chu Zhange's attacks were physical, so they should have been ineffective against Ghost Douluo. However, the 100,000-year Holy Phantom Demon Ape Soulbone he had fused with earlier granted him two mental-type soul skills, allowing him to injure Ghost Douluo. The two 100,000-year Soulbone skills were Mental Immunity and Holy Phantom Demon Ape Kill, both of which were very powerful. Mental Immunity could negate all mental attacks, similar to the soul skill Real World attached to BB Dong's Mental Immunity Skull. However, the effect of Mental Immunity far exceeded that of Bibidong's Real World. Holy Phantom Demon Ape Kill was a mental attack belonging to a special category, and its power was comparable to Evil Demon Orca Kill. With the power of Holy Phantom Demon Ape Kill, it was enough to instantly defeat Ghost Douluo. After swiftly defeating Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, Chu Zhange hovered in midair, gazing down at the Spear Hall. Today, he had to complete the full development of his battle intent, for apart from this place, there might be no other place to promote its development. With BB Dong's current strength, Chu Zhange did not believe she could promote the seed's development, so he had to let Xian Daolu make an appearance. After acquiring the 9C Flood Dragon armor, he also directly ruled out Golden Crocodile Douluo, as he believed he did not have enough strength to promote the seed's development. At this moment, Chu Zhange's immense mental power sensed a figure slowly emerging from the Pope Hall below. It was none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong. Ancient Douluo, there is no enmity between us and the Spirit Hall. Why do you come to provoke us? Bibidong's voice came from the Pope Hall, carrying a charm and gentleness, as if she were a fairy descended to the mortal realm, beautiful to behold, but not to be trifled with. Yet, her words also contained a hint of anger. Anyone would be provoked by such a challenge. especially someone like Bibi Dong, who was the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This contradictory combination was truly irresistible. Chu Zhange turned his gaze to Bibi Dong. Although she was already 44 years old, her skin was well-maintained, exuding a strong, mature woman charm, and her Pope robe added a touch of nobility. Unfortunately, Chu Zhange did not like this type of woman. Although she was beautiful, he simply did not like her. And moreover, Bibi Dong had someone she liked. To respond to the powerful aura that Chu Zhange unleashed, Bibi Dong was not willing to back down and simultaneously unleashed her own strength. Soon, Bibi Dong revealed all 9 of her soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, with 9 soul rings settling beneath her feet. Then, she leaped up to face Chu Zhange. The 9 soul rings on her body emitted a powerful aura, clashing with the aura released by Chu Zhange's soul rings. But it was evident that it could not compete. Under Chu Zhange's feet were the 9 soul rings of 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red. The Super Soul ring configuration emitted an aura that instantly suppressed Bibi Dong. This was a gap in hard strength. Bibi Dong was not yet the Bibi Dong of the future. Although she would later ascend to godhood, she had not yet reached that level. Although I currently have no grievances with the Spirit Hall, that does not prevent me from wanting to be the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I believe I have the strength to do so. Chu Zhange, clad in the dazzling 9C flood dragon armor that emitted a radiant light of black and red, stood on the 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings. His imposing presence was extraordinarily powerful, equal to that of a divine being, far surpassing the scene in the original work where Tang Hao used the Hao-Ian hammer to save Tang San. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, stood before Chu Zhange like a small kitten, as if with a single move, Chu Zhange could easily overpower her. Chu Zhange's powerful aura pressed down on Bibi Dong, making it difficult for her to breathe, even causing her to be short of breath, which infuriated her. Since ascending to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall, she had never experienced such humiliation. In fact, she could say she had never faced such humiliation in her life. Damn it! Under the pressure of Chu Zhange's overwhelming aura, Bibi Dong's expression was extremely grim. She was only at the 95th level, far behind the 98th level Chu Zhange. Although she had a second martial soul, it had not yet collected 9 soul rings, so she could not suppress Chu Zhange. She never expected that an ancient Douluo at such an age could possess such immense power, but wanting to be the Pope required my consent, which was not enough. You still need to seek the approval of the Elder Hall's grand offering, Qian Daolu, who is a 99th level peerless Douluo. I wonder if this answer satisfies you. Although Bibi Dong was under pressure from Chu Zhange's aura, she still tried to maintain her dignity as the Pope, her demeanor remaining composed. Your Excellency, the Pope, do not use Qian Daolu to pressure me. Even if he were here, would I be afraid of him? The inheritance of the Rakshasa god. I believe you are still in the process of inheriting it. Without the power of the Rakshasa god, you are no match for me. After saying this, Chu Zhange gripped the breaking array Overlord Halberd in his right hand and suddenly swung it towards the Pope Hall. A crescent slash of energy shot out from the breaking array Overlord Halberd, striking towards the Pope Hall. The crescent slash was extremely powerful, directly slicing off half of the tower top of the Pope Hall, a round tower-shaped structure. This was merely a casual move from Chu Zhange. With the enhancement of the 9C Flood Dragon armor, his strength was immensely powerful, as the enhancement from the 9C Flood Dragon armor was comprehensive. It included soul power, strength, attack, defense, speed, and other aspects, all boosted by 200. Such a significant enhancement pushed Chu Zhange's strength to the level of a 99th level peerless Douluo. Upon witnessing Chu Zhange's actions, Bibi Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not believe that Chu Zhange had become this strong. Moreover, he dared to look down on Qian Daolu. Could it be that this ancient Douluo had already reached the 99th level? Furthermore, he even knew that she had obtained the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. How did he know? His powerful strength had caused Bibi Dong to overlook Chu Zhange's age, placing him on the same level as herself, or even higher. Although Bibi Dong was confronting Chu Zhange, she did not dare to use her full strength, as it would affect her inheritance of the Rakshasa god. At this moment, she felt both anger and helplessness towards Chu Zhange. I said, Even if Daolu were here, I would not be intimidated. Chu Zhange felt as if he was playing with fire. He had said those words without realizing it, and suddenly felt a bit flustered. Although he possessed the 9 C's Jiao Long armor, he did not have the confidence to defeat the 99th ranked peerless Douluo, Daolu. Daolu was already a demigod, very close to god-level powers like Tang Chun and Poseidon, which was far beyond what the 98th ranked title Douluo, Chu Zhange, could compare to. Perhaps Chu Zhange's soul power might surpass that of Daolu, but Daolu could draw upon a portion of angelic divine power, a level that Chu Zhange could not match. Young man, you are quite arrogant. At this moment, a golden light appeared in everyone's sight. Chu Zhange looked up at the higher sky and saw a man around 30 years old. Chu Zhange had already guessed who this person was. The Grand High Priest of the Spirit Hall, Angel Douluo Daolu, one of the 3 peerless Douluos of the current era, known as the Invincible in the sky. Greetings, Grand High Priest. Opposite Chu Zhange, Bibi Dong, although quite displeased with Daolu, still respectfully saluted him. At the same time, she cast a glance at Chu Zhange, knowing that although he was powerful, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Daolu, because Daolu had 8 black and 1 red soul rings. Moreover, Daolu possessed a complete set of soul bones over 70,000 years old, with a soul power level reaching 99. Being arrogant is not for you to determine. Let me experience the so-called invincible in the sky. Chapter 60, Battle Against Angel Douluo. The kid is arrogant. In the sky, Daolu looked down on Chu Zhange's arrogance with disdain. He could tell that Chu Zhange was only at level 98. The vast chasm between level 98 and level 99 was not something easily crossed. Not to mention that he could still harness the divine power of the angel god. In his eyes, Chu Zhange was just a fool who thought that reaching level 98 as a title Douluo would allow him to dominate the Douluo Continent. First soul skill, Overlord Divine Power. Second soul skill, Flickering Light. 7th soul skill, True Body of Weapon Soul. 9th soul skill, Solar God Body. In an instant, Chu Zhange unleashed 4 enhancement soul skills. Overlord Divine Power with a 350% power boost. Flickering Light with a 300% speed boost. True Body of Weapon Soul with a 100% all-attribute boost. And Solar God Body with a 200% all-attribute boost. Combined with Chu Zhange's already incredibly powerful physique, with the 9 C's Flood Dragon armor providing a 200% all-attribute boost. Chu Zhange's current strength had already surpassed Daolu. Except for lacking divine power, Chu Zhange was not missing anything. The sudden burst of momentum from Chu Zhange immediately suppressed Daolu, and this scene made both Bibi Dong and Daolu very fearful. Daolu did not expect that the power Chu Zhange unleashed in that moment would make him feel fear. Was this really level 98? Even at level 99, he was not this powerful. Soon, Daolu regained his composure, summoned his divine-level martial soul. The 6-winged angel and 9 soul rings rapidly descended beneath his feet. An extremely powerful momentum erupted, countering Chu Zhange's burst of momentum. Then he unfolded the angel domain, enveloping Chu Zhange within it. Chu Zhange could clearly feel that the angel domain directly reduced his damage by 40%, which was very deadly for him, because his all-attribute bonuses were extremely high. He could output explosive damage, but now it was directly weakened by 40%, which was terrifying. Even so, Chu Zhange remained unperturbed in the face of Daolu, because he discovered that the momentum released by Daolu at level 99 was actually not as strong as his own. 4th soul skill, Overlord Slash. Die for me. Wearing the 9 C's Flood Dragon armor and wielding the Overlord Halberd, stepping on 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings. The black and red light even overshadowed Daolu's golden light. A 30-meter-long Overlord Crescent / Energy Blade, accompanied by a fierce wind, instantly struck beside Daolu. But the Overlord Crescent Slash was dodged by Daolu. Good kid. Although I don't know how you cultivated to level 98 with your current strength, it's enough to sit in the position of Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. However, let me see how much strength you truly possess. If you want to claim the position of Pope, you must ask me first. 7th soul skill, True Body of Martial Soul. A 20-meter-high six-winged angel phantom appeared behind Douluo, radiating golden light and looking very sacred. 6 soul skill, angel sword. The six-winged angel phantom gripped a massive golden sword tightly, carrying a torrent of golden light, and instantly swung down towards Chu Zhange, causing the surrounding air to tremble under this sword strike. 5th soul skill, ultimate of gold. The Overlord Halberd in Chu Zhange's hand was instantly coated with a layer of golden light. With a length of 150 meters, it was extremely intimidating. The massive Overlord Halberd struck towards Douluo's angel sword, and upon collision, it created another mushroom cloud that exploded in midair. The powerful shockwave from the explosion affected Bibi Dong, the level 95 title Daw, Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, and inheritor of the God of Azura. Currently, Bibi Dong was far from being as powerful as she would be later, so she was directly knocked down from the air, crashing into the fragrant square in front of the Pope's palace. Damn it, one day, I will make sure you suffer endlessly. On the square, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes. Both Douluo and the newcomer Chu Zhange had already been placed on her kill list. Once she inherits the position of the God of Azura, it will be their death day. She would repay this humiliation to Chu Zhange 100-fold. In the sky, Chu Zhange directly engaged in close combat with Douluo. Chu Zhange's phantom wielded the Overlord Halberd, while Douluo's six-winged angel phantom held the angel holy sword. An extremely intense battle unfolded. Douluo, it seems your title of Sky Invincible is just a hollow reputation. Today, I will take this so-called title of Sky Invincible from you. Die for me. Covered in the 9 seas flood dragon armor, revealing Chu Zhange's handsome yet wild face. His long hair was blown apart by the fierce wind, and wielding the Overlord Halberd, he suddenly slashed down towards Douluo. Where did this kid come from? To be so terrifying, even stronger than Tang Chun by a considerable margin. Kill. Although Douluo was extremely shocked, there was no time for hesitation. As Chu Zhange's Overlord Halberd was about to strike him, both were at the same flight height, with Chu Zhange gripping the Overlord Halberd to slash sideways at Douluo, as this would better unleash the melee power of the Overlord Halberd. Douluo's angel holy sword collided with Chu Zhange's Overlord Halberd, instantly sparking a fierce clash. The two did not linger in battle, quickly crossing swords and then swiftly retreating from the combat area, before again charging toward each other with their weapons. In the air above the Pope's palace, a golden light and a red-black mixed light quickly clashed, then quickly disengaged, and once again rapidly clashed, dazzling the onlookers. The close-quarters combat in the sky was exceptionally intense, causing Chu Zhange's fighting spirit in his spiritual sea to rapidly swell, soon reaching 50%. Furthermore, the progress of his fighting spirit was growing at an incredibly fast rate, which made Chu Zhange very happy. Douluo's six-winged angel martial soul was a divine-level martial soul, providing far greater bonuses to physical attributes than the Overlord Halberd. His angel domain directly weakened Chu Zhange's damage by 40%, making Chu Zhange's explosive power only able to deal 60% damage. Although Chu Zhange could only deal 60% damage, he was still capable of suppressing Douluo, a scene that shocked both Chu Zhange and Douluo. Chu Zhange thought to himself that he had overestimated Douluo's strength. With all his various enhancements, he was indeed strong enough to surpass Douluo. However, maintaining 4 enhancement soul skills simultaneously, his physique could only support it for half an hour. After half an hour, his body would face collapse. 20 minutes had already passed, and he needed to resolve the battle quickly. Old man, today, I will take away your title of Sky Invincible. Die for me. Chu Zhange gripped the Overlord Halberd with both hands and suddenly slashed down towards Douluo below. Carrying an unmatched power, it instantly struck Douluo's angel holy sword. The angel holy sword was a divine artifact, extremely powerful, but Douluo could not unleash its full strength. The Overlord Halberd was about 2 meters and 25 centimeters long, weighing 18,000 pounds, and possessed an extreme gold attribute, which brought it close to the level of a divine-level martial soul. Angel divine power. Kill. Douluo, who was suppressed by Chu Zhange, could no longer hold back and infused the divine power of the angel god into the angel holy sword. Charging towards Chu Zhange, the angel holy sword and the Overlord Halberd collided instantly, creating a mushroom cloud with golden light and red-black mixed light obscuring the entire sky. Heavens! Is this a divine battle? In the square below the Pope's palace, many powerful soul masters gathered, all watching the battle between Douluo and Chu Zhange. This level of combat was something they had never witnessed before. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were also fixed on the two fiercely clashing figures in the sky. Although these two were incredibly detestable, it had to be said that both were extremely powerful. Big Brother. At this moment, not far from the battle between Chu Zhange and Douluo, a total of 13 titled Douluo powerhouses stood suspended in the air, observing this unprecedented and astonishing battle. The leader was the Golden Crocodile Douluo, a level 98 titled Douluo, followed by 5 offerings and then 7 elders. The Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, who had previously been knocked unconscious by Chu Zhange, had now awakened and were standing respectfully in front of Bibi Dong, their heads bowed, not daring to make sound. In the area where Douluo and Chu Zhange were fighting, golden light and red-black mixed light were dazzling, and soon, another intense explosion erupted. Chu Zhange's figure was sent flying backward, spitting a mouthful of blood into the air. He appeared somewhat disheveled, but it was not serious. Douluo, I will come to find you again. Farewell. After saying this, Chu Zhange quickly left the sky above the Pope's palace. With the enhancement of the 9C Flood Dragon armor and the boost from 4 soul skills, Chu Zhange instantly vanished from sight. The remaining dozen or so titled Douluo powerhouses looked at each other, unsure what to do next. Chapter 61 Return Journey to the Island of Sea God. In the midst of a massive explosion, Douluo flew out and came before the Golden Crocodile Douluo, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had been injured in the battle against Chu Zhange, and even with the power of the angel god, he couldn't completely suppress this level 98 titled Douluo. Golden Crocodile, let's go back. Douluo's gaze turned to the 13 titled Douluos in the sky. This was all the combat strength of their spirit hall, and it seemed that today, they would all be exposed. All right, Big Brother. The Golden Crocodile Douluo was actually several decades older than Douluo, belonging to the previous generation. The reason he called Douluo Big Brother was not explained in the original work. However, in the original text, the Golden Crocodile Douluo referred to Qianren as Miss, leading to Chu Zhange's speculation that the Golden Crocodile Douluo might be something like Douluo's steward. Douluo took the lead, returning to the Spirit Hall, followed by the Golden Crocodile Douluo, then the 5 offerings, and finally the 7 elders. This showed that the hierarchy within the Spirit Hall was quite strict, somewhat resembling the style of Western European churches. Today, their Spirit Hall had been thoroughly humiliated by Chu Zhange. One could even say they had been pressed to the ground and rubbed in it. As the true upper echelons of the Spirit Hall and the top combat power, they naturally could not tolerate Chu Zhange's arrogance. During this time, they would definitely seek to regain their face. Otherwise, their Spirit Hall would no longer be the strongest soul master force in the Douluo Continent, but rather a third-rate force. Only third-rate forces would be humiliated like this. From Douluo's darkened face, it was evident that he was extremely furious, and the air around him felt heavy. A dignified level 99 ultimate Douluo was actually suppressed by a level 98 titled Douluo, and this ancient Douluo was still just a young man. Ancient Douluo, you are impressive. A fierce glint flashed in Douluo's golden eyes, and he instantly vanished from everyone's sight. The so-called invincible Douluo in the sky indeed had strength that was not just for show. The current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, remained standing in the square, flanked by Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, their gazes fixed on the sky. Seeing Douluo leave without even glancing at her, even someone as patient as Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel anger. Douluo was being too arrogant. Next, the 7 elders of the Spirit Hall, along with the 6 offerings, all followed Douluo, completely ignoring her as the Pope, and disappeared without a trace. This scene infuriated Bibi Dong even more than being told by Chu Zhange to hand over the position of Pope. After all, she was the Pope, the true helm of the Spirit Hall. I must accelerate the assessment process for the Rakshasa God. with the unexpected factor of the ancient Douluo appearing. He will inevitably affect my plans. Elder Ju, Elder Gui, let's go back as well. Seal off today's news. All Soul Masters in Spirit City must not disclose any information about today's battle. Those who disobey will die. The Pope's scepter slammed down, directly shattering the square, indicating that Bibi Dong was in a very bad mood, causing both Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo to shiver. Understood, Your Holiness. Ju Douluo spoke first. In a recent battle, the two of them have been instantly killed by the ancient Douluo, which was truly embarrassing. Therefore, in front of Bibi Dong, they had no authority to speak, and the face of titled Douluos was utterly thrown to the dogs. Alright, there wasn't too much face to begin with. The two followed closely behind Bibi Dong into the Pope's Hall, their heads drooping as they looked at the circular roof of the Pope's Hall, which had been sliced off halfway by Chu Zhange. Today's battle had left them utterly humiliated. So many Soul Masters had witnessed them being instantaneously killed by the ancient Douluo. After they left, the square instantly became lively, resembling a bustling marketplace. Does our Spirit Hall have so many titled Douluos? The figures in the sky just now should all be from our Spirit Hall. Their robes are the elder robes of our Spirit Hall. Oh my, I didn't expect our Spirit Hall to have so many titled Douluos. I never knew before. I always thought that our Spirit Hall only had Elder Ju and Elder Gay, two titled Douluo powerhouses. After Qian Daolu and the 7 offerings, along with the 7 elders and Pope Bibi Dong, along with Ju Dao and Ge left, the previously quiet square became animated. Among them were several 8-ring soul Douluos. As the number 1 force in the world, the Spirit Hall possessed not only numerous titled Douluos, but also hundreds of 7-ring soul saints and 8-ring soul Douluos, making it an extremely powerful force capable of crushing all 3 major sections. By order of the Pope, no one from our Spirit Hall may speak of today's events. Those who disobey will die. An 89th level soul Douluo emerged from the Pope's Hall and stood in midair above the square, loudly announcing Bibi Dong's order to all the Soul Masters who had just witnessed the monumental battle. As soon as this order was issued, the once lively square fell silent. Bibi Dong's decree was undeniably serious and even included a death sentence for disobedience. The 89th level soul Douluo who announced this order felt very satisfied upon seeing such a scene. This was the demeanor a strong person should have. Remember, do not disclose. You all know the methods of the Pope. After saying this, the 89th level soul Douluo returned to the Pope's Hall for him, conveying the Pope's what was the most important task. What level of title Douluo do you think this ancient Douluo is? Just now, this ancient Douluo mentioned wanting to become our Spirit Hall's Pope. Could he become our Pope? After the 89th level soul Douluo left, the square began to murmur again. It is human nature to gossip, especially about such significant events today. Probably this ancient Douluo seems so powerful. I almost thought he was a 100-level deity. Although I'm only a 79th level soul sage, during their battle, I could feel that I might die at any moment. How terrifying. Outside Spirit City, Chu Zhange was flying through the sky. At this moment, the effects of all the soul rings had disappeared, but his speed remained very fast. The red and black 9 Seas Flood Dragon armor emitted a dazzling glow, and he had retracted the breaking array Overlord Halberd, removing the helmet of the 9 Seas Flood Dragon armor, revealing his head. Qian Daolu truly lived up to his reputation as the invincible in the sky. When Yin-Ti used the power of the angel god, he was suppressed by me. But after he used the power of the angel god, I was actually the one being suppressed. The power of the angel god was indeed formidable. Both soul power and divine power are forces that can be wielded by humans, cultivated from within oneself. However, there exists a vast chasm between soul power and divine power. If it weren't for Chu Zhange's personal experience, he wouldn't have believed that the power of God could be so overwhelming. He originally thought that his own strength, after so many enhancements, would definitely surpass Qian Daolu, this level 99 ultimate Douluo, and by a wide margin. After all, according to the original description, a level 98's soul power total would increase by about 40. Yet he was experiencing several 100% enhancement, which was truly inhuman. In the original work, among the 3 ultimate Douluo powerhouses, only Poseidon had truly taken action. Tang Chun and Qian Daolu never truly fought. Therefore, Chu Zhange couldn't grasp the strength of Qian Daolu and Tang Chun. So he wanted to test just how strong Qian Daolu really was. Qian Daolu's strength is undoubtedly greater than that of Tang Hao, Sword Douluo, and Golden Crocodile Douluo. Chu Zhange has fought against Tang Hao and Sword Douluo, and he can feel the significant gap between them and Qian Daolu, even without using divine power. Qian Daolu can easily crush Tang Hao and Sword Douluo with just his own strength. The difference between divine power and soul power is so vast. How can I defeat Qian Daolu or Poseidon? With divine power, Qian Daolu's strength has risen several levels. In the final battle, I activated my Overlord Divine Power, Flickering Light, True Body of the Weapon Soul, and Sun God Body. With a total of 4 enhancement soul skills, my strength increased by 350, my speed by 300, and all attributes by 300, while also reducing Qian Daolu's overall attributes by 30. This terrifying enhancement is equivalent to having Ten Ning, Feng Ji simultaneously using the 7 treasure glaze tile to boost me. My attributes have far surpassed Qian Daolu, a 99th level peerless Douluo, making me an existence comparable to a demigod. Yet, even so, I still cannot defeat Qian Daolu. The divine power of the angel god is like a nuclear bomb. Holding a nuclear bomb, Qian Daolu directly blasted me away. If it weren't for the powerful defense of the 9C Flood Dragon armor, I might have been obliterated. Is this the power of the angel god? Then what about Poseidon? In the original work, Poseidon did not use the sea god's power and only fought with his own strength against Tang San. If Poseidon had used the sea god's power at that time, Tang San might have been defeated in an instant. In midair, Chu Zhange's figure suddenly vanished, and the fierce wind blew his long hair wildly. Although it felt exhilarating, Chu Zhange's brows were tightly knit. Fortunately, my battle intent seed has grown to 100. Moreover, I am confident that I can condense my own domain within a month. No matter how powerful divine power is, I will train myself to the limits of humanity. Chapter 62. The dominance field time flies like a white horse passing a gap. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this month, there hasn't been a single rumor about the battle between Chu Zhange and Qian Daolu, which is astonishing. Previously, news about Chu Zhange at the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School spread across the entire Douluo Continent by the next day. In this regard, the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School is at a disadvantage compared to the Spirit Hall. The enforcement power of the Spirit Hall is indeed very strong. As the largest and most powerful spirit master force on the continent, the Spirit Hall has profound foundations. In the sea area of Sea God Island, Chu Zhange hovered 10 meters above the water, gazing at the figure in the sea. The scene was a bit awkward because he had forgotten to bring a gift. The figure in the sea was none other than the king of the 10,000-year soul beast, the great white shark, Xiao Bai, an old friend of Chu Zhange. After a month, he had finally flown from the continent to Sea God Island. Yes, he had been flying all the way to Sea God Island. The 9 Seas Jiaolong armor covered his entire body, increasing all his attributes by 200%, which naturally included soul power recovery. With the soul core of the breaking array dominance, Halberd constantly operating in his dantian, as long as he didn't engage in intense battles. Chu Zhange could ensure that he could fly continuously. Due to his eagerness to return and condense his own domain, he completely forgot about the promise he made to bring Xiao by a gift. After all, what could be more important than condensing his domain? Chu Zhange, where's the gift you promised me? You've been gone for over half a year, and you didn't bring anything. The wandering Xiao Bai expressed disdain for Chu Zhange's behavior, as she really thought he would bring her some gifts. But he brought nothing. Xiao Bai, I came back this time because of an urgent matter. I'll bring you a gift next time. Well, I won't say more. I'm heading back now. After saying this, Chu Zhange flew directly back to Sea God Island. Right now, everything was focused on condensing his domain. He could always chat with Xiao Bai next time. Watching Chu Zhange's quickly departing figure, Xiao Bai felt extremely upset. After waiting for Chu Zhange for more than half a year, he left after just saying hello. So heartless. Chu Zhange, you big fool. I'm so angry. In Chu Zhange's room on Sea God Island, he had already returned from the sea area to his room. Along the way, no one dared to stop him, thanks to the red sea god mark on his forehead. He didn't look for Poseidon or other people like the seahorse Douluo. He went straight back because there would be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Chu Zhange didn't know if the power of the sea god could descend upon the continent. After all, the continent was the territory of the angel god. Therefore, to smoothly complete the sea god assessment, he returned to Sea God Island. Condensing his domain on Sea God Island had many advantages compared to doing so on the continent. At least he didn't have to worry about the sea god's power not being able to descend. According to Brother Jian, as long as he combined fully developed battle intent with his own soul power, he could condense his domain. He didn't know if he would succeed. It would be best to succeed on the first try. Otherwise, when facing Qian Douluo again, he would be at a disadvantage. Qian Douluo, this old silver coin, stayed in the spirit hall every day. He didn't know what he did all day long. Even for Qian Rinchue's angel inheritance, he didn't have to stay in the spirit hall for decades without leaving. In this regard, he admired Qian Douluo a bit. From another perspective, Qian Douluo wasn't really a villain. He dedicated himself to the spirit hall, working hard for his granddaughter to successfully inherit the position of the angel god. Saying this, Chu Zhange summoned his battle intent, which appeared outside his body. The fully developed battle intent could leave his spiritual sea and combined with the overwhelming soul power released by Chu Zhange. The two instantly fused together. The battle intent became a humanoid energy that looked exactly like Chu Zhange, expanding more and more under the influence of soul power. It quickly expanded to 10 meters high, and Chu Zhange hurriedly teleported to the yard. Otherwise, his room would definitely be broken by the battle intent. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. It continued to rise at a very fast speed. 70 meters, 80 meters, 90 meters, all the way to 100 meters. Once it reached 100 meters, the battle intent finally stopped growing taller and instead began to rapidly expand, continuously getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the battle intent exploded. A flash of red light appeared before him, and Chu Zhange felt as if he had left Sea God Island and entered a different space-time. Here, there were blood-red energy fluctuations everywhere. At the same time, he felt a message coming through. In this space, he could receive a 50% damage bonus. Is this my domain? It forms so easily? Chu Zhange was dumbfounded in the blood-red space. He didn't expect that his domain could be formed so simply. Wasn't it said that comprehending a domain was very difficult? Chu Zhange couldn't understand and could only attribute everything to his exceptional talent. After all, reaching level 98 as a title Douluo at such a young age is indeed extraordinary. Is there a level 98 title Douluo at the age of 20 in this world? Absolutely not. So Chu Zhange accepted the fact that he already possessed a domain without hesitation. It directly enhances my damage by 50%. It's indeed powerful. As a strength type, everything is about output. With so many amplification soul skills, my strength might already be enough to slaughter any title Douluo without divine power. There is a significant difference between title Douluos. Those who can use divine power can instantaneously defeat those who cannot. Tang Chun can use part of the Shura goddess power. Qian Douluo can use part of the angel goddess power. And Poseidon can use part of the sea goddess power. Without divine power support. Even if Tang San were to upgrade to the level of a 99 level ultimate Douluo, he might not be able to defeat Poseidon, who possesses divine power. The existence of divine power is simply a bug. Then, this domain shall be called the Dominance Domain, perfectly resonating with the breaking array dominance Halberd martial soul. Chu Zhange retracted his domain. Although he felt incredibly powerful while in the domain, maintaining it required a large amount of soul power. Even Chu Zhange couldn't maintain it indefinitely. Brother Jian had said that condensing a domain requires a particularly deep understanding to successfully condense one's own domain. But my situation seems a bit different from what Brother Jian said. After my battle intent fused with soul power, it directly formed a domain. Am I now at the level of a peerless genius who can upgrade without comprehension? If that is the case, that is not bad. But when did this situation start? Why don't I have any impression? It seems to have just happened naturally. A while ago, although my level 97 soul power was full, I didn't immediately upgrade to level 98. At that time, I could clearly feel that I had to comprehend something to upgrade. Otherwise, I would be stuck. No, I understand now. It seems that when I fused all 6 10,000-year soul bones, my body underwent a huge change, and my sensing ability became stronger. Since then, my perception of the world has started to feel different. Perhaps this is the reason. This is a good thing. So, does this mean I can upgrade in the future without comprehension? Chu Zhange stretched his muscles and bones, spreading his arms, and a series of cracking sounds echoed, somewhat resembling the legendary tiger leopard thunder sound. At this moment, the 9 Seas Jiao Long armor was still covering Chu Zhange's entire body, continuously providing him with a 200% total attribute boost, which was incredibly powerful. Top 9 tests, 6 tests, condensing one's own domain within a year, and completing it in just half a year, exceeding expectations. Reward. All soul ring years increased by 2,000 years, and the quality of the soul core is upgraded by 1 level. Finally, the voice of the sea god, which Chu Zhange had been longing for day and night, finally arrived. With the completion of this assessment, Chu Zhange's strength would surely see a significant increase. In Chu Zhange's yard, a vast blue energy descended from the sky, instantly enveloping him as he stood. Unlike the energy of the angel god, the energy of the sea god had a touch of gentleness and less aggression, making Chu Zhange feel very comfortable. The sea god's energy directly entered Chu Zhange's body, quickly enveloping the breaking array Overlord Halberd's soul core at his dantian, enhancing its quality. This time, Chu Zhange did not feel any pain. A very warm aura entered his body, causing him to involuntarily hum. The silver level breaking array Overlord Halberd's soul core finally upgraded to a gold level. The gold level soul core is much stronger than the silver level soul core, increasing the cultivation speed by 400%. This means that with a gold level breaking array Overlord Halberd's soul core, Chu Zhange's cultivation speed is 4 times that of an average person, but reaching level 99 is still a distant goal. While transforming Chu Zhange's soul core, the sea god's energy also enhanced the years of his soul rings, which shocked Chu Zhange. This time, all 9 of his soul rings were upgraded to the level of 10,000 years, with not a single purple soul ring. And the 8th soul ring was upgraded to 100,000 years. The first soul ring increased from 8,500 years to 10,500 years, with the Overlord Divine Power Amplification effect increasing from 350% strength to 380% strength. The second soul ring increased from 8,800 years to 10,800 years, with the Flickering Light Amplification effect increasing from 300% speed to 350% speed. Additionally, after the 8th soul ring was upgraded to 100,000 years, it gained another soul skill, Solar Divine Power, which allows the user to borrow the power of the sun for half an hour. Chapter 63. The top 7 trials begin. Chu Zhange closed his eyes, feeling the powerful force within him, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. He possessed 2 super divine bloodlines, the Sun bloodline and the Yanhuang bloodline. However, due to the dominance and strength of the Sun bloodline, it suppressed the relatively gentle Yanhuang bloodline. Of course, this does not necessarily mean that the Sun bloodline is stronger than the Yanhuang bloodline. Generally, it is the Sun bloodline that manifests, making it the dominant one, while the Yanhuang bloodline remains latent. The ability to harness the power of the Sun is indeed remarkable, as the Sun's power is renowned as the strongest natural force in the world. Gaining the divine power of the Sun has significantly enhanced my strength, allowing me to integrate the Sun's power into my soul skills, thus amplifying their might. I just wonder which is stronger, the power of the Sun or that of the angel god, and how will it compare to the sea god's power? Once one's strength reaches a certain level, it becomes increasingly difficult to improve, especially with assessments like the divine trials. Each person can only choose one divine position for inheritance in their lifetime. Choosing another would reflect disloyalty. The Shrek 7 monsters primarily owe their ability to inherit other divine positions to Tang San. Without him, the others would have little chance of becoming gods. After the sea god's trial, it may not even be possible to extend the years of soul rings anymore. Sigh, why is the world so difficult? The sea god's trial, the top 9 trials, having completed the 7th trial, Chu Zhange's soul rings have all been upgraded to 10,000-year soul rings. Now, his soul ring configuration consists of 7 black and 2 red rings. It can be said that Chu Zhange's soul ring configuration has surpassed those of the three supreme Douluos, Qian Daolu, Tang Shun, and Poseidon, making it the strongest soul ring configuration in the world today. Moreover, Chu Zhange's ninth soul ring is even stronger than the ninth soul rings of Qian Daolu and the others, as his ninth soul ring is now a 190,000-year soul ring. Reflecting on this, Chu Zhange suddenly recalled the reason for coming to the Douluo Continent. His ninth soul ring came from an 18,000-year flood dragon, and the reason he arrived in this world was also due to this dragon. In his previous life, during National Day, he had climbed Mount Tai alone, and unexpectedly, a flood dragon descended from the sky, bringing him directly to the Douluo Continent. After bringing him to this world, the dragon seemed to be on the brink of death, as if it had exhausted its life force to transport Chu Zhange here. Thus, this dragon did not possess the strength of an 18,000-year soul beast. It was rather weak, merely appearing impressive. However, Chu Zhange believed that this flood dragon definitely had a significant background, as a typical 10,000-year soul beast could not possibly have such powerful abilities to traverse time and space. According to the power standards of the Douluo Continent, even a true divine beast could not possess such immense strength. The flood dragon, originally hidden in Mount Tai, sensed the Sun bloodline and Yanhuang bloodline within Chu Zhange and believed him to be a dragon among men, thus bringing him to the Douluo Continent and transforming into an 18,000-year soul beast. Since then, the flood dragon has been hiding under a waterfall in the Starry forest, where Chu Zhange often trained his body, accelerating his soul power cultivation and strengthening his physique. Having witnessed Chu Zhange's astonishing cultivation speed, the flood dragon became even more convinced that bringing him here was the right decision. Therefore, it waited under the waterfall until Chu Zhange's soul power reached level 90, promising to give him a gift. Thanks to the dual enhancement of the Sun bloodline and the Yanhuang bloodline, Chu Zhange's cultivation speed was incredibly fast, making him the fastest soul master in history on the Douluo Continent. Chu Zhange began cultivating at the age of 6, achieving a 1-ring soul master that same year. And by 7, he had become a 2-ring battle soul master, with his physique growing stronger alongside his level. Thanks to his powerful physique, he could fully unleash the courage of the Overlord. At 8, he achieved the 3-ring battle soul sovereign. At 9, the 4-ring battle soul sect. At 10, the 5-ring battle soul king. He broke through to 6-ring battle soul emperor at 11, 7-ring battle soul saint at 12, and 8-ring battle Douluo at 13. Finally achieving the 9-ring title Douluo of the assault system at 14. At this point, Chu Zhange officially became a top powerhouse on the Douluo Continent. His growth rate could be described as terrifying. This was only natural, as he had the enhancements of the Sun bloodline and the Yanhuang bloodline, and his innate talent faced no suppression, differing somewhat from Lan Xuanyu in the original work. In the original story, Lan Xuanyu initially only possessed the bloodlines of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, without merging them into the Dragon God bloodline. Moreover, the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King bloodlines are not necessarily stronger than Chu Zhange's Sun bloodline and Yanhuang bloodline. On the day Chu Zhange became a title Douluo at level 90, the Flood Dragon chose to become his 9th soul ring, granting him a piece of its 18,000-year bone. With that, the Flood Dragon completed its mission. Afterward, the Flood Dragon transformed into an invisible energy and merged into Chu Zhange's body, falling into a deep sleep, only to awaken if given an opportunity. The Flood Dragon told Chu Zhange that he could be revived when he became a divine king. But Chu Zhange did not know the dragon's origin. Perhaps he would learn about it once he achieved the status of divine king. Chu Zhange sighed slightly, realizing that without a divine title on the Douluo Continent, it was truly difficult to progress. He wondered when he would achieve the status of divine king, or if he truly had the potential to do so, considering he had only just completed the top 9 trials of the sea god. He glanced at the 9C flood dragon armor he wore. A significant part of its strength stemmed from the 18,000-year soul beast flood dragon, as it had left its essence blood within him. The combination of the 18,000-year flood dragon's blood and 6 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones resulted in the current 9C flood dragon armor, which Chu Zhange fully understood. At this moment, it was noon, and the intense sunlight shone down, causing Chu Zhange to squint slightly. However, being in the sun made him feel that his soul power cultivation speed was even faster. Combined with the breaking array of the Overlord Halberd's soul core, his soul power surged upward rapidly. Upon realizing this, Chu Zhange's mood lifted instantly, as this feeling was quite pleasant and comfortable. At this moment, Chu Zhange shifted his focus back to the Sea God trial. If I am not mistaken, the rewards for the remaining 2 trials are an increase of 1,000 years in soul ring duration and enhancement of soul core quality. If completed beyond expectations, the duration might increase by another 1,000 years. After the Sea God trial, where should I go to seek opportunities for becoming a god? Then, Chu Zhange had an idea. According to Poseidon, after completing the 9th trial, there would be a chance to meet the Sea God. At that time, he could ask the Sea God how he achieved divinity, as the Sea God also originated from the Douluo Continent. The 9-sea flood dragon armor covered his entire body, exposing only his head. Chu Zhange quickly flew toward the Sea God temple, as his 7th trial involved defeating Poseidon. He felt that he now possessed the strength to defeat Poseidon. Sea God, what do you think of the ancient Douluo? In the Sea God temple, Poseidon, the great offering of Sea God Island, closed her eyes and communicated with the Sea God, who was far away in the divine realm. Poseidon did not understand why her Sea God would give Chu Zhange the top 9 trials instead of the Sea God's 9 trials, as Chu Zhange's talent was enough to rival that of the Sea God back in the day. As if drawn by some force, a brilliant blue light suddenly flashed in the Sea God temple. Soon, the Sea God's phantom descended into the temple. Unlike the deceased angel god, the Sea God was still alive and could descend at any time to the Douluo Continent. The Sea God is a very robust and handsome middle-aged man with blue hair and eyes as mesmerizing as the ocean. Behind him are 7 divine rings, representing his status as a level 1 god in the divine realm. These 7 dazzling divine rings emit a blue glow, shining brilliantly, indicating his immense power at a glance. The Sea God's phantom softly said, "The ancient Douluo Chu Zhange naturally has his opportunities. Although his talent is unparalleled, his physique cannot bear the power of the vast sea, which means he cannot control the ocean. Poseidon, you know that if he cannot bear the power of the vast sea, he cannot inherit my divine position. Therefore, Chu Zhange is not suitable to be my successor. After the 9th assessment, whether he stays or leaves is up to him, and you must not obstruct him. Perhaps with his current strength, you are no longer his match." After saying this, the Sea God's phantom instantly disappeared from the Sea God temple and returned to the divine realm. The Douluo divine realm is a very mysterious place for the Douluo Continent, attracting countless people to venture there. Poseidon closed her eyes tightly. She could already sense Chu Zhange's aura rapidly approaching the Sea God temple. Chu Zhange is indeed very powerful. With a faint smile, Poseidon instantly arrived at the entrance of the Sea God temple, waiting for the arrival of the ancient Douluo Chu Zhange. Chu Zhange was still flying in the air, moving like a flash of lightning across the endless sea. He felt great because the beautiful scenery always brought him joy. As the 2nd leader of Sea God Island, Chu Zhange had the power to fly freely on Sea God Island, and flying was much faster than walking. So he chose to fly. Soon, his figure transformed into a stream of light, instantly arriving in front of the Sea God temple. However, at that moment, Chu Zhange discovered that Poseidon was already waiting for him, which surprised him a bit. Looking at Poseidon, Chu Zhange smiled and said, "Is the Sea God Douluo here specifically to wait for me?" Poseidon revealed a charming smile and replied, "That's right, ancient Douluo. I am indeed here waiting for you. It seems your strength has improved quite a bit during your journey on the continent, and I can even faintly feel a threat from you." Poseidon looked at Chu Zhange, who was wearing armor patterned in red and black, with 9 dragon serpents swirling around him and his long black hair cascading over his shoulders. From Chu Zhange, Poseidon sensed an extremely formidable power, strong enough to threaten her life, causing her to frown slightly. Chu Zhange did not notice Poseidon's expression and said, "Great offering, if possible. I would like to proceed with the 7th assessment now. I wonder what your thoughts are on this." Chu Zhange was very grateful to Poseidon because she had helped him a lot, even though it wasn't a major help. It saved him a lot of trouble. However, the battle could not be delayed any longer. With 4 soul skills enhancement, along with the full attribute enhancement from the 9 sea dragon armor, his own strength exceeded that of Poseidon, who was at level 99. The only threat to Chu Zhange came from the sea god's power on Poseidon. And being on Sea God Island, Poseidon could also draw upon the power of the ocean. Therefore, within the ocean's domain, Poseidon would be stronger than Qian Douluo and Tang Chun, and Chu Zhange wanted to test whether the power of the sun could withstand divine power. After thinking for a moment, Poseidon said, "If the ancient Douluo wishes to start, the assessment can be conducted at any time." I must say, Ancient Douluo, you are truly extraordinary. Hearing Poseidon's praise, Chu Zhange showed an awkward expression. He wasn't used to such flattery. Poseidon smiled and said, "The ancient Douluo should not belittle himself. To be honest, it has been a long time since anyone on the Douluo Continent has appeared who can match your caliber. The Douluo Continent is fortunate to have the ancient Douluo, so let me experience the strength of the ancient Douluo. Please follow me." After saying this, Poseidon used a secret method and instantly disappeared from Chu Zhange's sight. Chu Zhange closed his eyes, unleashing his immense spiritual power, enveloping the entire sea god island. Soon, he sensed Poseidon's location through the powerful fluctuation of soul power, and then he disappeared from the sea god temple. It was clear that the strength of both Chu Zhange and Poseidon had reached the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent, a level that ordinary titled Douluos could not reach. Poseidon and Chu Zhange appeared in a turbulent sea area, and looking at the terrifying scene before him, Chu Zhange felt a wave of emotions rise within him. He did not expect to be here. In astonishment, he said, "Are we battling in the Rage Wave Abyss?" Chu Zhange followed Poseidon to the sea area where he had trained in tidal body training. To be honest, returning here after a year made him feel quite sentimental. Poseidon smiled and said, "Although the Rage Wave Abyss has a dangerous environment, it is an excellent place for battle because here, we will not be affected by any external forces." Poseidon looked at Chu Zhange across from her, her beautiful eyes radiating strong fighting intent. She hadn't fought in a long time, and she remembered the last time she fought was decades ago. Decades ago, the unparalleled Douluos Qian Douluo and Tang Chun agreed to ascend Sea God Island, where they encountered Poseidon, who was the great offering of Sea God Island at that time. At that moment, all 3 of them were already 99-level unparalleled Douluos. They engaged in a protracted battle, and with the power of the ocean, Poseidon ultimately emerged victorious. To be fair, none of them used divine power because divine power did not belong to them, but to the gods. Relying on someone else's power to achieve victory would be unfair in this battle. However, controlling the power of the ocean was Poseidon's own ability. From a very young age, Poseidon displayed a strong ability to control water, and after she became an unparalleled Douluo, she could harness the ocean's power to enhance herself. Because of this, both Tang Chun and Qian Douluo were defeated by her. The ocean is Poseidon's home turf. Within the sea, she is invincible. Chu Zhange looked at Poseidon, his eyes also revealing strong fighting intent. How would he perform against someone who could use the sea god's power and the ocean's power? Would he defeat her, or would he be defeated by her? Chapter 64. The Battle with Sea God Douluo in the Raging Waves of the Abyss. The fierce battle between Chu Zhange and Poseidon was about to begin. 2 figures radiating powerful auras collided incessantly in midair. 7th soul skill, true body of the weapon's spirit. Chu Zhange's entire body was covered in the 9 seas flood dragon armor, wielding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, with 7 black and 2 red soul rings beneath his feet. His long, black hair dancing in the wind. A gigantic shadow appeared behind Chu Zhange, exuding an aura that surpassed an ordinary 98th level title Douluo, causing the raging waves to swell even more. 7th soul skill, true body of the martial spirit. Poseidon also activated her martial spirit true body at the first moment, as it provided the greatest enhancement to her strength. With the support of her martial spirit true body, her subsequent attacks would be even stronger. A massive sea god shadow appeared behind Poseidon, like the 6-winged angel martial spirit, The sea god martial spirit belonged to the god-level category. The amplification from a god-level martial spirit to the attributes of a soul master was astonishing. For instance, if Chu Zhange's summoning of the true body of the weapon spirit provided a 100 enhancement, then Poseidon's summoning of the true body of the martial spirit would provide a 300 enhancement. The same applied to the six-winged angel martial spirit of Douluo. There was a significant gap between god-level martial spirits and top-tier martial spirits, especially since the sea god was a first-rate deity, directly comparable to the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King among soul beasts. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial spirit could be regarded as a top-tier martial spirit. But what was the gap between the blue electric Tyrannosaurus and the Golden Dragon King? The difference between the blue electric Tyrannosaurus and the Golden Dragon King represented the gap between top-tier martial spirits and god-level martial spirits. However, this gap was not insurmountable. First soul skill, Overlord's divine power. Second soul skill, floating light and shadow. Ninth soul skill, solar god body. After activating the true body of the weapon spirit, Chu Zhange immediately activated 3 enhancement soul skills, and the speed of the soul skill connections was incredibly fast. The Overlord's divine power provided a 380 enhancement to strength. Floating light and shadow offered a 350 enhancement to speed, and the solar god body granted a 200 enhancement to all attributes. Under the effects of these 4 enhancement soul skills, Chu Zhange's aura surpassed that of Poseidon. Chu Zhange could only maintain the operation of 5 soul skills, so he usually activated 4 enhancement soul skills followed by 1 attack soul skill. This allocation allowed him to maximize his strength. During the battle with Douluo, Chu Zhange deeply understood that true strength comes from within. From the moment Chu Zhange unleashed his 7th soul skill, the true body of the weapon spirit, to the 9th soul skill, Overlord's descent, only a second had passed. The ancient Douluo was indeed formidable. Beneath Poseidon, there were also 8 black and 1 red soul rings. But her momentum was not as powerful as Chu Zhange's. Although Chu Zhange could only maintain his state for half an hour, it was already sufficient. 9th soul skill, power of the ocean. The entire raging abyss instantly surged, with towering waves rising from behind Poseidon, carrying the fury of the ocean, crashing towards Chu Zhange. 4th soul skill, Overlord Slash. Soaring into the sky, Chu Zhange wielded the breaking array Overlord Halberd, instantly cleaving out a 30-meter-long Overlord half-moon / energy blade towards the tumultuous waves. The 30-meter-long Overlord half-moon / energy blade appeared minuscule before the giant waves, but exuded an invincible momentum, directly piercing through the surging waves. Power of the ocean. Empower me. Poseidon was a very proud woman. Although she appeared gentle on the surface, she had her own pride within. She did not expect that her 9th soul skill would be instantly broken by Chu Zhange, which left her in disbelief. After all, she was the high priestess of Sea God Island, a 99th level unparalleled Douluo. The azure energy merged into Poseidon's body, causing her aura to surge explosively, directly matching Chu Zhange. And she showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. This meant that the amplification from the god-level martial spirit and the power of the ocean was already sufficient to compete against Chu Zhange's 4 soul skills and the 9 Seas Flood Dragon Armor's enhancements. This demonstrated the terrifying nature of the power of heaven and earth. However, when comparing the power of heaven and earth to divine power, who was stronger depended on the user's strength. In Chu Zhange's view, Poseidon's power of the ocean had already surpassed Douluo's angelic divine power. 9th soul skill, power of the ocean. Poseidon raised her right hand, once again unleashing her 9th soul skill, power of the ocean, which was her strongest attack soul skill. Facing a powerful opponent like Chu Zhange, using the first soul skill would be a joke, a self-degrading act. If the first soul skill were an enhancement soul skill, it would be another story. However, if it were an attack soul skill, its power would be too weak. 8th soul skill, Radiance of the Sea God. After unleashing her 9th soul skill, Poseidon activated her 8th soul skill again. Enhancement soul skills could stack, and attack soul skills could naturally also stack, though the difficulty was immense. The surging, Tumultuous giant waves once again surged towards Chu Zhange in the air, and this wave was even more fierce than the last, carrying overwhelming power as it swept towards him. The sea god Douluo truly lived up to her reputation as an invincible force of the ocean. Such powerful strength could rival even the divine beings of the world. Thank you for the praise, ancient Douluo. How will you respond this time? Chu Zhange, wielding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, instantly flew to a higher altitude, but the towering waves still rushed towards him. Although he could not escape, he managed to buy himself a moment of time. Fifth soul skill ultimate of gold. Breaking array Overlord Halberd kill. At this moment, Chu Zhange's enhancements had reached their strongest limit. Without using the power of the sun, this was his strongest state. Two crossed 50-meter-long half-moon/energy blades struck towards the giant waves, but were extinguished by them, as the waves continued to surge towards Chu Zhange. Though the crossed half-moon/energy blades were extinguished by the waves, Chu Zhange remained calm. Everything was as he had anticipated. In midair, covered in the 9 seas flood dragon armor and wielding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, Chu Zhange once again swung out 3 crossed half-moon/energy blades, followed by 4, continuing until he had unleashed 26 crossed half-moon/energy blades before stopping. The 26 crossed half-moon/energy blades unleashed by Chu Zhange grew stronger with each strike, aimed at the towering waves commanded by Poseidon. When the half-moon/energy blades collided with the giant waves, they created a massive mushroom cloud, and the already turbulent sea was violently shaken, with seawater being propelled thousands of meters into the air. The cliffs of the raging abyss were instantly shattered. At the same time, both Chu Zhange and Poseidon were sent flying backwards, spitting out blood, their faces pale. The stacking of soul skills resulted in a geometric increase in power, which was terrifying beyond measure. Due to the 9 seas flood dragon armor covering Chu Zhange's body, its strong defensive capabilities mitigated much of the damage, so he appeared less severely injured, only a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, Poseidon fared much worse. Her clothing was torn, her face pale, swaying unsteadily. As a 99th level unparalleled Douluo, she never expected to face such a day. Divine power of the sea god, empower me. As she was sent flying, Poseidon quickly steadied herself. She did not expect Chu Zhange to be so powerful, as if his strength was boundless. No wonder the sea god had previously informed her that Chu Zhange's strength was enough to defeat her. It seemed the sea god had foreseen this. However, at this level alone, it was not enough to defeat her, who possessed the divine power of the sea god. Ancient Douluo, this is the final battle. Use your strongest methods. No need to hold back, or you'll surely lose. Poseidon, initially in a somewhat miserable state, instantly regained her best condition, and with the empowerment of the sea god's divine power, her aura surged explosively, soon surpassing her peak state. Now, Poseidon was empowered by both the power of the ocean and the divine power of the sea god, making her one of the strongest individuals on the Douluo Continent. Her strength having surpassed even Douluo and Tangchun. 8th soul skill, Radiance of the Sea God. 9th soul skill, Power of the Ocean. Poseidon raised her right hand, holding immense power in her grasp. At this moment, she wielded the strength capable of destroying mountains and hills, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. A towering wave rapidly rose behind Poseidon, a force powerful enough to destroy the entire sea god island, as giant rocks and trees were swept into the water vortex created by Poseidon's momentum. All right, bring it on. Let me experience the true power of the unbeatable ocean. The 9th soul skill, Solar Radiance. Drink. Solar Radiance was not only an attacking soul skill, but also allowed the user to integrate the power of the sun into themselves, enhancing their own solar strength. Covered by the 9 seas dragon armor, holding the break formation Overlord Spear, Chu Zhange was engulfed in madness. This scene was comparable to a divine battle, far surpassing his fight with Douluo. Golden light ignited around Chu Zhange, enveloping the red and black hues of the 9 seas dragon armor, and flames erupted fiercely. The scorching sun above was drawn down by Chu Zhange's solar god body, descending the divine solar power into his physique. The golden glow on the break formation Overlord spear seemed to obscure the entire sky, as a red sun appeared behind Chu Zhange. In this moment, he resembled the arrival of a solar deity. The seawater beneath him was instantly vaporized. Chu Zhange, wielding the break formation Overlord spear, surged forward with blazing solar power, cutting through the towering waves commanded by Poseidon, charging toward the sea god's phantom behind Poseidon. Utilizing the sharpness of the break formation Overlord spear along with the overwhelming solar power, he aimed to instantly shatter Poseidon's true form. At that moment, Poseidon would surely be defeated by him. Covered in the 9 seas dragon armor and wielding the break formation Overlord spear, Chu Zhange's face was filled with madness. For today, he was going to slay a god. Chapter 65, The Explosive Chu Zhange Boom. Rumble. In the midst of the furious waves, within the battlefield of Chu Zhange and Poseidon, colossal pillars of water shot up into the sky, reaching hundreds of meters high. Kill. Chu Zhange wielded the breaking array Overlord Halberd, transforming into a blazing sun, illuminating the surging waves, which were instantly vaporized. 9 spirit skill, tsunami surge. Faced with such a fierce attack, Poseidon would naturally not wait to die. Her 9th spirit ring was a 100,000-year spirit ring, granting her 200,000-year spirit skills. The sea god's phantom behind Poseidon unleashed a torrential tsunami, rushing towards Chu Zhange, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun, directly smashing Chu Zhange into the depths of the sea, rendering him invisible. The sunlight radiating from Chu Zhange dimmed considerably, as he had hoped to kill Poseidon in one strike, but was taken aback by the overwhelming power of her attack. Overlord Domain, activate. Who? Instantly bursting forth from the seabed, Chu Zhange activated the Overlord Domain. Since the Overlord Domain required soul power to maintain, he had to release the enhancement effect of the Overlord Divine Power. Under the influence of the solar god body, the Overlord Domain seemed to be amplified, transforming from a blood-red glow into a dazzling golden light, as if the entire world had become a sunlit realm. A red sun rose behind Chu Zhange, illuminating the world. Within the Overlord Domain, he felt an unprecedented strength, with a 50% increase in his damage. Kill. Holding the breaking array Overlord Halberd, he charged again towards Poseidon. His 9 sea serpent armor protected him from the tsunami's attack, as Chu Zhange transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Above Poseidon, Chu Zhange appeared out of nowhere, raising the breaking array Overlord Halberd and striking down towards the sea god's phantom behind Poseidon. The red sun illuminated the world, and Chu Zhange seemed to embody the righteous celestial deity, aiming to slay the sea god, the god of crime, right here. At that moment, the breaking array Overlord Halberd was about 100 meters long. Chu Zhange gripped the halberd tightly, and it instantly struck the sea god's phantom. The phantom had no physical form, but at this moment, it was melted by the solar power contained within the halberd. Chu Zhange knew he had succeeded. Puff! The true form of the sea god was shattered, and Poseidon was instantly sent flying into the deep sea, unable to react in time. Chu Zhange's speed was too fast, from the moment he was struck into the seabed to soaring above Poseidon, and then to gripping the breaking array Overlord Halberd to obliterate the sea god's true form. This entire process took only 1 second, or even less. Poseidon didn't even have time to unleash her sea god domain before being cleaved into the depths of the sea. Huff! The consumption was immense. Maintaining the enhancement of 4 spirit skills was not something an ordinary person could achieve, and the solar power was unexpectedly strong. Serpent Dragon, oh Serpent Dragon, thanks to you. With the 9 sea serpent armor covering his entire body and the breaking array Overlord Halberd in hand, under his feet were 7 black and 2 red spirit rings, while a red sun shone behind him. At this moment, Chu Zhange truly exuded unmatched divine might. As if he were a war god come to execute justice in the mortal world, his existence signifying that darkness would never invade the world. Casting his gaze towards the deep sea, Chu Zhange saw Poseidon, who was now unconscious, her martial soul shattered, a state that an ordinary soul master would find hard to endure. Even for the sea god, Douluo Poseidon. Top tier 9th test, 7th test, assessment passed, exceeded expectations. Reward. All spirit ring years increased by 2,000 years, and spirit core quality enhanced once. As the voice of the sea god fell, Chu Zhange was instantly enveloped by a blue energy, the divine power of the sea god. The divine power personally used by the sea god was, of course, incomparable to that used by Poseidon. Such an enhancement of spirit ring years could only be accomplished by a god. Within Chu Zhange's Dantian, the spirit core of the breaking ray Overlord Halberd upgraded from golden quality to platinum quality, increasing his cultivation speed by 500%, 5 times that of an ordinary person. Now, Chu Zhange's soul power had accumulated to 83%, needing only 17% more to upgrade to level 99, the level of a peerless Douluo. Even someone as powerful as Qian Daolu Tangchun and Poseidon would take over a decade to reach level 99. However, Chu Zhange was confident he could reach level 99 within 3 years, because after fusing with 600,000-year spirit bones and the essence blood of the serpent dragon, he not only formed the 9 sea serpent armor, but also elevated his comprehension to a super god state, allowing him to learn anything instantly, meaning he didn't need to comprehend slowly. He could level up as long as his soul power was full. This life of being overpowered, Chu Zhange enjoyed. The increase of 2,000 years in all spirit rings had little effect on his current configuration of 7 black and 2 red spirit rings. Chu Zhange's physique was incredibly powerful, and combined with the 200% full attribute enhancement from the 9 sea serpent armor. Even though the enhancement effects of his spirit skills had vanished, he remained formidable. Therefore, despite being severely injured just moments ago, Chu Zhange had already recovered considerably. His powerful base attributes meant a stronger recovery ability, and everything complemented each other. Transforming into a streak of light, Chu Zhange dove into the sea, using his soul power to directly retrieve the unconscious Poseidon from the water. During this time, Chu Zhange did not touch Poseidon's body. He supported her entirely with soul power. Not because he didn't like beautiful women, but because Poseidon had someone she liked. Someone as pure as me. There shouldn't be anyone like that on the Douluo Continent. Now that I have defeated the sea god Douluo Poseidon, even while she was using the divine power of the sea god and the power of the ocean. Does this mean I am now the #1 person in the world? The corners of Chu Zhange's mouth curved slightly, revealing a full smile. Although he had not yet reached level 99 as a peerless Douluo, his combat power had already surpassed the 3 great peerless Douluo. 8th spirit skill, divine light bath. In the air above the furious waves, the sea god Poseidon was supported by soul power, floating mid-air as golden light fell, enveloping her and rapidly healing her injuries. 8th spirit skill, divine light bath. How come I always use it on others and have yet to enjoy the healing divine light myself? Thinking of this, Chu Zhange couldn't help but show a wry smile. He had a powerful physique, granting him astonishing recovery abilities, so he didn't need to use the healing divine light. This healing divine light was, in fact, a means for him to treat others after injuring them. Others paid the price, and he helped with the healing, feeling like the path was becoming increasingly twisted. Cough, cough. Under the treatment of the golden light, Poseidon had already recovered half of her injuries. Even though her martial soul had been shattered by Chu Zhange, she had now recovered significantly. However, having just awakened, she was not yet accustomed and couldn't help but cough a few times, directing her gaze towards the ancient Douluo Chu Zhange, who was also flying in the air. Unexpectedly, the strength of the ancient Douluo was so formidable that he could even control the power of the sun, a feat unprecedented. Today, being defeated by the ancient Douluo, I am convinced, Poseidon said with a pale face. Chu Zhange, at the age of 20, had reached level 98 as a titled Douluo, and his combat power was even greater than that of her, a level 99 peerless Douluo. One day, he would surely achieve true divinity. But would the ancient Douluo Chu Zhange walk the path of the sea god? The sea god Douluo's praise is deserved. In my view, the title of the sea god Douluo as invincible in the ocean is truly well earned. The angel Douluo Qian Daolu is nowhere near as powerful as the sea god Douluo. I just wonder how strong the Haoyan Douluo Tangchun is. The last time I visited the continent, I couldn't find Haoyan Douluo Tangchun. Chu Zhange recalled the last time he left Sea God Island when Poseidon had asked him to find someone named Tang Chun. But now Tang Chun was the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. Moreover, his mind was under control. So Tang Chun's current strength was certainly not as strong as Qian Douluo and Poseidon. He knew where Tang Chun was, but Poseidon did not. Oh, is Tang Chun not in the Haotian sect? Poseidon looked at Chu Zhange, feeling a bit confused. Tang Chun was the founder of the Haotian sect. Why wasn't he at the Haotian sect? Then she suddenly remembered something. Years ago, when Qian Douluo and Tang Chun, both rank 99 peerless Douluos, ascended to Sea God Island, they fought against her. She had used the power of the ocean to defeat Qian Douluo and Tang Chun, and, at that time, both of them had expressed their affection for her, but she preferred Tang Chun because she wasn't direct enough and didn't refuse Qian Douluo face to face. In order to avoid hurting him, she told them that she would agree to whoever reached level 100 and became a deity first. Tang Chun had left with the words, "I won't return until I become a god," and then completely vanished. She hadn't found any information about Tang Chun since. He had the potential to cultivate to godhood, but so many years had passed. Could it be that Tang Chun had died on the path to becoming a god? Thinking of this, Poseidon's gaze suddenly dimmed. The Haotian Tang Chun was not at the Haotian sect at this time, and moreover, the Haotian sect had already hidden away, withdrawing from the world. Seeing the look in Poseidon's eyes, Chu Zhange knew that she had imagined a lot. Tang Chun had gone to the city of slaughter back then, seeking the inheritance of the Shura god. Unexpectedly, he was secretly sabotaged by the Rakshasa god, which led to Tang Chun being controlled. Otherwise, the Haotian sect wouldn't have fallen to its current state. Chapter 66. The content of the 8th test. Why is the eternal Douluo like this? Why does the Haotian sect keep to itself? Upon hearing the news from Chu Zhange, Poseidon was quite surprised. She hadn't left the sea god temple for many years. She didn't know much about what was happening on the continent, but if Tang Chun was still around, the Haotian sect wouldn't have fallen to this state. Chu Zhange's words further confirmed her suspicions that Tang Chun was likely dead on the path to becoming a god. Otherwise, he wouldn't allow the Haotian sect to decline like this. After some thought, Chu Zhange decided to tell Poseidon about the situation. Otherwise, she would keep asking questions. The sea god Douluo, it's a long story. Back in the day, the Haotian Tang Chun left Sea God Island and went to the city of slaughter because there was the inheritance of the Azuric god there. Haotian Tang Chun successfully passed the Azuric god's assessment, the 9 tests of Azura, but during the 8th test, he was enchanted by the Rakshasa god, losing his mind and becoming trapped in the city of slaughter, controlled by a 100,000-year-old beast, the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King. At this point, Chu Zhange glanced at Poseidon, who was filled with worry, indicating that she indeed had genuine feelings for Tang Chun. Seeing that Poseidon didn't speak, Chu Zhange continued, planning to explain why the Haotian sect was hidden. Without the protection of Haotian Tang Chun, the Haotian sect's power rapidly declined, and it no longer had the prestige of being the #1 sect in the world. Tang Chun's grandson, the new Haotian Tang Hao, had enmity with the Spirit Hall and was being hunted down by them. The Haotian sect had to hide due to the vast power of the Spirit Hall. That's about it. If the sea god Douluo is interested, she can go check it out. Although Haotian Tang Chun was no longer at the Haotian sect, Angel Qian Douluo was still in the Spirit Hall. Moreover, there was hardly any news about Angel Qian Douluo and Haotian Tang Chun on the continent now, and very few people knew about them. Their era had long passed, and now most of the stories were about the current Haotian Tang Hao. After saying this, Chu Zhange didn't elaborate further. He didn't want to explain how he knew so much. It turned out that so many events had occurred on the continent during this time. Time truly is a merciless killer, erasing everything. I suppose the eternal Douluo must have left a great name on the continent, but unfortunately, I can't leave Sea God Island. Otherwise, I would definitely want to see the continent. After hearing Chu Zhange's news about Tang Chun, Poseidon felt unsettled. Tang Chun had lived with her on Sea God Island for a period, during which she developed feelings for him. Now, however, Tang Chun was trapped in the city of slaughter and had his mind controlled, which made her extremely anxious. But as the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, she couldn't leave. At this moment, she was very conflicted. She wanted to go, but couldn't, as she had to protect Sea God Island and couldn't leave even a step. I wonder if the Eternal Douluo can help me bring Tang Chen back. With the strength of the Eternal Douluo, he could roam the world freely. If the Eternal Douluo could assist me, I would be immensely grateful. Everything depends on the Eternal Douluo now. The usually proud Poseidon actually bowed her head to Chu Zhange. She couldn't remain indifferent towards Tang Chen. Rest assured, Sea God Douluo. If one day I go to the city of slaughter, I will do my best to help Haotian Douluo Tang Chen. However, I can't guarantee that Haotian Douluo will be safe, as he is being persecuted by the Rakshasa god. This is a true god. To Poseidon's request, Chu Zhange expressed that he could only try his best. Tang Chen didn't die from his injuries, but from not being able to withstand the divine power of the Azura god. If it were from injuries, Chu Zhange could still use his ninth spirit ability, Divine Healing Light, to help, but Tang Chen's issue was not that. As a God King level figure, the Azura goddess power is far beyond that of lower gods like the Sea God. Additionally, Tang Chen's physique was not as strong as Tang San's in the later stages, so this situation was normal. If Tang Chen could absorb 600,000-year soul bones before inheriting the Azura goddess power, he might still have a chance. 600,000-year soul bones would be enough to make his body incredibly strong. Unfortunately, Tang Chen didn't gather 6 of that level of soul bones, and his physique wasn't strong enough. Unless Tang Chen could reach the level of Tang San from the original work and successfully inherit the Azura goddess position, there would be a significant possibility. After all, Tang San had even million-year soul bones, along with external spirit bones, totaling 7 soul bones, and later formed the Sea God set from those soul bones. Moreover, Tang Chen himself didn't know how strong the Azura goddess power was, and was even unaware that the Azura god was a god king, far beyond ordinary gods. Regardless, I must first thank the Eternal Douluo. The 8th test of the Eternal Douluo is to defeat the projection of the Sea God. I wonder if the Eternal Douluo is confident. Poseidon suddenly smiled. It had been over 10,000 years since the Sea God personally descended. Well, claiming to have confidence would definitely be a lie. I don't even know how much power the projection of the Sea God would have. If it directly projected 1/10 of its power, then I might as well go home and sleep. In the 8th test, it didn't clearly state how much power the Sea God would project, but as the 8th test, it would definitely be harder than the 7th. Chu Zhange had used all his means just to barely defeat Poseidon, and wanting to defeat the projection of the Sea God was nothing short of a delusion. The Eternal Douluo really is interesting. He must be quite popular with girls. So young yet already possesses unparalleled strength, and he is incredibly handsome. With all these conditions combined, it's hard to believe that no girl would like him. Chu Zhange looked at Poseidon, wondering why a woman over 100 years old would enjoy talking about such things. It seems gossip is indeed a woman's nature. Sea God Douluo, I'll take my leave now. Your injuries shouldn't be serious. Just rest for a while. There is still a year until the 8th test concludes, and during this year, I want to work hard to improve my strength. After all, I still have 2 more assessments to go. Sea God Douluo, farewell. After saying this, Chu Zhange transformed into a streak of light and vanished. He was afraid that Poseidon would set him up with someone next, which would be terrifying. In the sea area of Sea God Island, Chu Zhange came here intending to meet Xiaobai, as he was about to head to the continent to seek opportunities for growth. It can be said that Chu Zhange was now the strongest person on Douluo Continent. With the 9C Flood Dragon armor and the enhancement of 4 spirit abilities, enough to allow him to reach a super god state instantly. Even someone as strong as Chu Zhange still had many means to grow stronger, among which the most famous was the divine herbs within the Ice and Fire Two-Eyed Eye. There are numerous divine herbs in the Ice and Fire Two-Eyed Eye, and there must be many that Chu Zhange needs, enough to make his strength soar several times. Chu Zhange, are you going back to the continent again? I remember you just returned to Sea God Island a few days ago. Is the continent really that fun? The demon soul, Great White Shark King, Xiaobai, looked at Chu Zhange on the sea surface and couldn't help but ask. The 9C Flood Dragon armor covered his entire body, revealing Chu Zhange's handsome face, along with his strong physique, making him truly charming. In Xiaobai's view, today's Chu Zhange is even more outstanding than the sea god of the past. With Chu Zhange being so young now, he will surely achieve the status of a deity in the future. Yes, Xiaobai, the continent is really fun. Do you want to go see it? With my current strength, no one in this world can harm you. Not even Angel Douluo Continent, who is a 99th level peerless Douluo. He is at the same level as our Sea God Island's Grand Priest Poseidon, but right now, he probably can't defeat me either. Xiaobai, let me tell you, my 7th trial was to defeat our Sea God Island's Grand Priest, Sea God Douluo Poseidon, and I have successfully passed the 7th trial. How about that? Am I impressive? In this world, I am the strongest man. Whether it's Angel Douluo Continent or the Grand Priest, they're not my opponents. I just don't know if he can come ashore. Ha ha. Looking at the king of magic soul, great white sharks, which is 10 meters long in the sea, Chu Zhange couldn't help but tease and boast a little, but this isn't really bragging. After defeating Poseidon, Chu Zhange can truly be said to be the strongest in Douluo Continent. As of now, there is no one who can defeat Chu Zhange. TCH Chu Zhange. Just keep bragging, still invincible. I've never seen anyone who can be invincible at 20 years old. I believe you're bragging about being invincible. Watching the delighted Chu Zhange, Xiaobai was also very happy, but couldn't help but retort a little, wondering what would happen if Chu Zhange faced losses in the future because of this. There was no reason for Xiaobai not to believe Chu Zhange's words. A 20-year-old 98th level title Douluo defeating a Grand Priest who is over 100 years old and already a 99th level peerless Douluo is no small feat. Chu Zhange's remarkable achievements truly have no precedent, at least in the past tens of thousands of years. Douluo Continent has never seen such a prodigy who can match Chu Zhange. Xiaobai, I have business on the continent this time. By the time I come back next time, I should have some free time, right? This time I go to the continent, I will definitely buy you something you like. Xiaobai, I'm leaving. Bye. After saying goodbye to Xiaobai, Chu Zhange quickly flew into the sky. With the support of immense soul power, he transformed into a streak of light, leaving only an afterimage before quickly disappearing. What a busy person. Seeing Chu Zhange leave in such a hurry, Xiaobai couldn't help but pout, but still wished him a smooth journey.